The concept for e-part trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for e-part trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At e-part trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of e-part trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
E-part trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
What we're going to be talking about today is our water methanol injection system and some of the changes that we've made over time. One of the most exciting parts about some of the changes is the V3 nozzle. The key to this is a swirl generator. Look at how broad that is, and just look at this, look at the inside of this case. It's literally a fog, a cloud. The whole mission here was to do more with less. Less nozzle, less injection, less fuel. Pretty cool stuff.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners, available for your entire car. Build complete race cars, customs, and bikes with ARP. 25% stronger than grade 8 hardware. Race car strength and show car looks at arp-bolts.com.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for late model muscle. From LS to Coyote to Hemi, ARP locks in power and performance for a winning combination inside and out when failure is not an option.
arp-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racers print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Good morning! It is 6:45 in the morning here in California, and we are live from the ePortrait studio in Los Angeles. Welcome to Race Industry Week 2021, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shop, sponsored by AEM Performance Electronics, ARP, and Motul. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePortrait, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry. This week, we have people watching us from over 110 countries around the world. And really, the big advantage of being online is one click, and you, from your computer, from your tablet, from your smartphone, and you can connect with the entire industry worldwide. So it's amazing, as we were saying yesterday, the amount of support we have been receiving from the racing industry. And we built this platform, but really it's the industry that's making it work. So thank you to all of you out there who believe in what we do. We are humbled and we're thrilled by all the support and the endorsement we have received. So with me this morning are Judy King, the co-founder of ePortrait, Paul Steiner, the founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing, and a very special guest, someone who needs no introduction, 3 times NASCAR crew chief champion, Mr. Jeff Hammond. Judy?
Yeah, so not only do we want to thank our sponsors for supporting this week, we do want to thank all the racing businesses that actually use the platform, some every single day. Suppliers that are showcasing their racing content like they would at a trade show, all their latest and newest product technology, and the buyers that reach out to them through that one click, like you said. So it's working every single day. I love seeing the activity on the platform. It's heartwarming because it's a new way of doing business that we've developed here. So it's working, and I thank everybody. So Mr. Paul, on to you.
Judy, it seems like just 10 minutes ago we all said goodnight to each other.
You did.
Yes. It's good to see both of you are still alive after what was 2 marathon days of terrific panels and panel discussions. I'm really excited to be back today because we start off with Jeff Hammond, who followed Jeff in his career both in broadcast, obviously, and in racing. So we have one of the smartest cats in the business that'll be with us tomorrow on a very special panel with Ray Evernham. So Jeff, let's talk about that a little bit. And welcome. And thank you for all the great work you've been doing this week.
Well, you're very kind. Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody that I can see, Francis and Judy. I hope that the day is treating you well and the night was not too short in between all the stuff I know you guys are trying to make sure is organized and ready to go for the next day. But no, it's been a lot of fun so far. Excited about tomorrow, but also excited about the day. I'll get a chance to talk to Doug Yates here in just a few hours. And I think that's going to be an awesome session in its own right. So much has been accomplished by Roush Yates. And I'm really looking forward to getting the behind-the-scenes story from Doug. He's a great young man, and he has done so much for the industry. But yeah, you talk about the wily old fox, Ray Evernham, and again, I have been blessed to know him for many years, starting back in the IROC days. It's where he and I hooked up the first time when he was working for Jason Norrie. And fortunately for my driver, Darrell Waltrip, he got invited to several of them. So I got a chance to spend some time around Ray, understand his evolution and growth in IROC, which he was taught by Jason Norrie how to get organized, and in watching him bring that, I guess you might say, that ability and that desire into NASCAR and build it into one of the most impressive Hall of Fame careers that we've ever seen. And oh, by the way, this past summer, I spent the summer with Ray, 6 weeks on the road with SRX, and had a blast. So I think that tomorrow we will get a chance to really hear from the man himself about what it's been like to be the main focus of racing to being on the sidelines, being in broadcasting and coming back into racing. I mean, Ray is, he is all over the board. And I'm envious about all the opportunities he has had and the success that he's been able to turn those things into. I mean, he's just the guy that, he never lets the grass grow under his feet.
No, and I think both of you share the common trait too, is that you're racers and you act right on the moment and do what you've learned to do so well, is be competitive in the world. And I think that what you both were involved with this summer, to me, is the story of 2021. It reconnected the foundation of motorsports to the top of motorsports again. Yeah, I think there was honestly there was a disconnect between the grassroots end of short track racing and the top of the sport, and the fan base responded. We saw just an eruption of interest on all of our platforms and social media. By the way, I do have to say we saw an eruption of interest in your discussion with Mr. Yates tomorrow as well. So, but I think that it was a phenomenon, and what was it like to be inside that?
The easiest way for me to explain it, because again, I'm a racer at heart, Paul. I mean, again, I grew up, I started out 12 years old running the dirt tracks here in the Carolinas. And, I'm one of the guys that can sit here and say, I knew Ralph Earnhardt. I knew Harry Hyde. I met so many legends in the sport, and having the ability to be able to go through that and then eventually, work for Junior Johnson. These guys were great in NASCAR, and I never got an opportunity except when those other superstars came into the NASCAR world, like Mario Andretti or AJ Foyt, that I got a chance to interact with them. Well, this past summer, not only I get a chance to interact, I got a chance to crew chief the winner of the Indy 500 this year, Elio Castroneves, Tony Kanaan. There's so many drivers that I never would have dreamed I'd had an opportunity to be around, and much less be asking, what do you think about? What are you feeling here? Can I help you help yourself? Trying to coach up a guy, like Elio, because again, he's never run Stafford Springs.
No.
There's so many racetracks they had never been to. Slinger, the look on their face when they first saw this racetrack, it's like, oh my gosh, we're in a bowl, and it was so much fun to watch them go through that adjustment and adaptation to this, one-off race car that Ray engineered and designed. It was a lot of fun. And on top of that, to be able to say that I've won a race with Tony Stewart at his home track, Eldora, I put that trophy right up there alongside my Daytona 500 trophy. It's that kind of a feeling that you have accomplished something that very few people do. And working with world champions and Indy 500 winners, it just kind of helps round out my career, I guess you'd say. And I'm so blessed to be able to sit down and start making a list of people that I have come in contact with and understand that I've been around racing royalty. I've been to Goodwood. I've been places that people talk about but never got to go. And I get giddy when I get thinking about all my years in the sport and all the great things that have come my way because of it.
Well, and you share it well too. I think when we were talking about this panel or this discussion with Ray, I did say you should have been a writer, and that would have been a demotion from what you actually do, I guess. But you're really good at expressing this and the passion, because it comes from your heart. I can feel it when you talk about it, and that is what was so exciting about this SRX experience.
No, and I agree with you. I think it opened some people's eyes around the world. I was actually looking at I guess you call it a tweet this morning on Twitter, that they're having the big Save the Racetrack at North Wilkesboro, and they found a clip on that final race in 1996 where they interviewed Darrell Waltrip, and he was basically forecasting the fact that, hey, we got to quit taking and figure out a way how to give back. Otherwise, what we've had, we're going to lose.
Yeah.
And basically, I think it was an attempt to making sure that people understand the guys on the short tracks are just as important as the ones that are at Daytona or Indianapolis. And if we lose those people, then we lose a really big part of what makes the sport great. And I really believe that SRX has exposed that once again. I think a lot of the other things that are going on around the industry, not just in NASCAR, but there's a lot of racetracks that have always been maybe not looked upon with all the greatness of a Watkins Glen or something, but they're starting to find their way because, you know what, they appeal to the racer. They appeal to the fans.
Yes.
And that's where our bread and butter comes from. We don't have those people showing up and tailgating and buying tickets to, to sit in the grandstands and bring their family. Then we're gonna die. I mean, the industry as a whole needs to realize that. And if we don't reconnect, my opinion only, if we don't reconnect with our fan base, we're going to lose that. And once we lose it, it will take forever, if it ever does come back the way we really would like for it to. I mean, I still remember how important it was to the fans to get through some of these short tracks, even Charlotte Motor Speedway, get down in the garage area and get autographs from their favorite driver, most notably Richard Petty. That's what has made Richard Petty the king of NASCAR for all these years, because he would take time, no matter what he was doing, to sign an autograph. And that means so much to those individuals. You ask a lot of people who grew up race fans, and they'll tell you, my daddy or my granddaddy took me to a place, I got Richard Petty's autograph, and my son and grandson now have his autograph. I mean, that's the kind of generational stuff that we need in all the motorsports. All the motorsports.
We do, Jeff, and you touched on the heart of this. I mean, I grew up Friday and Saturday night at a short track. My father and I would be there around a half dozen to a dozen times a year, and Racer exists because of this and the passion that sparked. And seeing a race car move under the lights at night when you're a kid and being able to get down into the infield and meet your heroes. That never leaves your heart. And to see your heroes, especially when the big guns come to town and your heroes race with them and they can beat them, that is inspiring. That's inspiring to everybody that cares about the sport. We saw that this year, and I cannot wait for this discussion. I told Francisca and Judy last night, this is the big prize in the middle of all this week here, is this conversation we're going to have tomorrow, and I hope everybody joins us at the top of the day for this conversation tomorrow. I hope it's just two friends talking with me sitting around listening, because it's going to be fantastic.
Well, unlike I made a comment to you back that it's almost like we need to be sitting at a bar drinking a glass of wine or a cold beer. At that time of the morning, maybe we need to be thinking about some of. I know Judy loves coffee, so maybe we need some coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker, but who knows? Maybe Ray is. But that's exactly what I hope happens, because again, he is he's a little bit like me in this respect, because I think I am older than he is. But the fact that all the people he's come in contact with and the differences he has made in the industry as a whole, he got the spotlight on the pit crew back in the day with the Rainbow Warriors.
Yeah.
And, it really, it energized what turned out to be one of the biggest steps that we did in picking up time on pit road, because our athletes got better.
Yeah.
I mean, in the very beginning, we all were mechanics that were worked over a wall. We're like the Wood Brothers. I mean, they were one of the greatest pit crews ever, but they never worked at trying to get real, a lot better, like working out and working on speed and agility and stuff. And that's the kind of progression and one of those moments in history that redefined the battle on pit road and how important it was to, especially, NASCAR series racing.
Well, I love the way racers think too. Do it now. Figure it out now. Where's the advantage? Where's the gap? And obviously you guys found a gap in the marketplace with what was created here with SRX, and you went for it big time, and I think you won big time. So, thanks for joining us tomorrow. I think you're going to help helped carry me in this one. So thank you for helping an old
You,
man.
you don't need any help, buddies. Like
Yeah.
I said, it's just going to be a bunch of us sitting there, doing a little yin, a little yang along the way, and hopefully we'll be laughing and not get too technical. Just like I say, we just want to.
Yeah.
I think just share our racing experiences, and I think that's one of the beautiful parts about racers. Usually, if you get them somewhere where they got 5 minutes to talk about what was or a moment in their career, next thing you know, you're sitting there an hour and a half later, and you've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, unless it's me and I'm making up stories about how great I was as a racing driver. But we'll save that for another panel.
Yeah, I think our guest is here, Mark Miles. So Jeff, stay with us.
Thank you.
While we transition to Mark, and then we'll see you in 1 hour with Doug Yates. So stay with us, Jeff, and we will basically let Paul take over. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. How is everybody?
Very good. Thank you for being with us. So Paul, on to you.
Be together.
Hey, thank you, Francis. Thank you, everybody. Hey, good morning, Mark Miles.
Hey, how are you, Paul?
I'm fine. It is very good to see you. I think we've only had a brief opportunity to say hello face to face here at the last year, and that was at Robin Miller's Memorial. And before we begin, I just want to say thank you again, personally and on behalf of our racer team, to you and your team for all the kindness and support you showed Robin in his life journey, and especially near the end. It meant everything to us.
Well, I'm an Indianapolis guy and knew Robin a bit, even back to his covering the Pacers and other sports for our local papers. And to me, he's in one way an institution. Right. I mean, the memory and what he's been a part of is incredible. Nothing I liked more than our going to Working Man's Friend for a cheeseburger to talk about Netto and the bar and, whatever came up. And he was also so important to our sport and a friend. So just hated to see what he had to go through. But there wasn't anything we didn't want to do for Robin if we could.
And I saw that repeatedly. And I think showing the polarity in the world that we share. There's this famous video of Robin pointing a finger, standing on the front straightaway at the pit lane, rather, at Auto Club Speedway, speaking specifically to you in this video about what he needed to see happen about promoting races, blah, and at the same time, you two were genuinely friends and got along, and I think people don't fully take on board the fact that those two things could coexist. You could be sometimes critical in a public forum, yet have honest friendship and frank discussions about things. That, to us, again, meant everything. And I think the first frank discussion I had with you was it 9 years ago this week, perhaps?
Yeah, I remember it very well. It was like the comment when I videoed in, hearing how among racers, a 5-minute conversation can become an hour or an hour and a half or whatever. That one went long. Yeah. And we had it was our first meeting. It was in the Columbia Club bar.
Yes, it was.
And I think you drank a lot that night. I'm not sure what happened.
Well, for me, drinking a lot is 2 glasses of anything.
I'm just kidding, as you know.
Yeah, that's it. If I make it past 2, I fall asleep. And I think I just remember being impressed, and I had a excitement in me that this could be great for IndyCar, having you join the company, and your background. And I want to talk about that a little bit, because people see you as the CEO of Penske Entertainment, and before you were something else before you came to this sport. And that journey, you had just come off of successfully, organizing the Super Bowl in Indianapolis, is where I met you. But could you just give a little background to our audience and tell them about your journey to the moment we're sharing now?
Yeah, I love the way you asked that, because often people ask it, talk about your career. And in fact, I still don't think it's a career, it's a journey.
Yeah.
And it's very much serendipity in a lot of ways. A lot of times I feel like Forrest Gump,
Yep.
because I never really decided what I wanted to do. To answer the question more directly, I'm from Indianapolis, went to schools here, went to college here, accidentally got involved in a political campaign in 1974. I was bored, and somebody said, go see this guy named Mitch Daniels, who was just 2 or 3 years out of Princeton. And so that happened. I loved the adrenaline, right? It isn't when you think about a political campaign, there's so much to not like today. And but the idea that you start, that you're going to know if you won or lost on the first Tuesday in November.
Yeah.
And so it's incredibly intense work. I learned I didn't need to sleep much. And I ended up getting involved in and ultimately managing a few campaigns over, I don't know, 8 years or so, including the mayor of Indianapolis's campaign. And then people know Dan Quayle. I ran Dan's first campaign for the U.S. Senate.
Yeah.
And went to DC for a little while with him. The importance of that is it's kind of leadership boot camp.
Yeah.
I just did it because I was having fun. I loved the adrenaline and the challenge and the people who were high achievers that I was with. So there's that. And then the same people who were involved in politics and government in Indianapolis started the sports movement. It really embarked on a sports strategy. And so I got asked to be part of that. And after an event I was involved with, I was hired to be the president of the Pan American Games, which is the Summer Olympics for the Western Hemisphere. We ended up selling 1 million tickets, 38,000 volunteers. You had languages, you had all those sports and all those practice venues. So it was a big undertaking at a young age. So now I'm in sports, but I didn't think I was in sports. I just did this event. And then I got involved as a volunteer in trying to turn around a declining men's professional tennis tournament in Indy.
Yeah.
But that was a civic thing, and I played college tennis, so I knew tennis. And then eventually I get asked if I'll go run the men's professional tennis tour, which I didn't want to do. We said no for my wife and I with 2 young children for 2 years because Indy was home.
Yeah.
And then I'm sorry if I'm going on too long, but I was.
No, but I'm just thinking, so far you've ended up doing things you didn't intend to do, but then you do them really well. I do hope you intended to do this thing with IndyCar when we get to that part of the story, because this is interesting.
I'll get to it as quickly as I can. But so we're buying a kid's book for our 5-year-old to take to a birthday party, and we're in the kids' bookstore, and we've been saying no for 2 years to go to Florida, this tennis thing. And I find Dr. Seuss's book entitled "Oh, the Places You'll Go," which was his commencement address just before he died, but it became one of Dr. Seuss's books. And it's all about life's journey and the forks in the road. And I literally go through this book in 3 minutes, say to my wife, damn, we're going to have to take this job.
Oh, wow.
We're leaving. And so that ended up being 15 years. To that point in my life, I hadn't done anything for more than 3 years. It was just the next fun, challenging gig. And then tennis was a good fit for me. It was very global. It was a league, right? And it was a sort of startup league.
Yes.
Because the governance of the sport had just been blown up. Come back home, I get asked to be a volunteer chairman of our Super Bowl after I'd said to my wife, and she had agreed with me, I'm not doing any more sports. We're going to come back to Indianapolis from being gone for 15 years and try to be more involved in affecting people's lives.
Yeah.
And then Mayor Ballard calls and says, will you chair our Super Bowl? I did that. Then I get asked to go on the board. Here's where these worlds come together, of the Holman George Company, at a time when there were going to be a majority of directors that were not family. And the place needed help.
Yeah.
And I did that. And I was the board liaison to the Boston Consulting Group, which was brought in to try to create a growth strategy. Right. Knowing that we weren't going to follow a playbook that they gave us, but that we would work with them to create options. And then I get called after the Super Bowl by the other outside directors saying, will you come work here and run this place? And here was my thinking quickly, Paul. Look, I've done big events, the Pan American Games and others, and I've done a league. and I don't know anything about cars. I was always an IMS fan because I came here to have fun, and I was captured to the event, the 500, in the way that so many people are. But there's a lot of commonality in leagues. You have to understand how to get stakeholders on the same page. You have to make rules. You have to hammer your stakeholders when they transgress. You've got to promote, sell sponsorships, TV, etc. And I knew something about big events. So between the IMS portion of it as an event and the IndyCar portion as a league, I thought, well, maybe we can find good engineers and I can suck up what Paul Fanner thinks in 2 hours in a bar and what Robin thinks. And I hope I'm a good listener, and I hope I can sort through what I think we can do and set a path and be clear about it and get stakeholders on board so all of us can, be aligned and on the same agenda.
And I just have to say, thank God you did. Because
that seems a little over the top, but thank you.
Yeah, but seriously, I think that, life is a journey, and I've been on this part of the journey with you. And, I've gotten to know each other over the years, and certainly, the first meeting, the first impression was so positive of you and your passion, your energy. You don't do things lightly. I could see that when we were talking, and I think the first words out of your mouth, why should I do this? And it was an interesting conversation, but where it led to is you happened to be the one soul that showed up at this pivotal moment in this, long story of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indy 500 in this sport. You showed up at the moment of profound change, and little did we know when we met how much change would occur while you were driving this very big ship in very turbulent waters. And the thing that I think that I wanted to talk about today, and this is a good day to do it because this is literally almost on top of this anniversary of us meeting, is what did you see that turned out to be exactly what you thought it was and had the potential to be, and what did you not see? What lesson did you learn coming from another sport, coming from another background? And you can answer that question in whatever order you like, but I think it's going to be instructive to people. Having someone from another sporting league come in and do this, it's going to be useful. We can all see something new from you.
Yeah, so let me take that piece first. There was a very clear analogy from tennis that applied to what I was getting into, IMS and IndyCar.
Right.
In tennis, the 4 Grand Slams are dominant. They are Olympic-like events. Most of them net $100 million profit a year. They're independent from the league.
Right.
And there was always the fear of a split where the players or we had enough of their independence and decided to take them on. And there are lots of ways that could have happened. Or they could have had enough of us trying to impose our rules on them and said, screw it, we're going to have our own tour. Mm-hmm. And so you already get that, right? It could have happened, and we worked hard to get to a better place. But what I always believed was that the tour, call it the league, where the slams, the 800-pound gorillas could sit on the sideline and not work to lift the whole tour, the whole sport. Only the sport in their country was wrong. It was not an optimal structure. So for me, when I come to IMS and IndyCar and they're owned by the same shareholders, it's like perfect.
Right.
To me, from the very beginning, those two need to be joined at the hip. The IMS needs to do everything in its power to leverage the growth of the IndyCar and vice versa. And I remember my first year out here at the track, you couldn't find an IndyCar logo. Wait a minute, this is the Super Bowl and the league's not here? I mean, by the way, those are the cars from the league and the drivers from the league. So we believed from the beginning that you couldn't separate them. And there were a lot of people, including some people occasionally in the boardroom, who thought, well, the one that's losing the money is IndyCar. Let's jettison that or put it into somebody else's hands and separate them. And I think that was a direct learning from my tennis days that I have had always a very strong conviction about. And happily, by the way, Roger Penske feels exactly the same way.
Yes.
They're part of the same deal.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing that comes to mind when I think about the relevance of the experience. The idea that you could actually go have the slams and the league and own them both,
Yeah.
right? It was just a great opportunity if we stayed the course.
And stay the course you have through, sometimes some very choppy waters and strong headwinds. But I do have to say, if the audience is unaware, we have crossed 10 million unique visitors so far this year. Thank you, IndyCar and team, for energizing your audience to the point we were able to add 4 million people over 2020, where we added 2 million people over 2019. And the large chunk of that audience growth is your sport. They're showing up in numbers on our website and engaging in our social media. We had over 1 million shares of content directly off our website in the month of May. It's the largest month in the history, the 24-year history of Racer.com. And that the Indianapolis 500 drove that. Of course, Helio's win was a big part of that. I'll touch on something here that is stunning to me. The 2 qualifying days where Peretta Autosport was attempting to qualify for the Indianapolis 500 equaled and it actually exceeded race day in traffic.
Wow.
We've seen this growth in female audience on our platform. We've seen a decrease in age. Some of that we do believe is Formula One driven, but I think you have some common DNA with Formula One. I think that the audience is crossover. But looking at this, you have a diversity initiative. We'll have that be a topic yet tomorrow. But talk to us a little bit about these things that are going on now within your company that I think are pretty interesting. You've got diversity. You've got an all-female or female forward team in the Indy 500 this year. Hopefully next year as well. And you have a raft of new young talent coming in. Talk to us about that.
Let me just say a word about qualifying first. I thought that was when I got involved. This is not about me, I mean that. But among the most sub-optimized assets, in our ecosystem. I remember what qualifying used to be, unbelievable. And the crowds, the drama, all of that. And, we changed the format so that if we could get enough entrants trying to get in the race, we could have bumping as the culmination of the 2 days.
Yes.
2 days. And, a lot of people still think bump day is supposed to be the first day or pole day is supposed to be the first day. To me, it didn't make any sense. We needed to flip that on its head. I still get grief from people about that, but to me, everybody has a point of view. I just happen to be able to do that one.
Yeah. By the way, I could just look at the metrics and tell you were right.
Well, but the most important thing that sort of set the foundation for it was that we got the cars and the teams and the drama to get in the race on that Sunday, and that we got NBC to cover both days. So, I've often said, I just use my authority and my credential to stand at the head of the line to watch each car go out for their qualifying attempts.
Yeah.
I think it's the most amazing day in sports. What those drivers are about to go do when they get the finger that says go is just incomprehensible. But anyway, so we announced in July on NBC of the Brickyard race that we were going to have we gave it a name. I almost didn't because I didn't want anybody to think it was some kind of a stunt or thing that would start and stop at some date. It was really our way of saying the sport has to be diverse. It's the right thing to do. It's important to our growth. And so we need to change the way we are as a sport. The way I think is, so we got to get our own house in order first. And I didn't want to talk a lot about it. It's hard work to be a more diverse employer and to make a more diverse employee group feel welcome and comfortable. We need to do more business in terms of our procurement and our contractors. Those things which we've just scratched the surface on, but they're priorities for us, and we're making progress. But then the outward things, which for the public and for our fans are probably much more important. Roger gets it, in my mind, the credit for. So I learned about his conversations with Beth when they pretty much had them done. We didn't say, hey, let's have a woman-owned and women-populated race team. Roger just put it together. And I might have signed an agreement that formalized it, but that was Roger's vision and capital and commitment, and then Team Penske helping and all the rest of it. Phenomenally cool. And when you get into the details of how they did, he called it their combine, right? To select women who would be part of the crew that would go over the wall, and they were up, that story. It's just so cool. There's so much narrative, so much content there that women and anybody could relate to. So full credit to RP. And then in terms of racial diversity, the idea of amping up a long-established not-for-profit in Indianapolis at the IMS that attracts kids through karting and other curriculum to the sport. That got a huge increase in funding. We didn't have to write that check. We found sponsorship support for it.
Yeah.
Then we got some other in-kind help, and it's great. And it's piloted growth. It doubled its size in Indianapolis. We stuck our toe in the water. Someday I think there'll be a chapter in Detroit. We're going to try to do the same thing in East St. Louis.
Great.
And so that I think it's just really powerful and important. And then for Roger to pick Coach Reed, who started that program I was talking about, to be his principal for a race team and to start in the road to Indy and work their way up is very cool. And so now they're at the lights level, and he's got an objective, and the year kind of vacillates a bit because it'll be when we're ready. But if that program can actually have put a diverse driver, a racially diverse driver, at least in the qualifying for the 500 in a not very distant future, will be a terrific thing. And I think we'll snowball and attract other similar efforts to truly make us more welcoming and more diverse.
Well, all of that is very encouraging to me, because I think racing has a huge opportunity to reflect society, and certainly in the marketing sphere, when we're I guess homogenous in one demographic or racial or heritage, it is limiting us. The world is a very diverse place, and I think we have this moment where just looking at the metrics that Paretta Autosport, and just stunning to me. I'm at the time I was watching it, I just thought to myself, first off, my wife and one of my daughters came in to watch the qualifying attempts. I can just tell you how unusual that is.
Yeah. I had my granddaughters at the line with me, even though they were underage, just briefly to soak it in.
Yes, and I had neighbors asking me about it that don't follow racing, and I think for me that spoke volumes of what we still have left on the table as a sport. I think the greatest single opportunity for motorsports overall is speaking to 51% of the population that is not being welcomed enthusiastically. They don't have the role models at the top of the sport to realize they belong as equally as the male population.
I agree with you completely, but let me mention what I think is another pivotal opportunity along those lines, which is all about youth.
Yes, agreed.
That is sustainability. So we haven't talked much about it yet, but we're doing a lot of work. And by the way, Penske Corp is as well.
Yes.
But at Penske Entertainment, it's a very high priority to get our agenda together for the sport. And that isn't exactly the same, but I do think you don't have much to talk to young people about.
Yeah.
If you got nothing to say about being responsible from an environmental point of view. And we have fans who think that's rubbish probably, but there's no question among the younger folks that we need to be part of the sport. It's just kind of a gate issue. And so you're going to hear a lot more about that. But I think it, like gender, it's young.
Yeah.
A big demographic that we have to have something to say to.
Good, because you're helping me transition to some of my other topics here in a few minutes. But I think that, looking at this, you've leaned into this. That's why, we're going to, have this discussion tomorrow with. I'll mention this a bit as well when I talk to Jay Fried. George Tamayo will be handling the interview with Jimmy McMillan, who is going to be speaking as your Chief Diversity Officer.
Great.
Yeah, and then we'll have a panel with Beth and her team. So the evidence is there that you are doing all these things, and congratulations for being a leader in this. I think you've identified the environmental responsibility. The world belongs to the people of the future. I used to have a saying, and it's become a little tired now. There's going to be a struggle in the first part of this century between 20th century people and 21st century people in terms of mindset. The 21st century mindset's going to win. It's just inevitable. We're at that tipping point right now where that's happening before our very eyes. We're watching this generation come forward. Their values, their belief systems are going to be what defines what we all are doing. And the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was a place where, first really significant breakthrough, I think, in technology, also having the Janet Guthrie moment in 1977,
Yeah.
The Willie T. Ribbs moment, is equally powerful. I think there's a greater story, and one of my dreams is to see a woman's face on the Borg Warner Trophy.
Be phenomenal.
It would be, because no symbol stands, I think, out there in the world that would say this has happened and it's permanent.
Well, and back to your first questions about my other life, there aren't very many other sports where men and women can go toe to toe, or in this case, wheel to wheel, and the woman can win, just because of the nature of the genders generally. Yeah. So I love that we have this opportunity in racing, and it would be phenomenal to see that happen.
I agree, and you have, I think the biggest stage in motorsports to be able to have that happen, and I hope I live to see it, and I see progress in that direction. So I wanted to transition. You brought it up, so we're going to have, and I didn't want this to be too technical today, but we've had a number of discussions, and I think engaged in a project with you a while back about imagining the future of IndyCar, and you're on the cusp of a pretty significant change in platform and powertrain, and hoping to attract additional manufacturers to the sport. Can you just give us I guess an update from your 1,000-foot view of where you think you're at with that, and where you want all this to go? Where do you want IndyCar to be through the next cycle and the cycle after that?
In part, it's really hard to get my head around the cycle after that, to be frank.
Yeah.
Things are changing so fast especially in the automotive industry. So it's hard to know what the cycle after that looks like. It may be technologies nobody's talking much about, but I think we have to find our way. We got to get that third OEM. The third OEM, like the current two, are starting to think more about other powertrain technologies. So the hybrid that we've talked about is, I think, an important initiative. I'm sure Jay will talk with you more about that, but we've invested real money, and we've pulled together Honda, Chevy, and the other key suppliers to develop that technology so it'll work for IndyCar and do some cool things besides just make the statement that we're aware that it's not just internal combustion engines that are ruling the world, but it'll do some good things in terms of boost and getting yellows a mile and a half away on some turn on a road course cleared up quick, and all the rest of it. So there's that. We'll see. One thing we're just beginning to get our heads around is the opportunity in this context related to Indy Lights.
Yes.
So why couldn't Indy Lights not be Xfinity to Cup? but be more of a laboratory for us, more of a place where we can innovate.
Yeah.
So I'll give you examples, but I probably shouldn't, because this is meant only to be illustrative, not to be a plan.
Yeah.
But what if lights is a place where you could see both electric vehicles. Maybe lights is more than lights, right? But you got IndyCar and you got lights and you got something else, and maybe you can see internal combustion at the top of the heap. IndyCar racing pretty much the way we know it. Maybe there's an electric component on that weekend, and maybe there's an autonomous component on that weekend. Not because we don't want drivers in our cars, that is the sport. But if we could also show off different technologies while not completely disrupting our essence at the moment, maybe that's an interesting conversation. So I don't know what it looks like in the second phase. In the first phase, I think it's the hybrid and and changes to the engine that are more traditional. And hopefully we'll get that third OEM in, not to put any undue pressure on him, but we've had it for years now. It's his turn. If anybody can figure out how to do that, it'll be Roger Penske and his team. So we're optimistic.
He knows a few OEMs from what I've seen.
Yeah, and they know him.
They know him. He sells a lot of their cars for them. So yes, and that's an intriguing thought about lights. I think having the ability, and now that it's owned and controlled again, it's completely controlled now by Penske Entertainment. You can do what you need to do. I think that it's produced some remarkable talent. You look at its intention is to produce talent, and not just talent in the driving side, but on team ownership side and the mechanics, the PR, everything that's flowing out of that has been really a contribution to the sport overall. But having a slightly different storyline could be a very cool thing, and it is a place maybe where the risk is lower to try other things. I commend you for thinking that way, Mark, and it's one of the things
it might not be about the car. It could be.
Yeah.
This is where we show racing on Twitch.
Yeah.
I'm just making that up, but
but why not?
Why not use this to innovate and to try things? So we'll see the pace of that, but it's very much an opportunity I think we're going to get our heads around.
Well, again, that's a good transition to one of the other things I wanted to talk about today. You've had you've had, I think, two very good CMOs here in a row that have worked with IndyCar. CJ O'Donnell was someone I knew before, and you asked me about. I said I was excited when he came in, and now S.J. Ludke, who I'd met years ago when she was at Andretti Autosport, has done a very good job. And your sport has got a clear voice in the market space, and well-developed creative and very clear messaging. And I think, where do you go now, though, that the world is changing and marketing is changing? What is the vision for how you engage people in your sport in a world where there are, just 1,000 ways to do it, literally?
Yeah, well, I think there's both the content and then there's the distribution. And the content, we've touched on a lot of it, right? There's so many stories. We didn't talk about what happened on the track this year, right?
Yeah, we're going to get to that.
Okay. So there's that, but I think distribution is what's shifting. And for us, we're making investments, and we can't make enough investment in everything digital. So, if you look at how many people we have compared to, say, NASCAR that are in our digital world, in our social media world, there's some factor, some multiple of how many people we have. And it's not about head count, it's about the ability to generate content, right? That's interesting, that's compelling, that's short form, etc. And that will apply to especially social, but it'll also apply to a lot of our advertising. We don't have the kind of budget the NFL does to convey our brand, but more of what we do have will be digital advertising, I'm sure. So I think, in a nutshell, that's the newer emphasis.
Yeah,
with a lot
and
to make
social seems to be a big focus for your company as well. And you have, I think it's really telling here. We have one driver this year that really stood out on social, Romain Grosjean. We see it when there's anything with him involved. The share count, the view count, page view count, everything skyrockets because of his following. And this is not a criticism, it's an observation, this is an area where you have a lot of room to grow. Is there a catalyst or an accelerant that's available to you in this strategy going forward to transform your position? You have this new relationship with NBC that is a terrific one on traditional broadcast. Do you have a view to try to find a way to create accelerating relationships? Because I look at Google News and I want to look for racing, I find only a NASCAR tab.
Yeah. Well, as we both said, we've got a long way to go. One initiative of SJ's, and I concur, by the way, I think she's doing a terrific job, that is being scaled up is the influencer world. Mm-hmm. And so take Long Beach, Southern Cal, bring in half a dozen people who are social influencers who get paid to do it, right? I mean, they make a living at it. They have huge followings, and find the ones that are open to getting exposed to racing, in this case, Long Beach Grand Prix, and watch what happens. It's incredible the leverage you get from them for a weekend at least, using, getting in front of us in front of their followings. And then the real home run is where they start to stay interested. And I just think the leverage, the scalability of that is enormous, and it's not real expensive. Yeah. We have to be prepared to, they might say things we'd rather they didn't say, right? Because there's some risk. Yeah. But I really like that as for us, a newer initiative that's quite intentional.
Great, and I think that I'm glad you mentioned all of this, because I'm also notorious for being critical of social media influencers that are disingenuous. They have no real interest. It's clear they're being paid. They show up, they leave immediately, and it's disrespectful to the actual core fan base when you have that. And then you have the people that walk the grid and shove aside the series reporter, like we saw at COTA in the Formula One race. When you have people who are authentically enthusiastic and carry the enthusiasm forward to their audience, they get it. It's the best possible outcome, and I encourage that. I think that IndyCar racing is there's nothing in my mind more authentic. The Indy 500 is the heart and soul of authenticity in American racing. So being authentic and social is a very important part of the story. You need people to welcome newbies in, people that haven't been exposed to racing. When you have someone that's their surrogate, if you will, that's being exposed, that carries it forward, it works very well. So I think good idea. Keep it going. Something's happening here, and I think that the audience that we're talking to today needs to understand that you're outpacing the rest of the racing series right now in terms of growth. Everything grew last year massively for us, and the year before it grew massively. IndyCar's growing twice as fast on all of our platforms. Something you're doing, the essence of what you're doing, and what your athletes are doing, your teams are doing on track, and your broadcast partner is doing, is driving all of this. If you're sitting you're on the aircraft carrier in the admiral's chair, what do you think that one thing is when you're deploying all of this out into the universe? Something is really changing right now for you.
I'll try to answer the question the way you put it, but I've got to say, I've always resisted the idea that there's one thing. Yeah. I think there's 200 things, and we got to do better at all of them all the time. They're not all the same, so I'll honor your question. You told me in our first meeting, and the world who cared about us was saying, you've got absolutely compelling sport on track, but nobody knows it. Yeah. So I think the key is it's even gotten better, the sport, the racing. And, all that you should give the talk better than more than I, but what happens at every race, and everybody who has a chance, and the newcomers and the young and the old, and the international and the national U.S. and all that playing out in a way that you don't just tune in the end of the fourth quarter to see who hits the last shot. I mean, I love our sport. I love our racing. I think it's compelling sport, and that is about authenticity. And if it weren't for that, none of this would be happening. Then it's about distribution and, and the clarity of the messages and which channels you reach which people in. It's about trying things to bring in new eyeballs, new fans, without running off our established fans that might be, in some cases, a little more traditional. So that's a little bit of an art form. But fundamentally, the one thing is what sport is more compelling? I love where we are on the track, and boy, I don't ever want to see us screw that up.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like you have, based on what I saw on track this year. My God, what a season. And let's talk about that a little bit, because the winds of change were blowing strongly as the season opened at Barber Motorsport Park this year. So talk to us a little bit about that, and talk to us about what we have now in terms of the lineup of athletes and teams, and the fact that people are coming to IndyCar now. They're from around the world. They want to be here.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch and to see the benefits of it. So we'll get to drivers.
Yeah.
But let's start with teams.
Yeah.
I mean, to see the Arrow McLaren Schmidt gang really become not one of the top three, but now there's really a top four. Those guys are right there. And how'd that happen in record time? From not being able to get Fernando in the race, basically, to being a top tier team that can attract top tier drivers and compete for the championship where they are. And there's no reason to believe that's not going to continue. That's really cool. But we've also added other teams. Love to see that. It's a desirable value proposition to teams. What it costs them to compete in a sport where they can compete and win, and for the exposure they're going to get, I think it's a great value proposition. And I think that's been way out of whack, frankly, in our sport and other series. It's a great strength of ours. So very important. But then there's the drivers, and it's all related. But I didn't know where to start. I mean, Elio winning the fourth and coming back next year to be the only guy to get 5. And being Elio, I mean, oh my God, that's just, you couldn't write that script.
That was iconic.
Yeah, it's just.
That was absolutely an iconic moment that will live forever in the history of the Indy.
But it wasn't like he then retired.
No.
He's still here, right? And so it's really fantastic. And then you have, Palou and Pato. And by the way, the reason why we have, I don't know you'll know if it was really the first time, but at least in my memory, to have a Spanish language broadcaster take at least 3 races next year. Think, it's the Spanish drivers and the folks they can attract as viewers in this country, but they're also young and fresh.
Yeah.
And they are right there. In fact, they got to the championship, the Astor Cup, and you're watching Scott and all those veterans who we know are the real deal go nose to nose. It's young, old, but it's also kind of the Cinderella story too. And so you see that stuff play out if you watch March Madness and eventually the Final Four, right?
You do, yeah.
Lights up the tournament when some challenger's coming out of nowhere and has a story that's endearing. And that's what's happening on the track. Young, old, international, domestic. Paul, you remember when I started, we were just getting killed because, where are the Americans?
Yeah.
I don't even hear that anymore.
No, you don't. And
the international drivers are appealing. And as in the Grosjean example, they bring tons of fans we're really happy to welcome to us. So it's just great stuff.
And you have some great American drivers, and I think we, for IndyCar, thankfully, one of them is staying in IndyCar. That's Colton Herta, who is the youngest IndyCar winner in history. And I think he took that from Scott Dixon, if I recall, who will probably be racing when Scott Dixon will be on to his 11th championship when I'm in my 90s. But the thing I think you have right now is the Big Mo, you know, and what do you do with it? You know, you don't get this very often, and in life and in sports, especially when you have such a surge of momentum, you are on network television. A hell of a lot of your events are on network television. First off, that is an accelerant for momentum. Tell us how that happened. And your partner, NBC, which I think we look at the moment you took off on our metrics, is directly aligned with the moment you went on to NBC.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's been a focus from the beginning. When I started and I looked at, you know, not having 50 events,
right,
and having two broadcasters split whatever it was at the time, 16 or 17 events, including the double headers, just doesn't make sense. Didn't give any broadcast partner the reason to care about us,
right,
really. And that's so important. So getting to NBC previously, and now these new arrangements where we became a network sport, you know, all but 14 races plus 2 days of Indy qualifying, we're a network sport full on. And if you just do the math, and you can use whatever approximations you want, but if you assume that a cable audience is probably a third of a network audience, it could be a fourth.
Yeah.
And now we went from 9 to 14. It's easy to do the math. We're going to have meaningful growth on linear media next year. And NBC, thinking about us as one of their network products, has even more reason to promote us better and to sell us more. They need network content to sell. They are also a business, right? And they don't have the National Hockey League, which was a network product primarily.
Yes, it was. Yes.
So things have aligned beautifully there. And I'll tell you what I think it means beyond just the obvious reach or exposure increase. By becoming a network sport, I think it opens up an additional strategy for partners and sponsors we bring to the sport. So what do I mean? You know, it's been primarily a B2B sport. Mm-hmm. So we bring in companies that want to do business in our ecosystem, and it's worked. You know, it's gotten us to where we are. But think back to the days, sort of the halcyon growth days of NASCAR, when they brought consumer brands into the sport, consumer brands that activated, that used the racing and the team and the driver and the car to sell their products to consumers. We really have longed for that, I would say, for a long time. And that can change now. And so just take Hy-Vee as an example.
Yes.
I mean, that's a consumer brand with 300 plus retail outlets in the Midwest. They're going to be buying time, not just a lot of time for the two races that weekend in Iowa, but also throughout the whole of the series. And we're likely to have a title sponsor at another race I won't go into yet. That's a consumer brand that will lift that event, but it will also buy television time around the series. And the more we can get consumer brands that do business that way invested in our sport, where NBC is kind of the momentum is hugely important, right? Nobody wants to put any money in something that's headed south. But at the same time now, to have their agencies think about us as a network event and the network salespeople at NBC selling us that way, I think opens up a whole nother strategic opportunity that won't go from none or 1 to 20 sponsors in a year, but is a big opportunity.
Absolutely, and that's having lived through all these eras. I mean, I think I've been around IndyCar racing professionally since 1972, and the one thing that's been central to its viability and visibility has been network television. I don't think that's going to change, and this absence of consumer brand visibility and validation is, I think you're right on about that. But I also think, you lead into another area I wanted to talk about. You had an amazing event happen in Nashville this year.
Yeah.
It rocked our world. Again, metrics don't lie. That one was a big deal in the racer sphere on social and on page views and everything else. But it also was a marker down about what you can be in terms of this cultural impact on a region. Tell us about that event, and do you have plans for others like this?
Yeah, well, I want to get to the second part of that quickly, but it was phenomenal, right? Nashville's on fire in the best sense of it.
Yeah.
And is a trend-setting community at this point. And it's young, and it's music, and it's just got so many, it's also a corporate explosion, of headquarters and all the rest of it. And they're really good at doing events.
Yeah.
I think Indianapolis has proven itself to be really good at doing all kinds of events.
Absolutely.
And Nashville's right there, or they're just doing phenomenally well. So when the right group came together, we thought we had the opportunity to make a real splash in that market, and they did well, and they loved it, and it'll be better this year. So we saw the fallout, the benefit of that beyond just in every channel, the increase in audiences and the buzz and the way we're positioned as a sport. So love it, and love that it's coming back, and hopefully bigger and better than in the first installation. So then what, right? So Hy-Vee isn't Nashville in terms of an urban setting, but it can be the kind of event because of Hy-Vee that can create a punch above its weight class, can create an impact that is beyond what we think of, frankly, historically, as the Iowa Speedway.
Yeah.
And that's because these guys execute. They are marketers. They have retail outlets all over the Midwest. They're going to spend in broadcast and social and digital media. They're going to bring in content, music, and all the rest of it. It's going to be, people are going to go, where'd that come from? It is really going to be not just great racing, which we expect, but a very broadly impactful event. And then, so I guess that's another example of that. Those are the two that come to mind.
Okay, good. And I think that leads to the questions we consistently get and have been coming into chat are international events. I mean, obviously, to me, one of the places I believe personally, Mexico. Mexico City. I raced there once when I was a young guy, and there's such passion for racing in Mexico. Is there a plan or a hope?
Yeah. Well, broadly, we're not ready to work on a what I would call an international race strategy, but I don't consider Mexico international. I think we're a North American series.
Yes, right.
I'll count Toronto, right?
Okay, yes.
So it's not like you got to get the whole kit and fly it to wherever.
Right.
It's not harder for us to get into Mexico really than it is to get to Portland. And I'm not being pejorative about anything. It's just logistically quite feasible. So Mexico's always been interesting to us, and we even this last few months have had conversations. We just want to make sure that we go there at the right time.
Right.
We won't get any benefit we want lasting benefit. We want to develop the sport there. And Pato, God bless him, is not yet a household name.
Right.
Right. So we don't want to go have an event because somebody will put the money up and have it not knock our socks off and fade after the first year, to be frank. Yeah. So it's clearly a market in North America that we can see being in and would love to be in. But I think the question is, what's the right time in terms of the development of a fan base for us there? There is some, but they've done a phenomenal job with their F1 race, and we've got to find a way to get the right toehold to reflect well on our brand and develop more fans.
Well, we see it in our social. If I look at Facebook, Mexico City in Mexico is a place where there's a growing activity, a serious growing activity around the content related to IndyCar. And I think that, this question of going international comes up constantly. You've got a Spanish-born champion now, and you have a driver that's, really shaking everything up from a Swiss-French driver, or French-Swiss driver, perhaps a better way of saying that. Long term, I know you just said that you're not going to want to do, but is there ever an opportunity to go maybe do a postseason mini championship? Do something where there's a race once a year somewhere else?
Yeah. Well, look, you're talking to a guy who's spent more than 50% of his time for 15 years outside the U.S. doing sports business.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the opportunities. I absolutely appreciate the opportunities. I think they're there for us. I think our strategy right now is to focus on the momentum we got in North America.
Yeah.
And to, we're nowhere near where we can be in the U.S. So let's not get distracted. Saying that, I love the way you asked the question. And it is something we've thought about. Is there some way that it's maybe postseason one-off, but allows us to make a splash at the end of the year, for example?
Yes.
So I don't want to leave a hole in the championship. We start in late February, March.
Yeah.
We end in September. Let's kill it, right? I want to get the carpet bombing in the U.S.
Yes, absolutely.
As a marketer. And I don't want to take a 3-week hole
Yeah.
to go abroad and be in the wrong time zone from a U.S. point of view. But there might be something more creative that, when we find just the right opportunity that could be good for the whole sport and garner more attention as more of a one-off event outside the U.S.
Okay, great. That's fantastic to hear. And I had one question from that's repeated several times over the past week here on IndyCar panels. IndyCar Nation. What can you tell us what's happening with that? I just want to get the audience to, your community that you're building around IndyCar. Your direct relationship with the fans. What are you doing related to the fan experience and bringing fans directly into when they feel like they belong to the sport?
Yeah. Well, when you say IndyCar Nation, I think you mean what we do at the track, right?
Yes.
And how we welcome the hardcore fan club, which we love. Well, one of the things I've enjoyed the most when I've had the opportunity to do it, and they're gathered in a room, is to go and just do this.
Yeah.
You just get so much out of their energy and their passion, if not, a rotten tomato being thrown at you once in a while. So I'll be better able to answer your question at the end of the year. We're trying to finalize that plan yet this year. I think it's important. It's a matter of, rationalizing competing resource demands.
Yeah.
But, to have those opportunities to be face to face with fans and to give them the behind the scenes look and experience is terrific.
Yeah, and your fan base is your best advertising. I've got to tell you, the enthusiasm for the IndyCar fans drives a lot of our social media and social media commentary. They're very passionate about your company and what you do. And I really appreciate you and what you do, Mark. Thank you for being with us this morning. This has been a great catch-up, and your entire team has done a terrific job weathering the pandemic. Quite a ride here for the first 2 years of since I think now we're at just shy of 25 months since the announcement of the Penske Entertainment, and here we are, success.
We can't wait for next year, and who knows exactly what it'll mean, but in my mind, post-pandemic, and reopening the 500 and really seeing what we can do with this momentum. And we really appreciate you, Paul, and Racer and your team and all you do to do really quality work in promoting the sport.
Well, thank you, Mark, and we'll see you soon enough. I'll be in Indianapolis next week, so thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark. Please stay with us one more second where we're going to be transitioning to our next session. So just give us a second, Mark, and then we're going to be transitioning. Now, Paul, I heard you talk about Beth Paretta. Paretta Autosport will be with us tomorrow.
Yes.
We heard Jason Rittenbury, Nashville. The Music City Grand Prix will be with us on Friday. We also have Jay from the IndyCar. We have a few more people coming on in the next few days. We'll be talking about the great stuff that IndyCar
Jimmy
is doing.
McMillan as well. So it's going to be, we have a lot of stuff coming related to IndyCar.
Yes, we do. And actually, our next session is going to be a very, very good one as well, because we are going to be bringing Doug Yates and Jeff Hammond. So stay with us for a few more seconds while we're transitioning to the next session, and we're going to be bringing Doug and Jeff, and then we'll keep the day going. So one more second, and meantime, a special thank you to our sponsors: ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, AEM, ARP, and Motul. And I see Jeff Hammond back with us. Hello, Jeff.
I have returned to the scene of the crime.
Thank you. And that was a great session this morning. And I think we got Doug with us as well.
Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Judy. Good morning, Jeff. How's everybody doing?
Very good. Thank you very much for being with us. So, Jeff, we'll let you be in charge.
We appreciate that. And again, Doug, I hope you're doing well. Looks like you were surrounded. You're in your environment. Let's put it this way. Everybody who knows anything about you're always got gadgets that you're doing something with.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, ePark Trade, Judy, for having us on today. You know, our industry is full of just great people, and everything that Judy and ePark Trade is doing is awesome. And I'm excited to be here with you today, Jeff. We're in our manufacturing facility. We call it RYMS. It's a division that supports our engine shop and also other motorsports activities that I can't wait to talk to you about. But yeah, I like being hands-on right in the middle of it. So this is a perfect setting for us to get together today.
Yeah, I don't see how you keep up with it. I mean, again, I've known you since you were knee-high to a grasshopper, and I've watched you, you grow up, around the industry and where it has gotten to and what you've been able to accomplish. I mean, a masterful job. And I've had a lot of people say to me, they couldn't wait to see and understand more about Roush Yates as far as the industry and what you guys have got going on. Because to me, if you don't have a hit list, you don't realize how many irons in the fire you really have. So could you tell us a little bit about the history of your company or of the companies?
Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. I mean, it all goes back to kind of what you started with there with Junior Johnson's back many, many years ago. My dad worked first here at Holman & Moody in Charlotte when Ford backed Holman & Moody, and then he went to work for Junior Johnson and North Wilkesboro there. And for 4 years, I was about second grade. And I never forget those days of going down there and watching my dad build engines and watch Junior come through the shop and pat him on the back and talk about going racing. And I know you were part of that great history of Junior Johnson's team. And just watching my dad growing up with him, being around engines, he taught me a lot about just hard work, how to organize a facility, how to work on engines and how to treat people. And as I was growing up and watching him do his thing, through high school, we had our own engine shop. And I decided at that time, I said, man, this racing thing is pretty tough. I better go off and get an education. So I went to NC State and pursued a degree in mechanical engineering, which I ended up, achieving that. So I graduated and came right back to work in the industry. And at the time, that was 1990. My dad had a single car team with Davey Allison was our driver, the 28 Texaco Havoline Ford. And from there, we just kind of took off and really grew our program. In 1990, 1991, everybody built their own engines and raced their own cars. And back then it was a really good time because I was able to participate on the pit crew, watching you on the pit crew, jack the car and all the cool things you guys are doing. You're one of my heroes, watching you guys jump over the wall and do that. But learning the sport and being able to see it grow from where it was in 1990 to where it is today, or where it got to in the mid 90s and then early 2000s, it was really a blessing for me. So to be able to learn the entire industry. And the first years, with Davey Allison, we were fortunate to win the Daytona 500 with him in 1992. And then he had his tragic accident, his helicopter crash. And then we carried on with Ernie Irvin and then his accident. So our history is filled with, just persevering, keeping going. But my side of the business was really the engines and trying to do a good job of winning races, winning championships, which we ultimately did with Dale Jarrett in 1999. And then after that happened, it kind of started transforming. Everybody decided that, hey, we're tired of building our own engines. We would rather just lease them from you And that's where the engine lease business started. And my dad and I opened up a company, started leasing engines to people like Travis Carter. Yeah, we had a lot of satellite teams at the time, and we decided to move from our humble shop out down in near the airport there off of 85,
Right.
which where my dad started with Rainier Lundy racing there. Ultimately, bought the team in 1988, and we decided to move out there, build a world-class facility here in Mooresville, which my dad was always very visionary. You know, at the time, most shops were 20, 30,000 square feet. We built a 75,000 square foot shop here in Mooresville, and moved it in 2002, which really gave us the opportunity to scale and grow our business. The problem was at that time, Jeff Dodge came into the sport and took some of our teams, and some of our sponsors went away. And so my dad and I were sitting in there in our shop, and we said, what are we going to do with this big race shop? We had his two teams with Dale Jarrett and Elliott Sadler at the time, and some road race programs that Ford had us working on. And Jack Roush was in Michigan and had his 5 teams. And we said, man, it kind of makes sense for us to get together with Jack. The only problem was my dad and Jack really didn't like each other. And these are true stories, and you know them as good as anybody. And they would rather beat each other than anybody else in the sport. And so they were very competitive, and they said, well, how is this going to work? You know, and finally we got Dan Davis with Ford Motor Company was very instrumental in pushing this forward and saying, hey, I definitely support you guys getting together. You know, we were looking out on the horizon, and Toyota was coming, and we knew, you know, Toyota's history of every series they were in, whether it was Formula One or IndyCar or whatever it was, they were going to be really powerful. And we said, hey, we're going to be better off if we did this together. So it was 2003. Jack Roush was winning. They were leading the championship series with the Cup Series championship with Matt Kenseth, and it was the next to the last race, or actually 3 races ago, back when Atlanta was in the fall. And so this was a Saturday during happy hour. My dad said, all right, it's time to go talk to Jack. So we walked across the garage, and my dad tapped Jack on the shoulder and said, hey, can we talk? He turned around, and I'm like, oh boy, I'm not sure how this is going to go. He said, yep, meet me in my motorhome. And so we meet me in my motorhome after happy hour. So we went out to his motorhome, just the 3 of us. And it was pretty awkward. But at the time we said, all right, it's time to do this. This is the right thing to do for all of us. We sat there in his motorhome, and my dad, you know, started the conversation off saying, hey, Jack, we've got this great facility in Mooresville. You know, it's really built for 8 cars, not 2 or 3 cars. We have the support of Ford Motor Company, and we heard you may be moving to Mooresville, your engine shop. And Jack said, yeah, that's true. I may be looking to do that, but I might just do it on my own. And you know, Jack is going to stay his position and start off tough before he, you know, comes around. And the way the story goes is basically we talked about that for a little bit. And Jack looked straight at my dad and he said, look, I don't really like you, but I like Doug, and I think he has a bright future ahead. And for that, I think I'm willing to entertain this deal. I said, oh boy, here we go.
You're right now. You're the basically that Oreo cookie bonding deal, right? You're the thing in the middle.
Exactly. So it was interesting. So Jack said, all right, well, next week at Rockingham, I want you to come down and fly back with me to Michigan, and we'll figure out how to start putting this deal together. And so Jack and Matt and Robbie Reiser clinched the championship at Rockingham, and I got on his plane. Jack was up front flying the plane, left seat, and it was me in the back. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I'm all in. This is serious. So we got to his hangar, and he got in his Roush Stage 3 Mustang, and I'll never forget, the streets were wet. We're doing $120 down, you know, going to the hotel, and I'm thinking, man, this is a pretty cool moment. Jack Roush, a racing legend, you know, Roush Performance in his Mustang, and we pull up to the hotel, and he drops me off. He said, before you get out, I want to make sure we get one thing straight. I said, yes, sir. I said, what's that? He said, look, I'm a nail straightener. And I said, oh, okay, I know exactly what you mean. I said, I I come from really humble beginnings, and I know what that means. We're not going to waste money on anything except for what's going to make us go faster, make better engines, make better race cars, and win races. And that next morning, he picked me up, and I went to the shop. We started putting together a plan to put our companies together. And the next week in Homestead, they clinched the championship. And then we started that winter of 2003. We put our programs together, and everybody said, "You guys are crazy. This is never going to work. I can't believe you're doing this." There's a lot of naysayers, right? And not internal and external. And a lot of people were looking at it to fail. And we just powered through, Jeff. I mean, a lot of people said, well, for a while, what we should do is just run Jack's engines in his cars and Robert's engines in his cars. And I said, nope, we're going to have a Roush Yates engine. And Jack Roush and my dad would come in my office, and we would sit there and talk about engines and how they worked and what they wanted in each engine. And we tested everything from every piston to wall clearance to every rocker arm ratio. I mean, you name it, that winter. And the coolest part about this story is that very first outing for the Daytona 500, we sat in the front row. It was the coolest thing ever. Our very first outing as Roush Yates. Greg Biffle is on the pole. Elliott Sadler's on the outside pole. There's, they take your picture there, as you know, because it's a pretty big deal to sit on the front row for the Daytona 500.
Sure is.
And
yep,
my dad and my partner and my two heroes are standing there in that picture. And that's in our lobby at Roush Yates Engines. And some moment I would never forget, but a great start for our company.
Now, there's just so much history there, and I think it's really pretty humorous, the fact that you guys get together and the sentiment is we don't like each other. When I went to work for Jack Roush, I was very reluctant because of the fact I didn't like Jack Roush. And I think we can both attest that once you get past that hard-nosed attitude that he has, he really is a sincere, committed, and very passionate racer that if you shoot straight with him, he'll shoot straight with you. And you can do great things. I've found it very refreshing to have had the opportunity to work with him and learn so much and be a part of, what was going on, of how he liked to run his business. And when I saw you guys getting together, because obviously I was out of the sport as far as crew chief at the time, but to realize what was on the horizon because of Ford's willingness and understanding of this is what it's going to take to be able to make our brand even greater than what it was. I mean, you guys did the right thing at the right time, and the end results. I mean, good gosh, Doug. I mean, again, the accomplishments are almost too many to even to believe. I mean, it's unbelievable what has gone on since 2004 when you guys flexed your muscle. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, that's I want to talk about Jack, but first I want to talk about Ford Motor Company. What a great company. It was founded on racing with Henry Ford, and he won the race on sweepstakes, which started the investors to back him and start the company. So Ford is a motorsports racing company. They have the passion. Edsel Ford is one of the greatest guys I've ever met. His support of our racing program is really the reason why we're here, and that you spent some time, everybody in the garage has spent time with Edsel Ford, and what a special deal to have him part of our sport. And what Bill Ford is doing today, along with Jim Farley, I mean, they're really just doing some great things with the company, looking into the future. And Ford Motor Company is really doing a great job in racing as well as building cars for the future. So without their support, we wouldn't be sitting here. We wouldn't have this conversation. So I really, really appreciate the Ford family and all they've done. Jack Roush, and you know this, Jeff, every Tuesday he would fly down from Michigan and have a debrief. Right. And so he would go over to the race shop, and then he would come over to the engine shop. And so every Tuesday for me was like studying for a final exam. I need to know every clearance, every piston hardness, every single jet and every single carburetor, every single piece. And Jack would come into my office, and man, I would double up on deodorant because I knew I was going to be sweating. I mean, he was. I mean, he has a master's in mathematics. This guy is a genius, and he's a racer. So I would have to know all of those answers, all those questions. But he made me a better engine builder. I mean, I'm really the luckiest guy in the world to have my dad mentor me, show me how to hold a torque wrench, how to work on engines, how to treat people, and to watch Jack Roush, learn how to build engines from him, learn how his business operates. I mean, I'm a really lucky guy. But you mentioned something about Jack that a lot of people don't know. He is a tough outer shell, but he is the most compassionate, caring person you'll ever meet. I can't even begin, and I don't even know all the people that he has helped. He told me at one time he has helped put a dozen kids through college. That's something that's important to him, is education. I can't tell you how many times somebody had a problem, a health problem with one of their family members, that he has called up the Mayo Clinic and they've sent them up there and they've gotten care because of Jack and his influence that he had. I mean, Jack Roush is a really, really awesome guy. And I'm glad that I got a chance to meet him, hang out with him, be his partner. And it's the best thing that happened for our company. Me and my dad just don't know where we would be without the partnership with Jack and the support of Ford Motor Company.
That's well said, because again, we've had the privilege of living in Jack Roush's world, flying with him, seeing what he has built up in Michigan, the passion that he had for racing, from drag racing to road racing to coming into NASCAR like he did. And yeah, he had his ways, and understandable. It's what made him, successful. But I don't know of anybody that, if you really get down to the brass tacks of it, can say anything bad about him, because if you gave him 100%, he'd give you 100% back. And if you showed him respect, he shows you respect. And I think that's something I've always admired about him. Is that I told him day one when I went to work for him, I said, Jack, if you got a problem with what I do and the way I do it, if you will tell me about it, I'll fix it. But I can't fix what I don't know I've got wrong. And I'm willing to learn if you will show me and challenge me in the ways that you would like for me to learn. And remarkably, you talk about those meetings when you came in and somebody, like Jimmy Finney could say, Jack, we're looking over here and we really feel like we need this person for pit road, or we need this person at the shop. And Jack would look at Jimmy and he said, okay, just remember, if you want this guy, you're going to have to make a statement or plead your case before I'm going to give you this guy, because when I give him to you, I got to give him to every other team sitting at this table. And if they don't agree with you, you don't get your guy. I mean, it wasn't he wouldn't give it to you, but you had to earn it. And in the end, you always felt like that you came out of it being a better manager, because you can make your case for it. And you help make the overall organization better, because again, Jack had no problem with giving you what you wanted, but you had to earn it, and you had to prove to be a bottom line benefit, not just something because you could.
Yeah, and I think that's what great leaders do, right? They make everybody around them better, and that's what Jack Roush does. That's what I feel like my dad was really good at, is he wanted to be part of a team. The best days were when you had the engine builder, the crew chief, the car owner, and the driver all working together to make the team better. And this sport, I mean, to be really good at something, you have to have those waves. You have to be concrete in your feelings about certain things. And the best guys in the sport will, they'll get a reputation for being hard or this or that. But, you don't become Jack Roush or Robert Yates or Jeff Hammond or guys like Chad Canals or Ray Everham just by, being a easy-go-lucky guy. You have to be hard-driven. You've got to have a mission. And just like Junior Johnson, right? I mean, my dad loved Junior Johnson. Junior was my dad's hero. In fact, when my dad retired from racing in 2007, he bought a farm in North Wilkesboro, 650 acres and cattle and all these things, because the memories of working for Junior and in North Wellsboro was really special for him. And so that's those guys are legends for a reason, and they had their ways, and they did it right.
Yeah, they did. And you've been doing it right too, young man. You really have. Since you guys partnered up with Roush, Roush Yates Engines, I was kind of blown away. I knew you guys won a lot of races, but since 2004, over 420 wins. That's just inconceivable, Doug. It really is. You got to be in a lot of different forms and have opportunities to win that many races. And I'm sure, again, if just trying to keep up with a number of different series and associations that you have to be involved with your product. And I'm talking about engines predominantly, and selling products to different people to be able to claim these wins. That's pretty phenomenal.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't stop and think about that number a lot. When we do things like this, we want to be prepared and talk about the success of the company. But in a lot of ways, the way we got here is it's always about that next win, about that next race, and just being prepared, doing your homework, trying to find advantages for our teams. We've had a lot of great teams, a lot of great drivers through the years, and really fortunate. Like I said, it starts with Ford and starts with Robert Yates Racing and his team, Ralph Fenway Racing, and all the success we've had with them. Winning the first championship with Kurt Busch was incredible in 2004, our first season. The very next year, Jack came in my office and he pounded his fist on the table like I've never seen before, kind of startled me. And he said, "We're going to put all 5 cars in this championship this year. We're going to win this championship." And back then, there was only 10 teams in the playoffs, right? And we put all 5 cars in the playoffs that year. Unfortunately, we came up a little short. That's when Jimmy Johnson just, got on his streak. But, there's just a lot of great teams, being part of those teams, and all the great people at Roush Yates. That's what it's about. We have 200 employees, a lot of dedicated people that are really good at what they do. And over time, we've been able to build up the resources, have the nice facilities, all the testing that we need, all the great equipment that we need to be able to move fast and compete, gain those advantages to go win those races. Our primary series is the NASCAR Cup Series, as you know. The Daytona 500 is our Super Bowl. We're fortunate we've won 9 of those Daytona 500s. That's something that is everything for me. My wife gets on me about that, because sometimes I say I'd rather win the Daytona 500 than the championship, and then after that's over, she reminds me. But we won the 2018 championship with Joey Logano and Roger Penske's team there. Something we're really proud of, and to have Stuart Haas aboard and Kevin Harvick and all the things that we've done with those guys, it's been really good. But transitioning a little bit to we also do the Xfinity teams, of course. We used to have the Truck Series until that changed to a spec engine. But probably one of the most special deals we were involved with was going back to Le Mans to beat Ferrari 50 years after Ford won. And so Edsel Ford, all the Dave Peristech, Raj Neer, all the guys at Ford Motor Company, Bill Ford said, "Hey, we have history here. 50 years ago, Henry Ford II said, 'Hey, let's go beat Ferrari. I had enough of this.' And they went and did it, 1966. And they said, 50 years to the day, we're going to go back and beat them again. We want you guys to build the engines, Chip Ganassi to race the teams, Multimag to build the cars, everybody at Ford Motor Company, all the engineers to contribute and be part of that. No pressure." Edsel Ford says, "Just win," just like his dad said many years ago. That was what he told us before he left. Last thing he said is, "Just win." I said, "Oh man, this is going to be tough." Fortunately, we started working on this engine besides the Ford EcoBoost engine. It's a 3.6 liter twin turbo engine. We started racing it in 2014, was really good with Chip Ganassi and the IMSA series. So we got a little bit of a head start on the engine. The car, the Ford GT, came out in 2016. It debuted at Daytona in 2016, but we've tested it many, many times. The Ford guys are so committed. We would go do 30-hour durability tests with this car and engine, racetrack durability. Now, I know in NASCAR we've tested a lot, But to me, to sit back and watch us go to overseas, pack everything up, go over there and do a 30-hour durability test is pretty incredible. Shows the commitment that Ford had to winning that race. We started out at Daytona in the Rolex 24, and it was a tough race. The door flew open. I mean, nothing was going right. I mean, it was just, we were thinking to ourselves, how in the world are we going to go back and beat Ferrari in June at Le Mans? And over time, we had some races in between, Daytona and Le Mans, and we went over there and lined up, and with Dave Parasek and Mark Rushbrook and Edsel Ford was there, and Bill Ford was there. The whole Ford family was there to support that race, and we brought that checker flag home, and it's hanging here in our manufacturing facility today. It's something I'm really proud of and probably appreciate more today. And maybe 50 years from now, when they make the next Ford versus Ferrari movie, we'll get a credit in that movie. We'll talk about Roush Yates.
Now, how special was that? I mean, for you, I mean, again, you grew up racing and you understand the value of a Daytona 500 win. But when you can also say we won Le Mans, I mean, how does that make you feel, Doug? I mean, you've won Indy. You know what I'm saying? There's not a big race that I know of that you or Roush Yates has not gone to victory lane.
Well, it is really special just to be able to go over and compete in that race. It's really an honor to be able to go over and win it. Is something that, like I said, Jeff, I think it'll mean more to me years down the road than it even does today. It's just, everybody here in our company, we still have a lot of the employees that work on this program that are here with us in the machine shop and the engine shop. And just that moment, it was really a small team internally here at Roush Yates. It was actually in a different facility. It was a dedicated group of guys that went and road race. And I'm just proud and happy for them. And when I see them and we talk about it, it's just great memories. And it's something that we'll never forget. It's something that we're just really proud to be part of the Ford Motor Company's history, to be in the Henry Ford Museum with this engine and this car, along with, the Wood Brothers 2011 Daytona 500 winning car. And some of those things just, it really just mean a lot. Step back and think about it. And it just makes you hungrier for the next adventure, the next commitment, and starting with getting this next season started.
Now, for those of you right now that are, watching and enjoying what I'm doing right now with Doug Yates, don't forget you do have the opportunity to ask Doug questions. So don't be afraid or get caught up in the moment and run out of time, because if I'm not mistaken, Doug, you aren't afraid to answer a question, are you?
If there are softballs, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good to answer.
Like I say, I'd like to get some of the folks out there to help, kind of join in here with us and be part of this moment, at least for me, because again, I'm really enjoying this little walk down history, because I know the history, I understand where it comes from, but again, you live it every day, and you've been places where I haven't got a chance to go, even in my career. I've always kind of like on my bucket list, I wanted to go to a Le Mans event and say that I've been there. And again, understanding the huge opportunity that you were presented with from Ford to go over there and recreate what happened 50 years previous, I think is I don't know, that's a once in a lifetime situation right there. And you didn't, let anybody down. I think that's the story here. When I was thinking about it, this is how crazy my mind was. When I was thinking about 50 years prior, Ford gave everybody, at Ford a challenge, an impossible mission to go beat Ferrari. And then 50 years later, there's a little bit of a role reversal, but it was a mission impossible. Once again, can we do something that happened maybe once? It's almost like the hockey team, in the Olympics, that first time when they beat the Russians. Can we do it twice? Could we wind up going back and capturing gold? And man, you did it. I mean, to understand all of what went into it with the simulations and everything, that getting the team ready and you guys doing what you were doing, it's just, to me, it's I don't know, it's that kind of thing that, we need to make another movie. if we won again. And I'm talking about the United States, and Ford, took on the big manufacturers there at Lamont, and were able to show them that, American dedication had not changed in 50 years. It had gotten equally as good, if not better.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like I said, it was a really special deal to be part of. It was a lot of work on the front end for the engine to make sure the durability was right. But Jeff, I know you're passionate about this country and the military, and I want to make that transition to where we're at today. Is we're at Roush Gates Manufacturing Solutions. We have grown. We bought our first CNC machine in 1990 to start helping manufacture cylinder heads. And today we converted. This was our race shop in 2003. It's about 88,000 square feet race shop. It was originally the Eel River shop, which my dad ended up buying. We moved up here. My dad retired in 2007. Several people were in this building, including Richard Petty. But when my dad passed away in 2017, we had started really growing our manufacturing division. And we said, let's take this facility and create a world-class manufacturing company that he would be proud of, that we can grow our company and really diversify. And within this building, we obviously we machine a lot of our engine components. We're doing a lot of the parts, as you see here. These are the uprights for the next gen car that's going to be racing at Daytona and next season for NASCAR. And then we also make a lot of military communication devices.
Right.
We do aerospace, space, and we're really transitioned from primarily inside and engines to today we're about 90% external work. We're ISO certified. And like I said, we have over 60 CNC machines that have really just built on what we started back in 1990 and utilizing our core competencies, all the great people, all the great programmers, talented machinists, and it really have grown a stronger company by doing this. And we have 100 employees here at this facility, and we'd love for you to come see it someday. But I wanted to tell people about where we're at today. You see the equipment behind us is running 24/7. Making the parts for race cars, parts of the military, parts to go into space. And it's something we're really proud of here at Roush Gates Manufacturing.
Yeah, I'd like to add to the fact, too, we had a chance a couple of years ago to talk to you during the Toys for Tots autograph session right there in the park. And in talking to you guys, you shared with us, you have a partnership with NASCAR Tech. And a lot of those programmers and students are coming from NASCAR Tech, and you got a need for them. I think that right there is also it's a great partnership, but more importantly, it's an opportunity to give guys, I say guys, giving young men and women an opportunity to find a place in motorsports, but at the same time to benefit the world is what I'm trying to get to, not just motorsports, but to help benefit the world.
Yeah, it takes great partnerships to make all this happen. And Universal Technical Institute, NASCAR Tech, John Dotson have been great partners of ours. We've hired over 120 employees for our total company. And most recently, the manufacturing, the CNC department, we've hired about a dozen employees. We have interns that are here at our manufacturing division all the time. And yeah, I believe that manufacturing in the U.S. is alive and well and growing. It's a great skill set. And my dad always taught me, he said, if you have a skill, you always have a job and a great future. And that's what we're trying to provide here. And partnering with UTI has been a great benefit for us and something we look forward to continue to grow and provide opportunities for people as we grow as a company into the future.
Doug, I'm gonna be remiss because I told these folks, to join us, and here I've got to get some of these questions or comments out for you to hear. Greetings to Doug from your friends at Ilmore and Brixworth, UK. Looking forward to getting back on the track and racing with you guys in the next gen series. And also a comment from I think Darren. He was wondering about NASCAR teams seem to be a little bit down. I'm talking about 4 teams against GM and Toyota in 2021. So do you have something already up your sleeve to regain some of that, get some power back into play? And Bernard, he made the comment saying, it must be a huge commitment to be a part of such a competitive racing series as 36 races, and you are also involved in Le Mans and all this stuff. How does it work when you're trying to do all this stuff? I mean, I think we know what that's all about. That there's hiring the right people to get the job done. But there's 3 folks right there that have sent comments and questions to us just since I asked. So we got more coming in. So get ready.
Okay, well, first I want to tell all the guys at Elmore hello. We're looking forward to working with you this year. Steve, Graham, David, we'll see you guys soon. So thank you for the support. What a great company they have. And, this is a great event. This is a great week watching all these people. I loved watching Mark Miles earlier. The IndyCar guys are doing a great program, a great job. And, last year was a tough year for us. It was a little down. 2020 was a fantastic season. Kevin Harvick won 9 races. And, it just, in total, we won 18 Cup races, 15 Xfinity races, but that was 2020. 2021 was a little tougher. The Chevy guys really came out strong. And Rick Hendrick, congratulations to Rick, Jeff Andrews, Kyle Larson, all those guys. And they did a fantastic job, set a really high bar for us. And, that's just, how racing works. If one guy gets on top, it's just you're that much more motivated. You're really going to work, making sure that you try to understand where your deficiencies were and trying to continue to work on providing better engines, working closer with our teams. Mark Rushbrook and his guys at Ford have done a good job of bringing everybody together. This next gen car is going to be a whole new world for everybody. So we're trying to make sure we get off to a good start there. We had a really good test at the Roval here several weeks ago. The car is a really good road race car. We were really fast. And at the Oval test, our guys, Brad Keselowski and the new Roush Fenway Keselowski team was fast, and Team Penske was fast. So I think we're seeing some good things, but we got to keep pushing hard and making sure that this season is a great season. Last year was not up to our standards, not up to Ford Motor Company standards, and we acknowledge that. And we're ready to get to work and get back into victory lane. The season, like you said, Jeff, it's all about great people. Having a great team is what it's about. We have about 200 employees here that handle, everything. They do it well. We've been together a long time. We continue to add new talent as we move forward and technology changes. Fuel injection has been around in NASCAR for a while now, since 2012, but new technology is coming in the future. So we want to be prepared for that, make sure that we're a leader and are continue to win races and look ahead and embrace technology as we go forward.
And speaking of that, going back to, we talked a little bit about the partnership with NASCAR Tech. One of the viewers had a question about, what skill sets do you look for in people you try to hire to build engines? Are you finding a shortage of skilled people?
Yeah, we are really blessed. I mean, the partnership we have with NASCAR Tech has provided us a great pipeline of talented people. I mean, first and foremost, it's work ethic. I mean, this. If you want to do this, you've got to be committed. You got to do whatever it takes, put in the hours, learn, and then you have to have some mechanical aptitude. But the best people we find are the people that have a passion for racing. If you used to race go-karts, or you used to go help out your buddy that went to a dirt track, or you used to be a drag racer, and you really have a passion for cars and a passion for racing and some thirst to learn about this industry, this is really well suited for you. And we have a lot of opportunity here. And there's nothing better, because the reason why it's important to me is because my dad taught me. He gave me an opportunity. I owned my first block when I was 13 years old. And I didn't know what I was doing, but I was in there doing it and prepping parts and cleaning parts. But, man, there's nothing better. If you're an engine guy, this is where you belong, or a machinist or a programmer. This is a great, great sport for you, a great place to be. And likewise on the car side. It's just whatever your excitement is. If you're a professional athlete, it used to be I was on the pit crew back in the day. I'm not much of an athlete, but today it's professional athlete. So it's exciting to see that. It's exciting to see what NASCAR is doing, really, with the new car and all the changes. But we're really fortunate to have a great partnership with UTI and a great pipeline, and we want to keep that going.
Okay, I got 2 more questions here. One, they were asking about how close is the relationship between Roush Yates and Ford's corporate performance group engineers? And also, Chris was wondering, you mentioned Jack Roush's involvement in drag racing. Any thoughts on the future of Ford return to pro stocks or pro mods when it comes to drag racing?
Yeah, I think that second question is a little loaded. That's probably outside of my decision making for sure. I think the Ford guys, they do some really cool things with Bob Tasca. The Tasca family's been with Ford for many, many years, and he's a great drag racer, and they probably defer to him and and worked with him. Yeah, Ford had such a rich history with drag racing with Jack Roush and Gap and Roush back in the day. With Bob Glidden was one of my heroes, and it would be great to see him back in drag racing. But I'm not sure that's probably beyond my what we do. But it's always nice to have Ford engineers here within our facility. We have one full-time person that's always working on different projects. We work with their team on advanced tools that we don't have in the shop, the computer processing. Today in engine development, there's a lot of engine simulation. So when I first started, it was really about how much you could test, how many things you could try, is how fast you could learn. Today, it's really about gathering the information from the engine, taking all that data, transferring it into the computer, letting the computer do the work, and spitting out different cam designs, different intake runner lengths, different exhaust systems. So it's really advanced. I mean, it's a very advanced way of doing business today from when I started 30 years ago, which is really exciting. A lot of engineers. We have a staff of about 50 engineers to help support our engine development activity, as well as some partnerships that we have. But yeah, engine development today is pretty advanced, and I see that getting more advanced in the future as we go into hybrid technology or as down the road and different types of technology. So it's exciting. But the thing about racing, these engines, our NASCAR engines I always touch this one. This engine will make about 900 horsepower, by the way, if you crank up the boost and do some cool things with it. But our NASCAR engine used to be about 900 horsepower. We used to turn them 10,000 RPM before NASCAR put some rules on the gear ratios. And today we're about 8,500 RPM and about 700 horsepower at the road courses at short tracks and 550 at the ovals and maybe a little bit less in Daytona. But racing is all about winning with advantages. You need more than the next guy. And that's the exciting part about racing and being involved in the engine side of it today. It's not how much power it makes, it's can you make more than the guys you're racing against, the Hendricks and the TRDs and the Childresses of the world. And that's our job. And that's what we're lining up to do for 22.
Okay, we have, I think, something that it's going to resonate with me for a while because the fact you said, I love the fact that Jack said, he's a nail straightener. And that line that you brought there, this particular individual wanted to know, did Jack Roush or your dad have any other type of what they call litmus test questions or foundation statements that resonate through your history or that you haven't forgotten that they shared with you?
Well, the interesting thing, and this is pretty cool, is they were both born on April 19th. So they share the same birthday. Jack Roush was born in 1942. My dad was born in 1943. So when we sat down to form the company, one of the questions that came up was, what are we going to name the company? Whose name is going to go first? And I think my dad went first. He said, Jack, you were born before me. You're older than me, so we're going to put Roush first and then Yates. So it was a pretty simple foundation. The way that we formed the partnership was my dad made a list of 21 things that were important to him, and Jack made a list of things that were important to him, and they compared notes. And I don't remember what those 21 things were, but of those 21 things, they only differed in a couple of them. In so many ways, they were so much the same, but in so many ways, externally, they were so different. I think my dad was probably a little bit more approachable. He would drive me crazy about how nice he was to people and how giving. Sometimes Larry McReynolds and I would get really upset with him because somebody would beat us and we would be mad and he would be happy for him. And I think that was just who my dad was, but in so many ways they're different, but in so many ways they're the same. And as the older that Jack gets, I see more similarities about how caring and passionate he was. But they're both hard racers. When they wanted something, they worked tirelessly to get there. I'll never forget the first year that we were in business. It was Friday night, 10 o'clock. We were working on a Daytona engine, making power tires, running the dyno. The guys are all around. And I called Jack up to tell him, hey, we made a gain. We picked up some power. And I made the statement, we're working hard. And he said, let me stop you right there. Don't ever tell me you're working hard. That's what I expect of you. I said, yes, sir. Message delivered. And we were, I was just proud. And that's what I really, I love NASCAR so much, Jeff. I mean, without NASCAR, I would have never got to know my dad. like I do. I mean, we traveled, we lived together, we worked together, and a lot of my motivation was just to make him proud. You know, a lot of my
Right.
motivation today is, although he's not here with us anymore, is to make him proud. He loves CNC equipment. If he were to walk in this shop today, he would be so happy and proud of what we're doing and continue to look ahead. He was not a guy
Right.
that liked to look behind. When you think about Robert Yates, he always wanted to look ahead. What's next? And that's what we're trying to carry on for him and Jack Rouse today. So I'm not sure if Jeff locked up.
You
or I
mentioned that,
locked
you know,
up.
there was a lot more thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we might have Jeff frozen. Can you hear us?
I hear you, Judy.
I hear
How are
y'all
you?
fine.
Okay, he's back.
Okay.
Okay, you hear me now? All right, sorry about that. You know how technical stuff gets in my way every now and then. But we've got three questions that really kind of hover around the same statement about what's coming down the pike. And, you know, we've got one individual who was wondering, is there any chance that Ford and you guys may be looking at getting into IndyCar series? What about a hydrogen engine? And is that something that's in the future? And also the fact that, you know, Gene Haas, you know, has jumped into Formula One. Is there a future there, you know, for Ford, you know, and, you know, success you had at Le Mans, and you feel like, you know, that you guys can, you know, get into there and make a difference? And I know all these things are one and the same. They're a challenge, and they're an expense. And again, there's only one of you and one Roush Yates engines. Can you take on more and be successful? I mean, it says always, you know, when you grow, can you outgrow your ability to keep up?
Yeah, well, you know, we would love to have the opportunity to do all of those things. You know, we're always looking for that next thing where we as a company are always investing in the next technology, the next program. But I think most of those things are questions for Edsel Ford, Jim Farley, and Ford Motor Company. But I will tell you this, that technology continues to move forward, right? And we are trying to embrace that. We're really excited about what NASCAR is doing with the next gen car and what that does for powertrains in the future. You know, that car is a completely new platform. I think it's great,
Right.
very healthy for the race teams in NASCAR to have a common platform. But the car is, you know, new technology and more production relevant, 18-inch wheels, independent rear suspension, a more production looking like bodies, the bodies look more like a Mustang. And the drivetrains are now, it's a transaxle setup, which it's a 5-speed sequential gearbox, and it is set up for down the road to have a hybrid unit added to it. So that's something that Jim France and the France family want to have in the future as well, to keep the current manufacturers interested in the sport. We all know how NASCAR started, racing production cars, and the participants, you know, the support of the manufacturers is the reason why we're here. So this next gen car is going to be something that's going to be good. I think it's going to present new opportunities for engines and powertrains. And, you know, a lot of talk about hydrogen power, a lot of talk about electrification, a lot of talk about full electric series, which I'm not sure how Roush Yates participates in that, but you know, I always look forward to embrace change, but I think it's a great time in our sport. I think Jim France has done an incredible job, along with Lisa Kennedy and Ben Kennedy, who's the future of NASCAR and what we're doing as a sport, which is really nice to see, and what's going on there. And I think we're excited about the future in it. And as Ford goes and where Ford goes, we want to support them in their efforts. And, you know, look, we would love to go to Indianapolis or to Formula One, but I think those things are probably a bit far reaching today. But we're here and ready if and when that's the decision they take. I think that motorsports in general is doing really good. You know, I saw IndyCar earlier with Roger Penske and Mark and Jay, what they're doing. To see F1 here in the States, the show they put on at COTA, the racing they're putting on is really amazing. And I think when all motorsports are doing good, it really just helps all of us, and it's healthy. I think coming out of COVID, NASCAR did a great job of being the first sport back, and getting us back on track, running
Right.
all the races, keeping our businesses going. Thank you, Jim France and Steve Phelps and Steve O'Donnell and all the guys for that. But you know, as Ford goes, we're always up for that next adventure, and I think our history and heritage and success sets us up for those opportunities as they come along.
Hey, real quick, I know we're getting a little bit close on time, but I don't want this not to be able to be shown to everybody. This has been great talking to you, but you've got a pretty kick butt video I had a chance to see, and I'd really like to share it with our attendees right now because I think they need to be able to see this. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah, Doug, I couldn't let that not get shown because it's a great piece. And what I love about it is we got a chance to visit a lot of these, those pictures. We're talking this, that was a story you've been telling since the very beginning. And now it's been captured in pictures to see exactly how far it's come from the very humble beginning to where it is today. I mean, it's just fabulous.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you for that. I think it turned out really well to have that at the end. Like you said, we've talked about all those things. Watching that video makes me so proud of everything that everybody here in our company does every day and all the success we've had. And I appreciate you guys, you and Judy, allowing me to be part of this and showcase what we're doing here at Roush Yates. And I think it's a great thing you're doing for this industry, and I just appreciate that.
It's the being part of it. I mean, like I say, we've lived it. And again, I'm so proud of you and the fact, I don't know, I really want to tear up because I loved your dad so much, and to see what your family and what he was able to do, and you're following in his footsteps, and you're taking huge leaps each and every year, just getting bigger and better. And you do an awesome job right there, Doug. And the fact that Ford and Jack Roush, y'all are able to work together, and y'all have made an unbelievable partnership, and it's fun to watch. It really is.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you, and like I said, just thank you so much for having me on. And it's you're making me emotional too, man. So thank you guys. Everybody have a great holiday. It's a great week, and thanks for having me on today.
Thank
you,
you.
Doug.
You know, Doug, I just want to say you have the best team. Your company treats your sponsors the best. You're the epitome of how you should treat sponsors. And I've been both to your engine shop and your manufacturing facility. It goes on and on and on. And I'm just very impressed with all you do.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Todd would have been upset with me if we didn't get that video. So thank you for doing that. But we do have a great team with Todd English, Jeff Clark, Andrews here helping out. And it just, I think that's one thing my dad always tried to instill in me, is just treat people like how you want to be treated. And that's, it's really fortunate. All the engine things he taught me, all the racing things he taught me were incredible, but how to treat people and it's really special. So I try to carry that forward, and I appreciate you guys.
Thanks for being part of this week.
Thank you. So please stay with us a few more seconds, Doug. Same thing, Jeff, and we are going to be transitioning to our next session. In our next session, we're going to be talking coatings, and before that, we're going to run a little video from our sponsors. So stay with us. We will be right back with you.
The concept for e-part trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for e-part trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At e-part trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of e-part trade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
E-part trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. In our next session, we are going to bring Tim McCarty from Zycoat and Will Posey from Big Oak Ground. We're going to be talking Heat is the enemy of speed. That's the title of the webinar. And with us, this is Joe Castillo, our wonderful host. So Joe, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. And watching Doug Yates and Jeff Hammond, I know I'm part of this thing, but that was emotional to see the two guys, just the mutual admiration, and to think of how far the sport has come from, you know, pit road wearing jeans to the aerospace industry and you know, building and designing things for the federal government. Just amazing to watch those two guys. And you know, right in the middle of this amazing EPAR Trade Industry Week. It's been amazing again.
Thank you very much, Tim. Good morning to you, and Will, thank you for joining us. So without any more time, so I guess it's 9:01. So let's get started.
Let's get started. Thank you very much, Francisque and Judy. Appreciate you guys. Tim McCarthy from Zycoat. We're going to be talking about a couple of different products. I believe Zybar is one of them. And we got Will out there as well, who actually utilizes the product. So this is going to be really interesting for me in that, you know, technology is always marching forward. There are some technologies you can easily see, and there are some that you can't. And I think that you guys are in the area where a little more explanation is going to go a long way. But the tagline that we see right behind you, Tim, heat is the enemy of speed. I love that you're making it simple. Why don't you explain that? And then we'll go into some of the applications and how and where we can get this product. But why is heat the enemy of speed?
You know what, Joe? Everybody in our industry wrestles with temperature, wrestles with heat on the engine side of the vehicle. And you know, a perfect segue was Doug, you know, in the prior. I mean, he's a perfect lead-in to the Zybar product. Heat builds up in the engine. Heat builds up around the engine. Heat tries to escape in every channel, every port, every avenue on the engine side. And as that heat starts to build up under the hood, it restricts performance. So let's talk about that very specifically in terms of a header or a cast manifold or a turbo. As that internal gas heats up, it heats up the metal. And that metal radiates heat in both directions. And we'll talk about that in more detail a little bit later. But as that radiate heat forces inside on, say, a header tube, you're restricting flow of that gas. So essentially, you've taken a 2.5-inch tube and you've necked the amount of area that gas can flow through down to, say, 2 inches or 1 3/4 inches. So what does that do? It creates back pressure. Back pressure is the result of heat. Zybar is a product, and we'll get into it in a lot more detail, that prevents that metal from absorbing heat, restricting the radiant heat, increasing that entire diameter so you get full flow, reduced back pressure, and higher performance.
Very interesting. So the differences between Zybar and other ceramic coatings that are out there, there are a lot of products that have for years, claimed to address this issue, but yours is different. Why?
It's different because our product actually prevents the metal from absorbing temperature. So it restricts the ability of that substrate to absorb that hot gas, that hot temperature. And that's really the source of radiant heat. Ceramic products don't do that. They're strictly a barrier type material. They don't allow the heat to dissipate through the tube. So that back pressure still builds on the inside with ceramic coatings, especially with wraps and blankets. Those are actually very detrimental to performance inside the component. Zybar is a product that coats all of those fissures and cracks and imperfections in the metal, and it prevents that metal from absorbing the temperature. That's really the difference in Zybar technology.
Wow, very, very interesting. And to think about all the wraps, first of all, what a pain. Start out right there. To wrap a set of headers is no easy task.
Yeah, Will can attest to that. He's probably done that a few times in the past, and it's miserable.
Let's get Will involved here. Will Posey from Big Oak Garage, putting the product to the test, Zycoat and Zybar in particular. What has your experience been, Will, with the product? And, this is one of those things where people spend so much on good quality parts and pieces, maybe going the extra mile with something like this is the final cherry on top of any build project. What has been your experience?
Well, I can tell you what sold me on Zycoat and Zybar was Tim and I worked together on a twin turbo 6-liter in a Yukon Denali. I'm not a hardcore racer. I'm more of a, people call them show cars, but we build show cars and drive them cross country. So this was a twin turbo setup in a all-wheel drive Yukon Denali that we worked together on. We coated everything. It was the turbos, all the plumbing, the exhaust, hopped in it in Northeast Alabama and drove it to Las Vegas and back for the SEMA show. And we would stop, to get fuel. And when you twin turbo something, under hood temperatures just go through the roof. And never run hot. One time running through the middle of the desert, you could raise the hood and in less than a minute you could actually lay your hand on the turbo. It was mind blowing. And efficiency is a big thing when it comes to racing. And if you can maintain heat, then you're way more efficient, and you're gonna do better. Parts are gonna last longer, and it looks awesome. It is the best looking product out there as far as if you want to coat your turbos, coat your exhaust. There's 3 colors that they all 3 look good. I've used all 3 of them. And we use it on every single vehicle that comes into my shop.
Wow, amazing. All right, Tim, how's it work?
Well, let me just tell you what it is. I think really we'll start with that. It's a high temperature heat dissipation coating. That's the family that the product fits in. It's a single component. So it doesn't require any catalyst or any mixing. It's literally out of the bottle, stir it up, shake it, put it in a spray gun and spray it. But
so to that point, Tim, so everybody understands, is this being applied by professional applicators, or can you do it yourself, or is it a hybrid? Maybe
it's a hybrid. The majority of folks out there are going to be looking for a professional applicator. Someone like Will in Alabama. Will is one of our authorized coaters. Anybody can take headers to Will and have him coated. But if you've got the wherewithal, if you've got a blast cabinet, you've got an oven, you've got a spray equipment for paint spray, and it's basically any primer gun or touch-up gun, you can apply our product. You can apply it yourself. It's probably a smaller percentage of the market that have the capability or wherewithal to do it, but you can do it.
Okay, so now that we've figured that out, which is interesting, because not only are we looking for people that are interested in the product, but I'm sure you're also looking for people to certify as professional coders for your network. And so now that we have got those people discussed, back to durability, all of that. How does this product work so effectively?
And let's talk about durability. The reason that our product is so durable is it's not a ceramic. Ceramic is glass, essentially. So anything that you put glass in an automotive environment, it's not long before there's a wrench hitting it, a screwdriver, a stone popping up. And the second you have impact with ceramic coatings, the product fractures like glass. Our product is a polymer. We actually modified a polymer to give it tremendous durability. Hardness rating is over 8 on the pencil scale. It's got incredible temperature resistance. Ceramics begin to break down at about 700 degrees surface temperature. Our product is rated to 1600 degrees surface temperature and over 2000 degree internal temperature. So far more durable, far more higher temperature exposure. And believe me, nothing in the automotive industry is getting near 1600 degrees surface temperature. If it does, you've got major problems upstream.
Will, go ahead.
Yeah, something I want to add to that is the thickness of it is very, 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 very thin. Most of your ceramic coatings are pretty thick. So when you coat an exhaust system, it grows, it gets bigger, which in our line of work, everything is super tight. And, the thinner the coating is, the better it's going to fit, less room you're taking up. I mean, everybody's built a set of headers. They know how tight it can get, up under the car and everything else. So that, to me, that's another huge benefit of Zycoat and Zybar is it's super thin. And I'm sure Tim can actually give you the how thick or thin it really is.
Yeah, great point, Will. It's 1.5 microns to 2 microns. So you're talking 1.5 mils to 2 mils. And that's anywhere between 40 and say 55 microns thick. Very, very thin film coating, which goes hand in hand with the way we package the product. Because it's a air activated material, we package it really for specific application. Because once you open it, within 48 hours, you want to use it. So it's a product that we have a 4-ounce bottle to do, say, a turbo housing. A 4-ounce bottle will do a 4-cylinder cast manifold. It'll do an intake. It'll do a set of valve covers. An 8-ounce bottle will do a set of shorty headers inside and out. A 16-ounce bottle will do a set of long tubes. So we package the material really per application.
Very interesting. So let's talk about, we've already mentioned, and Will's done a great job with the dual turbo example, talking about heat. And, sometimes over the road can be very brutal on parts and pieces when people want to drive and have fun. But you're also involved in high performance racing applications, Tim. So talk a little bit about some of the people you work with. I noticed, as high application as it can be, an 11,000 horsepower top fuel dragster has used your product. Terry McMillan won the U.S. Nationals a couple of years ago. But what are some of the applications that we're seeing Zybar currently used in?
You hit it on the head. NHRA top fuel. One of the things that Terry and Rob Wendland, his crew chief, fed back to us, which was really a secondary benefit that we thought about, but we really didn't put numbers to it until Terry and Rob provided us the data and feedback. When they were coating their top fuel headers with ceramic, they were getting anywhere from 12, maybe 15 runs on a set of headers before they had to either re-weld them or scrap them, replace them. And it was due to fatigue and fracture, okay? They were getting over 60 runs on Zybar. And the durability of the product is really, when you're talking a set of headers that's $2,500 to $3,000, if you're getting 4 times the life out of those headers at that extreme use, When you're talking, 2 or 3 seconds, that burst of energy, 11,000 horsepower, incredible temperatures, and getting that type of durability, that is what sold Terry and Rob. We also are doing the JEGS late model series. We had a young woman that was driver, Mandy Chick. She was screaming because of the temperature. Her headers were about a 1/4 inch away from the footwell of her late model. And she was melting her shoes, blistering her feet. We coated her headers. The first thing she said to her dad, Steve, when they pulled into the pits up in Michigan is, I don't feel any heat coming through the firewall. And it was her first recognition that the product performance was just outstanding. The other area we did was diesel drag, diesel performance. We coated a cast manifolds and a turbo housing for H&H Diesel down in Ottawa, Kansas. And their first feedback was they got shorter spool up times, higher boost, longer boost of the coated manifold and turbo than they did with their prior experience. So in virtually every fuel system, every level of racing, we've gotten feedback that the product is performing better than what we profess it to.
Excellent, excellent. For those out there watching on epartrade.com, remember, you may ask questions. Just put them in the chat section and we'll work them into the interview with these two gentlemen, because I know there are many different applications out there. I'm sure people's brains are sparking on things outside of the motorsports world, maybe, or within high performance, whether it be, drifting or drag racing. By all means, ask your questions in the chat section. And so let me ask you then, Tim, is this more of a high performance product or a durability product? People get their headers coated so they last. Like you said, it sounds like you've got both of these angles covered with this product, Zybar.
We really do, Joe. And really that's, Will being here really speaks volumes to, the customer that we see out there. The racing and performance industry is awesome, right? But there are a number of folks out there that just want to drive their cool custom. They've got an LS in there, they've got an LT4, they've got, a high performance engine, but they don't want to push it to the show. They want to drive up and park it. And that's Will. That's Will to a T. Every build he does, that vehicle's made to be driven, right? So it's not only the racing performance industry where we're offering benefit, but it's also when you pop the hood at a NSRA show or a Good Guy show or so forth, you walk around and you're looking like the headers just look awful. I mean, it's uniform. I mean, it's every car out there. Even the stainless ones are blue or purple or gold, or they don't look anything like they did coming out of the box. The Zybar product gives tremendous benefit even to that customer. And its appearance, its aesthetics, plus they get the performance advantages along with it.
We'll expand on that a little bit. As the builder and people come to you, and with technology expanding as much as it has, the creativity of the people and what they want out there on the roads has gone wild. So cite some examples and give us some feedback. And appearance is important. Hate to say it. They say it's it's a race, not a car show, but it's also a car show.
Well, a good looking race car to me, I mean, a lot of the stuff that we use is stimulated from racing. And, generally if it's on a race car and it's performing right, generally that kind of starts looking good. Even if it doesn't look good in the beginning, it just kind of starts looking good. But one of the big things is these people want their car to be warm in the summer, or they want it to be cool in the summer and warm in the winter. And, everybody likes driving their hot rod in our industry. And the more heat that comes in, these little air conditioning units that we get, they struggle to keep up. So that's another big benefit is, you're keeping the heat out of the interior of the car, coming through the floor pan, coming through the firewall and stuff like that. And it helps your car stay cool on those long summer drives when you're driving to the Good Guy show in Columbus or Des Moines or wherever. and that's a big benefit to it as well. And then plus, like Tim said, when you raise the hood, a lot of this stuff is a beauty contest with what we do. So when you pop the hood, it all looks good. And we've even gone to the trouble of, we've actually wanted the center of the wheels to match the headers and to match the radiator and to match everything else. So we've actually used Zybar as a coating on wheels because it's such a cool color. We wanted it all to match. So we've done wheels, radiators. I mean, you can paint anything with it. It looks good. And I mean, obviously it's not going to get, you're not going to get the heat, deal on a set of wheels because it doesn't really matter. But as far as the looks of things, you can take it and paint anything you want to paint with it too.
All right, here's some questions have come in already, gentlemen. This one from Craig. Since headers are the part that is being discussed at this point, the question I have is, I understand that being applied by a spray application, how is a header pipe being coated fully through the pipes completely inside the pipe? Spraying a paint gun tip inside a pipe will only spray down so far. So, the deepest part of a set of headers, obviously you got to get in there. So Tim, kind of explain some of the process of coating down in there where you're going to get the most benefit. How do you guys handle that? How is it done?
You know what, Craig, it's an awesome question. I mean, we get that question from a number of people, and tomorrow we're putting some video together that is going to demonstrate that. But I actually brought it with me today, and we tried spinner nozzles, we tried cap and slosh, we tried every device under the sun, and then scoped and measured inside the header to see what was the best method to coat the interior. And the method we found unequivocally was a tool grabber and a cotton rag. And we grab that cotton rag with a tool grabber, and then we coat it and we pull it through each port in both directions. And we got more consistent surface coverage, and then you hang it and you allow any excess to flow out. That was the number one way that we found to coat the inside of a header. And with a set of long tubes, you just put an extension on it, tie a string to the end of it and pull it through. That was the best way that we found to coat the interior of a tube.
Wow.
Great question.
No, well, listen, is whatever works, and that is the challenge. More questions to come, but let me ask you, do your headers need to be new? What if you have had a coating in the past, or these are used headers? What if you, obviously, if you're getting a brand new product, of course, that works great. But what is is there a negative to using the product on something that's already been run?
Joe, we've used this on 1960s manifolds. The key component in terms of the process is prep. And that's true with any coating. I don't care if you're painting your house or you're painting a set of headers, you really want to prep the surface according to our instructions. And it's 100 to 120 grit aluminum oxide or garnet sand, and media blast that surface both inside and out. And another question that people ask us is, how do you blast the inside? Well, you get an open high pressure nozzle and you can feed a lot of media down into each individual tube. And again, you do that at high pressure in both directions through every port in every tube. And we get a very good etched surface on the inside of headers, and then use our old tool grabber process to then coat the inside. But really, whether it's old or new, doesn't matter. You prep it the same way, you apply it the same way, you cure it the same way, and whether it's out of the box or rusted and old, doesn't matter.
Will, do you have anything to add as the person who's doing some of the application headers, or you mentioned turbos? There's a lot of air duct work that needs to go into those. What has your experience been?
Yeah, it's really pretty simple. We've done. So I think it was a set of manifolds that was on a 57 Chevrolet that'd been on the car for like 15, 20 years. Blasted it inside and out and coat it and used the tool grabber deal. We found that works best for us too. There are some like real shorty manifolds that you can actually kind of get in there and spray. But we still always just grab the tool grabber and just pull it both ways. And that way, you know, for a fact, for sure that you've got it coated. We'll take our borescope, throw it down in there and make sure everything's coated good. And if it needs another pass, we'll give it another pass. So it's really almost crazy how simple it is.
There it is. Mike has a question. If a coated header gets scratched, can you touch it up, or do headers need to be completely recoated? So you already mentioned, Will, right there, that a second coat, like another pass, is something that can happen. But talk a little bit about like retouching. Is that something? Is that a thing that can happen?
Yeah, you could just recoat on top of it, really. I'm right, Tim, correct?
Yeah. Well, like if you scratch it, let's say with a screwdriver or a wrench or something, you just take a cotton swab, and just touch up that area. It bonds to itself, unlike a ceramic. And that's one of the benefits of the polymer that we've developed. And it allows the material to matrix and coat to itself, or bond to itself.
Interesting. All right, next one. Can you describe what is meant by dissipation coating? When I think of dissipation, I think of heat spreading or radiating out from material, but we're talking about heat containment management inside the header pipe to reduce outside temperature outside of the pipe. So elaborate a little bit on that, Tim, for Jason out there.
Great question, Jason. And we've got a video that we can show towards the end that illustrates heat dissipation. But really the primary benefit and the primary value of Zybar relative to performance is the allowance of that hot gas to flow through a tube unrestricted. And that is, by definition, heat dissipation. That hot gas is getting away from the block in an accelerated fashion versus one that's not coated or that's wrapped or that has ceramic around it. It traps that heat inside, and that heat still radiates, which again, that creates the back pressure that we described earlier. So the heat dissipation property, that hot gas is flowing through the tube quicker and exiting versus building up on the inside of the tube. That's our definition of heat dissipation.
No, great answer and appreciate it. Perry wants to know, first he says hello to Tim and Will. Thank you everyone for being so cordial out there. Is the coating available in different colors? You know, and if so, what colors are available for the folks out there?
Great question, Perry. We have 4 now. We just launched a brand new color, and it's a medium gray, the traditional cast color that we launched at SEMA. But the top color, and Will touched on it earlier, the bronze is our #1 seller, the bronze satin coating. It has like that titanium gold, and under light, it just pops under the hood. That's bronze satin. We have a midnight black, we have an aluminum or a silver, if you will, and then we have the new cast, the medium gray traditional cast color. So we have 4. And many folks will ask us, Joe and Will in the audience, they'll ask, well, why don't you have red? Why don't you have blue? Why don't you have orange, yellow? Well, we've tested probably 400 to 500 pigments. And there are precious few pigments on the planet that can withstand above 600, 650 degrees surface temperature. They begin to fail, they begin to break down, and your coating breaks down as a result. So the coatings that we offer are rated to 1600 degrees surface temperature. And there's right now basically 4 pigment colors that will withstand that temperature. And that's the reason that we offer 4 today.
Excellent. Will, what's the one you use the most? Is it the bronze?
We use the bronze and the black more than anything. So
excellent.
We use the bronze a lot, and a lot more than just on headers and turbos and stuff. It stays on the shelf at the shop.
There you go. Craig with a question. How many ounces would it take for a set of headers? And then, he wants to know, he's trying to figure out his investment.
So, and I'll give you the retail pricing. The retail pricing on a set of, say, shorties for the product, it's an 8-ounce bottle and it's $150. To do a set of long tubes, it's 16 ounces and it's $300. That's the retail cost of the product. And then we have, jobber and wholesale pricing off of that.
Excellent. Yeah, for potential dealers out there. And Will, for your expertise in application, typically, how does that work?
It's pretty well the cost of the product. So if it's shorties, $150, it's it takes a lot longer to, and a lot of it depends on condition. If you bring us a brand new set of headers, we run over it pretty quick with the blaster, apply the product, bake it, and it's done. If it's a set of cast manifolds that's been on a 57 Chevrolet for 20 years, and we got to spend a few more hours in the blaster getting it clean, then it's a little bit more. But that's a good average of basically what you pay for the product is about what it's going to cost to do the application process as well.
Excellent. Everybody's saying thank you. Tim, do you have any products that have been sprayed that you can show us, says Craig. And you mentioned a video. Maybe now would be the time for people to see what we got.
Right on. Yeah. And I've got photos of I've got a PowerPoint that we could call up with somebody, or they can just go on our website and check them out as well.
Which is what we want. There we go. Look at that.
Zybar is a single component. It's a oven cure or air cure coating. It can be sprayed with a touch-up spray gun or a primer gun. That's the bronze right there. It's applied in a very, very thin film, less than 40 microns thick. And what the product does effectively is it eliminates or reduces the ability of the metal substrate to absorb heat. And if you think about heat is the absolute enemy of speed, right? So our product coats that metal. It fills fissures, it fills cracks, it fills voids in the metal, and it prevents that metal from absorbing heat. What happens when metal absorbs heat? It radiates that heat in both directions. And if you think about a tube, you have radiant heat penetrating from outside into the tube. And essentially what you're doing, that radiant heat is pressing and narrowing the diameter or the opening of that tube. So what happens in a header? That creates back pressure. And when back pressure occurs, that's negative for speed. Our product is really, really good at dissipating heat in the metal substrate. By allowing that hot gas to flow through the tube unencumbered, you're actually increasing the efficiency of that component.
Amazing. No, great job. And we got to see the bronze there, and those headers looked great. Now, what about like chemical resistance? Under the hood, people are spilling things under, you get a little brake fluid down on your header. How does the coating handle, spilled chemicals and the difficult challenges of, being under the hood of a race car or a well-used street car?
Yeah, Joe, great question. Once the product is cured, the chemical resistance is awesome. So bolted on, once it's cured, what we recommend really is you cure our product 2 hours at 450 degrees. So any powder coat oven, any oven will reach 450. So 2 hours fully cures the product, bolt it on and go. If you get oil on it, or if you spill some chemicals or whatever on it, people will use brake clean and clean it up. Once it's cured, no issue whatsoever with chemical resistance.
Excellent. Excellent. No, it sounds great. And Will, how often are you applying this product for people? Maybe not on cars that you're building. Are you seeing a strong interest in this kind of coating?
Right now we've got about 2 a month that we're doing, which is, we're kind of out in the country in Alabama. So yeah, I can imagine that if somebody up around Indianapolis or Mooresville, North Carolina area where racing's really big, somebody could probably make a pretty good living just, adding that to their arsenal of powder coating or, performance coatings. So, I mean, we don't even really have a racetrack pretty close to us now. We got some getting pretty heavy into autocross and actually starting to create some autocross events here in Northeast Alabama. So I'm sure there'll be a little bit of an increase of our volume of applying it in the very near future.
That's great. No, that's what we want to hear, and that's why we're doing all this at ePart Trade, is to expand motorsports as best as we can. And there's a lot of cars out there that need love and want to have fun. Now, Tim, I notice, we've been talking a lot of like bolt-on parts, right? Like even, headers or manifold or even a turbocharger. It's external engine parts. But is this product something that can be used internally, like on pistons? Is this, are there internal applications for Zybar?
There are. Piston heads is a perfect example. So piston heads, really, you're preventing that piston head from absorbing temperature into the metal. We've got an OEM that's actually applying our product, the bronze product, to all of their piston heads. That is one area that we have seen. The inside of a turbo housing is another area that clearly, but piston heads would probably be the number one material. It's not a anti-friction product. So you don't want to do the sleeves. You don't want to do the actual pistons themselves, the skirts and so forth. But the piston heads, it's a perfect application.
Got it. And one of our questions out there, Gary says, mentioning autocross. Speaking of autocross, does it make sense to use on something like brake calipers?
Yeah, brake calipers, brake ducts. We've done a number of vehicles in brake ducts. And again, same principle is getting that heat away from that brake as quickly as we possibly can. We've done them on vintage. We've done them on race car. We've done them on basically every level.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so I want to double back on a couple of things with you, gentlemen. But before we do that, since we're kind of, we're moving into the final third, for people that are interested, where and how is the best way to connect with Zycoat and Zybar in particular, Tim?
Yeah, our website is zycoat.com, ZYCOAT.com. You can call our office. We're there 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, Central Time. Call us at 913-599-2600. And our email is zycoattech@gmail.com. So those three ways are all ways that you can communicate with us. And, ask for me, ask for Tanya, ask for Carol. We're all there to help.
Excellent. For all of you out there watching with the questions, by all means, load them up with a little bit more. And do people purchase directly from you, Tim, or both? We
have a network. What we're finding is that that small percentage out there that wants to apply it themselves, they can purchase it at Summit or Jegs or Motor State or Eckler's or Meyer. But the predominant way that we're growing this business is through specialty coating, professional coaters that have the wherewithal, that do this frequently. And what we're getting feedback from the market is they're doing off-road, they're doing UTV, ATV vehicles, they're doing snow machines, they're doing everything under the planet. They're doing marine applications because of the corrosion resistance values of our product. And then they're doing industrial applications that are high temperature related. So building that network of coaters is our focus. Folks like Will, that we can help drive business there in Alabama to Will. If we can make his phone ring, it's great for both of us.
And if I want to know, like, all right, I'll give you an example. I'm in South Florida, right? That's where I happen to be located, which is why I'm not wearing a jacket like Jeff Hammond, everybody. But that's a different story for a different day. If I'm in an area and I want to know who you think is the good person to do my job, I can reach out to you and you'll put me together with them.
You certainly can. We're also building that list on our website. We have our listing of professional authorized coaters, of which you'll see Big Oak is clearly represented. we've got guys in Phoenix, Arizona, Jacksonville, Florida, the Mid-Atlantic, Michigan, St. Louis. We're building that network pretty aggressively.
That's great. That's great. And let's talk about Big Oak a little bit, Will, because you're expanding in this business, and it's great that you've had some major builds. What's next for you guys? Like, what's on the horizon? Everybody's so positive about what's going on in our industry right now, especially coming out of what happened last year. What's next for Big Oak Garage?
Well, we just debuted a Cadillac at SEMA. That was actually in Tim's booth. It was a 66 Cadillac with a LT4 air ride, just a really, really nice high-end build. We're actually bringing out a new car at the Grand National Roadster Show in Pomona here in about 2 months, the last week in January. It's really mind-blowing how busy we are just building people's toys. It's a great place to live. It's a great job to have, and building people's dream cars. And we've actually got a couple of higher performance builds that we've got lined up to do, which I really enjoy doing. I love building high-end hot rods and street rods and muscle cars, but I also like really putting them to the test and building some performance cars too. So we've got a 57 Chevy that's coming in that we're going to build kind of a road race / high speed kind of thing. It's going to be kind of cool. So we've got a bunch of neat stuff going on in the shop, from traditional, nothing newer than 1956 hot rods to ultra modern LT5 powered Nomads to a restored Camaro. So it's pretty cool what we get to do for a living, and the creative side of it's pretty awesome too.
No, it's exciting. It's exciting to hear you talk about it. That's what we're so lucky in this industry is everybody, nobody's forced to be here, right? Everybody is doing what they want for the most part.
Yep. We're very lucky to be able to make a living in the industry that we love, and that there's people out there that make enough money that love having us do what we do, so it's a win-win.
Tim, we got another question for you. This one's kind of interesting. Jason is out there, and I like the way he's thinking. He says, it was mentioned that the product has been used on other items on the car other than headers. As manufacturers utilize more alternative materials in the engine compartment, does it apply and adhere to, say, high temperature plastic materials? So is this like a metal only thing, or does it work on other stuff, or are you investigating that as we speak?
Yeah, we are investigating it, and it sticks to carbon fiber. It sticks to a number of fibrous materials. It sticks to all the metals, the stainlesses, you name it. It bonds to the metals. Regarding plastics, we really have to evaluate each individual one. And honestly, when you start talking, the temperatures, when you're, 1600 degree internal temperature, plastics start to have issues. So we don't have any data today that suggests the product bonds to plastic, but we, by all means, will be evaluating them as they come to market.
Well, but you said it sticks to carbon fiber already. And so there's many racing applications that's going to come into play. And the fact that you're working on it. Jason says, thank you for answering his questions, by the way. Jason, thank you. And everybody who has submitted a question, that's what makes this great, right? It's a interactive experience. Tim and Will and I get together, and we'll be here throughout the week. Get those questions ready, because you're not just helping yourself, but you're helping, there's probably 10 other people who had the same question that don't feel like typing. So good job.
Right on.
There it is. Craig says, I'll be attending the Dirt. The Dirt in the Dome in St. Louis in the next 4 days. It'll be interesting to discuss this product with team members of our multi-fire team. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, ePart Trade, says Craig. See, you already got some buzz. And I understand, Tim, that you guys are going to be at the PRI show as well.
Absolutely. Next week we'll be in Indianapolis and doing more of this, right? Talking to folks about racing and performance and builds. And, it's the lifeblood of our industry. It's these communications, it's relationships, it's folks like Will Posey, Salt of the Earth, Big Oak Garage, what a team. But that's what motivates us, right? It's talking hot rods, talking racing, talking speed, talking heat. It's what I wake up and got a smile on my face every day, ready to go.
I love it. I love it. Now, let's go outside the box a little bit, just kind of freestyling here. But what, in your experience, Tim, are some of the unconventional uses that people have told you about that they're using Zybar on? In that, you know, Will said he's using it for appearance purposes in areas of the car that are not, heat is not an issue. What about you, Tim? I'm sure people, you mentioned industry, you mentioned marine. Give us some examples where people have said, hey man, we're going to do this, and they do it and it worked out.
You know, there's several. We've had guys come up and show us their mirrors coated with our product, in the side molding, the chrome side moldings that's been coated with our product. We've had lawnmower exhausts. We've had snowmobile exhausts. We've had, you know, UTVs, ATVs, just crazy applications, Baja 1000 vehicles. It just across the board, people are using our product in ways, very, very large industrial turbos, if you will, in industrial applications. These things are, you know, 6 feet in diameter, where our product is being applied to it. So all of the above, all of the above.
Excellent. And Will, on the most like granular level, let's get real basic here. These twin turbo applications or a turbo application, like we're talking under hood temperature now. And everybody has felt the experience of popping the hood and that blast of heat that comes out after, let's call it a 100-mile run from one place to the next, wherever you happen to go, or longer, right? That's not good for everything under the hood, like those plastics, the hoses, everything. Their life cycle is diminished by that higher temperature. It just makes sense, whether it be seals, rubber, everything in that area. With Zybar, when you pop the hood, that sensation of blast of temperature, that under hood temperature, is going to be less.
Yeah, it's way less. And you know, it protects the paint on your hood. Like you said, it's everything under the hood breaks down with heat. Now they've done a really good job with, you know, modern day technology with a lot of that stuff being able to absorb heat, but we're talking race cars and custom hot rods here. You know, this Impala that we're doing, the inner fenders are really close to the headers, and they're a really pain in the butt to get out. You know, if it, you know, builds up a lot of heat and blisters the paint, you know, we're a week of getting it apart and prepping it and getting it back together. So a lot of things like that, when you're talking high-end hot rods and customs, we're not, you know, we don't have all of that stuff that's available that does help with heat and the modern technology, plastics and all that stuff. So it cuts the temperature way down. You're not going to, you know, if it's really close to your inner fenders or your firewall or your floor pan, it's not going to, you know, it's not going to burn the paint off, and it's just kind of crazy.
Well, that's amazing. But controlling the heat is controlling wear, and Tim's got it right behind him. Heat is the enemy of speed.
It's right on, Joe. And we've measured it. I mean, it's over 40% reduction in underhood temperatures. Just to back up what Will is saying, an inch away from the header at, you know, 2 inches outside the port, right at the turn, an inch away from the top of that header, it's 150 degrees. That's normally 300 to 350. So that's how we measure the effect of the radiant heat reduction, is we can probe and see the temperature reduction and that radiant heat above, and we can obviously measure back pressure and throughput on the dyno, and we could see both through all the testing that we've done. We saw the reduced back pressure, increased torque, and increased horsepower, and we saw the radiant heat reduction an inch away from the header at 12 o'clock, which heat rises. That's going to be your hottest point. So we've measured it, and we've done, gosh, we did it in Des Moines, Iowa. We probably did 150 pulls, 160 pulls on the dyno, testing this product and testing it versus all of the other types of coatings and wraps and so forth that were out there. And that gave us a tremendous amount of confidence to go to market with a product that we knew was revolutionary.
Tremendous, tremendous. I see Francisque is back. Tim, final thought. Give that website again. Will, thank you very much for your contribution here today. A lot of interesting stuff. Big Oak Garage. I love what you guys are doing down there in Alabama, and can't wait to go do some searches for some of your build projects. Thank you for your expertise here, because as much as we all love Tim, hearing about someone who's utilizing the product in a real world situation, busting their knuckles, is very valuable. So thank you so much, Will and Tim, for Zygote and Zycote and Zybar. I know you're going to be at PRI. Give that email address again for everybody who wants to contact you, and the website. I know you've got some great things on YouTube as well.
Right on, Joe. It's Zycote, ZYCOAT.com. Our email is zycotetech@gmail.com. And we're going to be booth number 138 at PRI, right there in the green hall, right when you walk in. So we'd love to visit with you. That's why we're there. And I have to say, hats off to John Kilroy. God bless him. Francis, Judy, for everything that you all do for our industry, to put on an event like this. It is an honor to be part of it. And sincerely thank you. And Joe, thank you as well.
Tim, I'll see you at PRI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. And Will, please stay with us a few more seconds. We are going to be transitioning to our next session, and then we pushed Zycote's product back on the homepage of ePortrait. So please go there as well, and you can connect with Tim and his and everyone at Zycote. So stay with us for a few more seconds, and we are going to share a video from our sponsors, and we will be right back. And we're going to travel to the UK to talk to DSPS Engineering. So here is our video.
The concept for ePortrait is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePortrait is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePortrait.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePortrait, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePortrait. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePortrait really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
What we're going to be talking about today is our water methanol injection system and some of the changes that we've made over time. One of the most exciting parts about some of the changes is the V3 nozzle. The key to this is a swirl generator. Look at how broad that is, and just look at this, look at the inside of this case. It's literally a fog, a cloud. The whole mission here was to do more with less. Less nozzle, less injection, less fuel. Pretty cool stuff.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners, available for your entire car. Build complete race cars, customs, and bikes with ARP. 25% stronger than grade 8 hardware. Race car strength and show car looks at arp-bolts.com.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for late model muscle. From LS to Coyote to Hemi, ARP locks in power and performance for a winning combination inside and out when failure is not an option.
arp-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. Jeff, we got so many feedback from your interview with Doug this morning. It was unbelievable. What a great session, Judy.
No, I'm telling you right now, I can talk to that man all day long because he has had such a unbelievable career. And to be able to hang out with some of the people he has been around, he's very fortunate, very blessed, but also very humble when it comes to it. He is so genuine. And that's one thing I love about Doug is he loves the sport. He loves the sport, but he embraces the industry as a whole.
Yeah.
And I think that really speaks volumes for the position he holds and the people he affects.
I always tell him he is just the nicest person in the industry.
Yeah.
Well, again, there's got to be at least somebody like that in the race world, and Doug is that guy because I know that I'm not. Neither is Jack or his dad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And he's done so much, and he's so young.
Mm-hmm. That is true. That is very true. He's done an unbelievable job, but he was brought up by somebody who was equally as passionate and just unbelievably gifted when it comes to me, engine builders, they're gifted. They hear and see things like nobody else can. And when they look inside of a carburetor, they look inside of a crankcase, they see little things that the normal people don't. And I think Doug was, blessed with that father that was able to to teach him those things. And when we saw the pictures of him in there torquing the main bearings on an engine, and those are the kind of things that unless you've got the right mentality, it's hard to get somebody sometimes to understand why you've got to do it a certain way. And fortunately for Doug, Robert did a really good job of instilling those important lessons in life and engine building into him. And again, he's just a smart individual. He really is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, definitively, and it was a great interview. And then what a week so far. We're in for not even 2.5 days. And then so we're going to be traveling to the UK for our next session. Well, we went back to the UK yesterday, and then after that, we are going to be bringing Free Denver, Total Steel, our good friend Lake. Then we're going to talk SCCA and SVRA at lunch, and then we're going to have another amazing session with you, Jeff, Mario Andretti, and Linda Brown. That's going to be
colorful.
Yeah, for sure.
That's going to be one of those kind of deals. I hope we're rolling the tape for sure, because I want a copy of it. I really do. I want a copy of it.
Well, it is 10 o'clock here in the ePortrait studio, and it is 6 p.m. in England, and we are going to bring Perry Cohn with us. Perry is the founder of DSPS Engineering, and we're going to ask him to start his video. And as soon as Perry is on, we are going to let you take over, Jeff. Good evening, Perry.
Hey, how are you, Francisque, Judy, Jeff?
Hello.
Hey, how we doing today?
Yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well. It's dark outside. It's a beautiful evening.
Beautiful evening there and a beautiful day in the Carolinas. What time is it where you are?
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yeah. So
as we like to say here, in the Carolinas, it's about time to pop a top on a beer or uncork a bottle of wine and kick back and relax a little bit.
Don't worry. When I finish talking to you, that's what I'm going to do.
I'm glad to hear that. Yes, sir. That's great. So bring us up to speed of where you guys are at right now with any new products or what's been going on as far as in your industry. Because I've been doing some background stuff, but share me where we are right now.
Well, we presented last year on ePortrait, and it was our first webinar. And at the end of that presentation, we spoke about some of our future projects, things that we wanted to achieve. And this time I can talk about those projects. We've got some smaller wastegates. We've got an electronic wastegate in development. We've got some coatings. We've got larger anti-lag valves. We're kind of responding to, as well as putting products we think the market is looking for, we respond to what our customers want. If they ask for something, there's a reason. If it makes them go quicker, then we'll do that, or we'll try anyway.
Yeah, and I found that interesting in some of the reading I was doing, that how you customize the wastegates to the customer's deal. I mean, it's not like you got to go. I mean, I would say it like this: you don't really have a one-size-fit-all type deal. You don't go to the shelf and say, okay, you want this. Well, we only got this. You have the ability to tune that wastegate to that application, no matter what might be, right?
Yeah, everyone comes to us. They have their own boost requirements. Every engine tuner has their own philosophy about, how they want to run an engine. And we listen to what they want. We can provide different materials. We can provide different springs, different clamps, whatever you need, we try and provide. And we deal with a lot of OEMs, and they all have their own way of doing things. Neither is right nor wrong. They just different. And everyone wants to follow their own path. So we try and give the tools to each customer to do what they need to do.
So how about bringing us up to speed also on the different types of materials that you're using in your wastegates and how that affects some of the performance and some of the requirements that are necessary as far as your product?
Well, that's a great question, Jeff. We found that quality is everything. If you want to get good performance, you've got to have great quality. And you know, this was a hard learned lesson because we've had some failures on the track, and that hurts. That hurts a lot. So we took a decision many years ago. All of our wastegate castings are Inconel 625. You know, it's a great material, it's phenomenal heat resistance. All of our valves are forged at a mnemonic 80, so very hard, awesome quality. And where we can, we use titanium. Sometimes series regulations say you can't. So once again, we explore everything to the limits of the regulations, but quality is what drives us.
When you talk about the different sizes, I mean, how many different sizes are there, and where does that begin? You said you've gotten smaller, but how big can you get? How does that also kind of factor in?
There's two things here. One is the size of the valve you need, and that's driven by the amount of boost you're running, you know, the engine speed, power. And we have three main sizes there. We have 1 1/4 inch. Yeah, we have 1 1/4 inch, 1.5 inch, and approximately 2 inches as the main valve. When I say we're coming down in size, it's the overall package and the weight of the product that we're driving down. You know, weight is the enemy of speed. So the lighter we can produce something without compromising quality or performance, then, you know, that's what we're going for. And I've got some examples to show a little bit later on.
Okay, great. Fire away. I look forward to seeing them here.
Okay, I'm going to, can I share a screen here with you guys?
Please do.
Let's have a, okay, here we go, guys. I think the first thing is, you know, we're talking about wastegate development trends, and most of our development is responding to requirements from customers. So you've got to remember, everything we do is driven by quality and, you know, and winning. So this is a slide from our presentation last year, and also in December, and we said what we were going to develop in 2021 was an electronic wastegate, a water-cooled wastegate, larger anti-lag valves, and in typical racing fashion, everything had to be faster, cooler, lighter, smaller, you name it. So we also noticed some trends over the year. Things are going smaller, wastegates are going smaller, lighter, springs are getting lighter. People are running with, well, they want to run a lighter spring in the interests of response time, in the interests of control. Temperatures are going higher. We're doing some work with Dakar, you know, some of the competitors in the Dakar rally. Then we're using quite a few coatings to try and control temperature. And the previous speakers from Zycoat, Tim and Will, that was fascinating because that was another take on, you know, what we do. We use a different product, but it's all for the same end, you know, to improve efficiency and performance. And then, you know, the other trend is towards electronic wastegates. As ECUs are getting better, as people's knowledge is getting, you know, better, more and more electronic wastegates. So yeah, we have quite a lot on our plates, and it's good, it's challenging. So the first thing was a water-cooled wastegate. This is used in rallycross quite a lot. You can run quite a lot of boost with this particular product. We also use it in road-going supercars. It just allows things to run a little bit cooler. This particular example, you can see there's a reasonable amount of power, 768 horsepower and sort of 800 Newton meters of torque. It's huge. And the water-cooled wastegate dealt with this brilliantly. If you have a look at the picture right behind the wastegate, you can also see our anti-lag valve. And this is a trend we're seeing more and more, the wastegate running in tandem with an anti-lag valve. Once again, every manufacturer has their own philosophy, their own way of setting these things up and running them. We often get customers ask, what's the best way to control each and the other? It's difficult to tell. There's no one way. It depends what you're trying to achieve. And a lot of engine builders have their own philosophies and they go down their own path. This was a big win. You can see there's two wastegates in the picture on the right-hand side. The wastegate on the right, which is the bigger of the two, is our medium wastegate. This is, it's got an 1.25 inch valve. It's been going for years. When I say that, we've been selling that for about 20 years. So recently we produced the LW wastegate. It's really imaginative name, lightweight. Okay, that's LW. But you can see it's significantly smaller. It's also lighter. It's 1.2 pounds lighter than the medium wastegate. And a Rallycross customer, his first comment was, the boost control strategy is simpler and easier because the ratio of membrane area to valve area it's tuned. All of the components inside the gate are lighter, therefore controlling it is easier. Run a lighter spring, so it's win-win the whole way. Here are a couple of more images of the installation, and the one thing you notice in the picture, the engine installation there, you see the gate on the right, and there's that anti-lag valve again on the left-hand side. So marrying the two from a flow area point of view is quite a trick and an art, really. You want to make sure that you don't have an imbalance in flow. So, which brings me neatly onto anti-lag valves. Now, the one on the left, the 1.06 square inch inlet, we've had that one for about 10 years now, and it's one of our most popular anti-lag valves. But we had a few customers, as their turbo sizes increased, they found that they needed more airflow in order to keep everything spinning and so on. So they've pushed for a larger anti-lag valve, and we've increased the flow area from 1.06 to 2.24 square inches. So it's a massive increase, and it's allowed a lot of customers to run much larger turbos and still maintain a good degree of anti-lag. So once again, if you ask, we will try and help. The valve in the picture, the valve on the right is the standard anti-lag valve, as it were, with pneumatic control above and below the membrane. But we've had a couple of customers who wanted a solenoid controls anti-lag valve because that reduces the lag even more. It gives you a much more instantaneous response. So we produced the version on the left-hand side, which is to take two Industria solenoid valves. The plumbing is simpler. You only have one hose going to the anti-lag valve, and then the solenoid valves decide where the airflow goes. So once again, it's a case of responding to what the customer wants. Both of those valves have sensors, so you can detect exactly where the valve is, and they're Hall effect, so no contact, available to work in hazardous environments.
Okay, I think we've gone far enough here. I need to ask a dumb question when I'm trying to understand, and I think I understand some of the principles, but I want to make sure I don't miss an opportunity to show my ignorance, but at the same time, maybe understand it a little bit better. The anti-lag valve and the way you've got this set up is to keep from when you, and I'm trying to make sure I understand this, is when you're going back to the throttle, is that momentary delay or too much fuel being dumped into where all of a sudden it's like it makes a bigger bang
no,
and creates problems?
It's when you back off the throttle and everything closes down, the turbo tends to stall and start slowing down.
Right.
So when you then get ready to put your foot down again, if the turbos slow down, you've got to wait for it to spool up.
Right.
What this lets you do is as you back off on the throttle, on the pedal, you can inject a pulse of air into the manifold, which keeps the turbo spinning. So the theory is to keep it spinning at all times, so that not lose any momentum. So when the time does come to power out of the corner, your response is much, much better.
Correct. Okay. All right.
So
That again, that was a better way for you to. I understand that completely now. Is it? It's not a matter of. It's trying to keep that turbine spinning to where whenever it calls for the fuel to go back into it, it hasn't got to get wound up to be able to really take full benefit of it. It's more instantaneous, I want to say.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
responsive.
Yeah, exactly. It's just that it's an anti-lag valve, and
yeah,
as I mentioned, the bigger the turbo, and the bigger the turbo, the more the lag, because there's just more momentum to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of OEMs have put smaller and smaller turbos on their cars because you get a much better response. The problem is the power that you're chasing just isn't there because you're boost limited. So that's the one.
It's kind of like a way to have your cake and eat it too.
It's the only way. It's the only way.
So when you're seeing this package you've got here, what is the life on one of these things? I mean, are they maintenance free, or is it something you got to, when you use it X number of hours, you got to do something to it? How does that work?
We say our stuff normally lasts a season of racing. Many years ago in the World Touring Car Championship, we supplied an OEM, and they would run one of our gates and one of our anti-lag valves for the entire season, which was about 4,000 competition miles. Servicing is relatively easy. There are not many parts inside. We replace the seals, all of the rubber bits we replace, re-grease, valve guides and so on, and you're good to go again. It is very, very easy to service and relatively maintenance free. So it's keeping control of temperature as well. Temperature is, can be the enemy. So
right,
as long as we keep some air blowing over them or keeping them cool, that's fine. No issues at all.
I love it.
I can, talking about heat and temperature, exactly as Tim McCarthy was saying, we don't want to get heat radiating into the engine bay. We want all of that heat to go down through the pipes. It gives us much greater efficiency. And we've had a lot of requests for coatings. Now, I know Tim's was a polymer-based coating, and I'm really interested to find out more about that, I have to say. Our standard coating it comes from the UK, and we have two styles. One is a ceramic coating, the sort of black coating there. And then we also have an Inconel blanket, which is on, and you can see we apply that on wastegate castings, also on anti-lag valves. So once again, we're chasing every little bit of performance we can. Which coating you get depends on what you want and what you're trying to achieve. As always, everything's a balance, I suppose.
Oh yeah. Perry, let me make sure I interject this real quick. Our attendees out there, now, if you got a question for Perry, don't be afraid to type it in, and we'll be glad to get it up there in front of him so that he can, answer your questions or give some insight that we were not touching on. This is what this webinar is all about. So please be part of it with us, and don't feel like you just have to sit there and listen. You can participate. Please do.
I'm going to move on to probably one of the most exciting developments we've had. Earlier this year, we did an electronic wastegate for a customer. And once again, you can see there's an Inconel blanket around the casting. But this is using a commercially available electronic actuator made by a German company called Megaline. It's a beautiful piece of engineering, but it's quite a complicated piece, but it was our first attempt. And it worked well, and it looks good, but the package is quite big, as you can see. So we then went to Mark II, with our drivers reducing the size, again, because that makes for easier packaging, and also reducing the weight. So we've developed a system using a brushless DC motor, and it's significantly, lighter than a current wastegate. And then the really big deal is we did some testing with this, and we managed to achieve something we've never really achieved. There was always a degree of leakage with a standard membrane wastegate. So here we are. Here, though, we had a 60 psi pressure on the bottom of the valve, and you can see on the flow gauge, zero flow. It's actually completely sealed at 60 psi boost pressure. This is huge. So now we're investigating further. It seems too good to be true, so we want to see if we can break it. We haven't managed yet. This is a very big deal. Only the rallycross guys, maybe Formula One, are in that sort of region of 60 psi boost, which is gigantic. So if we can control this and do it well, then we're very, very excited about the future for this product.
Okay, so based off what you're telling me here, because that was one of the questions I had for you, what boost level, can your wastegate tolerate? But is this the target number right here that we're talking about, 60 psi?
I mean, that 60 psi is huge. Normally you'd run 15, maybe 20 psi. Rallycross guys, they normally run 60 psi, but a standard membrane style wastegate, the life is limited at that boost pressure. So Formula One, we done some products, and they also run at that boost pressure, but normal boost pressure is less than 30 psi. Even 30 psi is quite high. So I think what this is showing us, it's showing us the art of the possible, what we can achieve regularly. The thing that fails at high boosts in a wastegate is normally the membrane. The whole big deal with the electronic wastegate is there is no membrane to fail. So it gives you control right away. And say, if we can make this as reliable as the rest of our products, I will be over the moon, because that'll be a huge, huge win. And the point is, if it can withstand, 60 psi happily, if you're running it at 30 psi, then, your reliability is going to be awesome, which is what we chase at the end of the day.
Okay, with all that being said, I want to come to you and talk to you about, building me a wastegate. What is the lead time for a build? And then at the same time, after I've got it, I'm out there running it, whatever, and I need to get I want to send it back into you for service. Okay. What kind of turnaround time are we talking about?
If you come to us and you order one of our standard wastegates, our turnaround time is normally 2 weeks. Sometimes less, but I'm going to say 2 weeks because then no one's disappointed. And that, includes shipping to wherever you happen to be in the world. That's not an issue at all in this day and age. Normally, shipping to our customers in the States, they get goods about 2 days after we ship from here. So as for servicing, as I mentioned, most of our products are good for 4,000 or 5,000 miles, quite happily. So at the end of your season, you can either return the wastegate for a service, or we offer service kits as well if you want to do that yourself. We do provide videos to help with servicing if that's what you require. But yeah, that's generally the way we work, and it's all about having a relationship with the customer at the end of the day. Everyone has their own requirements, and we just want to make sure you get what you want.
Speaking of, you're in the UK, is there anybody in the United States that's got like a service representative or a product, store where if you wanted to try to get something here in the United States, can you?
At the moment, no. We've been talking about this quite a lot, and we investigated the possibility of having service agents in the States and in Europe as well. And a lot of the works teams, the OEM, manufacturer teams, said what they valued was the personal relationship we had, and they didn't necessarily want to talk to a distributor. They wanted to, if they had a problem, they wanted to talk to us straight away. And I know you're in the States, so time difference can be anything from 5 to 12 hours, 8 hours. That's fine. The phones here are on all the time, as is email. So it's all about the relationship at the end of the day. And no one knows our products like we do. That's,
That's understandable, but I was just curious to see, how far you had progressed.
As I say,
in the last season.
It's something we wrestle with quite a lot. We supply an IndyCar manufacturer. So, we stand behind our product. If I can place one of me somewhere in the States, then I'll be happy. Otherwise, no one's going to be as passionate about this as the person who owns the company. That's the problem. If
that I understand, and I can appreciate, Perry. I really can, because they're your babies, and you know them. You know exactly which ones and what did this and what did that. And when somebody calls you, you understand how to tell them how to fix it. If it's as simple as saying, get it off and get it back to me, it's not to come back here. That's what you're looking for. If you're even a customer, just tell me what I need to do to get it fixed.
Yep.
And that's what you're looking for.
Exactly. That's the way to go.
Yeah.
So, and then, we've got all these great things. So we've had a year of change, but there's a lot of things that don't change, and they will never change. I've mentioned the Inconel castings for our wastegates. I've mentioned the forged valves from the Mnemonic 80. The membranes we do use in the standard wastegates, they're incredible quality, manufactured by Diacom in the USA. All of our components are machined from billets, and everything is batch controlled. So, if you come to me with a gate and it's marked with our serial number, I can tell you who built it, when they built it, when it was dispatched, and that's going back years. And all nuts, bolts are all aerospace components. Everything is torqued. You'd be amazed how many people don't torque things. And every single assembly, once again, has an individual life number. So, if you buy a gate from me, I will know it's Jeff Hammond's gate, and I can tell you who built it, and we can give you its entire life as a history. Right. So, and that can follow, very often, people buy and sell race cars all the time, and we'll get someone we've never dealt with before, and they say they've got a gate of ours and this is its serial number. And we'll go, oh, great. We can tell you exactly what the history is of that and how it's been treated. So, yeah, as you say, every product is a baby.
No, I mean, when you're putting this much emphasis on getting it right, a lot of times you're the only one that can do it right. And that's just the way it is. And that's good.
It is, and that, goes through in the championships that we're involved in. Indy, I've mentioned, Le Mans and World Endurance Championship, DTM, won the championship there, Super GT, Rallycross, World Rally Championship, World Touring Cars as it was, GT3. And I mean, the GT3s are racing all over the world now. There's, incredible championships on every continent in the world. And it's been phenomenal for us. It's been phenomenal for business. And then the reason I've put F1 there is, well, we'll see what happens in the next little while as to who wins the championship. And then maybe I'll make that not a gray number, not a gray letter, but a black one. We'll see.
You're still in the fights, what you're trying to tell me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's what matters.
Absolutely. We'll know in the next 2 weekends.
Well, good luck with that, because I'd like to see this whole list all black with your product on it.
Well, so would I. Believe me, so would I.
All right. Well, good luck with that. I see Francis is back, and Yeah, it's kind of like to say he's there to tell me and you that it's time for us to quit playing and we got to move on.
Well, thank you, Jeff. It's been a pleasure.
Well,
It has been mine too, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt. No, I've known Perry for probably 15 or 20 years.
That's about right.
And I've seen him build his company from a one-man shop to this beautiful organization with also, he has another company called Angle Consulting, and he really is competing at the top level in every racing categories around the world. And that just shows how dedicated he is. And so thank you very much, Perry, for being with us.
Yep. Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure as always.
And it's time for a beer or wine for you. And then please say hi to all our friends in the UK. I should be there in January. And I hope I'll see you there. And
That's
then
the plan.
Stay with us a few more seconds, Perry. We're going to transition to our next session. And in our next session, we are going to bring Fruit Damper, Jeff. And this is the second time Fruit Damper is involved. Actually, the third time. I think we did 2 or 3 webinars with them. And a brilliant company. So we're coming back to the US. And we're going to be talking with Aaron Neiman, who is a technical engineer, I believe, at Fruit Damper. And Aaron is going to take us through the presentation today. Aaron, thank you for being back with us.
Hello, Franzi. Thank you for having me back. And I'm excited to give this presentation. And I don't have my normal wingman, Brian LeBaron, with me, but we've got a good, got a good thing going here. So we'll get you guys some good information.
Well, we really appreciate that. And at the same time, it's good to be back with you guys and have an opportunity to see what's been going on in your world, because again, y'all have one of the most impressive products that is so necessary in keeping an engine smooth and running like it's supposed to. I mean, it's just, ever since you guys came on the motorsport scene, you've revolutionized a part of the engine that has to be done and done right. So what do you got for us this time?
So this time I'm going to talk about 5 design attributes for race engine developers. So this is kind of above and beyond what we talked about last time about the damper and how it works. So like last time, we talked about how the damper has a small, an inertia ring inside of it that does most of the work. And this is a free floating balanced ring that reduces the vibration. So for race development engines, one of the things about those is we have a tighter envelope size. So the biggest thing with that, first off is you have a certain amount of space available. And how, we were talking about in the previous presentation, they're talking about, there's a lot of plumbing and stuff like that going on with race applications. So sometimes that'll get into where your crank damper is going to go. So the way we get around that is we work with different, different density materials. So this particular one is, it's a high density brass ring. We would use that in an application that has to have a smaller damper, but we still get the same amount of inertia and required mass out of it. And that's particularly important because viscous dampers require some mass to actually do work. So in a way that for race development engines, we want to make sure to keep mass in mind. And the biggest thing with that, they talked about, everyone's pushing to have a lighter application, but we still need some mass for the damper to do its work. So the way that we try to improve upon that is we go to a lighter weight outer housing for the inertia ring. So what we've been doing a lot in the last couple of years is really bringing back and really refining our aluminum welding process. So that way we can get more competitive with high performance engines. And one of the biggest things with this, we've been moving forward with, with our aluminum welding. So like this cross section that I have here of an aluminum housing that we did for an OEM development engine. This particular one actually shows some more design attributes that we do for race engines. This has a twin cavity built into one damper. What this does is it gives us a higher heat ceiling because both cavities are generating a similar amount of heat, but it gives us more surface area, so that way we can get the heat out of the silicone faster. So there's grooves in here so that way the inertia ring is shaped. And then there's also thermal transfer grooves along the top of the cover plate. And that's something.
Aaron, right now, so what does weight have in the fluid damper design? I mean, where does that weight and how does it work in this application now?
So in this application, like I mentioned before, we need a little bit of weight because the weight is what moves in and out of phase with the crankshaft RPM fluctuations and twist. That's how we counteract the vibration to keep it from ringing out and resonating. And what we do with that particular weight is what's housed inside of these cavity sections here. So like this hollow area, that's got the ring inside of it for the weight. And then that weight is shaped based on your outer envelope for your applications. And the weight, that's the weight that does all the work in the damper. That's your functional weight. And that's what you need to have in order for your engine to operate smoothly. Now the housing weight is what we would call it's kind of like an ineffective mass. And that's where we can work with the design in order to get creative with materials in order to make the damper more efficient and lighter in the housing material itself. So because that's the weight that is that's a safe weight, that's safe to reduce. Barring not, as long as you don't compromise structural integrity, that's where it's safe to reduce weight in a damper when you're designing it. But the ring inside that's the important weight that you need.
Okay, with all that being said, I mean, how much time do y'all spend in doing testing with these different designs and different materials to finally come up with something you consider worthy to put out there? Because what you have right now, you can stay with it from now on and it's going to do the job. But in the effort to improve and if you can improve on something, it's almost like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And here we got something that's almost ain't broken. You're trying to break it by coming up with new technology. And how much trial and error has gone into where you find your technology at today?
So the biggest thing that we've been working on over the coming up on 12 years that I've been with Fluid Damper is that we've been looking at taking the tried and true design that we have, with the silicone oil inside, which is very important with stabilizing that mass, and then also going through and refining the technology, increasing, working with bearing technology, improving welding efficiency. And we do a lot of our internal testing on that. We'll actually build a dedicated housing that's welded together, and we actually use like a hydraulic pressurization system in order to actually do full structural testing on the housing welds itself in-house, and we'll actually push those to failure, which is well beyond any kind of pressure that it sees. And we put that same amount of testing and effort into parts that we do for our OEM line, Vibratech TVD, that we put into our Fluid Damper lines, because we don't like to test by failures. We don't like to pass that type of R&D on to our customers, because we know that most of our customers that use our products are pushing the limits of what the design limits are for an engine. Like, let's say the engine is designed for 300-400 horsepower. Well, they might be pushing closer to 1,000 horsepower. So we want to make sure that our customers aren't doing the R&D for us. We make sure everything is structurally tested and also simulated before actually cutting parts in house. And then we also functional test the parts. Before we even release a part number to our catalog, we'll go through and install parts on an engine. And then we have high resolution tachometers that we can actually measure RPM fluctuation. We can take 1,024 pulses per revolution with some of our encoders and get some really good resolution data, so we can get down to, 0.01 degrees, to look at how everything is moving and actually measure the twist from the flywheel to the free end of the crankshaft. And we also monitor our temperature on the parts too, to make sure that everything is, we're not overheating the parts, because temperature is also very important. And viscous dampers handle temperature a lot better than a rubber bonded part, just because they have, the ability to dissipate heat generated throughout the whole housing instead of just through a rubber element. So,
you bring up something. You bring up something that at this point, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm gonna make sure I point this out, make sure what I read was correct. You mentioned the temperature and what your product can handle. Is it true that, you guys are good down to minus 40 degrees and up to 300 degrees Fahrenheit, and seem like there's not a problem with the product and those kind of temperature swings?
Yes. So one of the things that, we do, we use the same fluid in our OEM products as we use in our Fluid Amper performance racing products. And those are typical temperature requirements for military applications, for automotive OEMs. And typically speaking, a lot of motorsports doesn't necessarily take place at -40, but because we use the same quality fluids and materials in our aftermarket parts as we do in our OEM approved parts, they're approved for that. So like, -40 applications, while you may not see that in motorsports unless you're getting into, like Arctic racing or something like that, even then the engine's running. But, the pour point of the fluid is below that, so it's still a fluid, it doesn't freeze up. And then 300 degrees is an upper level for the outside of the damper. Beyond that, we have some solutions we can work with, whether that's, making the part an internal engine component and having active oil cooling, which is something that we do. We worked with an OEM from the UK that does a lot of specialty engine building for performance applications. We actually developed a damper that has a fully jacketed cooling system that runs inside of the engine. So you actually shoot cooled engine oil into the back of the damper, and it flows throughout an outer shell and then exits from the damper, and it actually does a full oil bath cooling system. So that's something that was a new technology that's applied to a tried and true method in order to keep up with the applications as performance increases.
Now that to me is pretty incredible, because I never would have dreamed of putting it in internally to maintain the temperature like that. And I guarantee. And the other question I got for you is, you talk about some of the ranges from 400 or 500 horsepower up to 1,000 horsepower. With some of today's different series, I mean, especially in the diesel ranks today, that they're coming up with sometimes 3,000 or 3,200 horsepower. How does your product handle that kind of a jump as far as the numbers are concerned?
So especially in the performance diesel applications, we've worked with a lot of builders that build the inline six Cummins engines. And if you're familiar with those engines, they push a whole lot of power through that 45 millimeter bolt circle with 4-bolt pattern that holds it on. And the damper itself is up to the task for that. Once you get to those kind of power levels that we're talking about, and we've worked with teams that build large engines, like Fire Pump Diesel and TJ Precision with their building engines. And we've actually had them in our booth last year at PRI. And we've worked with them very successfully. And what we're able to do, the damper itself performs great for those applications, and we've verified those by measuring them. But we actually improve the connection between the damper and the crankshaft without making a custom crankshaft necessary. We do that by coming up with torque plates, specialty fasteners that we partner with ARP to bring to market, and then also friction shims that go in between the damper and the nose of the crankshaft. so that we get a little bit more clamping force effectiveness because the damper basically grips the end of the crankshaft better. Short of having to have somebody come up with a special crankshaft configuration, we're able to increase the efficiency of the damper by increasing the efficiency of the connection between the damper and the crankshaft.
Hey, real quick, we got a question here from Tim, and I think it's one that we have been asked one time in the past, but what advantages does fluid dampener have over elastomer-based dampeners, and what disadvantages does it have over those in automotive racing application? I'd like to hear your answer, and I got my own opinion.
Okay, so it's kind of interesting because for a racing application, we actually have to look a little bit more into performance marine worlds. If you're familiar with performance marine applications, you're either at idle or you're at full throttle, and you could sit on full throttle for hours and hours. And we've done viscous damper retrofits for every generation of small block GM. We've done some for other applications because when you're pushing peak power, that's typically where you're pushing your highest frequency vibration, which generates the most amount of heat. And in a rubber damper, one of the disadvantages with those is as you push more heat through the rubber properties change. So it'll start to soften, and it'll pick up like a heat aging. Well, the rubber dampers work by taking a large peak, and they take that peak and they knock the center of it down and turn it into two smaller peaks. And they're very effective for that, which is one advantage you have, is they're very effective right where they're tuned. But as they heat up, those two peaks actually drift around as the rubber properties change. So what you may have, let's say you've got 4,500 RPM is where the damper is most effective when it's brand new, when it's running at, let's say, 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, as you start to heat that up closer to 200 degrees, those peaks tend to shift down. So your secondary peak, which was say at 5,500 RPM, that peak will start to drift closer to 4,500, and then you're getting more twist on your crankshaft because the damper effectiveness window is shifting on you. So with the viscous damper, because it doesn't create a sharp peak, a sharp split peak like that, it actually just takes the peak and it softens it and brings the peak down, similar to more like a bell curve shape, because it works as a pure damper. That peak doesn't shift around with heat because it doesn't rely on the resonance to split the peak. So that peak might go up and down a little bit with temperature, but it never shifts around. So you can actually take your peak and put it into an RPM that's beyond where you're going to race at, or even below, so you can actually place the peak in between shift points. So you have an idea of where that's going to be, and then it never moves throughout the race. So if you have like a critical RPM, you can shift through that or put it beyond something that you're going to reach while you're racing, and you never have to worry about it drifting in. And then
I think that's a heck of a way to explain it, because again, the simpler thing is with your product, correct me if I'm wrong, the way it is made, you never have to worry about that thing, as you say, that peak tearing that harmonic balancer off. I mean, I've seen it happen, with anything else besides what fluid dampener offers. I think you're playing almost with hand grenade. I mean, I think you're asking for something to create a problem somewhere down the road. And here may be a good time to kind of like interject this. And I believe you guys say it. You put a fluid dampener on the engine, it's good for the life of the engine. So, if you're running, 100,000 miles, or, if you run it and tear it down or whatever, I have been told by engine builders, they're not afraid to take a used fluid dampener balancer and put it on another engine brand new, because they know that it's going to be okay. Am I wrong with that?
No, you're correct on that. The biggest thing that we tell our customers, as long as the damper still maintains the press fit on the crankshaft for press fit models, or the proper centering for ones that bolt on with a flange mount, As long as your connection is maintained and you still have a good press fit, and you don't have any dents in the damper, or it doesn't go through a fire or something like that, as long as there's no damage to the part, it's going to last the life of the engine. We've had original products sent in from 1985 when fluid damper was first released. We have a test machine where we'll put that damper on the end of a long torsion bar, and we wind it up 12 degrees, and then we release it and we measure the signal decay. And we compare that to brand new, to a brand new part. We've tested original product from 1985, and it works just as good as a new product off the shelf.
Well, it's like we said earlier, you're taking a product and you're trying to improve upon it, but it's almost perfected the day it was built. And I admire that about you. Like I say, just sitting there on your laurels and just spitting them out would not be something that would be bad. But, you're trying to make it better. You're trying to look if there's any kind of technology today that you can improve upon it. And my hat's off to you, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, my man. I mean, it's really one of those kind of comforting deals. And I've had several engine builders back in my day say, man, where were these things back in this time or that time? Because again, when y'all figured it out, I mean, y'all nailed it. You nailed it.
I appreciate that. It's always good to hear, positive feedback. We were at the SEMA show out in Vegas last month, and we had a lot of people stop by and you say, we've got your damper, we've been using it for years, and they don't necessarily need to buy another one, which but for us, being able to provide a part that we can stand behind, the sales guys say over and over, it's a easy product to sell because it's a durable part, and like I said, they don't need rebuilds. The construction, it's a fully sealed, welded together part. One of the things that we actually did bring to market for one of our endurance racing teams that we work with, we actually came up with dampers that aren't fully sealed, so they can actually be broken down and opened up. So if you have a racing body that has requirements that the damper has to be inspected, and they don't allow a sealed unit, we actually patented it because it's an application that's like a twist lock type outer seal, and it can be pulled apart and inspected if it's required by the racing body, but it doesn't require the extra weight of added fasteners, and that's something that we worked with one of an endurance team to develop, but it also replaced the damper that they were having failures with after about 8 hours of racing. They can run the same parts all season. We had to practically beg them to send some parts back so we could do some internal analysis just to make sure everything was happy inside of there.
So what you're trying to say there, a satisfied customer was a silent customer, and you really need to take a look at some of your creativity after doing long runs or at least a racing season. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, pretty much. What it is like I said, like you mentioned, not sitting on our laurels. We want to look at ways to improve. We want to go through, and also, we don't necessarily, because it's test well, on a test machine or test well in a dyno setting, we also want to take a look at it after it's got a lot of racing miles on it, just to make sure that there isn't areas that we can improve on, as we continue to supply more parts. For a part that's been around for a while, there's always new details or ways to improve things as the part, as technology increases, improves, that's what kind of, that's kind of like what racing is all about, is taking advantage of, better technology as it becomes available so you can get that edge. And that's one of the things that, we try to keep up with technology. So internal bearings, making the part more durable, making the part, even higher confidence level. And we look into it too, because our Vibratech products that run on like over the road truck engines, those ones do, because the big industrial inline sixes tend to put out a lot more vibration, and also in like natural gas engines and stuff like that. for pumping engines, those ones will wear out with time. So what we want to do is we're constantly trying to increase the window on those industrial parts. And then we take that technology and pass it on to our racing products. So that way our racing products have cutting edge technology that's proven through industrial workhorses.
I know we've kind of like, we've talked about it in a lot of different ways, but do you happen to know of any parts that have come back in there that have, can you tell us like how many miles or how many hours have been put on one of your balancers, just for references?
Typically, a lot of times, with the racing parts, the miles getting them back is kind of difficult to determine, with the racing parts. We've gotten parts back that, I think we had some, like I mentioned, that part from '85. He had it on a road race oval GT that he had built with a small block Chevy. And he said something along the lines, of about 100,000 miles, because he road raced it a lot, and then he drove it daily a lot, and then he turned it back into a drag race car, and then he was going to build a full tube frame bracket car, and that's when he sent the damper back to us.
Well, as I said a little while ago, good for the life of the engine. And it sounds this case right here, good for the life of the car, which happens to be the engine was in. But that's what I'm talking about, my friend. You guys have got one of the most righteous products out there. I'm telling you, it's one of those things you got to have. You got a lot of confidence when you bolt one of those on the front of your engine that's not going to be a problem for you once you do it. So keep up the good work, and I love to get an opportunity to talk to you next year, see what you come up to try to improve on, which I won't be surprised if it doesn't go very far.
I appreciate the testimonial, and like I said, it's always great working with ePartrade and putting on presentations to help better inform our customers and everyone else in the industry. So we feel that if people can make an informed decision, then they're going to make a better decision.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. You did a great job. Fluid Damper has been with us pretty much since the first year when we launched, and thank you for your support. Again, this platform has been designed for the industry, and it's the industry that's making it work, and it's because of the Fluid Damper out there that are supporting what we do that we can events like that together. So thank you very, very much for your support, Aaron. Please stay with us. We're going to transition to the next session. Thank you very much, Jeff. We'll see after this next session, because we're going to be talking with Total Seal and Rockler next. And then after that, I believe we're going to have SVRA and SCCA, and then you'll be back with us with Mario Andretti and Linda Vaughn. So I can't wait for that one. And so what we are going to be bringing, before we bring our next guest, just a special thank you again to our sponsors, Judy, right?
Oh yeah, ETS. We couldn't do this with all of them on board.
They have been supporting us since day one, and thank you very much to ETS, Penske, of course, AEM, ARP, and Motul, and I think Joe Castello is joining us, and we had some great sessions this morning, and Joe, so we missed you yesterday, but you're back full day with us, and you're going to be with us until the end of the weekend, and we're bringing some big drag racer for you too, right?
Yes. First of all, you had all the Formula One big shots yesterday. What a day of, I watched Zach. I got to go back and catch up with Ross, but amazing the list of guests that you guys have put together for this industry week. Whether you're looking for products or you're just interested in racing and the racing series. And it's going to get better because later on in the week, we're going to hear from Antron Brown. We're going to hear from Ron Capps. We're going to hear from Greg Anderson, all champions in the NHRA in their own right. A couple of them are champions from 2021. Big news, a lot of things happening. We're also going to hear from the NHRA. We're also going to hear from Music City Grand Prix, Jason Rittenberry, all kinds of great stuff. Friday is going to be just jam-packed, but we're not there yet, Francisque and Judy.
we have a big afternoon. I mean, end up because it's only 11 o'clock here at the ePortrait studio in Los Angeles. It's later for you on the East Coast. It's the evening in Europe. I mean, again, we have people watching us from. We said that this morning, over 110 countries around the world, and that's the magic of being online. I mean, it's just like with one click. Just one simple click, you connect the industry from everywhere in the world on your tablet, on your smartphone, on your computer, and so that's really a great advantage that we have here, and then we can provide us educational week with so many great speakers and the endorsement we have received. I mean, it's unbelievable. So now we know your area of expertise is really drag racing, because for the people watching us who are not familiar with Joe is the voice of NHRA. Joe is
one of.
Well, I mean, you
one of. Hey, we're a team. It's a team effort over there, and there's Alan Reinhart and there's Brian Loans, but I do carry a fair share of the work and a lot of the fan interaction and integration. So it has been amazing to be able to do this, and we're coming in off what I consider to be a banner season where, talking about NASCAR bringing us back, first sport back after the whole pandemic. That was amazing, but NHRA wasn't very far behind, and we did it with fans. And we created protocols. And when I say we, I mean they, the folks at the NHRA and the leadership team, created protocols that worked so well to have fans in the stands at races, watching live drag racing and continuing to grow the sport in the way that we have. It has been amazing. And I can tell you, and I know Brad Gerber from the NHRA is going to be on Friday. They haven't stopped. They've got some big plans that lie ahead. And everybody knows Tony Stewart and Tony Stewart Drag Racing is coming on board next year. So we're very excited. But that having been said, I'm a gearhead in general, and I do a lot of stuff. In fact, our next couple of guests, a trio, a troika, if you will, Lake Speed, Keith Jones, Ed Keebler have joined me several times over the course of the season out at the NHRA to educate many of our racers about the importance of ring seal and honing and certain techniques and technologies involved in the engine department. I have increased my own personal knowledge tenfold, a millionfold, because it was nearly zero, and now it's a lot. And I can't wait to talk to these guys here in a few minutes. It's going to be great.
There is a lot of knowledge sitting right in front of us, right there. I've known Ed for 23 years or so now. So good to see you, Keith, Lake.
Absolutely. I think when we knew each other, we didn't wear glasses, at least for Lake and I.
Oh, that's so true, Francis.
When we do the weekly one, when we do, every week, and I just have to say little hello, I'm okay. But when I have to spend the whole day in front of the computer and making sure I say the name properly, I said, no, you know what? That's it. This you have to wear them. So, but anyhow,
well, we're gonna let you go on, Joe. You're in charge.
Okay,
thank you very
I
much.
have to come. Thank you very much, Francis, Judy. Appreciate you, gentlemen. You should be very familiar. We're just in a little bit different atmosphere. To everybody out there in the ePartTrades stream, welcome. You are about to learn a whole lot about ring seal and machining from the people who know the most about it. Lake Speed, Keith Jones, Ed Keebler. As I referenced, we have spent a lot of time together out on the NHRA tour as they have put together some very interesting relationships, and I'm eager to get to know what you gentlemen have presented for us here this week. We got people from all around the world, and their knowledge base is about to expand. We'll start out with Lake, who has done a great job with this presentation on a pretty weekly basis with the folks at ePartTrade. But Lake, this is a little different as we're at the end of the year. Most people have put up their racing equipment. They're looking to go through their off-season refresh. So I think the timing couldn't be better for something like this.
Oh yeah, Joe, this is the exact right time for a message like this, because as you said, engines are coming back in, the season's over, looking ahead. How do I get that next level of performance? How do I make sure that I step up my program? Because it's one thing to maintain your program, but as all racers all know, we're always looking for that next thing. And the off season is where you make a lot of your improvement. And so I think the right time is to start thinking about what's changed and why. So I have my little background here. That's my dad's cup car from
That's 1980, I'm pretty sure. The old Lake Speed 66. So a lot's changed since 1980 in racing. You think about the engine in that car, it was still a small block, 358 cubic inches, really no different than today's NASCAR engine, except well, I still had a carburetor on it. It also had iron heads. It had stamped steel rocker arms. I don't even think comp cams had the roller tip rockers yet in 1980. They definitely didn't have aluminum heads yet. Still had a flat tappet cam and all those kind of things. And it probably had big giant monster 564s or at least 16th rings in it back then. Well, today's engines we know are completely different, and they live a whole lot longer than just one race. One story we've told time and time again is that even in the year 2000, so go back 21 years from today, those engines in NASCAR, one race. And when race, we meant not one race weekend, we meant the race, because we had qualifying motors, we had practice motors. I remember traveling with the teams. I worked for Melling Racing back then, and we were one of the Dodge teams. And we did. We had a qualifying motor, you had a practice motor, you had a race motor. You showed up at the racetrack with the practice motor in, and you ran first practice, and then you changed engines. Put in a qualifying motor. Went out there and qualified, came back, took it out, put the practice motor back in, and then ran practice, then changed and put the race motor in for race day because, oh my God, you couldn't risk having more miles on the engine, because we all knew that those engines at the end of one race would be down 5, 8, 10 horsepower or more. Well, that's not the case anymore. The engines make more power today than they did then, at least before they were unrestricted. And they live 3 or 4 times longer. So the fact that they can run a whole race and not be down on any power. In some cases, they're actually up on power than they were brand new. So that's really kind of the message we want to get across, is that, a lot of ways we know racing has changed. You think about that webinar yesterday with Ross Braun, talking about where F1's going and the risk they're taking of making a big change, even though they had a great season, but they're looking ahead to saying, listen, we already know what the problems are. We know how to make it better. Well, one thing we see all the time, and I'm sure Ed and Keith will echo this comment and they can elaborate a little bit. We still see people doing essentially what was done back then, today. And this hasn't changed because, yet, will that work? Yeah, that did run races. It finished races occasionally. But there's so much more out there now. And that's really what we want to try to do, is kind of pull that curtain back and not just say, hey, there's potential. Really what we're going to do today is tell you how to access and realize that potential so that next year you can make more power and go further during the course of the season on the engines you have, just with a few simple changes. It's nothing that you're not going to change anyway, but it's what parts you change. Because you're going to refresh the engine, you're going to hone it, you're going to put rings in it, but you have an option now of how you do that and what the results are going to be. So, Keith, I know you guys, you said it's crazy there today. So talk a little about taking that next step to the racer and how to get them to that next level of thinking.
Well, it's very interesting that you just said that, because this morning I had a conversation, and I normally don't throw the names out, but old pro stock guy, been around forever, Bob Ingalls. Great guy, been in this industry forever. Conversation with Bob this morning. He's calling up, working on a big block Chevy. He wants a 0.8 2mm combination. This is not a pro stock engine. This is just a great performance big Chevy. His words to me this morning goes, I can't believe anybody still runs a 1/16, 1/16, 3/16. What's wrong with these people?
Preach on, brother.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with them. They're just in a comfort zone. They've got a recipe that they've been using since 1975. It's never bit them. It's never backfired. It's always worked. And they're in a comfort zone. And we've got to get them out of that zone. They're trying to find everything that they can out of this engine. and spending, tens of thousands of dollars on the trickiest cylinder head and, $5,000 on the coolest manifold. And yet there's 20 horsepower sitting right here in a ring pack when they're buying rings anyways. You just got to try something different. And that's how that conversation, because, Bob, as long as he's been doing this, he still wants to find the next thing. He still wants to find the next level. Good enough is not good enough. And he's just amazed at how anybody could still be running that antique ring package. Like you mentioned, that was back in the old 66 car right behind you. What they ran today, then compared to today is two totally different things. Yet they're going thousands of race miles, as Lake stated, on the same engines. I remember this is early 2000s going in and, kind of my first exposure into the NASCAR world and walking into we'll say the engine shop that did the engines for the number 3 car. A lot of us probably still remember that and remember those days. And I'm looking at literally rows of engines, all for the number 3 car. This half dozen engines, that's Talladega. This half dozen engines, that's going to Charlotte. That it was amazing, how many engines were being built for the one car for the one race. And today they're going there with one and a backup, more than likely. Never touch that backup because they're just so good today.
Oh yeah. And Ed, I know something that has come across a lot, even just this week, and it's only Wednesday, and I think I've already had this conversation at least once a day so far. You talk about, okay, you get a guy he's ready to make that change in terms of the ring package. But like Keith mentioned, that recipe, and anybody who knows me probably knows what I'm about to say. It's the ring seal soup. It's not just the piston rings by themselves. The old piston, oh, dang it, the filter's killing it. Oh, I hate it. Oh, darn it. Well, anyway, I have to just kind of talk about it as opposed to the background filter killing my whiteboard. But it's the piston ring interacting with the cylinder wall. Because if you got the cylinder wall here and the piston ring contacts it, it's that point of contact where it's the surface finish of the wall, the ring material, the oil, it all has to go together. People, you mentioned, hey, this is the ring package, and you got to hone it differently. And they're like, what? So they don't really understand that honing techniques have changed. And sometimes they're like, well, just give me what grit to use. So Ed, talk a little bit about how just what grit to use really, it's one direction, but it's not the whole recipe.
Yeah, you're right, Lake. Keith offered up that these new ring packs will bring or help generate another 20 horsepower. Well, in our experience, we've been selling these new machines and doing this new style of honing to get a different surface finish that you guys at Total Seal have promoted and kind of deemed the proper way of doing things. I'm getting customers, that do a large amount of motors that are seeing 8, 10, 14, 20 horsepower increases just by changing the honing process, not changing the ring packs, just changing the honing process. So, if you guys can gain 20 horsepower with a different set of rings and we can gain another, let's be conservative, say 10 horsepower with a different honing process, holy cow, there's 30 horsepower. That's pretty big in any form of racing. So you're completely right. We talk about this all the time during the seminars at the NHRA events, and we tell customers, we're not telling you you're doing it wrong. You're okay with the way you're doing it, and it still works. But there's better ways of doing it, and this new process with diamonds and CBN really does seem to make a huge difference in sealing the motor and horsepower. Just here recently, I've had 2 customers that I've talked to, and Keith, you were instrumental in one of them, and man, he cannot believe how well his motors are sealing in the big performance stuff. He's absolutely amazed. And it was just
and he's not a dummy either. That's not a rookie.
No, this is This is a very well-known, very astute, very sharp guy that makes a lot of horsepower and a lot of motors, and does a wide variety of motors also. So he was just amazed, and so yes, we've gone to a diamond as our base finish, and then we're going over the top of that with a CBN abrasive, which we believe is a better way of doing things than diamonds or standard abrasives. It's a very sharp particle, and it does a very good job, cuts a very clean finish, and you get a lot less torn and fragmented metal with it.
And so that's one of the big things you're talking about there, Ed, is, okay, so everybody knows about honing, and it's been around forever, from the old manual ones you can hook to a drill to the vertical, looks like the donkey neck ones, right, that move up and down, we've all seen and used. But now you guys aren't just being on a vertical machine where it's CNC, you're actually talking about the abrasive itself is different, and there's something to having that different abrasive material as opposed to the standard conventional abrasives.
Yes, sir. Yep. You're absolutely right. And one of the things is again, we use diamonds, and the reason that we use the diamond abrasive, it's one of the hardest particles. Obviously, diamonds, one of the hardest particles known to man, but we use it from an economic standpoint. Believe it or not, just a quick ballpark thing is, as a standard abrasive, honing 3/1000 out of a block out of 8 cylinders is going to cost you anywhere from $180 to $250 a block. Using diamonds to do that same process will cost you a nickel a block. There's that much benefit in going to diamonds. They're more expensive to purchase initially, but they will last forever. They'll last you. Our typical diamond abrasives will last 60 to 80,000 bores. So we use diamond for several reasons. One is from an economic point of view, but the other thing is we're now putting more abrasives in a honing head. The old days you had 2 abrasives and 2 wipers. Okay, and we have found through all of our testing that the more abrasive you put in a hone head, the rounder the cylinder is going to be. And there is a law of diminishing returns, but the typically the more diamonds you put in, or the abrasives you put in a cylinder hone, the rounder that cylinder will be. So
how do you check that, Ed? So I know you said you did some testing. Explain how the testing goes, because I happen to know, because I've been around you enough, that if I take a Dalibor gauge and I put it in a cylinder and I measure it top, bottom, middle, and all that, that's not going to tell me if it's round.
No, that's right. You're really just checking size. And your analogy again at the NHRA deals of the slinky is a perfect analogy. You can dial bore gauge that slinky all the way around, and it's going to show the same size, but obviously it's not round. So what we do is we'll take and again, we just happened to, Dart was very generous and gave us a couple of the big M blocks, really thick walls. You're not going to get any bore distortion. You're not going to get any breathing in those cylinders. So we honed those, and we took different hone heads and honed all of these cylinders and sent them up to a company that makes the pat gauge or the Incometers. And that's really the only way you can tell true roundness. A 2-point contact it's impossible to tell roundness. It tells size, but it doesn't tell roundness. So we sent them to the company up there in Michigan, Incometer, and they tested them for us and returned us the results, in a paper form, and we found some substantial improvements when we got away from the 2 stone and the 4 stone and got into the 6 and the 8 and the 10 stone honing heads.
Right, because they actually have on the pat gauge report, it actually has a value for roundness and straightness, and when you look at them visually, they'll kind of scare the crap out of you, because some of them look like a banana and some of them like a grapefruit, and you're like, how does my ring see with that possible? But again, it goes back to you're looking at microns there. So
well, that's right. They're measuring in 40 millionths of an inch. Where typically if we're being super accurate, we're measuring with a 10th reading indicator, which is 2.5 microns. So per tenth. So yeah.
So, all right. So I think we need, at this point, people are probably listening like, okay, this is interesting. I'm catching on. But in the back of your mind is like, okay, when did all this start? How did this come about? Because like you said, Ed, it's not about that you're doing it wrong. Because there are guys who run vintage stock cars just like that one, and they'll still go out there and you can build that engine the same way it was built back then, and it'll still go run 500 miles. You can still do it the old way, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that.
No,
it's just not the most efficient way. Now, Keith, to me, you're the disciple of this. You're the guy that probably saw this happening first. And as you always say, if a racer is going to the race and they have a flat tire on the way to the racetrack, that was probably the piston ring it did it, right? Because there's somewhere in this evolution of change, things were difficult at first. It wasn't like, oh, we came up with this new ring and we instantly knew here's how you hone it with diamonds and CBN, and it's just boom, ring seal soup, first go. So tell us about that pain and that struggling of how to get to where we are today.
Well, I appreciate that. And in some cases, it has been a little painful. It's not always easy to lead the horse to water. You can lead the horse to water, like I say, but you can't make it drink. And getting folks to understand that, from the piston ring point of view, we do, I don't want to say we're perfect, but we do a pretty good job. We make it flat, we make it round, we make it light tight. What more can I make it do? If I check it and every dimension on the part is right, it's as good as I can make it. It's the environment that it has to work in. If I'm trying to put that perfectly round peg, into we'll say not perfectly round hole, something maybe a little more squarish, we're going to have deficiency. We're going to have blowby. We're going to have leakage. We are going to have a reduction in the possible power output that engine can make. I don't want to say you're losing something, but you're not getting it all. Talking about the honing issue earlier with the gentleman that found the power. This guy is extremely well known. His issue was he was leaving something on the table. Did he have a problem with ring seal? Nope. Was he having an oil control problem? Nope. It just wasn't as good as it could have been. So from my side, it's been working with this since the early 2000s. Okay, we've done our part. I get parts back. I look at them. We look at the barrel profile. We look at, how light tight it is, how flat, parallelism. We've done everything, but yet the engine didn't perform the way we hoped or expected it could. So now we have to start diving into the external, the ancillary components, the cylinder, the piston, how good are the ring grooves. And that's been kind of the uphill challenge for us is we've got so many decades of information that have been passed down, mother to daughter, father to son, grandfather to father, this is how we do it. This is the way it is. Well, that's how we did it then because that's all we knew. And that was all the equipment that we had access to. Today, we've got profilometers, ped anchrometers. We've got hones that are, CNC operated. They're looking at the cylinder, correcting bore geometry. Ed had commented about going from a 2-stone head to say a 6 or an 8-stone head. And trust me, when you take you don't have to have an inkometer. When you take and put a 6-stone hone head in that block, coming from something that was honed in a 2-stone head, and that thing's shaking and quaking and making all kinds of noises because you're down in the bottom of the block, and the bottom of the block's anything but round, even though you thought it was. Again, it's great to have that inkometer, but when you put that 6-stone head in there, and it's like, holy cow, what just happened? That just shows you that bore geometry, how that's different. And that's such a critical part of achieving, we'll say not losing ring seal to that one other piece of the puzzle. I could keep going on and on and on about it. And it's really great through, the efforts of Ed and Lake and others out there. People are, they're starting to open their eyes to this and saying, hey, it's not what I thought it was. It's not as good as I thought it was. And again, that's not saying that you're doing anything wrong. It's just not as good as what we hoped it was.
Gentlemen, Lake, I see you have a device over there. We're going to ask you to show us exactly what it is and what it does in a second. But I do want to mention to everybody out there that if you do have a question or want to take the conversation in a certain direction, or maybe have the guys go a little deeper into something they said, you can use the chat section. That's what it's there for. We might not get to it immediately, but I am constantly monitoring the chat section while these guys are going on this deep dive. If you do have a question, you want to double back, put it in the chat section, leave your name, and I will pose the question to Lake, Ed, and Keith together. Lake, back to you.
All right, so this is the profilometer Keith was referring to, and it's a surface measuring device. I mean, it can measure the surface of anything. In fact, I'll measure the whiteboard, which I'm going to try holding it up one more time again. Oh, you can see barely, possibly. It's just kind of technical difficulties there, but that was my bad drawing, right? Can I flip it around and you can see it? Oh, I'm trying.
There we go.
Trying.
Sort of see some of it.
It was there for a second, then it's gone. Too damn smart computer.
It's like a green screen.
No, it was good.
Here I was trying to be helpful, but I'll actually put it on the whiteboard and I'll take a trace of the whiteboard because it can measure any surface. You can use profilometers not just to measure the surface of a cylinder. They're really great for measuring the surface of a deck, cylinder heads to make sure the gasket's sealed properly, because it's surface roughness and surface finish to me is the unknown variable in motorsports, not just engines, in motorsports. Because as a tribologist who studies friction, wear, and lubrication, and you wouldn't think about it, but tribology, that's also when you walk across a waxed floor. Why do we wax a floor? So you don't fall and bust your butt. We're actually creating friction. So tribology isn't always about reducing friction. It's a nice thing to reduce friction for efficiency, but sometimes you need friction. Think automatic transmission fluid. If you've got a Power Glide and you've got a ProMod, you need the clutch to lock up. You don't want it to slip. So being able to use friction, turn it on and off as you need it, that's a big part of tribology. So surface roughness is a big part of it. So here's the surface roughness of this whiteboard, which, again, it looks nice and smooth and flat, but in reality is, this thing's got an RVK of 26, an RK of 66. I got a page over and let's take a look at the, so this is what, you're probably not going to be able to see it very good because of the stupid screen.
Yep.
It's going to act like a dummy.
There it is. Forward. Yeah, there you go. It's up.
Well, just give it a second. Okay, there we go. Bingo. You can see that kind of surface trace right there. Now watch this. We're going to look at the bearing curve, right? So Keith, why don't you explain to them what the bearing curve is as this thing is going to go out here in a second, and they'll be able to actually see it because the backlight, boom, there you go.
Yeah, she finally died down. Bearing curve is, referred to, some people just call it the bearing curve. It's the Abbott Firestone curve. What you're looking there is the percentage of material, we'll call it above the mean center line versus the percentage of material below the mean center line. That number is extremely handy in again, reading ratios. How much do we have, we'll say sticking its way through the oil film? How much do we have below the oil film? So if you have a newer profilometer that has the ability to measure RPK, the peak roughness, RK, the core roughness or your bearing area, and RVK, the valley roughness, that's, we'll simplify it, call that your oil retention. Just because, think about it like this, folks, just because you're throwing oil at the cylinder wall doesn't mean that oil clings to the cylinder wall. It's got to have something to grab a hold of. And if it can't grab that surface, the rings are going to try to scrape it back off. If it's a vacuum engine, it's going to try to suck it back down off the cylinder wall, put it back into the sump. And again, as much as you think you're putting oil up there, we have a dry bore or a overly dry cylinder. So if you've got an earlier profilometer that will only measure RA, hopefully it can measure the bearing curve. And what we're typically looking for is what is known as the MR1, or the percentage of material above the curve, to be high single digit number to very low double, preferably about 8%, maybe 9%. Then the area below, which is referred to as the MR2, we're looking for that number to be somewhere in the high 70 to low 80% range. 78, 79, 80, 81%. That's explaining to me how much plateau do I have on the cylinder. So if I've got an RA of a 16 and I've got an RZ of, let's just say, 140, I've got my MR1 at 8%, my MR2 at 78%. I can feel confident that I've got a pretty good plateau on that surface. Now, if I had those same RA numbers, but I've got an MR1 of 15 or 20% and an MR2 of 60%, I know I don't have a good plateau. So even if you have an older profilometer, you can, using the bearing curve, look at, and establish whether you've got a good plateau or not. And that's so critical in today's world. We want instant gratification. We want to put that thing in the car, on the dyno, light it up, bang, everything's done. Big part of that is allowing that ring to seat in. And again, a ring will correct an incorrect surface finish. It will wear it in time, but nobody really wants to wait for that anymore. Those days are long gone. We want it now and we want it right.
Yeah, so I kind of funny, Keith, is that even just measuring the whiteboard, an RA of 20, that's not all that uncommon for a surface cylinder bore surface finish. But these numbers are terrible for a cylinder bore. The RK is so high. So the RK, which is your core roughness, is essentially double what the valley is. So why don't you talk a little bit about, Keith, about why that valley, that RVK, is so critical and how that relates to the bearing curve? Because I think this is almost by mistake, a great example of what not to do. But it's fairly common though, right? I mean, this is not like we never see this.
Oh no, as you said, like that's pretty much an everyday phone call. When you don't have the profilometer, it's just, you can't see this with the eyes. As we know, we're talking about micro inches here. The surface finish, when you're dealing with this, when we're talking, an RVK of 50, that's 50 micro inches. You're talking very, very small numbers here. This is not a visual thing. You can't say, oh yeah, I honed it, it looks really good. Well, there is a look to a good cylinder. We want it light, bright, very light silvery in color. We don't want it black or dark or dull. That indicates a burnished cylinder. But these numbers are so small, you just can't see these with your eyes. So as Lake explained, we've got to have a relatively high RVK number, that valley depth. All the numbers matter. I never want to tell anybody that the numbers, this one doesn't matter, you can throw that out. They all matter. But the number that I see missed the most is the RVK, that valley depth, which is such an important number. It's oil retention. Again, as Lake explained, it's a soup, it's a recipe. I've got to keep the ring lubricated. I've got to cool the ring. I've got to cool the piston. I've seen so many pistons that come in scuffed up that has nothing to do with anything other than the bore finish isn't right. We're not lubricating the skirt of the piston. So getting that valley number is so critical. Now, as far as the RK number, we typically like to see the RK number about 10 points below the RVK. Can it be a little bit lower than that or maybe about the same? Yeah, you can get away with it. But what I don't want to see is a runaway RK, a number that's 100 RK and an RVK of a 50. Those numbers are already lopsided. And as discussed earlier, will the engine eventually correct it? Yeah, but by the time it does that, the rings are going to be chewed out of it and there will be no RVK left when it's all said and done. You pull the engine apart at the end of the life cycle, which will be very short because the block wore out so quickly, there's no valley left, there's no oil retention left. And then the third number, the RPK, the peak roughness, that's the roughness the ring's actually going to see on that initial start, that cold start where there's no lubrication on the board. This is the part the ring's actually going to come into contact with. So if that number is excessively high, what's it going to do? It's going to scuff the face of the ring. It's going to tear it up, and the ring is going to return that favor back to the cylinder. You tear the face of the ring up, what's it going to do? It's going to, it's going to scuff the bore up. So now we've got a tore up cylinder. Everything's pissing each other off, and you've got an engine that goes to heck in a handbasket relatively quick. At the same time, I don't want that number so low that it doesn't help to wear or lap the imperfections that are going to be still in the ring, still in the cylinder. Remember, folks, the final machining process of all this is the run-in, is that initial break-in. The best equipment in the world, the best parts in the world still have to mate together. Just like new brake pads do a new brake rotor, they've got to wear in. Lifters, flat tappet lifter and a cam, they've got to wear in. So it's so critical that these numbers be correct to give that engine the best opportunity it has for quick, correct ring seating.
And Ed, so talk a little bit about how to get to these correct numbers, because as we mentioned, you go out there and just check bores in the field and shops that don't have one of these things, more times than not, they look like this, not like they're supposed to look.
Yep. So one of the first things I see, and Keith and Lake, I think you guys will agree with me here, is as we get fellas that think they're plateauing by, they go in with a 220 grit and they leave 3/1000ths in there, and then they hone the next 2/1000ths out with a 280 grit, and then they go in with a 400 grit and take 5/10ths out or what have you, and then they may even go in with a 600 grit and take a couple of tenths out. Again, we're talking about microns, 40 millionths of an inch. I can tell you when you do that, your base finish is whatever the last abrasive you use. There is no plateau. It is a base finish. And if you're using a 400 grit abrasive and you take a few tenths out with, you're going to get a low RA, you're going to get a low RPK. You're also going to get a very low RVK. So you have no oil controlling or ability to hold oil there in the cylinders. So we've tried to, again, with Keith's help and Lake's help and outlining what they believe the good bore should look like. And I always let those guys tell me what finishes they want. I'm not smart enough to give you that. I'm smart enough to tell you how to get it. I'm not smart enough to tell you what the ring should have. But typically, Keith will tell me anything from a 10 to 20 RPK, and then we jump down to RVK, and it's very application sensitive, not ring material sensitive, but application sensitive. On a blown motor or a big nitrous motor or something like that, Keith will tell me he wants 65 plus or maybe even a little higher RVK number. And then on the RK number, he'll want 10 to 15 points lower than that. And so to get that, we start with a rough diamond, a base finish, and we actually hone to size with that diamond. So let's say we're wanting the 65 RVK. To get something like that, I'm going to probably go in there with a 170 diamond or maybe even a 140 grit diamond, depending on the Brinell hardness of the block. And the key there is I want to use that profilometer that Lake's got held up right there. I use that as kind of a no-go gauge. So after I start honing my cylinder, before I get the size, I throw that profilometer in there and I check for RVK. And if I'm wanting to obtain a 65 RVK, I need to have 80, 90, 100 RVK or more in the rough bore before I ever go in with a fine CBN abrasive and knock some of those peaks off. I can't start with a 65 and expect to get a 65 after plateauing. So it's real key.
With a 50 or a 30.
That's right, or a 40. No,
You're
exactly.
never going to get there.
Right. So you have to start with a very rough surface, which freaks a lot of people out because that's not the normal way of doing things.
One thing you mentioned, Ed, not to interrupt you, but
no,
just for the perspective for scale, you mentioned that old way of doing it was to go within 3/1000ths of size and then change abrasives and then go within maybe 1/1000ths or 5/10ths of size and then go from there.
Right.
Well, the reality is, so on your dial bore gauge, a tenth is, say 2/10 is 1/10 per side.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
1/10 is 100 microns.
That's right.
100 micro inches.
Yep.
This scale is 160. So the entire surface finish is 160. So which reality is, if you take out more than 2/10 on the gauge, you've taken out pretty much most of what's there.
That's right. Excellent.
And I think that's just like it's like stop, rewind, listen to it again, because the idea of going within 1/1000ths of size and then taking that the last thousandths, that's too much. That's whatever you need is going to be gone.
That's right. You're absolutely correct, Lake. And that's probably the biggest change in the honing process, I suspect, that anybody's seen. And so, we'll go in after that rough abrasive. Then we'll go in with this. And again, depending on if you want lower portion of the RPK number or higher portion of the RPK number, we'll either go in with a 600 or a 500 grit CBN, and we'll do it by a few strokes. We're not taking, customers freak out about this. I tell them to hone it to size, and they're going, yeah, but what happens after you plateau it? I said, you're not going to be able to measure it. You're not going to be able to measure that small amount of stock that we took out. And so that kind of brings up also, not only is the abrasive changed and the technology for that and the technology in the hone heads, but the equipment has to change also. When we talk to guys, we're talking about 6-stroke versus 5 strokes or 6 strokes versus 7 strokes. I mean, and pressures, you want to hold your pressures. And so when you're trying to do that with a manually operated piece of equipment, it's very, very, very operator sensitive. And so what you may have in one bore is perfect. And then by the time you get to the other end of the block, it's way off in left field. And so it's a very difficult process if you're trying to do it manually. In other words, if you're starting a machine and the hone, a perfect example, if you start a machine and you're feeding the stones out and the hone head is spinning while those stones are feeding out, you've absolutely destroyed your plateau at the top of the cylinder. Might be great in the bottom of the cylinder, but last time I looked, compression or explosion and everything happened at the top. So you've ruined your plateau finish at the top of the cylinder. So, it's the technology is advanced, and like I said, I'm just amazed. I had a really good customer, does a lot of roundy round motors, a lot of them, and he bought one of our brand new automated machines that hones the entire block unattended. And we were talking, and I said, I think you're going to see a horsepower. I'm not interested. I'm not looking for horsepower. I just looking for automation. He called me like 2 days. He'd honed a couple of blocks while I was there. They built them. They put them on a dyno, and it's a very, I don't want this to sound, it's a cookie cut. In other words, they build the same motor day after day after day after day. He saw 14 horsepower increase just by changing his honing method. That's the only thing he changed. Wow. 14 horsepower. He was ecstatic.
And on that note, guys, let me jump in because we do have a question from Jim out there that is kind of in the, hey, quantify this for us realm. And so do your best with this, Lake or Keith or Ed, if you want to jump in. But Jim says for the average guy building a performance V8, what's the difference in friction between a 112 ring pack versus a 116, 116, 3/16 pack? How much power could be freed up, assuming proper bore finish versus improper bore finish? So can we quantify where it was to where it is now?
Yeah, I can tell you exactly. I mean, so people that know me know that I've been doing testing out at Ronnie Shaver's place for 15 years. We have a little mule motor there that we know exactly what that engine makes. It's got literally thousands and thousands of dyno pulls on it. And back during COVID, because couldn't go anywhere and do anything, but I could sneak in there, we decided to run a 16th, 16th, 3/16 ring package and compare it to our 0.7. Now, that's what we had as our baseline package. And the reason why we wanted a 0.7 is we do endurance testing on that engine. So if I'm going to run at high engine speed for hours upon end, I need to reduce friction. So before I even worked for Total Seal, I had called Keith and said, this is what we're trying to do. This is what we're trying to achieve. What ring package do I need? And he's like, you need the Diamond Finish 0.7s. We put it in there, and all the cooling problems we had went away. Everything was great. But to answer the question, what's that number? It was 22 horsepower. From a 16th, 16th, 3/16 down to a 0.7, 2 millimeter.
Wow. And there you go, the quantification of it. Hopefully, Jim, that answers your question. And then
more importantly, Joe, and for Jim, it wasn't just 22 horsepower. It was also about 30 degrees of water temperature. Because people think And I was just, again, emailed this week already, conversation with a guy. Oh, I need that thick ring because I got to transfer the heat out of the piston. Okay, that thin ring can transfer heat. It can move enough heat because it's not only the ring moving the heat. The oil that's splashing up from the crankcase is also pulling heat out of the piston. When I reduce friction in the ring, I'm reducing heat. If you rub your hands together, they get warm. It's friction. The more pressure, the bigger the area, the more friction, the more heat that's generated. The ability to reduce the heat in the engine was probably actually more significant than anything else. Because now my tuning window, what can I do for octane in my fuel? All those things open up because of that. Yeah, but anyway, I could go on for hours just about that one topic because it was one of the things that the guys in the shop, they all freaked out. I mean, these are guys who've been building engines forever, and we all knew there was going to be a horsepower gain there. But when the water temperature was so different, that's when we were all scrambling around. Okay, what did we do wrong? What's this? I mean, we checked everything in the cooling system, and then we finally realized, wait, hang on. Let's repeat the test. Let's go backwards. Do all the work, go backwards, which we had time to kill just during COVID, right? We spent a whole week out there back and forth. And it's like, oh, damn, it really is the ring package doing that. And
amazing.
That's the only difference.
Well, and there you go. Hopefully, Jim, that works for you. And the other question, Doug, and I don't know if this is a serious question, but it might be, as in Profilometer, is that gizmo available as a phone app? Which the answer, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't think so. I think it's
maybe our buddy Mark Malberg, Keith, be working on some kind of way to use the phone in the camera phone and make some kind of optical thing that'd be cool.
Yes,
well,
but if you do decide
to throw that out there, because in the world of 3D metrology, which is a profilometer on mega steroids, the optical information you can get is unbelievable. It is absolutely insane. And yeah, we got to talk to Mark about trying to develop a phone app because
that'd be awesome.
At time, I know the optical machine won't even fit inside the cylinder. You have to cut the cylinder in half to look at it. Boy, that'd be a handy app, wouldn't it?
That would be really cool.
I'd be all in for that.
Yeah.
Yes, guys, and just remember that I'm the one who thought of it. So
okay,
credit to Joe. Call it.
Yeah. Sorry, Doug, out there.
JC 2000.
That's right. Yes.
Hey, so Keith, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about why? What was the one technical development that kind of opened this Pandora's box, if we will, of surface finish? Because I know you know where I'm going with this, because there was a date and time where, hey, man, you didn't have to worry about this stuff. You just kind of put a 280 finish in it and let it rip. But then something changed in terms of ring technology that put the onus of surface finish back on the cylinder wall.
Well, and there's more than one event that happened there, but I'll kind of just, we'll say a quick evolution of rings and blocks. Up until the very late 90s, early 2000s, I mean, the iron materials that we worked with were pretty much whatever we could get our hands on, which was going to be an OE grade of iron. So you're talking in Burnell numbers, 150, 160 Burnell. If you were lucky to get one of those high nickel blocks, you might be into the 170s, 180s on a good day. So the block materials have evolved. They've gotten significantly harder. At the same point in time, we had moly-filled rings. We had a very soft coating, very porous, held oil like a sponge, probably the most forgiving thing you could get your hands on at the time. So we had big, thick rings, 16th-inch rings, 3/16 oil rings that made 20 pounds of tension, compression ring for 5-6 pounds of tension each, relatively soft blocks, relatively soft coating. I'll throw it out, and I'm really oversimplifying. Heck, my sister could get that right. You can hold it with a Scotch-Brite pad and a 2x4, and more than likely it's going to work because
people did that, by the way.
The ring's going to fix it. But as the blocks got harder and the rings got thinner, we went from blocks that were 170, 180 Burnell to 220, 250. Today, they're over 300. There's some exotic cylinders that are over 500, significantly harder parts. And we've gone to hard coatings. We've gone to very thin rings with very light tensions. Lake had mentioned the 0.7 millimeter ring. A 0.7 millimeter top and second ring make less than a pound of force compared to a 16th inch ring that's typically 5-6 pounds of force. You're looking at a 3/16 oval ring that's 20 pounds of force compared to a 2 millimeter that could be anywhere from 3 to 10 pounds of force. Very, very light tension with a hard PVD coating that doesn't absorb or hold oil like a moly. So because of these, say evolutions in block materials, ring coatings, that quick seating window of what we had back in the old days, soft blocks with soft coatings that could get away with just about anything. Today, we're dealing with parts that, as Lake mentioned, we can go 4,000 race miles on them. That's because the blocks are so much harder, the coatings are so much better, the friction is so much lower. Will that thin, lightweight ring package eventually fix a bad cylinder finish? Yes, it will eventually correct that cylinder finish, but not in your lifetime. So those are the things that have evolved. The coatings are much harder, the blocks are much harder. So through the honing process, we have to do what the rings do naturally. They will, you could put a rough bore finish on it and they'll eventually wear it down to where you want it to be. But again, it's going to take forever. We have to do that through the honing process. We have to get it as close to what it needs to be. And we're going to get an engine that's going to run in very quickly. It's going to seat the rings in almost immediately. If you're more than 2 or 3 hits on the dyno to get a set of rings to come in and get that, get that peak power number and get that blow by number, if you're more than that, there's something wrong. Something is off in the cylinder finish. The days of 10, 15, 20 hits, hey, I'm at 30 hits, boy, she's really coming in now. Those days, that's way, way wrong. So the evolution has been the ring itself, the coating, the block, oils, which we haven't touched on yet, and the access to that profilometer, access to this type of equipment at reasonable cost. I've told this story many, many times, but I remember going to work with Richard Maskin and Paul Hoskins at Dart, in the very, very early 2000s on their Pro Stock program. Keeping in mind, folks, this is a championship winning engine program. This is not a backmarker piece that's trying to get into the show. Went there, we walked out of their shop up 13 horse average, which, anybody in Pro Stock or any racing, give your IT for that. It was simply getting the cylinder finish the same in all 8 holes. We're back to, it wasn't that they were bad, they didn't have a problem, they just weren't as good as they could have been. And that's the evolution of access to this kind of equipment.
Guys, we're on the home stretch here. So before we part ways, and I'm excited always to see Francis, but this is just such a rapid fire, fast moving conversation. Give the vital information, Lake. I know there's going to be people with questions. TotalSeal.com is the website. You guys have made some updates recently where people can purchase individual rings on the website. You guys totally redid your website. There is a podcast that I am very familiar with. I know we got a lot of podcast listeners out there and some great episodes very recently. Keith is one of the hosts, as am I, in full disclosure. Frank Iaconio, Gary Stinnett, Jason Line, Pat Musi, they all reveal secrets and deep dives into their methodology and their careers. That's on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. But talk a little bit about the website, Lake, and where people can go to find more information, because you've taken this as a mission to really educate people out there here on ePart Trade, Industry Week, of course, and other places. Let us know.
Yeah, sure. So TotalSeal.com, like you mentioned, is the website. And really, it's kind of the portal to many different things. There's information about the rings on there. But like you said, our YouTube channel is packed with videos. They go on and on. Different webinars we've done, a lot of history on these things where you can get that deeper dive into that, and you've got more visuals. So I would definitely go to the Total Seal YouTube channel. And of course, all of us together, between Rottler and Total Seal, everybody, we're working on the Engine Performance Expo, which is coming up in January. We're, again, even deeper, more technical dive into all of this. But then, like you mentioned too, the podcast is another great way of, kind of tapping into the thought process. It was one thing that, Gary was talking about is, it's not what it's how to think. Because it's great if you have the one part that does a really great job. And in the NASCAR world, we always called it the magic spring. Like if the crew chief and if Hammond's out there watching this thing still, he'll know what I'm talking about. If you have the magic right front spring, if you get you around Charlotte, then you can get around Charlotte until they change the tire or something else. Then you're hunting for the magic spring again. But if you know why that spring could get you around Charlotte, now you can figure out how to go to Michigan or Pocono or anywhere else and get around the racetrack and go fast. So those are the kind of things that you learn in the podcast, because those guys are telling those secrets. If you listen, they're dropping those nuggets along the way. So, like you said, we're, myself, Keith, Ed, all of us, we've, a lifetime of experience doing this. You want to see people do well. You hate to see people spend good money and work so hard to have 80% of what they could have if they just made a few changes. You're going to put the work in anyway. I mean, if you got to rebuild an engine, it takes time to hone it. It takes time to machine it and bolt it together. You want to bolt together 500 horsepower, or you want to bolt together 550 horsepower? I take 550 every time.
No substitute for horsepower.
Right, a couple of changes, and I'm bolting together 550 versus 500. And I would rather not have to rebuild it again in 500 miles. I'd much rather go 1,000 miles or further before I have to rebuild it again. So what we're trying to do is just give some tips and tricks along the way. When I was at Driven and we were doing the oil program, one of the things I would always say is that, Home Depot, FedEx, and M&M's never asked us how much money we spent on oil. All they wanted to know is how many races we win, how many championships we win. And we would go and do seminars talking about oil. And I said, listen, thank Home Depot, FedEx, and M&M's for this, because they're the ones that paid for all this. We didn't pay for it. They paid for it. And they're allowing us to share with you what they learned, because we just want to give that on. So that was kind of the ethos of where we came from, at Joe Gibbs Racing, was we wanted to share certain things that we learned to help the industry, because the industry helps us. It's given me a great career. And so this is our way of trying to help out and give back to, I'd rather see somebody spend $50 more and make 50 more horsepower and make the engine live longer than just do what they've always done and get the same thing they've always had. That's boring to me. I'm always about continuous improvement, right?
Lake, Keith, Ed, thank you very much. This was illuminating as is usual. I see Francisque and Judy are back. Lady,
yes,
welcome back. How about that? What a great presentation.
Thank you very much. And Lake, you're spot on. And Lake is a little genius. And we all, we're getting tons of support and credit for what we do, but let's go back to its roots. It started with Lake. It started from a phone call back 2 years ago, where we thought, what else can we do to help the industry? And we started our first ever webinar. I didn't even know what a webinar was for you at that time. and it was just like magical. And then from there, we have had Lake and Ed and Keith and Ed, with us probably 3 or 4 times now. They are coming back at the end of the week with Driven, actually. We're going to be talking oil analysis. So it's a combined effort. And I commend you, Lake and Ed and Keith, for everything you're doing, because now you're doing also at the track with Matt's team on site. And that's really good. And let's, one of the things we were saying this morning when we opened the show with Paul and Jeff and Judy is online offers incredible opportunities to connect anytime, anywhere you are. And that's magical. It's not designed to replace face-to-face interaction. Most of us will be next week in India. All right, you can change that. But it offers the possibility to talk to Ross Brown yesterday.
Yes, exactly. I was wrapped. I was in there watching Ross yesterday. I was like, this is so cool.
How cool is that? He's not being
Ross Brown.
Of a trade show. Ross Brown or Pat Simon, or Zach Brown, or even Doug Yates. When you look at the schedule of these guys, or Michael Andre, so really what we all doing through podcasts, through online, through everything is just keeping the industry connected and using the tools that are available in today's world to maximize that. And
And you know, very often we are asked how ePortrait was started, and it's just like that. You know, my son is 16 years old. He has never seen a phone book, and he doesn't know how to use a Mac. Okay, well, but that tells you that I mean, you're laughing, but
no.
There are no borders. There are no borders, and we wake up in the morning, and leads go through the platform while we're sleeping.
Yeah, so it's really the tools that are available today, you know, gives us opportunities to stay connected all year round and globally. And again, not to replace those face-to-face interaction that we have at races, at shows, etc. But again, it's so a big thank you to, because we're running a little bit behind. Oh, we actually, okay, we still have 2 more minutes for our next session, but really I wanted to give Lake the credit he deserves, because not only we are a big fan, admire, but you bring tons of energy to the industry, great ideas. And of course, Keith and Ed, I mean, you guys are like so good at what you do. And we used to have more hair and no glasses and knew each other. And I'm not turning the head because the white is starting on the side here, so I'm just staying straight.
Judy's the only one that hasn't aged.
Right, exactly.
Judy, you're the only one that hasn't aged.
Yeah, sure. But I used to be
Here's the
blonde,
thing.
right?
So, Francine, by having me as your very first webinar, you successfully set the bar very, very low. That was a smart idea. So
You
it's
are
only
a
coming out from there,
master.
right? So that's a good thing.
Okay.
You're a master marketer.
Please stay with us. Please stay with us a few more seconds, as we are going to be transitioning to our next session. Our next session, we're going to bring Mike Cobb, the president of SCCA. After that, we'll bring Tony Parella, the president of SVRA. And after that, we're going to bring Mario Andretti. And
so I'm expecting a knock on my door any moment from Miss Linda coming over.
So
it will be fun.
It's going to be really, really fun. So again, so Joe, stay with us a few more seconds as well. We're going to bring Paul Fanner back. And then we are going to bring Michael Cobb anytime. And what a morning, and what a great, Mike is there. And I got a message from Mike 2 minutes or 10 minutes ago, said, I'm on. I don't want to be late again like last year.
There he is.
That wasn't a very impressive start last year, forgive me.
Yeah, but you're brilliant at what you do. So let's.
We're all getting better at this, Michael.
There you go.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Fanner, on to you.
Well, great. Thank you. Thank you, Judy, and thank you, Francisque. And good to see you, Mike Cobb.
Good to see you, sir.
Love that background.
Yeah, I hope you do. It's, you know, it's on a fabulous issue of a sports car, which I believe Racer Marketing and Media might have a small hand in.
Yeah, I think that there's a certain magazine pilot named Philip Royal and an artistic genius named Paul Leggett that might have concocted that cover behind you. Yes. So I love that cover. It's you know, I'm one of the people who used to illustrate the covers on sports cars, so I appreciate that. Thank you for joining us today, Mike.
You bet.
And thank you for taking care of our club so wonderfully through a really deep crisis in the world. I love our club very much. I've been a member, and you know, I joined in 1973, I think, was when I first joined, and it literally changed my life. I like to say the club raised me.
Understand.
And I think I'm not alone. And when we got together last year, you had a myriad of challenges that were facing you and this organization that was founded in 1944 out of pure passion and enthusiasm for people who love cars. Looking back, you know, you've just been through a moment that could have taken down this club. Tell us what you learned, and tell us where, you know, where you've come from from the darkness of.
Well, you know, thank you for that. I tell you, if I had $1 for every time my dad told me prior proper planning prevents poor performance, there was another P word in there, but since I'm
yes,
TV vis-a-vis the web, I'll leave that one out. But I think you get the joke, right? So
yeah.
I can tell you this, as much as I subscribe to that, thank you, Dad. There's no way you can plan for a global pandemic, really, right?
Right.
So I have to say, hats off to a very small, lean, agile, small but fierce team, staff team, who basically we circled the wagons and we said we're not giving up. We're not letting this thing go down on our watch. Number one. Number two, I have a board that is fabulously supportive. Across the dark days that were last year, we pretty much had daily calls, weekly calls, whatever we needed kind of calls with the board, and they offered me whatever support we needed as a team to get through it. And then the biggest shout out goes to the members, because and the leaders across our 115 regions, because they had a choice to stay in or opt out.
Yeah.
And they stayed in. In fact, Paul, I'm happy to report today, our membership rolls have never been higher in recent history in this organization. And a lot of that has to do with, I think, you've asked me before, what's the DNA of this club? And I think that it's really around those who have a shared passion for motorsports, right? And those who have, like yourself, like myself, like many of us in the club, who have a legacy of experiences, memories etched in our soul, right? That came from being around motorsports, being around the SCCA as we were growing up. Those were the things that led to our pursuits. It's led to where you are today. It's led me to where I am today, and many of us in the club. And when you tap that pulse, when you tap that core DNA that's resident in many grassroots enthusiasts who were going through hell with us last year, they just said, no, I'm standing with the club. And I can just say that nothing but a heartfelt thank you to each and every one of them for doing that. And we're bouncing back pretty strong. We've never seen subscription at the national championship level. Was absolutely outstanding this year. Some of that, I'd love to take all the credit as a club. I think some of that's due to folks just saying, I want to live again. I want freedom again. I want to get out and enjoy my.
I totally get that. I totally get it.
And I absolutely respect that. Our job, I think, is when they do vote with their money to go out and experience that and to release that passion, that we provide them the best access and the best experience we can in grassroots motorsports. And that's really what we're committed to doing going forward.
Well, and you do. And I think that you touched on something that I opened the door to a pretty important part of the conversation, is that this is a group driven by pure passion and commitment to do things that we all love. And people give their time in this club to make events happen, to coach others, to nurture others. That's literally how I got here. People took time for me to help me become, an adult, sort of. I'm not completely there in adulthood yet, but
I understand.
But also just they watched out for me. I mean, literally that's what I find in our club. And I think what was fantastic was to see this vibrancy this year across the board. You've just described it. But, the most important thing is this: overall, there's a climate right now in motorsport where it's surging. Yes. You're well positioned right now to benefit from that. At the pinnacle of the sport, there's expanded interest. Earlier today, I made a comment during the conversation with Mark Miles that we've passed 10 million unique visitors this year. That's a stunning number for us.
Huge.
And that's 4 million. By the end of it, it'll be 4 million more than the year before, which was 2 million more than the year before.
Right.
So that over a 2-year period is a 6 million user growth, and those people are people that are now turbocharged with interest in motorsports. So what does the SCCA do now to harness that energy that's in the atmosphere? You're here. If you want to be involved in motorsport directly, you're the door in. What do you do?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think what we're really focused on right now is really trying to make sure that we provide as much access as possible, and through that access, the best experience possible. So when you think about the club, obviously we're involved in road racing. That's kind of the backbone of the club. We're involved in solo or autocross. Pick your preferred lexicon there.
Yeah.
Our time trials program has seen a huge resurgence in the last 12, 18 months. Track night has gone from 0 in 4 or 5 years ago in terms of participations to over 50,000 participations. And that gets a lot of folks who aren't, I guess maybe if I could say it this way, who aren't maybe the prototypical SCCA prospect.
Yes.
It gets the atypical, hey, I'm just an enthusiast. I just have I have a Mazda Miata. I just would love to get on the track. I'm not a race car driver. I don't have a comp license. I'm not a mechanic. The technical conversation that was going on before my session here, I was just blown away. I understood about every fifth word they were saying, but it's just like, when I grow up, I want to have the passion of Lake Speed Junior, I think. I just learned that from the last seminar. But
indeed, I do too.
Providing access through a lens that is more broad, that allows grassroots motorsports folks to come play with the car they have currently. You don't have to go buy the car that's going to win the class. Bring the car you have currently. You don't have to have a comp license to run in Track Night in America. You don't even have to be an SCCA member. We'll get you in a weekend membership so you can come, as long as your car is wider than it is tall, then you can come drive your car at Track Night. I've got a picture of a Honda Ridgeline on track at VIR with several other traditional sports cars. And I asked the team before I came on today, I said, is it okay if I mention this? Because I don't want to promote something that isn't safe and up to SCCA specs. And they said, no, that's absolutely safe. As long as that car is wider than it is tall, that gentleman was driving it in a safe manner. And that's how he's accessing his passion at that point in time through the vehicle that he has. I think that's how we create a broader tribe of enthusiasts.
Yeah.
Is we open the gate of access. So, and access, when I say access, I mean it very broadly in terms of financial access, gender access, age access. I mean, our job is to create the best grassroots experience we can for enthusiasts and let them tell us how we did, right? For example, we use kind of a poor man's version of a net promoter score, which I'm sure everybody is familiar with.
Yeah.
Basically at the end of every, for example, every Track Night in America event that we do, we ask them, on a 1 to 5 scale, can you rate your experience with us today with Track Night on a 1 to 5 scale, 1 being worst, 5 being best? And can you tell us, based on this experience today, how likely you are to refer to a friend or family member, to come out and join us for a Track Night in the future? I want to be humble with this, but right now, across calendar year 21, that score for Track Night in America is 95.
Wow.
I mean, we're doing a few things right. And in terms of providing access, to me, that's how you grow the tribe across the continuum, is you provide products like Track Night in America that have broader access. You don't mandate that you have to have this car or this experience or this or that. You just ask them to be appropriate and lean into SCCA overall operations and safety standards, because that's paramount. That's job one, right?
Absolutely, job one. Yeah.
That you respect everybody in pit, and treat them. It's pretty simple stuff, Paul. If we just practice this as a world, I think we'd be a hell of a lot further down the road. Just treat people the way you want to be treated, right?
I agree with you.
And if you don't treat people that way, we might ask you to leave.
That's right, and I think that's the other thing. I mean, reputationally, you hear people complain about clubs and club behaviors, and I personally have encountered very little of that in the SCCA over my 49-year journey here. What I have found is that people see you, and if you're wandering around for too long, they give you something to do.
Right.
Yes. So, I was recently telling the story of showing up and, next thing I know, I'm working poorly in timing and scoring. Eventually, I'm hanging out in the question box. I'm doing little things, being asked to help, and
Right.
out of the being asked to help or asking to help, which is the other part of it, I'm meeting all these people that know so much that begin to, be my tour guide in this exotic world that I want to be part of. I really do, and we start to find common threads. Many of these relationships now are decades-long relationships, and it's not just drivers or people who own race cars or teams. It's workers. And when I began worker population event volunteers, were very much commingled with competitors. We all knew, it's a small enough group. We all knew each other because we were all there at this racetrack together, especially a place like Holtville, California, where you're out in an abandoned airfield and you're going to have dinner with each other.
Right.
And I think what's interesting is you're managing an organization that's actually a culture.
Yes. Yes. No, that's hugely important. And it is important that culture not be clubby, right? That culture be open. We have something that Chris Robbins, our director of region development, helped us with. It's kind of a statement around providing a welcoming environment, and it's pretty simple. But I get that. It's hard to marry something that in its core DNA is highly competitive.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're asking that same culture that has that DNA to be open and welcome for recreational participants just as much as competitive participants. But I tell you, Paul, I think that's a key to success for us going forward.
Yeah.
And I'll just use myself as a poor example. I am a mid-pack hack. When it comes to driving, in my mind, I'm legendary. In reality, not so much. I can typically place mid-pack in most of the classes when I drive in solo events. Road racing, I'd love to be mid-pack. Usually I'm a little further back than mid-pack in road racing, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is, that's how I access my passion in motorsports. And on the days where I know I'm not qualified to drive, like say the SCCA National Championship runoffs at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, because I don't want to get in trouble with the captain, and I don't want to embarrass the club, I'll choose to work FNC.
Yeah.
Why is that? Number one, if I can't be driving in Apex, I want to work in Apex. And the closest
it's pretty spectacular, isn't it? I've
done that. The closest I
and
can get to an Apex is with my FNC crew in the SCCA. And, I have my FNC license. They let me do it. And it's just another way to be involved. And it's just, I go back to the access and the experience words. Those are my two buzzwords.
Mm-hmm.
That's the access that grants me. It's like VIP access.
Right.
To an event, to stand in a corner, to be that close to the activity and the action of folks who are that high in caliber of proficiency as drivers. And it just helps their experience on track. It helps the overall club experience, right? As you said, if you stand around long enough in the SCCA, you'll get volunteered for something.
Yes, you will.
I love trying to help, and that's the way I help. But I think that is kind of that's how the culture is built. That's really the DNA of the culture, and I think that is still even in 2021. I think that's still appealing. How we execute against that is different, but I still think it's very appealing. Yeah. I was so blessed this year in our championship season to see, let's just go to the runoffs for the second. We had 14-year-olds on the podium.
Yeah,
and
you
we
did.
had a gentleman with more championships than you can shake a stick at, John Heinrichs, who's, forgive me, I think in his early 70s. Right?
Very fast early 70s.
Very much faster than I'll ever be at any age.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And so what does that mean? Well, to me, what that means is we might be doing some of the things right.
Yeah.
Because the breadth of that, just demographically, was just mind blowing. We also had at the runoffs this year. I don't know if this was the very first, but I believe it to be the very first female hand control assisted driver who did a damn fine job in B-Spec, one of the largest B-Spec fields
saw that too.
we've had in recent history. And so, I mean, I know those are really kind of small, maybe tactical examples, but to me, when you're talking access, those are the kind of things that I think, or those are the kind of outcomes that I think we're trying to drive for, because that provides a broader, just a broader access point, a broader funnel for us as a club. And it benefits us as a club because we get a lot more, we get a much broader set of perspectives from which to build upon going forward.
Agreed. And I think, again, the diversity of activity and membership and just interest in the Sports Car Club of America is mind-boggling. I like to say going to a national convention for me is like going to my high school reunion, though, because the people that have been with me on most of my life journey, many of them are, a huge proportion of them are from our club. And
right.
And we've gotten to stay in high school all the way through the last 4 decades doing fun things together. But the thing I think that would really be kind of fun to go through for people who don't know what the SCCA is, let's talk about SCCA by the numbers for a minute.
Sure.
How many members do we have in the SCCA?
Well, we have at this point, I checked with Amy Amy Tennis, our manager of member services, senior manager, who does a fabulous job for us. I checked with her before I came in today. We're right at 50,000 full-time. Mm-hmm. And we have about between 20 and 25,000, I don't want to call them part-time, but weekend members who participate with us in multiple solo events, track night events, other kinds of events. And our goal, obviously, with that population is to try to, migrate them into full-time status as we continue to grow. But pretty healthy numbers.
Yeah, absolutely healthy numbers, and very nice to see that past the 5.0. That makes me happy because we produced your magazine 6 times a year, and the SCCA yearbook issue, which is just coming out here, is one of the benefits of being a member.
Sorry for the shameless plug. I had it right here.
Okay, great. I don't physically have one yet. All I've seen is the digital example of it. But
it's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing it. It makes me happy to see it. And that's an idea we concocted last year mid-pandemic in our conversations with you.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a good one. And let's talk about some more numbers here. How many events do you run a year?
Right now, it's around 2,500 events and over 3,500 event days, right? So, for example, Mike, what are event days? Well, for Solo Nationals, which is one of the largest amateur motorsports in the world, not just North America, we had over 1,500 participants across 7 days on 100 acres of concrete in Lincoln, Nebraska, dodging orange cones. And that might sound frivolous to somebody who's never done it, but I can tell you this, there are some frivolous activities up there, especially in the paddock area after hours.
Yes, it is.
But when it's game time, there's not a whole lot of frivolity there. There are national championship caliber folks there. A great example, Tom O'Gorman came down this year in Super Street with 100% stock Acura NSX, other than I think it's 100% stock except for maybe Yokohama tires on it. And in a hugely competitive, fierce class, ended up top of the podium.
He's a special talent, and
he is a special talent.
And he's a special talent at having fun as well,
yes, he is.
which is I think is sort of the poster child for what you do too. And you talked about the other side of the Solo Nationals, and the other side of the Solo Nationals, if you've not been, it's one hell of a cool party.
Absolutely. But I think the joke, risk management probably doesn't like me saying this on air, but it's basically a week-long party where there's 6 minutes of racing.
Yes, that's exactly it. And all your friends are there, and you can make up stories about how great you are.
Absolutely. When you say friends, I mean, for example, there was one family that was there that basically built a deconstructed A-Mod, which is the pinnacle of competition in solo, on site, from parts to getting it running and on course with the help of friends, family, fellow competitors at Solo Nats. And that's back, kind of ties back into your cultural reference where you said, well, what's the culture of the SCCA? That's typically the culture of the SCCA. It's folks who are willing to help you into the wee hours of the morning, even if they're you're competing with them in your class, right? In the same class. You see that in the runoffs. You see it at any of our road races. You see it across the club. And I think that camaraderie is really part of building the cohesiveness of the family.
And I think here we'll talk about that for a second, because you have the road racing program. You do have a cohesiveness and kind of spirit of the club, but your program, your road racing program is the envy of, I think, the world. Basically, as an amateur program, the runoffs has been running, I think, since, was it 1964 would be the first time that the runoffs happened? Right. Yes. And I've been to many of them. How many national championship events do you think or SCCA regionals and majors events do you run?
Oh, I don't even know the number off the top of my head. I know it's in the dozens. When you think about the majors, the number of majors we do across the country every annum, the number of Hoosier Super Tours, and the number of divisional events. I should have the number top of my head, but it is quite a few. And that number is actually growing. And one of the cool things that's kind of going on with a lot of our regional events, Paul, again, kind of back to the access and the experience pieces, we're working hard at trying to invite other participants into those road racing venues on track events, track day events, time trial events integrated into a road racing calendar weekend, et cetera. All of those kinds of things. And one of the things that is probably one of the best examples that we did in 21, we actually partnered with the Steel City region, and across 3 days, a 3-day weekend, they had almost 500 drivers participating in 8 SCCA events across 5 different programs: solo, track night in America, road racing, time trials, a competition school, and a road rally. I mean, it was basically an SCCA smorgasbord that they did at Pit Race, as you know, which is a beautiful facility up there, and supported all of them. They did them all on site. But
SCCA Palooza.
There you go. And the cool thing was, not only was it a great thing for participants, many of which who weren't full-time SCCA members at that point in time, because they could see, oh, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Yeah, you can do all of that. It was also, candidly, a great thing for internal stakeholders, because sometimes we get blind to all the assets we actually have in our portfolio to deliver on that experience. And, probably going to talk out of school a little bit here. I'm not so sure there was comfort right out of the gate with, maybe the road racing crew having the time trialers there, having the track nighters there, having the solo folks there at the start. But I'll tell you this, here's the tail of the tape. As soon as it was done, they signed up for doing it again in 2022.
Absolutely great news, because I think that's the secret sauce to your future, honestly.
Absolutely. Yeah. And again, that goes back to 2 words for me: access and experience. My team is so tired of hearing those words from me, but I think that's the key to success for us going forward, is focusing on that. And I know we have a lot of folks who are what I call pointy end of the sword in solo road racing time trials. We have some fabulously fast folks who race with us. So we're not backing off the SCCA being an epicenter of high caliber competition. We're not backing off that a bit. What we are doing is saying, we're going to do that, and let's just take a couple of steps back and expand that circle so that we can get those recreational folks in here, because those folks might just be future competitors.
Exactly. And tell us a little bit about this new program that we're rolling out here in 2022,
the Enduro program?
Yeah, the Enduro program, which has my attention.
Yes, I think it has a lot of folks' attention. Speaking of, you were talking to Philip Royal, our sports car magazine editor. I know he has a passion for Enduro. I'd like to sneak him out there to that one.
I think he's a ringer, though. He's a very fast racing driver, in addition to being a really excellent magazine editor.
There you go. That's awesome. Well, it's taking place at a facility you probably know a little bit about. It's kind of the home of endurance racing, which is Sebring.
Yes.
And Eric Prill and his team are leading that charge. And again, I think this is something that we're going to steal a page a little bit out of our reinvigoration of the time trials program in the SCCA, where we actually kind of launched that program with a national championship and then built a tour to support it afterwards, right?
Yeah.
And that's actually how we're looking at launching Enduro as well. The Enduro event is in Sebring in March. And then we're working with regions across the country to create probably a 4 to 6 event tour in 22. And then based on that experience, based on learning from that, we'll potentially consider expanding that as we roll into 23. But, you know, as you know well, there's a lot of different ways to enjoy on-track racing, wheel-to-wheel racing. And, you know, over the past several years, we've seen a lot of folks expand into the endurance market. We have a ton of sprint racers, obviously inside the SCCA, who dabble inside the endurance market. And selfishly, you know, we're kind of competitive too. We don't want to yield that market to other folks.
Of course
we
not.
want those folks to stay home and play with us, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to do that. I don't have my invitation for that event yet as a driver. I'm just, while I've got full command of the industry here, I just want to say a bronze level driver in Topeka, Kansas, available for hire cheap. Not real good, but
if anybody's
very,
looking
very
for
passionate.
ballast that holds a steering wheel, I'm
That's
I'm
right.
ready to
If
go.
you're looking for some dead weight, give me a call. I can help out.
So, well, I'm down. I want to be there for that one. So, hello, Fran. You're here for a reason, Francisque.
Yes, I hate to interrupt, but we're getting close to the end. And actually, this year, Michael, we wanted to give you guys more time. So when we sat down with Paul, instead of doing panel with 3 or 4 people,
right?
We did sessions of 25 minutes to give you more time. So it's at 12:29 here at the ePortrait Studio in Los Angeles. So Michael, please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session, and we're going to bring Tony Parella from SVRA. Please stay with us. Thank you very much again for being
Thank you, Michael.
with us. And Michael is gone. So we are good. That was a great one as well, Paul. Very much enjoy his energy, his passion, and we are now bringing Mr. Parella, who is going to tell us a lot more about SV. Tony, good to see you. Thanks for being back with us.
How are you, sir?
Very good. We had a very good week so far. Started on Monday morning with an incredible lineup of speakers, and we only after 2.5 days with many more to go. So it is 12:30. So I'll let Paul Fanner take over.
Yes, Tony, you're officially you and Mike Cobb are the hump. We're over the halfway point with you.
Well, I appreciate being part of Hump Day. Trust me.
Yes, you are. You are literally the 2 hump interviews here. So it's all downhill. Let's just accelerate here. Good to see you, my friend.
It's good to see you, Paul. Thanks for having me part of this.
And I think that I want to give we have a friendship and a history that dates back a few years now. We met at your first Brickyard, Vintage Invitational. I think that was 5-6 years ago now, and you had a big vision, and when you bought SVRA, which was a small organization, typical vintage racing organization, one of the foundational ones, and you articulated that vision to me over that weekend, and I'd like you to repeat it to the audience because because I think that what's really interesting is what you repeat to me will be what you've actually done.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's hard to believe, but I'm actually entering my 10th year involved in motor racing, starting with SVRA.
Yes.
And people forget, it's amazing to me, but people forget we only ran at 3 venues in 2012. We ran at Watkins, Sebring, and Mid-Ohio. And, when I think about our total company now, will run at least 23 events next year. It's just, at least I'm not being called the new owner of SVRA anymore. But the vision then is really, it's evolved, obviously, but the vision was simple. I studied the NHRA and what Wally Park did. I studied, frankly, the history of NASCAR. And when I looked at motorsports, most of motorsports originated from grassroots racing. And as a early adopter of vintage racing, when I went to an SVRA event, I go, good God, this could be so much more. And we laid out a foundation to basically do the following. Take Vintage Racing National. So try to sign the marquee tracks around the United States that people would want to race at. We felt we could eventually crack the code and put on a vintage event at Watkins Glen, or not Watkins, but Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we thought we could do a national championship for vintage racing at COTA. And that foundation, we assumed we would be able to raise, given our scale, significant amount of motorsports related sponsorship, which then evolved to raising a great deal of luxury brand sponsorship. And now we're entering what I call the third phase of our plan, where we're actually getting significant gates. We're now live streaming, which we didn't even think about back then. We're going to have a national TV presence with Trans Am. And that gets us a seat at the table as mainstream motorsports and able to capture consumer brands for sponsors. And, we have, along the way, we obviously picked up Trans Am as a race property. We picked up FRA, we picked up F4, and now SCCA Pro operationally. So you put all those pieces together, we've really changed the way we go to market as vintage racing. It was always entries, get enough entries to cover the nut for renting a track, and hopefully you took in more than you spent. And that's never been my model, but it's evolved over time with these other properties that I mentioned. But we're on track, and we're actually ahead of the curve on several of the things that I originally thought 2012 for sure.
And indeed you are, and it happened relatively quickly and relentlessly. There was a kind of an ignition point around the time that I think you began to take more of a controlling interest in Trans Am. The Speed Tour concept really took shape. And we'll talk about Trans Am in a moment. We had a great session yesterday with John Claggett about Trans Am. And again, raise my hand and say, I'm an unabashed Trans Am fan, have been since I was a teenager. I love the category. But what you have is the story of motorsport going on in your paddock. You have the full spectrum of the history of motorsport basically showing up on your weekends. And it's a unique package. It's something you're packaging more and more so as an experience. And talk to us a bit about Speed Tour and your event-centric model, where you are the promoter or the co-promoter with, because this could well be the business model of the future for motorsport. Just in my experience, this may be what it turns out to be. Tell us about it. To give us the detail of what you actually do when someone. Yeah.
Well, when I first got involved, thanks to John Claggett, he reached out to me the first year that I was taking over SVRA, and John said, well, geez, we'd like to race on a couple of your weekends. And that started really the Speed Tour concept with Trans Am joining us, and since then IGT races with us. And the simple thing is, if you look at racing as a business, which we've tried to do, Trans Am was propped up in its early days by auto manufacturers. The OEMs were behind it, with Ford, Chevy, Dodge were behind it, and that's why Trans Am worked. When the OEMs left Trans Am, there was really no way for that model as a standalone business to rent the tracks that we go. You would need very deep pockets to cover that nut, plus prize money and all the other elements. When you looked at vintage racing, it was almost the same thing. You could kind of sort of pay your bills, but you really would have a tough time doing that. But when you put the two together, they literally, both boats rose, were able to command gates that we couldn't command when it was just vintage racing, which is unfortunate, but we're able to live stream now because Trans Am's part of it. The overall scale put us in a different price point that we could combine the two and frankly offer something. There's something at one of a Speed Tour events for any kind of motorsport fan, whether it's vintage racing or modern day cars or both, American muscle, open wheel, what have you. So the Speed Tour concept really evolved over time. I didn't see it going in. I mean, to prove a point, we launched Vintage Racing Quarterly. That was our quarterly magazine, which didn't fit when Trans Am joined the party. So we had to reinvent ourselves with even our publication with Speed Tour magazine. And, you know, so today we have Speed Tour TV, where starting next season, we will live stream all of our co-races with Trans Am, the big races, national races. We will live stream for free on Speed Tour TV, a web-based link that you can do it for nothing instead of a pay-per-view with our app. You'll be able to see us on national TV with Trans Am. And so I think the awareness of us will help us capture even more sponsorship. Instead of doing it one at a time, we're doing it through a sponsorship to pay for it. And the business model is different. I mean, we've gotten here thankfully, without the help of any of the OEMs. We've had them participate in an actual event, but not at the series level, with the exception of F4. FR Honda obviously is involved, HPD is involved. But aside from that, for Trans Am, we really don't get any support from the OEMs. We're doing this all with our own internal model. And now with the SCCA deal, it's our people actually doing the work at the weekend events. We're actually doing the processing of the timing and scoring load, and all the personnel will be Pro Motorsports Holding personnel. And SCCA will still do the sporting regs and handle the FIA and that stuff. But the rest of it, it's frankly us. It's Pro Motorsports Holding personnel, my team.
It's great, and some of those are you know, people I know through the SCCA as well. You've recently, I think today is day one from one of my favorite young people in this sport, Sydney Davis Yeagle. She's a key player in SCCA Pro Racing, and now she's one of your key players. And congratulations to her. And congratulations to you for having such a bright young talent in the company.
Well, I mean, honestly, Paul, I couldn't be more excited to have Sydney join us. I've had the privilege of working with Sydney as a customer in a sense when she worked directly for the SCCA Pro. You know, we've built this piece at a time. Having John Claggett on Trans Am has been a huge resource, and now having Sydney, having Alex Miller, who would remember a long-time SCCA guy running SVRA, having Scott Goodyear on the team, we've really built the A team, and I think now I can really focus, get less into the weeds on the day-to-day activity of our events and more in the strategic alignment, the sponsorship alignment, the strategy stuff, which I honestly am better at than figuring out who's going to be at what corner station.
Yeah, and I think you've opened another direction in our conversation here today by talking about the strategic part of this. If we could spend just a few minutes on how you ended up where you're at. What were you doing before you did all of this? I think people need to understand that you're playing chess, not checkers here.
Yeah.
Can you give a little bit of just a backstory of Tony Perella and how he got here?
Sure. I was always a racer at heart, but unfortunately life got in the way and I had to go get a day job. And the day job path took me to telecommunications. So I was fortunate enough to be part of taking two companies public in telecommunications. They both got from my kitchen table north of $1 billion, but very good financial models, great experience, great people, but no one ever called me up excited about their telephone. And frankly, people that worked for me, but I didn't give a damn about what we sold. It just was an ends to the means, so to speak. The interesting thing is, the last company I bought was a telephone service business that serviced high-end national companies in that company, we ended up putting on the best company in America to work for list on Fortune's list 4 years in a row. We bought it out of bankruptcy, turned it around. It was a very successful business, but I found myself at 50 years old going, do I really want to go back to another corporate run, or do I want to bootstrap something that I care about? And, you know, like you are a Trans Am fan, my first exposure was 1969 at 10 years old to go see a Trans Am race at the Glen. And that was my passion. And so
it's pure racing track is what it is.
It is. You know, that's, to me,
yeah.
I was at a point in my life where I could afford to do something that I really care about, but I felt like I still had a lot of energy left to give back to business. And this was a perfect storm. I wish I could tell you I saw this scale 10 years ago. I didn't. There was part of me thought that this would be a lifestyle business. I could be a race car driver on weekends and actually grow the sport. My race car career is toast because the demands of running the business have been obviously more than I anticipated. But the rewards are great. We have, you know, there was a lot of skepticism and frankly critical of my plan. You know, it was on the heels of Zach and Bobby Rahal. I listened to Zach yesterday. I saw him at Formula One, and those guys took a run at doing a national vintage racing. So when I first came in, everybody said, "Who do you think you're, Zach Brown, or do you think you're Bobby Rahal?" No, I think I'm just a guy that wants to try to do this.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful. It's evolved to well beyond just vintage racing, but that's still a real important piece to me. We've just had to do it differently than everybody else to do it national, but thankfully it's working. You know, you throw in a worldwide pandemic just to keep you on your toes in the middle of all this, but we've been able to grow exponentially over the last 2 years in spite of COVID. We didn't lay anybody off. We kept the band together. We've added to the team.
You sure have.
And you know, I feel like we have a lot to be thankful for. We're very grateful for where we are right now.
And you know, you've had a good, effective expansion into the West Coast here now, and I think that you truly are a national footprint with what you're doing. And I think that I mentioned it yesterday when we were talking with John, and there's an energy certainly about Trans Am that is organic. People know what the Trans Am is. It's part of American racing DNA, and it, you know, for anyone who's cynical and skeptical, and there have been times where the Trans Am with a tiny staff, with a tiny, you know, I reviewed during an earlier conversation with you the relative scale of social media and marketing spend on various sanctioning bodies. We're just trying to have a calibration conversation. I hope that was enlightening for what you've been able to accomplish. But you have an audience already. It's growing, and we see it in the shares off of our website, the page views, just the inertia that is building here, and in momentum that is building year over year in Trans Am, which is pulling the other things along with it. So when there's a there when you go to your race, there's an epicenter, which is that Trans Am paddock. And there are drivers you've heard of that have won championships elsewhere. They're now winning, they're hitting their bucket list by winning a Trans Am championship, or they're on their way to being legends in the sport and winning a Trans Am championship now. I think we have a future legend in Ernie Francis Jr. And I think we're going to see a lot more of Ernie Francis Jr. But at a very young age, he's already a multi-time Trans Am champion and brilliant racing driver. So you have this foundation that you've built. What is it that you want to stand? What is it you want to be that's totally different than everyone else? There's something you want to be, and I'm not talking just about how you distribute. You know, what is the personality and the character of your brand and your business you want to be?
Well, I think we're still evolving for sure. We're not anywhere. What's cool is we got 10 years into this. Like we're just getting started. Yet when I step back from it and look at how far we've come, it's been a neat journey.
Yeah.
But I think the success of Trans Am really gets down to a handful of things. One is the commitment to see it through. No question, without John Claggett, we wouldn't be here. Two, I think the schedule, we had to go back to basics. Why do people go racing? And one of it is they want to be at premier tracks that have history. We do that in spades. And that took combining it with SVRA to do that. The model that frankly TA2 has, and frankly the model that TA has, they're really different. The TA model encourages development. The rule book's about 3 pages thick.
Yeah,
you can build it, you can race it, and that's one of the few places left in the world where development is encouraged instead of spec racing.
Yeah.
Yet we have a really good model with TA2 that it's cost constrained. Ricky and Aaron run it with an iron fist, that they keep an eye on the tech, that it's a level playing field. And the price point, frankly, to buy a brand new TA2 car is like $125,000, which I don't think is insignificant, but when I compare it to other forms of racing, we look like a pretty good bargain. And
by the way, that's the
made it affordable. And
that's
so,
the Friday catering bill
Yeah.
at a Formula One race for a team.
Yeah. I mean that exactly. So when you look at the venues we race at, the staff we've built, we got, the David Hoots now running race, race operations, and the team that we've assembled, the experience is top drawer. It's very professional. Tracks we race at, best of the best. Structure is great, and now we're going to have national TV and free live streaming. I think a lot of the boxes have been checked. Yet we're just now we're really getting serious about doing our own promotion to take the gates to a whole nother level, and that experience is different. This year we had some one-off races that really were kind of cool for the TA2 guys. They got to race with IndyCar.
Yep.
In Nashville at the Big Machine Baca Music City Grand Prix. We had them race at Road America with NASCAR Cup guys. So they had huge crowds, but yet our own speed tour are looking pretty healthy, but they're not at that level yet. But this year you'll see us really take a big step. So I think the final stage will be getting some high-end commercial sponsors that want to associate their name as a title sponsor. And I'm going to pour all that money back into the teams for promotion and for prize money. And when we complete that piece, I think we will be a force to be reckoned with. But I don't want to take away from anything that we've done. I think we're on the right path, but I think the real success is making the racers feel special and giving them an experience that they deserve and treating them like a customer. And I think we're learning. We're not where we want to be, but we're learning.
You are learning, and I as my friend Mike Hull told me when I was a young Formula Ford racer, he said racing is learning, and it's something that hasn't lost me. And you've learned really quickly, Tony, and I think that. Your conversation here in the last few minutes we have together today, I want to talk a little bit about, this sponsorship.
Did I lose you, Paul?
No, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yep. The sponsorship element here.
I can. Yeah, I'm sorry. It stalled for a second.
Okay, that's all right. The sponsorship component to what we're talking about here. You have complete control of your environment in most of your venues. You can produce and deliver for a sponsor a pretty complete product and result. And you can tailor the entire promotional envelope to the needs of the sponsor, basically. And you control the promotional, everything about your sport. So, I see that as being an obvious opportunity for a number of companies looking at motorsport right now. You talked about what you would do in reinvesting. But more importantly, I want to ask you, what do you think you bring as a brand? Yeah, I'm going to keep coming back to that. What is the promise of Speed Tour? What is the essence of what you bring to a partner? You know, what do you?
We really bring it, and it really depends on what type of brand or company that we're partnering with. But I'll give you some examples. We bring a platform to extremely high-end demographic with our national footprint with the vintage racers. I mean, if you can afford to go vintage racing at some of the tracks that we race at with the structure and presence that these guys bring and the cars they bring, you're a premium for a luxury brand that I can connect them through. So partners like Jaguar in the past, Land Rover in the past, NetJets, Green Wealth Management, those guys are thriving because of the high-end demographic and the scale of that demographic. There's 20,000, quote, everyday millionaires to billionaires in my database.
Yeah.
It's some pretty healthy, you know, you're not dealing with 40 racers, you're dealing with 5,000 entries a year. And
I'm just hoping one of them adopts me.
Yeah, yeah, but me too. So that part of it, it's not shocking why luxury brands have done well. And then you take the same equation for motorsports brands, whether you're selling tires, motor oil, gasoline, what have you. So the Sunoco's of the world, the Pirelli, Hankook, Hoosier, those guys are all thriving. Hawk Brake, anything to do with race related, because again, our grassroots scale is over 5,000 entries a year. It's a huge opportunity, but we tie them together with our magazine. We tie them together through you, frankly, with racer.com and our presence there. We tie them together at the events. And then the final piece is, you know, the consumer brands, the Big Machine Vodkas of the world, the Mission Foods of the world, who are now seeing the value we bring at the price point we bring it, with streaming numbers that eclipse 50 million views or 4 million engagements from those views. Those are real big time numbers for a company our size. And when we start offering streaming for free, those numbers are going to go up even more.
Yeah, sure
So
are.
I think we bring an incredible value. Just if you know, I mentioned earlier, I don't have any OEM support with the exception of HPD with Formula 4 and FRA. But I think with the technology shift that's going on, what could be a better place than electric to be showcased than a speed tour event where we can get early adopters in on electric, we can demonstrate, we can do arrive and drives, we can do all these things. So I think you're going to see several companies. I've been in discussion with a lot of people that have seen what we've done and they want to be a part of it because they're going to get a return on investment. I mean, some of the things we do for our sponsors, we get a quarterly report card. We show what the digital engagement was, what the physical presence for print media, how many fans we have. We give a full-blown, and we connect a lot through our systems. We have a very unique database that when somebody registers, hey, I'd like to get pricing for a NetJets plane, we literally hook them directly to James, the sales guy from NetJets. So we really take a very good focus. I have full-time staff that manages partners, the relationship and the deliverables. It's not just stick a logo on your car and hopefully somebody will call you because they saw you on the bumper of a car or a car. That's not what we are. We bring a marketing plan to every sponsor that we sign. And I think that's been the key to our success from day one.
Well, you sure have attracted a lot of sponsorship, Tony. And it seems like it's an expressway of releases coming to us at racer.com with all the sponsorship announcements you have annually. But congratulations, that's exactly what it needs, frankly, and it benefits all the racers as well. I have to look back to how I met you, and that was Mark Dill, a mutual friend. Mark Dill introduced us. And Mark just said to me on a phone call, we were talking about something, he said, you've got to meet Tony Parella. That was the first time I heard your name. And who's Tony Parella? And I've had the pleasure of finding out who you are, Tony. And over this, there's a sense of inevitability. Once you get your sights set on something, you really focus and you learn. When you make a mistake, you're a racer. You have to realize it's a mistake and you correct. Nothing ever happens without making mistakes, and some of the mistakes you've made have led to some of the best decisions you could have made, because you're on your way to some place that you see in your heart and mind. And when we close this down today, I think the one thought I want to close out with is, what are you most grateful for out of this journey through racing? This is second life for you. What is the thing you look back now, for this decade of life in the sport? What has it given you?
I think it for me personally, it was the first time in my life that I got to work in a space that I'm passionate about. I was always passionate about my employees. That was obvious with our track record. I never got excited about telecommunications. It was part of what we did. But to work on something that I truly love is awesome. And to do it with a dedicated team and do it different, it's kind of fun. We just we're off in our own little world doing it, but we're finding a way.
And you do it well, and congratulations to you and your team for your continued success with SVRA, Pirelli Motorsports Holdings, and Trans Am, Formula Regional Americas, and Formula 4, operating SCCA Pro Racing. I wonder what it'll all be next year.
Well, I hope.
Let me know when you buy Walmart.
I just hope you get that Formula Ford out of your garage and get your butt to one of my races.
Oh, we're working on that.
It's long overdue to get you out on the track with us. But
indeed, and I need to make up more stories about how great I am. So thank you very much. Thank you, Tony, for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Tony. Please stay with us a few more seconds as we are going to be transitioning to our next session. And for our next session, we are doing something very special, right, Mr. Banner?
Yes, I think there's some people we may have heard of coming on next.
I guess. So stay with us, Paul. We're going to bring our host, Jeff Hammond, who is super excited to talk to our next two guests. And Jeff, welcome back. And as we're welcoming Jeff back, we are going to bring our very special guest. So this is going to be fun, colorful, and wow, big names right there. So
yes, I have somebody very special sitting right next to me. So I'll be exiting, and you'll have somebody on right now.
Who could that be?
Surprise, surprise.
Woo!
Hey, sister.
Wow. And Mr. Andretti as well. Well, wow. Thank you so much for being
Hello there.
Hi,
Mario. Hi,
Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Ciao.
Hey, how we doing, Mario?
I'm great. Thanks, guys.
Oh, me.
I think I need to.
When they asked me to do this, I said, I don't know if I can control what's getting ready to happen here. So I basically I'm saying I'm washing my hands of what is ever said here, or, I don't know nothing. I'm trying to say, I don't know nothing.
What does he mean by that, Mario?
Go ahead.
No, what I mean by that right there is you folks have been around this sport for so long. And I think Mario's trying to get this thing right. There you go.
There you go. Now you can see girls.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I wanted to do. He is that for sure. And Mario, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go to Linda, the lady first. Ladies first, and that's the way it should be. I know if we're both gentlemen. And Linda, I know you have done a lot of telling people about what racing has meant to you throughout your entire career, because you have been the first lady of stock car, IndyCar, any type of racing. Your name is associated with it.
Well, being with Mario has been one of the biggest parts of my life. We've shared it together, haven't we, Mario? I've gone to all his races and especially when we won the Formula One. But probably Indianapolis is one of the most exciting races we've ever won together, been together and worked together with Andy Granatelli and the whole family, Deanne and all the kids. And it's just, we're like brother and sister. And I said, all these years, we still are.
You know what? I like to actually interject something, Jeff. How I met Linda. We met, it was 1963 in Daytona. And I was driving a midget, and there was where was it? Volusia Speedway there.
Volusia.
Yeah. Yeah, about a couple of miles from the track. Anyway, quickly, they had two events, and actually the car was owned by Bruce Homeyer, if you remember, a Custom Hot. And so anyway, all of a sudden, just before the feature starts, we had the heats in and everything else. Here shows AJ Foyt, Roger McCluskey, Bobby Marshman, and Linda Vaughn.
And Parnelli.
Oh, and Parnelli. Okay. And so anyway, I said, oh my goodness. I mean, royalty is here, and now what to expect, so obviously if I had ever been nervous about going into a race, this was it. And but anyway, this is how we met, and we get all these guys, they're checking my car. There was Roger McCluskey was checking the cross weight car and everything. And guess what? I won the race.
Yes, he did. And I won $1. I bet AJ was going to win that race. I still have that $1 I won from AJ Foyt. I bet on you. I bet on
that
you.
Was so that was
saw you race.
And I was at the racetrack.
I picked a winner.
Yeah, so Linda, what you were telling me right now, you're one of the reasons why AJ does not like Mario.
I wouldn't say that at all.
You made money
I
off
wouldn't
of it.
say that at all. Over the years, we've had to put up with AJ, but you know what? These two raced each other, and Mario really admired AJ, and AJ was jealous, and who cares? Because AJ had to learn the hard way, because he shouldn't have called him the WAP, because Mario went out there and whipped him, and I loved every minute of it. But they used to put me in the middle, so I don't know if you remember, Mario, but I invited y'all to my apartment for dinner down in Atlanta. We're going to have that IndyCar race there. And I didn't tell either one of you who was coming, but Lloyd Ruby helped me get y'all there. So Lloyd Ruby was in the middle of it. I had AJ on one side of the table, Mario on the other side of the table, and Booper and I made the most wonderful dinner. And that night when y'all all left, you were in much better frame of mind and much nicer to each other after that. So I was worried about the both of you, especially the way AJ would snarl at you. And I thought, we got to put a stop to this. I said, yeah, he's come here to race you and you race him. And you went on and showed everyone what you could do, and still did, and then won the World Championship. So you know whose side I was on.
No, AJ and I are good now.
I know you're
We've
good
been good
now.
for a while. We're BFFs.
Well, y'all needed to have that dinner at my house, because Lloyd and I both were worried about y'all. And you know what? It really worked.
You didn't have to worry, because I could run faster than him.
I wasn't worried that way.
Catch me if you can. Hey, real quick, Mario, you were talking about being in Florida. Go back to that race that you won at Daytona and tell me what that was like, because I see the car on the wall behind you, and it made me start thinking about, at that point in time in your career, was that the biggest win that you had, or how would you rank it, or put it that way?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, as far as the magnitude of the event, yeah, for sure. I think, I had already competed at Indy, but I had not won yet, but the point I'm making is, Jeff, things were right. Everything seemed to be aligned there. And, why was I, competitive? Because the car was really balanced, and we lucked into some of it. I think good old Jake Elder was very, very, very helpful. I loved him there.
On the suitcase.
Yeah, old suitcase, Jakey. He sort of kind of was understanding me pretty well. You know, I didn't know what, you know, to ask for. You know, I knew what when the car was right or not, you know, but we unloaded well. You know, we unloaded pretty good. The car we unloaded, I tell you, Jeff, we unloaded really very neutral. And sometimes you like some, you know, some push into it and so forth. And we started playing with cross weight, and then I'm looking at Freddie Lorenz, and he had a bigger, like 1.25 inch front bar. Mine was 1 inch. And I figured maybe I'll try that. Everything that I tried, what it did, it just, it made the car, a little more comfortable, but slower. So, and I didn't have a very good engine at the time, but I didn't know, you know, so I was, you know, I figured, you know, I just can't do that, you know, so I kept the thing neutral all along. And then of course there was a choice before qualifying. There was a choice with the rear spoiler. You had whatever.
Lay it down if you wanted to. Yeah.
You know, and anyway, the suggestion for them was like a 45-degree and so on and so forth. But again, so the qualifying engines show up, and I, you know, I'm not going to name the gentleman from Ford. In the room there were several engines there, you know, for I think Foyt was driving one of the Fords there at the time.
Yeah.
And anyway, so, and they all had a tag, and I says, Charlie, I said, could I see the power curve, you know, the dyno sheet on these things? He said, oh, they're all within like 3 to 5 horsepower. I said, oh, okay. So I went over there and I swapped one of the tags. Oh, you can't do that. I said, oh, well, that tells me something. You know, it's actually, I swapped mine with Freddie Lorenzen, and then I swapped mine with Foyt, and he won't let me. So anyway, the bottom line is the only guy that actually was, I was complaining someone once I found out, actually the guy actually told me with the gear I was running 370 gear. Donnie Allison is the only one that actually told me the truth about certain things, because I asked him, I said, what rev should I be pulling with that? He said, at least 7,200. And I was pulling like 68, 6,900. And so anyway, so I'm complaining to John Hallman, because Ralph says, you know what, I'm not political, you know, I can't help you there. And so anyway, before you know, I got an engine from Engine and Foundry. You know, it was an experimental engine, and that was in a qualifier. But I was scuffing tires at pole speed, what Turner had done, quite honestly. And the Firestone guys will say, holy macro, you know. I said, you know what, this thing feels pretty good. But I resisted putting the steeper the spoiler, you know, because I like the speed, but I had no idea what it was going to be in traffic, you know. So anyway, long and the short is the thing really went really quite well. And I said, okay, I said, I'd like to race that engine. He said, and you know, and John said, absolutely not. I says, you'll do 20 laps and it's gonna, you know, it's gonna blow. And so, believe it or not, and I didn't even know until quite a bit later, Waddell Wilson, did the engine for the race, for my race. Good old Waddell, I tell you. And he was one that was never given credit, because I didn't even know. I didn't know. Nobody told me that. And I tell you what, in the race we were flying, except that I had to really, really play it pretty cool in traffic and so forth. You know, I you know, I didn't dare have too many cars on the outside of me, you know, to pull me around. So I was riding the rim quite a bit most of the time. And but I could overtake and lead. They let me lead because in those days they figure you're burning up more fuel and everything else. But that was a comfort level for me, and that's it. I mean, we led 118 laps, so it was not a lucky thing. And in fact, on the last pit stop, they held me in because I come in and Freddie was running second, and they let him go out first, and I caught him. And
you know what I can call that now, Mario? 40 Shades of Gray, because I was right there in the middle of all of that. And everything you've been saying, I just relived in my mind. And in Homan and Moody, what cars they built was fantastic. My roommate was the secretary to John Homan, so I went over and watched them build your cars. And I was so thrilled when you got that ride. And the way you smartly drove it, you were impeccable. You did everything right. I'm so proud of you.
I mean, actually, Darrell Waltrip wound up with that chassis, and he put a Mercury. But I don't know. There was something there. Like Ralph told me that they changed the floors were lower. I don't know. I mean, I forget what he was telling me that was different, and we didn't know what to really credit the car for. But I could, you can't really usually run a loose car, but what I could do that. In fact, I was smoking the right rear sometimes up on the banking because, quite honestly, I don't remember ever turning left. I mean, as soon as I hit the banking, I had to just correct a little bit. I mean, it was, but it was drivable. It was really drivable in that sense. I felt the back end. I mean, I could have probably, in any situation, I could have spun it pretty quickly, but I was kind of aware of how much on edge I was. But the fact that it was fast, I figure, what, if I'm here at the end there, I have a shot at it, and obviously it worked out.
Yeah, it definitely did. Linda, when it comes to Daytona, that's where I met you and everything, and when was the first time that you got to come down? Was it when Mario was there, or
no,
did you migrate?
I had won Miss Atlanta Raceway, and they had invited me to Daytona to ride in the pace car representing the Atlanta race, because right after Daytona, they'd all come to Atlanta. So I got to be a part of the visiting parade laps, and then 62, I won Miss Firebird, so I was the official fuel, so I got to hang out with everybody and watch Mario come in and watch. It was just absolutely the most wonderful time of my life. If I had to do it all over again, I'd do the same thing I did, because it was so exciting and wonderful. And my check was only $25 per weekend, to me, that was $250 a day. I mean, it was magnificent. $25 got me there, and it kept me there for the whole year. And then when I won Miss Firebird again, I met George Hurst. So Daytona was the reason that I am where I am today. Thank you, Daytona, Bill France Sr., for having me there, because without Daytona, I don't think I would have ever made the moves that I made. So I have to give credit to Daytona, absolutely.
Well, you've represented them in the sport well. Y'all were talking about, you're talking about, some other Indy drivers being around there at Daytona at that time. Why was Daytona so popular for a lot of the IndyCar drivers at that period, Mario? I mean, was it just something to do because, I mean, your IndyCar season didn't start till later on in the season, or really what was it?
Well, obviously it was attractive for the obvious reasons, that for some of us drivers, the ones that actually paved the way were like AJ Foyt, Parnelli Jones, by crossing over. So I figure, AJ's going there. I said, man, maybe, that's what I want to do too, So you're curious, and I had a great relationship with Ford, because right in my rookie year at Indy in '65, I had that new Ford, the double overhead cam engines, and so on and so forth. And so with that, I had that great relationship, and also I was part of the Le Mans program, which started in '66. And so whenever I would, express a desire to do a race like this, of course, like Daytona, they put me with the best team, with their number one team. And how sweet is that? So to have those opportunities, it's golden, as I said before. I was interested in pretty much everything. As you could see, at that time, I was already dreaming about Formula One, and the following year I debuted Formula One at Watkins Glen, and I was lucky enough. Here I was with one of the top teams, Lotus, and I put the car on pole in my very first race. So, to be with a top team is the only chance that you have to really have any kind of result. And I knew that pretty well, in that respect. And so I just love to move around and experience, sports prototypes. I won Daytona with and at that time actually it was a 6 hour because it was during the fuel crisis. They cut the 24 hour to 6 hours. And I was on pole a few times there. And again, I just, that was all what I love to do, to move around. And I think it helped me overall as far as, just developing, as much skill as I could, to be able to deal with different situations, whatever's thrown at me. What helped me a great deal is dirt track racing. And I even drove stock cars in the dirt, by the way, USAC stock cars, Boyd, Johnny, Johnny White, all those guys. Anyway, and to have the opportunity, to experience all that, that's how sweet it is. I wouldn't change that for anything in my career. Quite honestly, my specialty were really, I like single seaters, open cockpit, but I enjoy doing all of it, at the end of the day.
What's so wonderful is I was at all of it with you, Mario, and to relive those times. I watched you closely, became part of the family, and working in publicity and PR wise, you're one of the most versatile drivers in the world, and the whole world knew who Mario Andretti was and is today. They really do, because you still have the great following, the greatest name in racing.
Well, there's
Formula One. I got to go to Monza, and Mario was, you have to be careful, they'll pinch you. Well, the only person that pinched me, I turned around and it was Jackie Stewart. And he says, I thought I'd do that before Mario did. And I said, Mario would never do that. But you won the World Championship and I got to announce you at Watkins Glen, and to come out in the pouring rain and you were tearing those visors off, and the way you handled yourself, just like Jenny Clark said, how wonderful you are. I was so proud to be there when you won the World Championship and brought it back to America. And there goes one, AJ, you never got to do, because he couldn't fit in that Formula One car by then. And I have to pick on him because he's been my hero too, as you know. But I was so proud to represent the American man named Mario Andretti from Italy that set the world's record and came back to the United States, the world's champion. I cried. Look at me, cheers to glory.
Linda, I can't let you cry by yourself to a certain degree, because I was as proud of him when he did that, because again, I felt like he was from this country. He was an American.
Oh, absolutely.
He had an Italian heritage, but at the same time, Mario Andretti was racing, I felt like, and representing this country. When he was driving that John Player special and places that he was racing at against the guys he was racing, were world-class drivers in Formula One. And Mario, you did. You showed them what your talent really is. And when you look at the history that you have and the success that you've had, is there, when you try, and I know people have asked you this question, so I'm going to ask a dumb question. Does it stand out in your history that a favorite memory of a race, a win, or just a moment, a car maybe that you drove? What was your most favorite car maybe you ever drove?
Well, I've been fortunate enough to be around for quite a long time, dodged the bullets and, and everything. So I've had many experiences, but the things that I remember some moments where I can snap and say, oh, yes. I'll give you, for instance, when in back of my mind, even when I was driving a midget, I was in 1963, actually, I won 3 races in one day, 3 features within that 24-hour day before the 12 o'clock bell rang. There was Labor Day, 63. And just before I getting pushed off for my third feature, which was a rainout feature, what was I thinking about? I was thinking about Dan Gurney, who just got a ride with the Ferrari. And I said, an American guy, obviously very popular, and he got a ride with Ferrari. I was thinking of Formula One. I was in a midget. And in 65, when I was rookie of the year, so I got a little bit of attention, Jim Clark won the race, and I befriended him and Colin Chapman during practice and everything else. And then, finishing third sort of thing and being rookie of the year, which Jim Clark was the year before. So we went to a lot of events together. But when the banquet was over, Jeff, we were just saying our goodbyes. And I said to Colin Chapman, I said, Colin, someday I'd like to do Formula One. And Colin says to me, Mario, whenever you think you're ready, you call me and I'll have a car for you. Now, can you imagine, Jeff, having that promise? And he was as good as gold. And 3 years later, 68, when I called him at the end of the season, I said, I'd like to do the last 2 races of the season, Italy and Watkins Glen. And he said, right, I'll have a car for you. So he entered the 3rd car. And so again, I mean, these are the moments that were pivotal, in my career. And the other part is to be able to share a lot of it with my family, when the kids started racing, Michael came on the scene, and Michael, Jeff, John, I mean, we were on podium together, 3 Andretti's, at the Milwaukee. When I was, Michael and I were on podium 15 times in an IndyCar race, and first and second 5 times, started from front row 10 times, things like that. These are the moments that are so meaningful. I mean, I raced at Le Mans with Michael, I raced Daytona 24 hours, and Michael and Jeff, the three of us together. And in 1986, at the Pocono 500, they had a supporting race there, Indy Lights, and younger son Jeff was in that race. He was on pole for that race, and he won that race. Michael was on pole for the 500, and I won the 500. Between the 3 of us, we cleaned house. Now, the press didn't even pay a lot of attention to that, but we did. We celebrated. What happened? And it keeps on going today. I'm so proud of the kids that our kids are out there racing and enjoying what I love so much. It's been part of our DNA, quite honestly. And I always say that. My brother Aldo and I started this mess, but deep down, with there are 4 race drivers on his side of the family, 4 on mine, so, we experienced a little bit of all of it, that, the sport can be cruel at times. And unfortunately, it was cruel to Aldo, and to my younger son. But these are things that you can never know, you can't control. And but still, that did not deter any of us, to continue and keep pursuing our dream. So that's, these are the things that to me, there's so many chapters, in my life and my career that they all have a different, a special meaning for certain reasons. I always say, what if this wouldn't have happened? What if that wouldn't have happened? Certain opportunities, like if you're Zoom, you're there. Give you, for instance, in those days, unfortunately, sometimes you benefited from the misfortune of somebody else. And that's how I got my first ride in the IndyCar, with the top team, with the Dean Van Line. It was one of the top 3 teams in IndyCar. As a rookie, how fortunate was I, to be under the tutelage of Clint Bronner and then Jim McGee, that I had the best of both worlds. Clint Bronner, a crusty old dude, solid though, with a lot of wisdom. And then, Jim McGee, younger, my age, and thinking more, I think openly, and I think we blended together so well, and they were so good for me. So, like I said, there's so many things that happened at the right time, and it made all the difference, career-wise. So, I look back and I tell you, I have a lot to be thankful for.
And I'm so blessed and thankful that I was with you in all of these. And that's what's so wonderful. I had a lot of people write to me the past few days looking forward to seeing the two of us together again. So that goes to show the love that the fans give us. It was wonderful. And I got to be there with you.
Yeah. And to me, Linda, that's the reason I wanted to ask you a question. You and Mario have shared so much throughout your career. But when you look at your travels, is there any defining moment, or is there a memory that jumps off the books, kind of like it's you? I've seen you have got your own book out there where you chronicled a lot of this right here. But at the same time, is it a Daytona? Is it an Indy? Is it going overseas to Europe? What was it? Or is there a defining moment in your career?
Indianapolis. Mario went in 500. It was absolutely magnificent. It's one of the greatest ladies in racing, and that brings about all the love that we have, the passion for open cockpit, open racing.
Our sport is very rich of diverse disciplines, and each discipline have the crown jewel event, for instance. Indy cars, of course, Indianapolis. Stock cars, Daytona. Sports prototypes, it's Le Mans. And Formula One is Monaco. When you go to any of these events, it's special, of course. But what's interesting is but you do the same thing. A lot of people, I remember that in Indianapolis, for instance, because you remember, especially when they had the motel right there, everybody was staying, so at the same hotel. And the night before the race, they see you out at 9:30. Shouldn't you be in bed because tomorrow? I says, no. I said, I go to bed the same time as I do any other race. Oh, it's 500. I said, I treat every single race the same way, because if I would treat any other these special events in a special way in preparation, that means I'm doing something wrong everywhere else. So you know what I mean? You have to put things in perspective.
Yeah.
You're in Monaco, okay? This crown jewel of Formula One. Why? Because of obviously, there's so much history to it and all that. But whether I'm Monaco and Argentina, preparation is the same. And the same thing, with stock car sports prototypes. You're lucky to be able to be attending some of these events, and there's a lot more glamour to it, obviously, the ambiance and all of that, but that's outside of the track. You know, when you're in a race car, it doesn't make any difference. It doesn't. You know, they're all important. They're all exactly the same. And that's the way I look at things.
It's a good way to do it. We've got a lot of folks that have tuned in here today, our attendees, and a lot of them are basically saying, we like Mario, but we love Linda. Just so you understand where we kind of rank right in there. They don't even mention me, so that's a good thing.
Oh, I love Mario.
Yeah. Yeah. But there's one question here, kind of like there leads to two different ones, and I'd like to get these out there to you, Mario. You know, what future do you see for Formula One in the U.S.? And the other question is from Frank, and he asked any stories about your interaction with Enzo Ferrari that we might be interested in.
Well, I mean, first of all, Formula One, I think, is really it's going to have a solid home in the U.S. probably better than ever. There was a period where Watkins Glen was the go-to place for Formula One, but all of a sudden it just they didn't keep it up to standard, and that's it, and evaporated. And every race after that was like a temporary course. So the word temporary was exactly that. So Long Beach was huge, but again. Now with COTA, in Austin, with the facility that's built, with the state of the art, and up to absolute spec for Formula One, and then coming up Miami, that's going to surprise a lot of people as to the presentation that they're going to see there, and the infrastructure that they're building for that. So all of this investment is for the long term, and the only thing that's missing so far is an American driver in Formula One. I hope that, that becomes a reality sooner or later, because this country deserves to be represented in Formula One, which is, let's face it, the Olympics of our sport. It's the truly, truly international aspect of it. And, one of the things that I was so proud of, whenever you're on the podium, on the top step of the podium to play, the first national anthem to play is your own, your home national anthem. And then the second one is wherever you are, the country that you're visiting. And there's a lot of pride that goes into that. But again, I think it's going in the right direction, but having more visibility here, solid. I think it's going to hopefully encourage some of the teams to look at some of the talents that we have here in Indy cars. I think if you talk to Jimmy Johnson, he would know. He would tell you just a couple of the guys that he would think that would cut it in Formula One, given the opportunity. And again. I think that's good stuff for the future. I mean, things to be looking forward to. What was the second part of the question?
The guy was asking, Frank Harold wanted to know, are any stories about your interaction
about Mr.
with Enzo Ferrari?
Well, yeah, I mean, the story is that the best part about that is that I'm one of the very few drivers that dealt with him directly. Mainly because, if you look at the history, except for the 50s and just early 60s, there haven't been any Italian drivers driving for Ferrari, and mostly, and he did not speak, he didn't want to speak any other language because he liked to, to understand everything perfectly. And I dealt with him directly. There was no third person, in the middle. And I love that because I saw passion, so much passion in this man's eyes. The very first race that I drove for Ferrari, that he was there, was in 1969, the 1,000 kilometers in Monza. It was a sports car race. And I was team with Chris Amon, who was a factory driver at the time. Very good, very fast. And Mr. Ferrari was there. because he only used to go only to Monza. He didn't travel much outside of Italy. And so anyway, and was my second time there, because I tested in '68 with a Formula One car. I knew the track, but with the sports cars, they ran part of the banking, which was really interesting. And so there was some diversion to the track. And anyway, I was really getting quite smart going up to banks, because they're taking a lot of risk. But I wanted to impress Mr. Ferrari during practice so much that, I crunched the car a little bit. I spun at one point, and I didn't do anything mechanical, just the body. So I drove back, and I figured, well, I hope I have a return ticket to the States. You know what I mean? I'm thinking, okay, buddy. And when I drove in slowly, and I see him, he's there with his hand right in his vest like this, like he always did. And he had a smile on his face. And, I didn't realize what that meant until much later, is he never faulted. Never faulted a driver that really tried like 110% sometimes, which you do.
Yeah.
He just, he appreciated when you gave it all, and now and then you're going to go over the limit, and, you're going to do something, you're going to bring back a steering wheel, but he, that's why he loved Gilles Villeneuve. I mean, Gilles Villeneuve, I think, crashed more Ferraris than 10 other drivers put together. And I mean, that guy was unbelievable. Was a lion out there. But, I was making some mistakes, but Mr. Ferrari didn't care. And that's one thing that you can see, that's a real racer, and these are the qualities that you see in an individual. They're so inspiring to me. And then to be able to have had direct chat, direct contact. And when he would call me to invite me to it, like, the very last Formula One race that I drove in 1982, there was, 82 was a terrible year for them. They lost both, their team drivers. At first, Gilles, and then Didier Pironi. And coming down to the last, couple of races of the season, he asked me if I would drive Monza, and I said, well, of course, I will. And I put the car on pole, and I led until almost the end, and then the turbo on the left side pitched on me, but I still finished podium, so I finished third. And but when I was testing at the test track in Furano, which is right next to the factory, he was there watching every minute, and I, the last run of the day, actually I set a record. But I had the qualifying, tweaked up the engine. There was a turbocharged engine. That time, it was the qualifying spec was 1,100 horsepower. And I mean, that thing was unbelievable. It was like, having a rocket behind you. And and the smile that I saw in him when I pulled in, and that record held for 8 years on the track. And Michael Schumacher broke it, yeah. But moments like that, like I said, and with him, they were so precious to this day.
Mario, I still have my precious Ferrari. It's because of these guys. I bought a Ferrari. I got a 246 GTS, chairs and flares. It's just magnificent. I still have it. Everybody keeps trying to get it from me, but it was just a part of all of our living back then. And I love it like a child. I call it my baby. I still have it. Thank you, Mario.
Linda, what do you think about 3 million? We'll steal it from you.
I don't know. Tell Bobby Rahal that. He's interested in it. I've had several things acquired, but that's my baby.
He can afford it. He can afford it.
But it was one of the best investments that I've ever made, in that and buying my house out here in California. So I figured if I sold both of them, I could go back home to Georgia and do me a fort.
Getting ready to say, you probably can. Hey, real quick, Linda, Charles Custer asked the question here, and I think it's pretty pertinent. You know, with all the years you've been around the sport and all the great drivers like Mario, and it goes on and on and on. You've learned so much about how these guys approach their craft. If you were going to make and give advice to young drivers coming into a sport, what would you tell them? I mean, because again, you've been around world champions and Indy champions. What's the one thing that these winners have that they need to learn?
It's your passion. Pursue your passion. Stay focused, work hard, and believe in yourself first, and go for it. I mean, same thing in drag racing, IndyCar racing, Formula One racing. It's a passion. You know, it is our true passion. This sport is our passion. I think that's why I'm still single. All my passion, I think, goes along with all these races. But I would just say stay focused. I mean, you take Tony Stewart and Leah, I was just at their wedding, and now they're going to form a team together. And this is fantastic that they're going to be working together. And she's one heck of a race driver and stays very focused. And I think they'll do well, as Tony did well, both in IndyCar and he even can drive a top fuel dragster now. I've been watching those guys. And I just think if you're focused and stay true to your passion, if you'll go a long way. What do you think about that?
You won't believe this. You were talking drag racing. I just happen to have a question that popped up here from Joe Costello. And the question was from Mario. He says, Bob Tasca has said that he has offered you a ride in his 330 mile per hour funny car. Is that true? And would you like to try it?
Well, it's kind of true. I don't know whether he really meant it, but because young Tasca, I just met him a couple of weeks ago up in Rhode Island at an event, Italian American Hall of Fame up there, and but I drove for his dad at an exhibition race in 1968, the day before Indianapolis. I was asked, actually, Ford told me that I should do it because Bob Tasca was the biggest Ford dealer in the United States at the time. Mm-hmm. And he had a, I think it was, I don't know what class it was. I think it was super stock or something like that. It was a big Mustang, with that. But I think it was doing like 140, 150 or something miles an hour at the time. And I never driven one. So I arrived there. Actually, we landed on a strip, because I had to get right back. And I was doing intermission. I did an exhibition with Frank Murata. He was that time, he was a national champion in that class with Camaro. And so we were going to do 3 out of 5, like 5 runs. And so he red lighted in 2, but I beat him 3 out of 5, in other words. And that was pretty good. Actually, the speed, I think, was right in there. And I was getting to like it. But that was my experience. That was my only official experience. And it was not actually official, but it was during an NHRA weekend. Whether like, to answer your question, whether I would drive a top fuel, I don't know. I mean, I'll try anything, right?
So like,
oh, is that a funny car or top fuel? Oh,
it's a funny car.
It's a funny car. Yeah.
The body closes down on you, but it's still.
Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but funny car is 300 miles an hour. So. Yeah. Sounds good.
Or top fuel.
You think that might get your attention?
Hill School of driving.
Maybe we should go on the salt flats with that.
Yeah. I was also going back through, checking your bios and stuff out, and I found this video, and it was just this past year. And Linda, I know you've probably been here, so I've been here, and I think it's one of the coolest things I ever got a chance to go to, and that's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And in 2021, you hadn't been there yet.
No, I've been invited. Jennifer Rebson and I were going to go, and something happened to the airplane. Not once, not twice, but the third time I told her, well, let's get off of this plane. So that's why we didn't go to Goodwood that year. And I was so upset and disappointed. I really would love to go to Goodwood. I really would.
You need to, and Goodwood needs to, have you there. But Mario, you did something I thought was remarkable, was getting in 5 different cars and driving them there. And to me, every one of them had a story to go with it. How much fun is it to go back and kind of like have those kind of memories and give an opportunity to showcase them at a place like Goodwood in front of so many other legends and more particular, I think more particularly is the people themselves in that unique setting.
It's an amazing event, Jeff. I mean, it's the third time. Yeah. I get invited, just about every year, and somehow there's always a commitment here that keeps me here. But this time it was clear, and they were celebrating the versatile, they call it, the I don't know, the Masters or something. They were, and so many of the cars that I've driven in the past were in a paddock there. And everybody walked by, and Mario, you drive my car, So as you say, I drove quite a few, and including, my world championship winner, which is owned by Zach Brown, and it's really well prepared and all that. But the one that really, I got to tell you, that was phenomenal, in 1954, Jeff, we were still in Italy. And my brother Aldo and I, some people, some friends took us to Monza to witness the Italian Grand Prix. And my absolute idol, my first idol, was Alberto Ascari driving Ferrari. And that's it. I mean, at that point, I always said the mold was cast. I mean, from there on, there was never a plan B, in life. That's where, the dream began, to become race drivers and whatever. Guess what? That car that he drove was there. And I mean, it's amazing. It looked magnificent. And so the gentleman that owns it does not allow anybody to drive it. He drives it himself. And so obviously I was invited there to sit in it and so forth. And people was, had me to say, oh, get a Lemar, drive. So he couldn't say no. And he says, Mr. Andretti, he said, the drivetrain is very delicate. It's because, everything that I got into, I do burnouts and everything, because you're at the starting line and just burn out in some of these cars. I don't know if the gearbox will last, but anyway, I'm having fun. But usually I respect this one. But what an experience! I mean, you talk about going full circle in life. Can you imagine? I was 14 years of age, and I said, by the time I'm 80, I'm going to be driving that car. Can you imagine?
Right.
No.
The car was beautiful. I mean, it was such a dream. I was just in cloud 9 driving all the way up the hill, in that car. But what an event. I mean, that cemented everything, for that event. And Roger Penske was there, by the way, also. It was, he was driving one of his Porsches there. But it's a fabulous, you talk about, I don't think there's any other place in the world where you see so many of the vintage race cars of the different decades, right? All the important decades, they're all there. And there's so much passion from people that own them and so forth. And then the ambiance is so relaxing. There's a lot of families, kids, and the thing is, it's 3 days of just beautiful celebration, if you will. You can celebrate anything you like, but there's always something you can celebrate about. And then, you go to the drivers club lunch, and you just have breakfast with the champions of anybody that's anybody in our sport. You're going to find them there. And he said, "Oh, he's still around. He's still around." It's amazing, I see Tony Brooks. I said, I didn't realize the man was still with us. It was a driver of the 50s, in Formula One. And it's an experience like no other.
And Lord Marsh is still doing Lord Marsh is still having all his good times. I want to go. I got to go.
I was gonna say, Linda, you need to go so you can complete the deal, because like Mario's saying, I got to go with Junior Johnson and Darrell Walter, and we took our '85 Monte Carlo out of the museum in Daytona, and Junior and I put a updated engine, brakes and stuff on it, and got it ready to go over there. And then we went over and I took care of it. And to me, it was like, man, it's like Christmas. It's like what you're saying. It's having a worldwide reunion with so many different world champions.
That's a dream. That's a dream I'm having. Yeah, it's a dream.
It is, and it's really is remarkable. Hey, real quick, Linda, you got your Ferrari. Mario, you got you're a car collector of any kind? I mean, do you keep anything, or you have any specialty cars?
No. The only race car that I have, Jeff, is the Lola that I drove my very last race at Laguna Seca '94. I could have had cars. My world champion car could have had the very first the Ferrari that I won my very first Grand Prix. So that it was offered to me, and I said, "No, I'm going to take a Daytona street car, instead." What an idiot. And I was too busy, but the only car that I have in the garage, like I said, is just that one. And for the rest, I don't. I mean, you talk about real pristine car. I have my dad's '87 Bronco. It looks like brand new.
What about that Lamborghini that you rode me down those hills?
The Corvette, I treat myself.
Gave me a drink of grappa that night, and I went and got in the car with you, and you drove it up and down those hills. Oh my word, what a ride!
You got to watch out for that grappa; it'll jump up and get you. I ran into some of that one time.
I stayed 3 extra days at Mario's. It was definitely different than White Lightning in Georgia. I still got my Hearst Oldsmobiles. I got a big block 455 pace car, sleeping with my little Dino. So I still have my muscle cars, and I drive a Chevy and a Cadillac CTSV. So I still have horsepower. My mama said, "Ain't you ever going to grow up?" I go, "No, ma'am. Here's your keys." I got her one too.
Hey, Linda, one of your fans out there, Ed from Ed's Auto Garage podcast, said, "Love you." And he turns right around and says, "Hey, would love to have Mario as a guest on Ed's Auto Garage podcast." So I'll let you handle that, Linda. As far as, getting maybe Mario hooked up to talk about some more of his stories. But the other thing that amazes me, Mario, and again, I've been privy enough to be around you at numerous times during the course of my career and you being in racing like you have. I'm amazed how sharp you are. I mean, your memory is just like it happened yesterday. And that just, I don't know, it excites me because you know where you were, who was there with you, what the situation was, and you don't hesitate. I mean, and I love that. I really am glad that you are that sharp today. Let's face it, you've been around, and I don't want to bring up age, but I just feel like I'm talking to a man that is ready to go to Indy next week and get in a car and go run.
I'm going there. I'm going next week there to get my physical so I can keep driving that 2-seater.
Oh yeah.
How was that? How was that? We actually had somebody ask. Yeah. So how much fun is that for you? I mean, and the people you get an opportunity to scare the heck out of.
I love that. I really do, because it's another good reason, rather than just going to the track and just sit around and watch. I get to do my own thing, and I love the team there. The preparation of the cars is immaculate. I mean, these guys are all racers, and I'm driving it's a beautiful car. The car has got all the qualities of today's cars, and and I think it, as you say, I think it keeps me sharp in so many ways, gives me reason to stay in decent shape, you know, because it's quite demanding, you know, the car is just, very heavy and so forth. And, I'm really enjoying that. And I'll tell you what, that Indy experience, the way they handle that is, there's no better way to really showcase the sport, quite honestly. But just from the comments you get from individuals that experience the ride with you, whether it's you know, the celebrities or whether it's just any regular fans and so forth, you know, that they all come away with a totally different perspective, a different feeling about what the sport is all about. Because I guarantee you that, you know, we give them a ride that, you know, we have this driving schools and everything else, you know, and they'll never be able to drive, you know, as fast as what we give them a ride, even in some of those driving schools. And you know, I'm involved with one with Bob Lutz. So anyway, I'm loving it, you know, for all those reasons that I told you, and let's keep doing it.
And boy, does you still look good in your racing uniform. All the girls are all gathered. They have to go take pictures. Mario still looks great.
Well, let me say this in closing. I'm going to find out where you're going to be driving, and I'm going to figure out some way to get to an IndyCar track so I can get a ride with Mario Andretti and make that part of my bucket list. I'd love to ride with you. I really would. This has been wonderful. You two are the best ambassadors for motorsports in the world. Love both of you to death. Francis, thank you. Judy, thank you for allowing me to interact with these folks for an hour.
What a great honor. Oh, it was absolutely awesome. Loved everything. Wish we could continue on. So, Mario, thank you so much. Linda, we all love you.
My pleasure.
Mario, please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And so in our next session, we're going to be talking safety with SFI Foundation. And so Jeff, again, I wish I was with you there. I mean, just like, you know, we were with you, you know, it was just awesome. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
And thank you so much. Stay with us as well, Jeff. We're transitioning to SFI, and then Linda. Thank you very much. And so again, thank you for being with us. This is Race Industry Week 2021, sponsored by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shock, AEM Performance Electronic, ARP, and Motul. We are back with Joe Castello, and we are bringing the wonderful people of SFI who play a very, very important role in the sport, because they are going to basically they are the standard for safety. And so we're going to be talking to Mike and Jennifer, and it is 2:00 on the hour. So it is on to you, Mr. Castello, and let's talk safety.
Yes, let's do that. Thank you very much, Francis, Mike, and Jennifer. What do you guys think about having to be the people that follow up Mario Andretti and Linda Vaughn?
That is one tough act to follow, but what a treat. I'm honored, actually. That was such a treat to watch, and the stories were fabulous.
Well, I can bet we've got a big audience, right, Mike?
Yeah, I know. I'd like to know why my childhood hero looks younger than I do.
It's the Italian-American heritage, no doubt. All right, we're going to do our best, everybody out there on ePartrade. Please remember, if you have questions, you can put them in the chat section. And I'm having just such a great day, not only hosting folks like SFI, but watching and participating with what's going on here on Industry Week. Jennifer, you're the president of the company. Mike, SFI technical manager. Let's start out with, where did this all start? SFI, if you're a drag racer, if you're a racer, you're familiar with the names, you know that this has to do with safety. And it's more of a standard, a spec, if you will. But I'd like to hear Jennifer talk about the beginning, and we can start out with like SFI. Where did that come from? What does it stand for?
Yeah, a clue to our history is in our name. SFI actually no longer stands for anything. But it did used to stand for SEMA Foundation Incorporated. Our foundation was a part of SEMA, which back in the late 70s, early 80s was the Specialty Equipment Marketing Association, or excuse me, back then they were the Manufacturing Association, now known as the Marketing Association. And so at the time, SFI Foundation stood for SEMA Foundation Incorporated. And there was a need out on the racetracks. There was a problem with ongoing failures, safety concerns, parts that were failing when they, were causing damage to property, threat to cause injuries to participants, not only the racers and track officials, but potentially fans and spectators. And so the principal parts manufacturers and the sanctioning bodies at the time got together and said, we need to do something about this. We need to have some way to test the products to make sure not only do they stay on the cars, but they perform their function as intended in a safe manner. So a group of manufacturers got together and formed basically a committee, which turned into the foundation of the SEMA Foundation, or SFI. And they started out by developing specifications that included minimum test standards for products like clutch components, bell housings, were some early product standards that were developed. So it really was born from the need in reaction to seeing these horrific failures happening on the track and the need to do something about it.
And Mike, explain your role at SFI as the technical manager. Sure, it's very challenging in that racers are always trying to push the edge of what is possible, but at the same time, in many ways, it's your job to make sure that whatever it is that they create stays safe.
Yeah, all of our specifications are living documents that they need to be adjusted from time to time. Cars go faster all the time. There's new products, new ways of building cars, new technologies. Of course, the big thing right now is the push to EVs. So on a continual basis, we react to changes and update the specs or create new specs as needed. Coming up with the PRI show, that's our traditional in-person meetings to do a review of the spec. We review each spec every 2 years. The other part of my job is helping out with the lab on the technical side as far as developing new test methods, helping with the ongoing testing. We do have full-time lab personnel that do the majority of the testing. So really, I'm kind of an assistant to them. So it's plenty of work, and it's plenty of different things. You go from working on thermodynamics and heat transfer and strength of garments and one day, and then you're working on biomechanics, whether it's the Hans device or seats or a chest protector the next, and then you're blowing things up and working on flywheels and things the next. So it's a very interesting job for sure.
I knew it. You get to blow things up for a living.
Yeah, all that stuff, all the stuff I used to get in trouble for as a kid and breaking stuff, now I get to do it and get paid for it.
And for a great cause, right? Jennifer, right. This is to create a standard. So when someone goes racing, that they have a general, understanding that what they're going to be using, if it has the SFI label on it, it actually means something. So let's talk about that. When we talk about SFI, what does it signify when the part has a label?
Right. Unless maybe some of the viewers aren't aware, but any product that is certified to an SFI spec has a label on it, whether it's a patch, an adhesive sticker, or a sew-on tag or label. that represents that product has been tested to the minimum and passes the minimum standard. Any product that does not have such a certification or compliance label, you just don't know if it will do the job intended. For example, if the driver's seat you're wearing will protect the driver, for the proper amount of time in a fire, should he have a fire in his car, and give enough time to be able to hopefully, escape the fire. So the whole purpose is to separate a tested, certified product from a non-compliant product. We want to get those non-compliant products off the track because you just really don't know if they're going to do the job they're intended to do.
That makes perfect sense. Go ahead, Mike.
The manufacturers, whether it be garment manufacturers or seat manufacturers, clutch manufacturers, they're within, especially inside the racing industry, they're very good at hitting a goal. If they know how strong something has to be, how durable it has to be, if you give them a target, they can hit that target. And it's amazing, especially say with our seat standards from the early days when some of them struggled to meet the required standard for strength of, say, a stock car seat. But as time went on, they really figured out how to make seats lighter, better, simpler, less expensive to manufacture. And it's all about having that goal as far as what it needs to be. And you think back before back into the 60s or wherever, when there was safety equipment, there's no really safety equipment standards. So how strong did that harness need to be? What were the construction standards, not just for the fabric in a fire suit, but as far as the parts, the thread that holds it together, and the cuffs and the, fire suit's not any good if the zipper's not heat resistant also. So all those details put into a goal, and a manufacturer can look at the standard and meet that goal.
Yeah, and Mike makes a really good point. When a new standard is developed, sometimes we're starting with a clean sheet of paper, blank slate, and we have to figure out what that minimum should be. And a lot of testing and on-track testing sometimes, or static and dynamic testing will go on to establish that base based on what we know and what the experts in the field know. And as Mike mentioned, the manufacturers just, through their initiative and, and engineering, and they'll develop the product to raise up to that spec. And whenever we've come out with a brand new spec on a product that's never been tested before, almost every manufacturer, every part will initially fail the first time it's tested. And then they go back to the drawing board and come back, they figure out the challenges involved, and then the product gets better and meets the standard. And then, as Mike mentioned before, that it's, all our standards are living documents. Sometimes there'll be the need as technology changes, as the racing environment changes, things get faster, stronger, more dangerous, then that minimum standard needs to be raised. And sometimes the group of manufacturers that are making these products, they'll voluntarily want to raise the standard because they feel they need to push technology, they need to push the market to make it a safer place for everyone involved. And so that standard will get raised, and the products just keep getting better and better, and perform better. So it's interesting to watch the evolution of that.
Well, it's interesting to hear you guys speak about it as someone who is just in full disclosure, an NHRA licensed racer, bracket racer. We have to get our seatbelts redone every 2 years, and whether it be, the flywheel shield or anything like that, SFI parts having to have them recertified, et cetera, and so on. It's a big part of it. And so I love the idea of hearing about it. And folks out there on epartrade.com, if you guys have got a question, by all means, put it in the chat section and we'll put it to Mike and Jennifer. I want to know, how are the initial specs created and testing to accomplish them? that's got to be a challenge. Like someone comes to you with a seatbelt. Okay, there's a lot of road and a lot of history to that. So of course you've got it, but a lot of things are new. And so how do you put initial numbers on something like the spec that you're trying to achieve without it being overweight, cumbersome? You can prevent all failures, but then it's not going to be good for racing. And so I'm sure there's a little bit of a balancing act right there.
Right. Mike, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, we when we have a new need, that arises at the racetrack, and for example, going back to turbochargers and a spec on the turbos, well, there was definite, some really kind of hairy failures with the turbine side of the turbochargers and containment. So we bring in sanctioning bodies, representatives. We bring in engineers from the companies. Some guys with more OE background, other with motorsports background. Bring in racers themselves, and we convene meetings and talk about it. And I like to go into that first meeting with at least a document, a starting point. And I always like doing that, where you go into a meeting with a document instead of a blank sheet of paper and let everybody tell you why you're wrong. And that generates a lot of conversation, and steers us in a direction that addresses the problem, and hope the best solutions. The ones I really like are the simple and inexpensive solutions, because we always want to be conscious of that all the safety in the world's not going to do anybody good if the racer can't afford it. So with that in mind, for example, with the turbo, one of the big features of the SFI turbo is just a couple of cross bolts in the outlet. So if the turbine wheels should fail or the shaft seizes and becomes detached, that just stops the wheel from coming out the exhaust pipe of the turbo. So, and that's I don't know how elegant of a solution that is, but it's certainly simple and it is effective. So,
and affordable.
Well,
to a point, yeah.
Yeah, to a point. I hate to use the word affordable and turbo in the same.
Yeah, relatively speaking,
yeah,
as far as other potential solutions.
Yeah, that component of the solution is not driving the price. There's some other things that's, they're expensive to test, and that goes back to the general the concept of what we're doing. Once a specification has been established, it's the manufacturer that is certifying that a part meets an SFI specification. So the primary responsibility there is with the manufacturer, and then the manufacturer puts that conformance label on the part. The ability to certify there requires testing, design requirements, all kinds of other things. But
right, because then in addition to the technical development of the standards,
right,
that certification phase is overseen by SFI. We're the record keepers. We're like an independent agency that keeps the certified manufacturers on track and make sure that they are testing most SFI specs, if all SFI specs have an element of ongoing periodic testing, because it's meant to be a quality assurance program where they have to continuously demonstrate that the product will meet the spec on an ongoing basis, and nothing's changed in that regard.
No, excellent. It's, as I think about grassroots racing across all series, having that quality assurance program out there and available. If it didn't exist, it's like one of those things that you just kind of count on. If it didn't exist, there would be a lot different universe out there in motorsports. But let me ask you this, though. It sounds like there's, what pays for all of this is my question. Like, how is SFI funded? In that, if you're this kind of independent organization that is charged with setting a quality standard, and most racing, certainly here in North America, use your standards, what keeps you going? And through this exercise on ePart Trade, what are we trying to do other than educate people out there about your existence?
Right. Yeah. There's some need to fund this because it does take work. We've got, a lot of human power going on here to manage this program. So those compliance labels we talked about earlier, we actually sell those at a unit price to our participating manufacturers. So that helps fund the program. We also obviously have our own test lab that tests many of these products that funds the program. And then a third aspect is we have member sanctioning bodies who use our specs in their rules, and they provide a membership fee to SFI to be able to use our specs in their rules. And we run the gamut of just every motorsport imaginable uses our specs, everything probably except for airplane racing. If you race a vehicle, our specs are on it. So we have probably 300 or so individual participating manufacturers, and many of those are in multiple programs because they produce different types of products that run across many of our specs. And then we've got, again, sanctioning bodies all over the world, such as NHRA, NASCAR, IndyCar, from all the major sanctioning bodies on down to your grassroots weekend racetracks and local groups that run our specs.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that cost, as far as that conformance label cost, is actually quite low, and only a small percentage of the, we generally our targets right around 1%,
right,
of the suggested retail. So you're talking, what's a harness label right now, Jen?
20 cents each.
20 cents.
Yeah.
So
very small.
Again, if all the safety in the world doesn't work if the racer can't afford it, so we try to be very efficient as far as the cost that the racer sees on that.
We're mindful of that, and Joe, like you mentioned, since you race, you know that you have to get your transmission shield re-inspected and recertified on a periodic basis. And what a lot of racers don't realize is that the manufacturers as well are testing on a regular basis. And it's just because, like you said earlier, without these, without this program, it could, you don't know what it would be like, what the race environment would be like. So just to ensure that it continues, we don't get complacent, we don't have unintended changes in quality of materials. It's important to keep that ongoing schedule of testing, as well as inspecting the parts to make sure they stay up to par.
Excellent. Who's your competition, if any, and how does this program differ from, like, say, the FIA homologation rules? How does that work? Is there such a thing as competition for you guys, or are you
Yeah, we're pretty unique. I mean, we have a niche, a service that we're providing for sure. We are a nonprofit, so we don't do it for the profits. We're providing a service to the industry. So in that respect, there's really no competition, other than, I suppose, in a few product areas. The FIA does have standards as well, and Mike can probably talk more about the technical differences between those. And sometimes, the FIA standard is appropriate for a particular application, whereas the SFI might be more applicable to another. For instance, like nitro, funny car, top fuel drag racing. The FIA standards, fire suit standard, has one level, whereas we have multiple levels that are customized for different types of environments, such as a nitro funny car fire, with a higher level of necessary protection. So I don't think we look at it as a competition with the FIA, because we both groups do amazing work, and it's just a different application in some cases. And in many times there will, the same FIA standard or SFI spec can be used in the same place. And many times one product will have dual certification with both organizations, but Mike can speak more about any technical differences.
Mike, your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, it does come up, the FIA standards used more in, they migrate to the US through sports car racing and rally. The manufacturer certification program and then homologation are actually, I think, legally quite different between the two. I think in most cases we're quite a bit more cost effective. As far as the technical difference, we'd have to get down. They're very, for some products, they're very similar. And some of the testing is similar than some is apples and oranges. And I don't know how much detail we want to go in that, an FIA fire suit versus an SFI level 5 fire suit. I could tell you they are somewhat similar and usually have similar applications. The SFI standard is slightly more stringent with regard to the motion of heat through the fabric. So you'll find that a suit meeting the minimum FIA level generally won't pass an SFI 5. But beyond that, or to give you another example, the head and neck restraint, once the initial validation is done with the FIA, there's just say a quasi-static test where we require more extensive testing and an ongoing basis to make sure that the product hasn't drifted. And also it's to help protect the manufacturer that we accumulate this very large accumulation of tests where it's kind of like as a racer, when you go to the track and you have to sign a waiver over and over and over again. And there's actually a legal reason for that, because if you only sign a waiver once, then it's more likely for someone to say, I didn't really know what I was signing, or, that's just one data point legally. But when we have an ongoing testing program where they're having to test over and over and over again and maintain that file of testing and proving that their ongoing production and the part continues to meet the standard, that's a lot better for the manufacturer legally.
Got it. Which is in the background of this whole conversation, as much as we would love to, play all the time, there is a serious side of it. And I'm sure that's a big part of your business. Bill is out there, actually has a question, going to break the ice for the audience out there. And this is kind of related to what we were just talking about. Maybe it is actually the same thing. What are the telltale signs or information that tell you when a spec is becoming outdated or needs to be updated?
That's a good question. It seems rare that we see that there's failures and we need to say, oh, we need to upgrade the spec because the cars have gone faster and there's failures. That may apply more to, say, something like a chassis specification. But as far as the product specifications, the changes seem to react more to new materials, a new way of building things. They tend to be more, as they go on, they can wind up being more inclusive instead of exclusive because of new technologies. When we find that maybe we're dealing with energies above what the current spec is, usually that spec isn't revised. A lot of times it'd be replaced by a higher level spec, as far as going back to, say, the original bell housing spec that was the same pretty much for all cars. And then at some point there was, we need something for a top fuel car, that's beyond the spec. And then a new spec was created, and this is before my time, and maybe Jen can weigh in on that. You know,
It's
originally
before my time too.
Okay, but and then there was a high horsepower application for, like, say, door cars that had a ring gear in it, you know, that the top fuel didn't have, where we needed something higher than 6.1, but it wasn't really fit the application for 6.2. And then 6.3 came along, and that's what you see in say like a Pro Mod car, really high horsepower car that has a starter on it. So yeah.
Right. Sometimes, unfortunately, like a lot of areas in racing, it's sometimes more reactive than proactive, but that's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. But we try to be as quick as possible to react, you know.
Absolutely. Okay. Andrew has got a question, and this was on my mind as soon as we started the call, and we're going to talk about it. You know, he says, how do you spot fake items like fake race suits? I've heard of a lot of fake suits on eBay, etc. And I think this has been a problem that has, if it hasn't plagued the industry, it's certainly talked a lot about. I've heard a lot of anecdotal stories about, you know, things popping up on eBay that are frankly counterfeit or not up to a standard. So how is that handled? How big of a problem is it? Fake items.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time on that. And that's a problem, not just for our industry, but practically every industry, you know, especially the fashion industry. But I've heard stories that, you know, cans of Comet, you know, I mean, who would counterfeit a can of Comet? How much money are you going to make there? You know,
right.
But yes, it's a problem. The number one way to combat that problem, as far as a racer, if you have a known, you know, if you're buying from Simpson, or you're buying from Jegs, you're buying from Summit, you're buying from somebody you know that has a reputation to protect, that's where you're going to get the genuine articles. If you're buying from an unknown seller on DHgate or racingjunk.com or eBay, and it's just somebody you never heard from before, and typically from, you know, from a long distance, and if the deal sounds too good to be true, you can, I mean, it's like everything else that's counterfeit. If you go looking for it, you'll find it. So, and by looking for it, I mean, it's like, oh, I want to buy a Sparco harness set brand new for in quantity for $28. Well, if you tell somebody that's what you want, that there's somebody that's going to build it, you know, and sell it. So a little bit of common sense there. And it's just, you know, it's just the times we live in. And I've bought, so I do the same thing. I get on DHgate or eBay or Racing Junk, and I'll buy random things, and buy the counterfeits and chase the counterfeiters, and, you know, notify Amazon and, you know, or wherever they're selling, and do what we can to shut it down. Then we put public notices up. So if you go to our website, you'll see notices of counterfeit products. Sometimes the label's very obvious, like the SFI conformance label is obviously counterfeit, and then others are very, very good. So, I mean, not good, but very, very close.
Close, yeah.
We do have security measures built in that the counterfeiters don't know about. So if you have purchased something you suspect is counterfeit, first step, I'd say, to take a nice high resolution cell phone snapshot, just send it to us, and send us the product, the label, and sometimes we can spot the counterfeit label just from a high resolution picture, or you can box it up and send us the whole product. As far as testing it, of course, our testing is destructive, but we can physically look in the label for the security features that we have built into the label.
Yeah, good lesson right there. Just, you know, reputable sources, and right. You know, you're trying to keep things affordable already, but there's a value to safety, especially in fire suits and seat belts, and, you know, like you said, that Sparco system, like you're better off with the legit product.
Yeah, if the deal seems too good to be true, it probably is. There's a reason for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's rare that we see a big retailer duped by counterfeiter. It has happened, but that's rare. The majority of it is like unknown sellers on random sites.
Random sites, right? Trying to, I get it. I understand, but it's just, I wish you didn't have to do that. Didn't have to deal with it, really. Here's another question from Don, kind of on something that you touched on right at the very beginning, and I was interested in this as well. If you were at the SEMA show and at PRI and everywhere, electric vehicles are becoming their own animal, and maybe they're evolving quicker than some sanctions, and people are ready for them. Even fans are ready for them. So Don says, is SFI working on safety specs for electric vehicle powertrains, batteries, connectors, etc., as EV racing becomes more common?
Yeah, that's a big question coming into this fall and at PRI. We have right now there's a lot more questions than answers as far as where we fit in this and what the needs are. And then, we'd like to be very proactive, but like Jennifer mentioned, the industry's not really good at being proactive a lot of times. So we'll do absolutely what we can as far as the personal protection gear, things like fire suits and that. So far, as far as drawing parallels to say the firefighters and their protection gear, they're using the same equipment, and there doesn't seem to be a need to alter the equipment. There is a need to be more vigilant about say responders and that because of small fires it can suddenly be very large. But that's also with a car leaking fuel and igniting too. So the same type of thing. Of course, we're investigating. We have a lot of questions. As far as the personal protection gear, fire suppression systems, but so far we're doing research. There's more questions than answers. I'm sorry we don't have a better angle on this. Of course, the big question on this is you see the major league, what I call major league electric car racing, say like with Formula E, a very well engineered product with a lot of safety guards, just the way a new electric car, say a new Ford Mustang Mach-E, very well engineered, a lot of safeguards. And our office, I'm not there now, but our office is in San Diego, and I think I saw that the Tesla outsells the F-150 in California. So there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of those cars. You come to a stoplight and there's 6 or 7 of them, so they're all over the roads. Only occasionally do you see one getting in a wreck bad enough to start a fire. And my point is, it's a well-engineered, relatively safe solution. And then also when you go to say the Mustang Cobra Jet 1400, I think it's super well-engineered, very conservatively run, and those things I think are really safe, probably as safe as anything. But then when you get to the point where and I'm not knocking on the grassroots guy, but you get to the guy who takes a old or a wrecked Tesla and takes the batteries out of it, and he's building his own electric powered car or drag car, and he's not using all the safeguards that are engineered into the OE. What can we do about that? And what angles should we take? As far as should that be happening? How do you manage it when it happens? And there's all kinds of threats. I think from that, and in a lot of ways, sometimes the bigger threat is maybe charging the things out in the paddock. Is that something racetracks would have to address and the number one safest thing is not to let the batteries get into thermal runaway in the first place. But so are we looking at a containment system or some kind of spec, a battery box or something that would contain that? Or do we look at, there's differences in battery designs and separating a good battery from a bad battery and getting the racers to agree on that. But so far with, high-end racing in electric cars, with the safety all engineered into the competition car, it's a very expensive car. So, but I know it's coming, we can all see it coming, and in some ways it's there at the grassroots level. So that's the big question, is like, how do we manage that? What can we do for that?
Well, it's a very interesting, and on this subject, I know for fans of combustion like myself, and the sound and everything, it's amazing to watch this new technology kind of freight train its way into our community. And I got to admit, a lot of the things that I'm seeing are intriguing. They're neat. They're fast. They do, but there are questions that I can't come up with the answers to, and I actually feel happy to know that someone in your situation is a little perplexed as well, because how do you solve these problems when it's a battery, it's an electric motor, and it can make 1,000 horsepower, right?
Yeah, we don't exactly know the question yet.
We don't know the questions yet. Like, what are the questions? What are some other questions, Mike? Like, when you think about this late at night and you're wondering and you're lying awake, rapid fire a couple of the questions that are going to be the future of this.
Yep. Well, hey, I need to take a break, get a glass of water here. So I'll let Jen take this.
Yeah, I mean, there's different layers to it. There's the first of all, the protection of the driver should you get that overrun, fire. We know that the fire, the hazard can be a lot more intense than your normal gasoline or alcohol fire. So how do you protect the driver in that situation? And a goal of the driver protection standards have not been to protect him for to infinity. It's to give him enough time to get the car stopped, escape from the hazard if God forbid he is conscious, or to give the first responders time to extricate the driver if he can't get out himself, and to get there in time to extinguish the fire, to be able to do that rescue. So if you have a battery fire that's more intense in heat than a gas fire, how do there might be that the same standards we use today are okay, but to use a higher rating or higher level of protection, and then that's just in the immediate cockpit, but then it goes beyond, like Mike said, is there a way we can contain the hazard within the battery compartment, and to separate it from the driver, and of course with Formula E, they've done a lot with that already, but you come back to the affordability aspect, and at SFI, we are very much involved in incident response, and the on-track workers are really concerned about electrical hazards when they're approaching an electric car that may still be charged and is on fire. Even if it's not, you have to be mindful of that. So we're still working through all those layers. It's a big thing to wrap your arms around, wrap your head around. But we're getting there. It's like we're in the think tank stage where when we're going out there's different groups working nonstop, and to discuss and even identify how we want to approach this. So I think maybe in a year from now, if we're here talking about it again, I think we'll have a more distinct path forward, at least from the safety side, and who's able to take that lead and how. But it's still, I hate to sound like it's, uncertain right now, but we're in the fact finding stage and brainstorming with as many experts in different fields that we can.
And I think in general, we're still in the infancy of what's possible. There may be, and I'm kind of hoping for it, a significant evolution or a revolution in battery technologies that will solve many of the current problems. You know, the problems of flammability and dealing with heat. You know, and
Yeah, and the charging technology, that's huge too.
So, and those are other things to discuss with the say sanctioning bodies and racetrack operators. Is it really a good optic to have a paddock full of diesel engines charging electric cars? You know, so I mean, I think there's lots that needs to be worked out. So
right. Well, and you know, that's it's a blessing that we get to see this, right? Like it's interesting at very least that we get to live through this experience, and it's good that we have folks like Mike and Jennifer here who are at the tip of the spear, making sure that racers will be safe and that there's a standard that has been carried on for a while. Jennifer, why don't you give your website for people that are out there that are interested in finding out more? Mike mentioned, you know, there are bulletins and updates from SFI. Let's get that contact information out there to everybody and have them make it part of their, you know, browsing as they go through their automotive sites, just to keep up with what's going on with SFI.
Sure, it's www.sfifoundation.com. And we have, as well as the tech bulletins, we've got all of our specifications that you can read. We've got listings of all the certified participating manufacturers who certify in each program that you can take a look at, information about our training program segment. So there's quite a bit up there. And of course, you can contact us through there with any questions.
Excellent. We got another question came in, guys. How many SFI specs apply to children's safety equipment? You know, fire suits, gloves, karting, UTVs, etc. And how do parents get educated about what to look for? And obviously nowadays people want to get their young people involved in their favorite hobby, motorsport in general, at a younger and younger age, which means keeping them as safe as is possible is paramount. So that's an interesting question.
we have a 16.2 youth harness spec. We also have a go-kart chest protector specification, spec 20.1. As far as things like suits and gloves or even the Hans device, those meet the same standards as the adult equipment. They're just offered in sizes to fit the younger drivers.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, we were the first group to develop a youth helmet specifically for youth racers, and it became evident in the field that they would use an extra small adult size helmet, and that's heavier than what was necessary, and potentially causing neck injuries if they were using an appropriate weight helmet for a child size driver. That's a side effect you want to address. So at the time, a youth helmet was developed at the same level of protection, but at a more appropriate design for a smaller, lighter weight head.
That makes perfect sense. And there's a perfect example of something like the average layman might not think about. Put a helmet on them, but what about the weight of the helmet and how's it going to act in an incident? And that's what you guys are for. I'd like to know your opinions on where some of the greatest evolutions have come in safety. We update our helmets, we update our belts. Some of them, visually look similar, but you guys see what's really happening and nothing stays the same, right? Everybody's always trying to make things better, safer, lighter, perform better, more cost efficient. So if you have some examples, I'd love to hear like areas that you work in that you have seen demonstrable evolution that has impressed you, that you walk away thinking, man, this is going in the right direction.
For me, in the recent history, say past 10 years, the biggest change has been in the seats, and especially say for stock cars and open wheel racing. The containment seat, I think, is really done well and really changed the game for a lot of racers and injuries, and that's extended into more and more types of racing. And the containment seat was born from, say, and this was 20 years ago from when they first started putting crash data recorders in Indy cars, and the Indy cars were performing better as far in crashes than say the stock cars, which you think would be a larger, bigger, safer car. The difference was because the tub of an Indy car was so small and the driver was constrained that he couldn't basically overextend the parts of his body from crash forces. And so if you really think about it, you look at let's say a modern NASCAR seat, and it's kind of looks like a chunk of an Indy car sitting in a two-frame car. And it's and now that that technology's got put into high-end NASCAR Touring Series first, and now it's extended into now you go to a dirt track race and late models and sprint cars, and there's a lot of usage of the containment seat, and I think that's made a big difference. And we have two different specifications for containment seats. One's used at say the NASCAR Cup, Xfinity, and truck level, and the NASCAR Touring Series level, and then we have another one's used quite often in sprint cars and late models and dirt late models. But I'd say that's of course the Hans device, and by Hans I mean the head and neck restraint, the General 38-1. I don't want to be, I don't want to focus in on one device because there's several effective devices, but so the head and neck restraint and the seat are in my time at SFI are the big revolutions.
Yeah, for me, it's been the driver suit materials. I mean, they've come so far in providing the same level of protection with fabrics that are now so much lighter weight, so much more comfortable. And it used to be, you'd have to use, especially particularly for drag racing, I mean, to get the level of protection for a nitro funny car driver, it would just be, like an inch thick of material, of heavy felted Nomex or whatever. And now they've been able to develop fabrics that can do the same job and be much more comfortable for the driver, even at the, the regular level 5 suit that most racers are in. And they've worked in technologies like dissipating the driver's own heat. So, that it wicks the sweat away, and yet that doesn't become a hazard should he be exposed to a fire. So it's really amazing to see what they've done to make driver suits more breathable and more comfortable, yet still providing that flame and heat resistance that you need when things go bad.
No, excellent. I love hearing both of those. I see it at the NHRA on a regular basis, even in, the cockpit of a funny car, Mike, everything has come in around the drivers, and you watch some older videos from, the 70s and 80s, and you see there's just nothing around. And the same is true for stock car. At the same time, I think to myself, though, man, I wish we figured that out earlier. But as you said, the imagination is part of it. We got a couple of more questions. I want to get these in for these people out there. One, Mary, regarding the youth safety helmet for Jennifer, does it work in reverse? Can a small adult legally and safely use a youth helmet? Or does it not work that way, right? Like, you don't want a heavy helmet on a little person. Do you want a lightweight helmet on a grown adult? Or
yeah. That's an interesting question. I might have to defer to Mike on that one. I mean, that comes down to the testing loads and impact Gs, as far as what's appropriate for an adult. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that, Mike?
Yeah, it's assumed that the speeds are lower with youth racing, and so that the impact velocities are lower. You can find, and also the application of the specs is up to the sanctioning bodies, and generally where an adult races, even if it's a small adult, a 24.1 or a youth helmet wouldn't be accepted. So the you can buy very lightweight helmets. The higher end helmets are very light. I think, I'm trying to think of youth applications for adults. I'd say the sizes are small enough for pretty much any adult, except in an exceptional person as far as it being at one end of the scale. And I think maybe you'd have to address that with the sanctioning body, a unique application like that. But otherwise, I'd say an adult, even a small adult, should use an adult helmet because the velocities are generally higher in adult racing.
I see Francisque has joined us once again. I do have one more question. I just got to get in, Francisque.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to leave one of our audience member feeling dissatisfied, right? Just regarding from Don, regarding neck collars versus Hans device. People think that a neck collar is going to work in the same way as a Hans device. Are they off base thinking that? Says Don.
Yeah. Sorry, but yeah, it's off base because what a head and neck device does is it works to limit the forces basically that are trying to pull your head straight off your body. So in an impact, where you start to go forward and it's just the mass of your head overloads the base of your neck and breaks it. So the Hans device gives a load path for that, going from your head, through the helmet and puts that load into the harness. Now a foam collar can't do that because it's, it can limit maybe your motion this way as far as a bending motion on the head, but it's not the bending motion that will break your neck.
Right. And we actually refer to it as a helmet support, and it's really, intended to help support the weight of the helmet, especially if you're in an endurance type event or.
Yeah. And it's mostly, it's going to reduce fatigue, maybe help with like say a soft tissue injury, that kind of thing. Prevent a sore neck, help support the load, the cornering load. But it will not do the job that a head and neck restraint will, because it just doesn't have that load path for taking the load off your neck.
Got it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer and Mike, thank you very much. This presentation was, over the moon. I learned a lot. Hopefully everybody will go to the website, and I appreciate you coming here, being part of Industry Week.
But thank you, absolutely, Jennifer and Mike. And thank you for the work you do, keeping racers safe. And I know you were big supporter of our dear friend that we miss so much, John Kilroy, who always said, from the days we work with Steve Lewis, that really by making racing safer, we're helping parents take their kids racing, and that's what grows the sport. So making racing safer for the kids are really a priority, and of course after that for the adults. So thank you very much for all the work you do. Please stay with us a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. Jules, again, also stay with us. Thank you for doing such a great job with SFI's interview. That was very interesting. And we're going to show you a little video from our sponsor. And then we will be right back, and we're going to be talking racing fuel with Race Gas. So stay with us.
The concept for ePartrade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePartrade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePartrade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. So that was fun, Jeff, wasn't it?
I had a blast. I really did. That was it's going to be hard to beat. It really is.
Oh man, and you know, I grew up with Andretti's posters that Lotus 78 on the wall in my bedroom when I was a kid. You know, and what a great inspiration session. I see Dan with us right there, and we are going to dive in directly into octane and race gas. Dan was with us earlier this year, did a terrific seminar on educating people about octane and race gas, and we invited him back
on Race Industry Week. So Dan, thank you very much for being with us. And we'll let you carry on.
Absolutely, thank you. So can everybody hear me well? Is volume good and everything?
Go ahead, and you might want to turn it up just a little bit. It sounds like a little bit off.
Let me try this.
Test now. You okay? You got me?
Can you hear me now?
You're still kind of muffled.
Okay. How about now?
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely
okay,
clear.
Okay, I just got to lean over a little bit is all. So again, you know, Francis and everybody at ePartrade, thank you so much for having my company on. You know, we've really been blessed to work with Francis early on and with ePartrade early on, and it's benefited our business in many different ways, including some ways we didn't expect, like international distribution. So we're really thankful to be part of the team, and was very grateful when they asked me to speak today. For those of you, right?
No, I was just going to say, you know, it's great to hear that the platform is working for you and that you're able to expand your business. I mean, that's exactly what everybody wants to hear here at ePartrade, that the platform is working for you, because that excites everybody and makes us really, you know, feel like that we're accomplishing what our goal is to get everybody, no matter where you're, you know, a small operation or whether you're a mega group. We want to make sure that you get, you know, new customers and have new opportunities. So it's just, it's exciting to hear that.
Well, thank you. So I was asked today to speak a little bit about Octane. For those of you who don't know my company, I'm the CEO of Motorsports Fuel and Equipment. We manufacture, among other things, a series of race fuel concentrates that are specifically designed to recreate racing fuel out of pump gas. We'll get into that more in a little bit. But what I wanted to talk to today is we get, you know, 20, 30 calls a week from end users, tuners, engine builders. And what we're seeing is there's a number of questions that were asked over and over and again that we would assume everybody knows, but apparently there's some mystery surrounding it. So what I did today was put together some of our top FAQs and how we answer them. And hopefully that will answer some of the audience questions and maybe spark some questions from that. So the first question, sorry?
No, I said, sounds good.
So I'm not, I want to level set everybody about what the word octane means. And it's, I know you guys are race professionals, you know what it means, but I want to just make sure we have a common definition. We define octane rating as the fuel's ability to resist detonation in the compression stroke and actually be ignited by the spark plug as opposed to the piston moving up. Does that make sense?
Definitely.
Okay. So the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because even the definition of the word, we see some confusion about. And I just wanted to make sure that we're all speaking sort of the same language. So one of the questions we frequently get asked is, what is a point of octane? And this one is—
Hey, Daniel,
yes.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think I need to interrupt you to help you out here, partner. Our panelists and everybody, our attendees, you've got your camera. I know you're trying to get the microphone. If you could turn it a little bit so we can see you, it would be very helpful.
Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen now? So hopefully you can see my screen. One of the questions we get asked quite frequently is, what is a point of octane? And, you know, it seems like some of the booster manufacturers and some of the fuel manufacturers have sort of left this as sort of a mystery. So many times we get calls from somebody saying, well, I bought this product or that product, and it says it raised, you know, 5 points of octane, and I still blew my motor. Well, the reason for that is a point of octane is 1/10 of a number. So when you're discussing racing fuel, you're not talking about points of octane, you're talking about full octane numbers.
Right. Does to me.
You know, so again, a lot of these products that you buy off the shelf at the parts store, hey, raises 5 points. You think you're getting 95 out of 91, you're not. You're getting 91.5 out of 91.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first thing, you know, that we generally tend to clear up. The other one we get asked a lot is there's various octane numbers. And it's our customers are always trying to understand what is the right octane number for them to look at when they start to, you know, put gasoline into their performance engine.
Right.
So there's 3 common used ones here in the United States. The first one is the research octane number. And the way racing fuel is tested, or any fuel is tested, is put on what they call a CFR engine, which is a single cylinder test engine that you can vary the compression of. And the research octane number is the performance of the fuel in that engine at idle. So it's barely moving. The next one that you'll hear a lot about is the motor octane number, which in my opinion is a lot more important than the other 2. The motor octane number is the performance of the fuel under load. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been racing for 30 years and I've never won a race at idle. So, you know, it's probably pretty important. The other one that we use in the United States is sort of a standard for commercial fuels is the anti-knock index, or AKI. And that's literally just the motor octane number divided by, plus the research octane number divided by 2. So it's an average of those 2 scores. So, you know, one of the things we tell our customers is when you are picking a fuel product for your car, make sure that you are getting the octane number that you actually need. And I always say, if you have to err on the side of safety, always look for the higher motor octane number. You know, that's just sort of a safety net, if you will. So this is something that we get a lot of confusion on. There's a lot of companies in the market that produce products and they don't say what octane number they reach. And the reality of it is they're reaching the research octane number because it's the easiest one to get. But does that mean it's the best one for your car? No, it's not. So we routinely will get somebody, and even engine builders and people that are very experienced will call up and say, you know, my car needs 121 octane. And of course, my first question is why? And they'll start going through the build of the motor, and you know, there's some rules of thumb you can apply to kind of figure out where he should be, where that person should be. And you know, there's this sort of prevailing attitude that more octane is better. And the reality of it is your engine performs best at the edge of detonation.
Right.
So you don't want too much or too little. When we tested our product, we always tested against commercial racing fuel. And we also, when we did our tests, we would over octane the engine to see where the performance would fall off. And it does fall off. So, and you know, in many instances, if you have a well-tuned motor, you know, 1 or 2 numbers of octane will degrade the performance. More than that could actually damage the engine. So it's not more is better, it's just enough is perfect. So that's something engine builders even ask us about today. The other question we get asked a lot is, what does my engine need? What octane does my engine need? And the reality of it is there's no calculation or formula or, calculator that will tell you, if your engine's this, it needs this octane. There's too many variables to consider, everything from, the cam design to whether it's aluminum or steel heads, the block, pistons, the combustion chamber volume. There's all sorts of things that affect it. And, really, if you go to a reputable engine builder or a tuner, they have some experience in where to start. So, if you show up to, like one of our customers, TSAR Engineering, and you've got a Ford 302 that's running 13.5 to 1 compression and 38 degrees of timing, they have a starting number that they can begin with and start to use to estimate, what it would be. But the reality of it is the option of that particular engine needs to be figured out on an engine bank. So yes, you can use some rules of thumb to get you to the approximate octane, but then you want to tune to that octane on the engine. Now, what does that mean? For a fuel injected engine, you guys all know what that means. You get a computer, you've got a chip or whatever it happens to be, and you go in and you tune the engine based on that octane. For older engines that are carbureted, it's about jet size and about timing. And, you can play with jet sizes, primaries and secondaries. You can adjust timing and see where the sweet spot is for that engine. So there's really, to say that there's like a calculation that you can enter into to find out what your engine needs, it just doesn't exist. I'll pause there if there's any questions.
What I'm looking at, and I'm glad you brought up, because I was really curious how much difference there would be between fuel injection and understanding how that ECU kind of helps protect the engine from, not having the proper knowledge. It will kind of like protect itself.
Modern fuel injection is amazing. It really is. And, one of the things we get asked all the time is, well, I have a stock car. Will raising my octane increase the performance? And the answer is it might. If you think about performance engines and you think about manufacturers, and let's use the current stable of muscle cars that are currently very popular here in the United States. You've got, from offerings from Dodge and Ford and everybody else, Corvette. They have to make one ECU for the world. And as we all know, fuel quality in certain countries or certain places, even in the United States, is not as high a quality as in other places. Mm-hmm. So by building the sensitivity into the fuel maps, when the ECU detects that it's not getting enough octane to run correctly, it will start to retard timing in order to protect the engine. And if it's really bad, it'll just go in. So there's some protection built in there. We did some tests to understand how these engines behave with slightly higher octane. One of the tests we did was the Subaru WRX STI bone stock. We did a bunch of pulls with 93 octane, drain the rail, drain the tank. We used our product and we took it up to 98 octane, and we got 22 horsepower at the wheels. Nothing to sneeze at, considering that's a stock car. But I say that with a hint of caution, in that your Camry or your wife's minivan is not going to suddenly be a race car. So you have to be kind of selective in what kind of car it is. But like the new Corvette, especially, what an amazing car. And a little bump in octane gives you a pretty big bump in performance. That said, it's limited. You don't want to use too much. a little, if you're set up to run 93 and you've got a Corvette and you run 95 or 96, you'll probably get more power. If you run 100, you're probably going to get less power and less performance.
Right.
So that's something that all of that magic becomes, through the modern ECU, and it makes tuning your car, infinitely. Well, it's more complicated, but it's more accessible for most people if you have an engine tuner that knows how to do it. You can set your car up for not a lot of money to generate more power. My personal experience, I have a Volkswagen R32, and I have 101 octane fuel map on it, and it creates a hell of a lot more power on that fuel map with 101 octane fuel than it does with 93. So I practice what I preach, I should say.
Yeah, I hear you. But when you talk about that, Daniel, and you have an unfair advantage because you know the proper way and steps to take to get the right result.
Right.
And I think, one of the biggest challenges is you can't walk into it, and I'm not picking on a parts store, auto parts store.
Sure.
You can't walk into an auto parts store and expect to get, in my opinion, the right kind of answer that you're looking for. They're in the business to sell product and any kind of quote unquote snake oil that's out there that they believe maybe you will bite on. And they have no experience. They either read it or a salesman told them this one here will work in anything, and they'll notice an instant result. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's somewhat true. So what I can tell you is that our products are sold through some second tier chains and third tier chains. And I know that in one retailer in particular, that's a national retailer, if you go into their speed shops, which are special shops that they have set up, that staff knows how to talk about what we're discussing here.
Good.
So
that's where I'm trying to get to. There's not a lot of Daniel Muldownys out there that have probably the experience and gone through the process like you have. And I'm glad to hear that there's somebody, or that there are people that are educated about it.
Yeah, and the other thing too is any speed shop, and yes, there's good ones and bad ones, but most speed shops can get you in the right direction, and with fuel injected engine pretty cheaply. Carburetors are a little bit more complex, but any reputable tuner is going to be able to help you dial all this in. So, yes, we are sold in some retail chains, but 600 of our retailers in the United States are independent speed shops. And those are the people we recommend to talk to when you want to discuss these types of things.
Yeah, you got it. I like it.
So I want to take a brief minute, just because I've been given the platform that I can, to tell you a little bit about what my company does, and specifically what race gas race fuel concentrate is and how it came about. I promise to keep it short. I've got some technical stuff to show after this. It's way more interesting.
All right.
Just to give you the quick down and dirty story of race gas, I started this company 11 years ago. And at the time, I was just trying to solve my own problem. I had gone to a track, I bought 110 octane racing fuel, didn't know it'd been sitting all winter, and I hold 3 pistons. Same thing happened 18 months later. And I'm like, if I don't solve this problem for myself, I can't race. Through discussions with various people that I met online, I met some, former Sunoco engineers, I met some former VP engineers online, and they all gave me some places to look. But really the cash cow was a former Sunoco engineer turned me on to the declassified Army Air Corps research that was done between 1938 and 1955 with the Chicago Oil Company, the U.S. Army Air Corps, and the British Army Air Corps. And back then, 100 octane was it. Well, you got a P51 Mustang, it needs 120 octane. They had to figure this out. And they spent, in today's equivalent dollars, of about $750 million researching the constituent components of gasoline to find which chemicals had the right mix of properties to create the fuel that they could use in these aircraft. And I spent the better part of a year reading this material. And during that time, I ran into a formulary lab in Michigan, and I started making my own blend candidates and sending it to them, and they would test it. And, you know, hey, it burns too smoky, or it burns too fast, or it burns too slow, or, you know, whatever happens to be. And we did this sort of iterative process back and forth for the better part of a year. When we finally got to a blend candidate that we thought was the right one, we went down the same path that commercial fuel companies go through to certify their gasolines. So we got a lab in Deer Park, Texas. We did the ASTMD tests that are commonly conducted for racing fuel. So that's the 2699 and 2700 test. And that gave us at least a baseline to know that what we were going to put in an engine wasn't going to damage it. So what did we find out during our research? What we found out was the difference between pump gas and racing fuel, and there's a lot of them, but there's sort of three main areas. The first one obviously is octane. You have to increase the octane. If you don't have high octane, it's going to ping, you're going to damage the engine. We all know. But you also have to raise the BTU, or chemical energy, of the gasoline to equal commercial racing fuel. And you also have to increase the chemical oxygen. If you don't do these two things, low chemical energy, you're lean at wide open throttle, you're going to damage the engine. High octane, low chemical oxygen, not all the fuel burns in the power stroke, it burns in the exhaust stroke, you're going to damage the engine. Our product is the only product on the market that is tested to do these three things. So our goal was not to compete against other octane products. It was to compete against distilled commercial racing fuel. And our market target really isn't where the big fuel companies want to go. We're targeting amateur racers like ourselves that, you know, we're budget conscious, and, you know, we buy what we need when we need it. And if you run out of gas, oh well. Well, we wanted that customer to have a viable solution. So that's how the product came about. I'd like to pull up some test data that I'll share with you. Here. Okay, so if you can see my screen, this is an example of the analytical tests that we did, and we do quite frequently with Sabalt Labs in Deer Park, Texas. They are the same company that certifies racing fuels for and regular street fuels for all sorts of different companies out there. And we ran our standard ASTMD tests. The way we did them was we sent them a gallon of base fuel and said, test this and tell us what the monoton is. And then we blended our product with that base fuel and said, okay, run the same test with this, and then compare them. So that's how we knew that we were coming into, we were at least coming into the initial testing with solid knowledge that we were achieving the octane that we needed.
Right.
What we did next, and just reshare again. What we did next is, can you see the screen? Okay. So what we did next is we started working with some prominent engine builders in our area. This particular one is with TSAR Engineering. They were building motors on 3 Mustangs for the Carrera. And we talked them into, and more like cajoled them into testing our product. So what we did was we ran the engines on a test dyno with commercial racing fuel, in this case, 111. Drain the rails, got all of the temperatures, pressures, everything to be the same, and then reran the test with our product blended with pump gas that we got on the gas at the gas station on the way to the test. And our goal was not to outperform racing fuel. It was to mimic the performance of racing fuel, which, as you can see from this test, we did. We are a company that likes to stand by our back up our claims. So if you go to our website and you pull up some of this test data, we have actually included all of the raw test data for each dyno pump.
Okay.
So you guys can look at this and say, well, was the temperature the same? Was, this the same, the timing, so on and so forth. And again, the reason why we did that is we want full transparency. I'm not going to put something in your gas tank I'm not going to put in mine.
Okay.
So I'm going to pause there for questions.
Right here, I mean, everything that you're showing, everything that you're explaining has got a wow factor because, like you said, it allows you to be consistent and predictable when you do add something to it. Somebody has already kind of like pre-tested it so that you don't jump over the edge, but yet you get to that edge responsibly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And one of the groups that was a surprise to us that we sort of got heavily entrenched with is drag racers and HRA. And one of the things they look for is what they call sensitivity. So that's how many numbers there are between your MON and your RON. And our sensitivity is actually pretty narrow. So a lot of guys were buying it just to make sure that the fuel they put in their engine at 9 o'clock in the morning was the same fuel they put in their engine at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So we've learned so much by interacting with our customers. And, one of the things we pride ourselves on is we answer emails within 12 hours. We answer phone calls within 18. And we take hundreds of calls a week and talk to everybody that, believe me, some of the conversations are pretty wild.
Well, Daniel, you have definitely, I think, opened my eyes, and hopefully everybody who's been watching this demonstration and all explanation that's gone along with it can walk away now with a little more confidence in knowing that if you need something, Race Gas has got it, and it's not snake oil. It's something that's been proven. It's been, tested. You got the numbers to back it up. And more importantly, as you said, I put it in my product and I know the difference. So again, that's where I think you're starting to develop that trust factor that we're all looking for if you're wanting to improve a product, and that's what you've done.
So I will throw down the gauntlet that we throw down all the time. Any engine builder or tuner that wants to try our product, we will send you product for free. The only condition is you provide us your dyno sheets, good, bad, or indifferent. Whether it worked or not, we want to see the dyno sheets. A lot of people take us up on this, and I just said it in front of however many hundred people. If you all call me and ask for product, I'll be thrilled because we want you to test it. We want you to prove it too.
Right.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Dan. You have a way of explaining it so great, and so our first webinar was such a delight. We couldn't get full hour because we were booked, but we got you on the 25-minute slots, and we'll invite you back. And thank you for sharing your expertise, your passion, and your energy is wonderful. And so stay with us for a few more seconds as we're going to be transitioning to our next session. And our next session, we're going to be traveling to Australia, and we're going to be spending the next session in Australia because it's actually tomorrow morning. So we start very early in the morning here in California. It's the middle of the night for our friends in Australia, and now it's the morning of tomorrow. And that's the beauty of being online is we connect the industry from all over the world within one click. So we have Sean and Travis. So, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Hey, how are you? Good afternoon.
Yeah. So, what time is it for you?
It's 10:30 in the morning here on Thursday morning.
Man. So, what perfect, excellent. So, Jeff, we're going to let you take over. This is a wonderful Australian company that's been, at the top of the line when it comes to plumbing and hoses, and has been establishing great distribution here in the US with 3P Connects, good friends of us. And so I'm going to let you, host this gentleman.
Well, I appreciate that. And again, I get a chance to pick you guys' brains, and I'm looking forward to it. And I guess I say good morning because where I'm at, it's good night.
Yeah.
But
good evening.
Yeah. Yep. That sounds good. So, enlighten me a little bit, guys. Tell me what you got going on here, because I think that, we have learned through many years of trial and tribulation how important great plumbing when it comes to doing engines and how they live and how they survive is so critical. I know that, that here in the United States, we went through a lot of different stuff trying to come up with the perfect fit. So
yeah.
Did y'all find the same thing?
Absolutely. Look, for us at Speedflow, we're really proud of what we are in the forefront of the industry. And for us, we've been around since 1983, so 38 years of producing these products. So we've got a real good background and established research and development process. And for us, we're finding, obviously, as the years have developed, the need and necessity for different types of products to meet all the current requirements has developed and changed quite a lot. Look, obviously, with the types of fuels that have been used, and types of requirements that have been necessity with the increase in flow rates and the types of uses for the products, Speedflow has really sort of had a lot of development over the years to meet those requirements.
When you talk about those requirements, I mean, share with us a little bit about what you've run into as far as the requirements and what made you decide to go this particular route. I mean, this is something that, is it just because of supply and demand in Australia? Is that the way it worked?
Yeah, well, it's when you say about the demands or what we're doing is that we've really, in the last 10, 15 years, we've noticed a massive change in the amount of horsepower engines making, how much injectors are flowing, the technology put into fuel pumps and regulators and so forth. So there's been a much more greater need for emphasis to put onto flow figures and be able to flow enough fluid to be able to get to the other side. So we've put a great emphasis on making sure that we keep our flow rates high. And we've seen a lot of other products coming into the market that they've been, not a lot of engineering's been put into them. So, and it's one of those things that the plumbing side of things is, in a lot of cases, is the last thought put into a fuel system or an oil system, which then can create issues when, corners are cut and that side of things. So that's where we have done some, put a lot of thought into the way that we, approach that side of things. So originally, obviously, with Speedflow being so far away in Australia, it was a lot of necessity how we started off with producing this product. I mean, you couldn't get it very easily, and so it was something that started from putting it on own vehicles, and then obviously everyone came along and saw the product being used and liked what we were doing, and that's how our business has grown from there. So it's a bit of a hobby thing, and obviously an engineering background, and then it's grown to meet the demands. And obviously for us, we've set a really good name and reputation within Australasian era. We have a lot of the market share in Australia, obviously, and our product was quite unique in so many ways. And so obviously for us, we had to overcome a lot of the issues of getting product from internationally. So this is where we solved that issue in Australia. And look, obviously we've grown over the years, and now our export market is near every corner of the globe. So we actually produce product that goes in all sorts of applications. And, we've got product in Le Mans cars, drag racing all around the world, and aerospace industry as well. So.
Now that brings up a real, I think, interesting point here that I feel like I need to ask about. Has it worked better in, recent years, and how have you got your international exposure? What's that been like? I mean, I guess where I'm going with this here, has the par trade, been able to get you some international exposure, because of that?
Absolutely, yeah. And we were approached by Francis very early on his venture with you guys, and we jumped on board, obviously with the help of Marty Staggs from 3P Connect, and a part of that is that we've been able to connect with lots of professionals within the market, and it's opened up a lot of industry to us and a lot of connections that otherwise we wouldn't have been able to make. So it definitely has been a very, very forthcoming venture to be involved with you guys.
Well, that's great. So, what seems to be, and again, talk to me a little bit about the engine that's behind you, and is that one of your in-house pieces that you race, or is what do we got going on there behind you?
So look, we've set up in my garage at home, and that's one of our test bed vehicles. So we've always been around drag racing. I mean, Travis and I grew up with our father operating a speed shop, and that's how we became involved with Speedflow. So he used to drag race before we were born, and so we grew up around it. So this engine here is a Noonan Hemi, and so look, we do a lot of our product development and testing on these vehicles as well. So that one's run as quick as 660 in a quarter mile and 210 mile an hour. And sort of this is a newer engine combination, so we haven't got it down the track properly yet. So it's what we do for fun. We utilize this as a test bed, and we don't play golf or anything else. This is what we do as our hobby. So
okay, so who does the driving?
Oh, this one here is me. I'm lucky enough to do that. Travis has got his own car as well. So, and we've got our daughters as well that run junior dragsters. So the whole family's involved. So we really support the sport here in Australia. So.
Now, do y'all compete against each other, or do you compete in a different
classes? Yeah, we've kept ourselves in different classes so we can spread ourselves and learn different different ways of racing, and also be able to get to a broader range of races, and be able to obviously the networking deal again, just as per the e-part trade side of things, it's part of that side of it as well. So, but we truly love the sport and the industry. We've been involved with speedway and boat racing and drag racing and circuit racing. It's been definitely an interesting upbringing and being involved in the motorsport side of things. But it's what we know and love, and we're just so fortunate to be able to have a business that we can obviously run around it as well. So it's very, 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 very lucky, I'd say. Yeah, look, it's in our blood. It's a passion, and this is the thing. This is where it shows out with our product as well. Obviously, we're very passionate about the motorsport industry, but we're so passionate about what we manufacture that really shows through with our product. I mean, we try to put the best product out there, because obviously we want to put that on our vehicles. We wouldn't put anything less than the best product on our vehicles. So this is where we build that quality and that love and passion into the products as well. So, we're very, we're happy that we can manufacture all our products on our site, do every part of the processing. We do everything right from the machining right through to the anodizing and packaging, and all the quality control is done in-house. So we've got that passion to be able to produce that product to the level we believe needs to be the market leader.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question this way. With those challenges that you have accepted and the product that you're creating, what were you using as far as guidelines? I mean, were you taking other products from, other areas and comparing what you were, producing, and is that your kind of like your standard line when that, like say a number 12 or a number 10 line, which I'm maybe using the wrong numbers for you, but that's what I'm used to. You start making those lines up and getting them like you need to. How do you know they're flowing like you want them?
Well, there is the AN standard, which we obviously work to. So that's the baseline that we work from. What we've noticed is that a lot of manufacturers have been reducing the IDs, which we don't quite understand why that is. So, where a lot of people have been using, say, a size or AN6, which they think is an AN standard, it may be actually undersized. So that's one of the things that we've sort of looked at. We do a lot of in-house testing, obviously with flow and pressure and that sort of thing. So we're really critical on checking those things out. Pressure differentials are obviously an important side of things when we're looking from one end of a hose to another. So, because obviously there's a lot that happens within flow dynamics within fluid transfer. So there's lots and lots of testing that we try and do behind the scenes. A lot of it does happen obviously on the racetrack with teams and that we support, and we have them giving us advice on what products they are using and how we're trying to transfer fluid from point to point, and the best way of doing that. And obviously the data we get off the modern software that are in, or computer systems that are in vehicles and data recording, we can utilize a lot of that data to be able to give us all the information that we need to be able to create a better product. So obviously this product originally was from a aerospace industry, so that's where it all originated from. And but we've taken that and tried to adapt it to make it better for all our motorsport applications. And it's gone full circle, and our product's ending back up in the aerospace industry because of the product quality and benefits we can offer. So,
with that being said, do you and where your business is set up, do you guys offer plumbing schematics as far as people who are getting into racing? Can I come to you and say, look, I want to get let's just use your cars for example. I want to get my racer plumbed just like yours. Do you have the ability to duplicate and educate at the same time people who are like first timers or wanting to improve?
Look, education is obviously a very big part of what we do. There's so many combinations what you can do with our product, and every car and combination seems to have its own differences. So there's not one schematic for everything. We have a great group of supporters and our distributors around the world who are versed really well in what's the best way to plumb. And a lot of our teams will actually lay product out, a system out on a bench, and be able to show our customers exactly the best options for plumbing. But look, each system is individual, so this is where we do a lot of technical work via email, via the phone, to work with customers to try and find the best routes for their systems. Yeah, and we've also noticed, we're also been doing a lot of 3D modeling in recent times, and a lot of the professional race teams and car manufacturers and so forth are requiring those models, obviously, to be able to create their package and see how our fittings fit into their package and do it that way. There's definitely been a major swing in that technology in the past 5 years, where all of that is being supplied in that way.
So with what you've experienced so far, where are the areas that you feel like you need to either expand or get better in, as far as moving your product and spreading the brand even further?
For us, spreading the brand is something we're working on, finding good partners. And obviously in the US, we've got 3P Connect, who are great motorsport enthusiasts. And look, obviously we're aligned with other Australian companies, the likes of TurboSmart and Davies Craig and other businesses that are real good key Australian businesses. And we're working with each other to try and set up great networks around the world to try and push our products into more and more marketplaces. Look, for us, we've always been an engineering-based business, and we love what we do. We're not been the best marketing business, but this is where we're learning that side, how to try and get our product out to more hands and faces, and get the people out there that who really in the industry who would love our product to know more about it. Obviously, events like this is really crucial for us to spread our brand. And that's the thing. We've got a good, strong brand, and we're really well known in our regions. So that's something we're really working hard on. And for us, we're always developing for us. We've got a continual research and development process. We're looking at new products, how to refine our own products. And that's a constant development we're always doing, because we're finding each marketplace might have its own little intricacies that we need to modify too. And we're always talking with other businesses to try and meet requirements that are slightly different to where we're meeting at the moment. So our product range is increasing quite literally daily. And it's something that we find we've got the flexibility to do that, obviously having full control over the whole process. We do a lot of extra things that a lot of the companies don't do. I mean, obviously we have an in-house anodizing program, so we can actually do custom colorings and provide something for even the custom car market, where they want to put show cars with certain color combinations on it. Look, there's a lot extra we are available to offer to the marketplace.
You talk about the available and the variety that's out there. Scott Jackson was wondering, AN hoses come in a variety of different types, materials, depending upon application. Can you explain why? And are there advantages one from the other?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, the development of the products started from way back, even in the 80s, where it was a simple rubber hose with a hose clamp. And obviously there was certain shortfalls and shortcomings with that. And so since then, obviously, the development of the hoses has come a long way. For us, we've found that a lot of the modern fuels attack most of the rubber-based products. So whether it be a rubber-lined braided hose or a standard hose you buy from your corner auto store, they really struggle with most of the modern fuels. They're very aggressive and will break down, and they take all the plasticizers out and make it hard and crack and deteriorate very quickly. So the shift has really been towards the Teflon-based lined tubed hoses, and the Teflon is really inert to almost most fluids, a lot of gases as well. So we are really going down that avenue, and most of our marketplace has gone that way. We find that for most applications, that product works really well. It's not quite as flexible as some of the other hoses, but that's gone to the next level, where we have convoluted Teflon hoses, which give you the flexibility plus the inertness to all the modern fuels. So that's really where the step has gone to now. So it's really important, obviously, to try and match your fluid to your hose. It's very critical in the marketplace now. So
speaking of the marketplace, what is it like as far as the supply chain is concerned in your country? Are you able to get what you need to be able to produce what you want, and then be able to turn right around and get it, shipped back out in a timely fashion?
And we have been very, very critical on looking at our supply chain in the past 6 months to a year. Material was looking like it was going to start becoming an issue, but we've been able to source, to sew up our current manufacturers or our mills for our billets. So we've now got good supplies. We've got lots of stock flowing in. So we've been working very, very hard on being able to do that. So we are still manufacturing 24 hours a day at the moment, and still some of the freight issues internationally have been a bit of an issue. Obviously, Australia's had its borders closed for quite some time, so the freight supply chain from here has been a little bit difficult, but it's getting better and better as we speak. So we're definitely trying to keep on top of all that. We're aware of those issues that are out there, so we are definitely keeping on top of that. Yeah, for instance, I mean, a lot of the responsibility for me falls onto the raw material of aluminium, which we need, and at the moment we've got about 9 months to 12 months of all sizes of product there sitting ready to go. So we're really securing our supplies. Even down things like O-rings and bolts and nuts that we use at times, we're making sure that we have large quantities of stock to be able to meet those. I mean, all our aluminium comes from Australasia, so we don't have to ship it from very far. This is one thing we believe in, using the best products. We don't go to Asia for any of our products. All our hoses come from either the US or Asia. Europe. Oh, Europe, sorry. Europe or the US. So yeah, look, we that's things we've really set down as key indicators for what we want to do to meet the best products out there. And so look, it's really important for us to have those supply chains locked down. And look, in terms of freight, we're freighting to 3P Connect in the US weekly at this stage. So we are always supplying our warehouse over there on a constant basis. So.
Jackson would also like to know any recommendations of how to best cut hoses when it's needed. Do y'all use the old adage of a Beverly shear, or what do you do?
Yeah, we actually manufacture a hose shear. So it's basically a 32-inch handle, 32-inch long handle with basically a parrot beak cutter on the end of it. That is, we found that's the most efficient way of doing it. It gives a nice, straight, clean cut. You don't have to have, basically, you don't have any residue in there if you're using a hacksaw or a cut-off saw or something similar to that. So they're obviously, for the guys that don't have the ability to have those on the shelf, probably the best way is a hacksaw. Wrap a bit of tape around it, cut it with a hacksaw, and clean it out. So, but yeah, we definitely do recommend trying to get a nice clean cut without getting any debris or anything like that in the hose where possible. Yeah, so we've got two sizes.
Is that something that y'all sell? Do y'all sell that,
yeah.
that cutter?
Yes. Yeah. We've actually got a couple of sizes. We've got a small version as well for all our smaller Teflon hoses. So we do have a couple of different sizes. But yeah, the big ones we use day in, day out in our warehouse. It's what our guys use all the time. So it's it's what we use. So that's why we recommend that. So
no, that sounds very reasonable, and I've seen that used quite a bit, in around different race shops that I've been in. But you're also exactly right. If you've got to use the hacksaw, get you some electrical tape, tape it up, and hack it off, and hopefully you got a good sharp blade and somebody kind of helping you to keep the tension the same, and then you can make it happen.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the best way. And obviously try and reduce the amount of braid that's being frayed out so you don't spike your fingers too much.
Yeah, well, that's the price you pay for not having a good sharp hacksaw or a good cutter like you were talking about. And as I'm saying right now, folks, if you're in Australia and you're going to wind up making hoses or anywhere close by, you need to call these guys and get you one, because that can be a time saver. But as you've already pointed out, it sure will save you a lot of finger pricks that will make you exactly lose your cool before too long.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, there's all these tools as well that add on, and look, we make certain vice soft jaws. We're making various varieties, and this is the thing, because we're doing it all the time. We see the need, what's required to put the product together well. So we've got extra tools that other suppliers don't have. And look, this is the thing, we know how to back our product with what we do because we have to do it every day ourselves. We're very hands-on.
When you say that, guys, if I was to come in there, and let me just say I don't live close by, but I need to plumb my race car. Would you teach me how to make it the right way, cut it, put the fitting on properly so that I can do it myself if that becomes a need?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we obviously we do instructions in the back of the catalog. We are going to be working on instructional videos as well, so it makes it you can see what's going on, the best way to measure, the best way to cut, the best way to assemble, and some of the tips and tricks that we've picked up throughout the years of being able to make it an easier job. Because for someone that's never done it before, or even guys that do it occasionally, there are certain things that you can do just to make it look a little bit nicer, and also to make the job a little bit easier. Yeah, so even some of our domestic trade shows, we actually have a bench we take with us to a trade event and set up and do demonstration how to assemble product. So that's something that we do as a education piece as well. So obviously there's a lot of variety.
Share with me real quick in the last few minutes we've got here about what it's like to go one of the trade shows down in Australia.
Oh, it's definitely we're different setup to the trade shows in the US. I'd say most of our trade shows here, we a lot more of a car event. So we'll be going to like a SEMA style event. So there's lots of cars on show, and Australian manufacturers, and also speed shops and all that. We all get together, we'll have a trade show, there's a great variety of people, great variety of different vehicles, and it's definitely an interesting, definitely an interesting deal, and we enjoy doing it. It's part of the job. We enjoy being able to talk to the people and be able to do that networking again, and be able to share our knowledge and teach people more about what it is to have a great hose and fitting.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you for your time. But the best thing about, what you're doing and how you're doing it now with ePartrade, you're open 365 days a year, 24/7. That's the beautiful part about it.
Absolutely. Look, we
Thank you for your
appreciate to be
time.
part of this group. It's really great for us. So, we thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you.
Sean and Travis, you're wonderful. And actually, I mean, Jeff, you talking about Australia, fortunate enough to travel to Australia pretty much every year for all my time at PRI. And there are so many great companies, so many great people. And I commend Maury at 3P Connect because he basically, the Aussies love to be together. I mean, they help each other. There is a brotherhood, a fraternity. It's kind of like, when Aussies are somewhere, they're just all together and they help each other. And so when you have some good companies like Speedflow or Davis Craig that's coming next, or 3P Connect, or Turbo Smart, Peters, etc. They really help each other and come to the US as well. Help US companies to sell overseas in Australia, because there's a lot of similarities between those two markets. And actually tomorrow, Mark Rushbrook, who is the head of Ford Racing, who will be on our panel, is going to be in Australia. Is in Sydney or in Melbourne right now, and is going to be there because they're announcing the new Gen for V8 supercar. So Mark will be joining us tomorrow out of Australia. So, it's a very, it's a country that loves racing, and you guys are the perfect example. You breathe, live racing, and your daughter.
Yep.
Well, thank you both for being part of the platform and taking advantage of this week. And you're invited anytime.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Have a good one.
Stay with us, Sean and Travis. Don't log out yet. We're going to be transitioning to our next session, where we're going to be bringing our next guest. And thank you very much for being with us again today. I think you're off for today. Now it's time for you for dinner, and then we'll see you early tomorrow with Ray. And so thank you so much for your help again today. What a great day we had, and it's not finished.
Thank you.
It's not finished yet. And I see Joe Castillo coming up. Joe?
Yes, it was great. Once again, Jeff Hammond with another fantastic session.
Oh, yeah, it's Jeff had some good ones too.
Jeff is really one of the best. I mean, I got a lot of comments from his interview with Mario and Linda, and some people said that was the best ever that they've seen from Jeff.
Tremendous. And so much news coming out, so much news, just scanning, the news wires, all the stuff. Maury Gallagher getting majority interest in Richard Petty Motorsports just came across the wire. Oh my God.
I saw that.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Amazing what's happening. People are making money moves, people. Nobody's scared.
All I know is nothing lasts forever, right? So just shifting around.
So, Joe, we are going to stay in Australia, where it is the morning of tomorrow. So there's us. And we are going to bring John Benson, who is a dear friend of us as well. And I had the privilege of meeting John many years ago when I traveled to Australia, and he comes to the US very often. And like Speedflow that was on just earlier on, work closely with 3P Connect here in California and have all their great products here in the US. And I think we have Mr. Davis Craig himself as well with us. And
welcome.
Hello. And I visited their facility probably 10 or 15 years ago with And at that time was run by Ben Bartlett. So I've been to your place, Richard, and you might not remember it, but it was I had a tour, and I think it was with John Kilroy as well. So thank you very much for being with us.
Enough of
Time to
that.
visit
Time
again.
to you, Joe.
Time to visit again. Maybe open
Yes.
the meeting.
We will. So Joe, on to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Francisque and Judy. And thank you, everybody out there on ePart Trade. We're bringing it down the stretch with these two gentlemen from down under, John and Richard Davies, Craig. And Richard, it is my understanding that your brother got it all rolling along with Bill Craig. I want to talk a little bit about that. But just first of all, thank you for joining us and doing a little research about your company. Just amazing how you guys have been ahead of the curve in cooling and really set an industry standard in the cooling industry, which is so vital if you're going to make power. We've talked about it over the past couple of days. You got to keep these things cool, and you with the thermatic fans and the electric water pump, just amazing stuff. Let's talk about how it got started, though, like the catalyst early on to bring these two men together to create something new and better.
Yes, well, my brother Daryl and Bill Craig, who's a airline pilot at the time, were having a chat in a pub actually, and they were talking about how inefficient the belt-driven fan is and how it's running all the time, and when the engine's going fast, it's going needlessly fast and wasting power. And so they decided to develop an electric fan to replace the belt-driven mechanical fan, and they developed a thermal switch and started selling kits to allow people to convert from belt-driven fan to electric fan. And at that time, if you had air conditioning fitted to your car post-sale, the air conditioning people would put on this huge, much bigger fan to accommodate the air conditioning. And so when that fan came off, there was a dramatic improvement in performance.
Interesting. And this is happening 50 years ago, this initiative.
50 years ago, yes.
And I love the fact that it happened in a pub. That makes it so much better.
Right. Makes it more authentic, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's where all the best stuff happens. And Richard, you're the managing director, but John, sales and marketing manager. And so your job is to tell the story.
Yeah. Yep. Look, thank you, Joe, and thanks for having us on board. Yeah, look, it's been a remarkable journey, and certainly being involved with Davies Craig over the last 13 or 14 years has certainly been an eye-opener for me. And being involved with this innovative product and being able to take it, especially to the United States, which is so important for us. And listening to Sean and Travis earlier, we're fortunate we're teamed up with 3P Connect, and we're really pushing along with our marketing, and obviously we'll be at PRI next week, and I'm flying over there on Monday.
Oh, excellent. Glad to see you back. And I know I have some friends down there, and I'm sure you guys are, really excited to be going somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah, we've been homebound. In fact, we had a ring of steel around Melbourne because you weren't allowed to leave. You weren't allowed outside a 5-kilometre radius. So thankfully that's all behind us. And heaven forbid, looking forward to heading to the States without any drama, and looking forward to being at Indy next week.
Excited to host you.
And we've got some wonderful things to show people.
And so as much as I want to talk about the history of the company, because you guys built something that has withstood the test of time, and just doing some interesting research, like, Siemens awarding the highest supplier rating, get this, everybody, 350,000 units on time, 0 rejects. So you're doing something right in manufacturing. Like, that is insane to be able to produce 350,000 anything and make them have it be perfect and not rejected. But I also want to spend time on the current and the future. And so, John, why don't you address a little bit of that? Let's look backwards at some of the products that got you to where you are, and then what you're doing now.
Okay, well, I guess 20 odd years ago, when, as Richard pointed out, that obviously with the development of the thermatic fan was revolutionary and innovative. And following on from that, of course, there was development of the electric water pump. And that was done in conjunction with the CSIRO down here, which is the Commonwealth Laboratories. The testing that was done to ensure that the right flow was available electrically to at the Australian engines at that time, which were the 3.9 and 4.1 litre engines in General Motors cars and Ford cars. And that was developed, that's how we developed the 80 litres or 20 gallons a minute, which in your language was developed. And that's been an absolute, that was a revolutionary saver. And as Richard pointed out, another factor in being able to save horsepower or increase horsepower, because as we all know, an electric water pump, or beg your pardon, a mechanical water pump will actually chew up about 7 to 10 horsepower. And when you can put that into the back wheels rather than having it being used to drive the mechanical pump, is obviously very beneficial, especially to the racers.
Absolutely. Well, and isn't that what it's all about? And Richard, that discovery, that had to be a eureka moment to realize, like, hey, isn't that the goal of engineering, to accomplish two things at once?
Exactly.
Are we cooling this thing better, but we're freeing up horsepower?
Yep. Well, we were well into the electric fan market, and we thought, well, what else can go electric? And we opened the bonnet, or the hood, as you would say, and look at the engine, and the mechanical water pump was staring at us. And I thought, well, why can't we make an electric water pump? And people said to me, well, if that was going to work, it would have been done by now. Anyway, we got a marine pump, and we disabled the mechanical pump, put this marine pump in, and went for a drive down the road. Next thing, the engine was boiling. And I was driving back thinking, well, this is why this hasn't been done before. Where we got back and had a look, and there's a loose connection. The pump wasn't working at all. Anyway, we got the connection right, went for another ride down the road, and the temperature gauge wouldn't get off the cold peg. The electric water pump was going full speed, full system voltage, and couldn't get the temperature gauge off the peg. So we knew we were onto something.
Wow, that is tremendous. And to think of how that has evolved, it's almost mandatory in most motorsports. It's a mandatory piece. It's the future.
Pretty much, isn't it? And that just goes to show that not everything has been invented.
Not yet, but
not yet.
Well, the one thing that developed from that, as Richard was probably about to allude to, is the patented digital controller that we now supply as what we call a combo kit with the electric water pump. And that's been revolutionary, because that'll control the flow of the coolant commensurate with the engine temperature. And that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to demonstrating to those that attend PRI next week. We've got what we call it a fish tank. It's a V8 tank that has the EWP electric water pump connected to the side of it with a digital controller that'll control the flow, and you can actually change with a potentiometer, just change the flow to demonstrate the heat or non-heat and the coolant flow in that particular tank. And it's quite a good demonstration. We'll have that next week. But any number of electric water pumps are being sold around the world, and certainly now in the US, to control the coolant flow of steaming hot engines.
Excellent. Now, I do want to remind everybody out there, epartrade.com, everybody watching from around the world, if you do have questions, put them in the chat section. John and Richard will be happy to answer them. And I doubt you're going to stump these guys when it comes to cooling systems. As a world leader, you can put your question up there. And I would imagine you guys are doing cooling system parts for just about everything that races on wheels. Talk a little bit about some of the people you're involved with.
Well, I guess we're new boys on the block when it comes to the American market, although we've been attempting to be involved with the American market for probably the best part of a decade. But most of our product is sold through companies like Summit Racing and Jegs, and there are other distributors around the US that also market our products to the general public as well. But and like all good companies, we've got a very fast-flowing, pardon the pun, website, which which has all the information that anyone can log on to, www.daviescraig.com, and there's a whole lot of information there, facts and figures, YouTube videos, and one of the things that is pretty important, Joe, is people's understanding and educating people's understanding of the electric water pump. People see the electric water pump and see it. There's $500 worth of electric water pump and digital controller. Well, one of the things we try and do in only Australia, but around the world, is if you've got a $500 product, make sure you've got a $500 story. And we know we've got a $500 story. In fact, we've got a $1,000 story. We discount it a bit. But on a serious note, it is a very highly valued piece of equipment that we value very highly. We treasure it a lot, and as I say, it's absolutely going gangbusters for us, and hopefully that market is continuing to grow as we grow in the United States.
Well, just a quick search prior to us getting on the air here. I saw your products are available at most of our high performance warehouses. You mentioned a couple, which is great. And I can think, we'll talk about the water pump because it is a little different than some of the ones that I see. It looks like a more of a kind of, I would call it an inline unit. I don't know how I would say that, but the fans are something that everybody needs. I know that some of yours are coming standard on some manufactured cars, but anybody who wants to get involved in racing initially, that's one of the first things they're going to buy. Like I come from a drag racing background. One of the first things you need to be able to do is cool your car down. So whether it be a pusher unit or an impeller style unit, yours is reversible, right? You can do either.
Yes, exactly. They are reversible. And of course, the most important factor with the thermatic electric fans is the power, CFM, cubic feet per minute. What is not publicised by a lot of the fan manufacturers, especially some of the Southeast Asian ones, they don't tell you exactly how much CFM they produce. They look exactly the same, but they're not. They're definitely not the same. And 9 times out of 10, they're made of plastic. And of course, as you all know, when plastic gets hot, it flattens out. So end up with a couple of flat blades on the side of your radiator. Is not a lot of fun. So these are made of a nylon glass material, a very strong material, good for 130 degrees C. And I guess if your engine's got to that temperature, then you're in a bit of trouble.
Yes, I can't do the calculation just yet, but I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot. I know those numbers.
Well, so I should have said it was 266 C. Fahrenheit. Sorry, I should talk in Fahrenheit. I'm trying to get the languages right.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Now let's talk about for people that are interested out there. I like to do this at the beginning of each seminar. You've already given the website, which is great, but your points of contact or people who are interested, what's the best way for them to follow up if they want to purchase one of your units?
Oh, okay. Good question. They can go onto the website. We have a list of distributors, in fact, worldwide distributors, a list of worldwide distributors on the website, and certainly all the United States distributors are listed on www.daviescraig.com.
Excellent, excellent. And the questions are starting to come in, gentlemen. And so here's the first one. Electric water pumps work well in drag racing, but would you recommend it in an off-road application where we deal with dust, bumps, not necessarily optimal conditions? I think a couple of guys from Australia might have the answer.
Okay. Well, certainly we sell a lot of electric water pumps into Speedway, where the radiators are in the back, in the trunk, as you call it, and away from the dust and the dirt and so on. And they work extremely well with high-powered engines with the radiators in the rear. So there's no doubt about them being used on off-road. Again, in a similar situation, we have an event down here called the Fink Desert Rally, which is a bit like the Baja Rally that you have in America. It's pretty severe, very, very severe. And we've got a number of competitors that use our products. And in fact, a lot of them say they wouldn't finish the event without it.
Excellent, excellent. And thank you for your question, Todd. I appreciate it. If we've got an additional question, post it in the chat section. So let's talk about, temperature control in relationship to fuel consumption and making optimal horsepower. You've already said a couple of things that have triggered me, and just in terms of your controller and the switches. Most of the time, I think most people just try to keep their engine within a range, cool.
Correct.
It sounds like you can dial in a more specific operating temperature with your product.
With the
I might answer this one, John.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our customers can use the digital controller to set a temperature which gives them maximum fuel consumption, or minimum fuel consumption, I should say, or maximum horsepower to the wheels, and they're not generally the same temperature. So the digital controller works by sensing the engine temperature. Then you set on the controller the temperature you want your engine to be at. The controller then sends a voltage to the electric water pump motor, changing the speed of the pump, looking for the target temperature. And when it gets there, it locks on. So if you start going up a hill or working the engine a bit harder, engine getting hotter, pump goes faster. Come down the other side of the hill, engine getting cooler, pump goes slower. But it's a very aggressive lock-on, and the temperature varies very little once you've got the controller going.
Wow, that is a tremendous innovation, and I can imagine that there are crew chiefs and racers listening to this right now, thinking about controlling temperature, especially in drag racing. Controlling temperature is directly related to performance.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
And you can burn someone down on the starting line now if you need.
That's right.
Well, you got to get to the starting line first, and more importantly, the comment that you made earlier, Joe, is after you've finished the run, that you've got an electric water pump and a controller that will control the speed of the coolant, move the coolant through the engine when the engine's actually turned off, which is absolutely important.
Yes. Yeah, no, it is pretty amazing. So let's talk about the technology involved in the switches. It seems that you guys are an industry leader and you're offering this package together. Is there a standard model? Is there a base? Is there an upgraded version? And what applies to what? Like, let's talk about the target audience out there.
Okay, good question. Yes, there is. We have 5 models. I've got to talk in gallons now. 20 litre, a 30 litre, and 20 gallon, 30 gallon, and 40 gallon electric water pumps. They're all available with the digital controller. And again, we have a chart on our website, www.daviescraig.com, which shows exactly which particular pump would suit which particular cubic capacity engine.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Here's another question from Tim. What about a 750 horsepower street strip pump gas engine? Will this system work in this scenario?
Short answer, yes. In some instances, it could be possible to put 2 electric water pumps or 2 EWP 150s, that's a 40 gallon per minute pump, in a series. And it'll work.
Interesting. Is it possible to have too much flow? I don't know that there would. Like, once you lock on a temperature, it doesn't matter what you're getting. The flow is related to the temperature.
This is a very common question. And a lot of people who are quite educated and qualified engineers think that you can have too much flow. And that results, that idea comes from the fact that if a mechanical water pump is pumping at a high speed, the pump can cavitate. So the coolant turns to froth and bubble inside the pump, and the actual physical flow of liquid coolant goes down. Then the engine starts to overheat. And so it's looking as if the pump's going very fast, and it should be pumping a lot of coolant and cooling the engine well. But in fact, it's cavitating, froth and bubble, engine temperature is going up. So people have this idea that, it's pumping too fast and the coolant isn't spending enough time in the radiator to lose its heat. We've shown on test rigs that you cannot pump faster and lose less coolant. That is, pump faster, genuine liquid coolant, and lose less heat. So what happens is as you increase the speed of the pump, the temperature asymptotes. So it sort of levels off, and pumping faster doesn't give you much more cooling because you're removing all the heat that the engine is producing. If that follows.
Yeah. No, it does. It does.
So you can't pump faster and lose less coolant.
Okay. No, interesting.
Our pumps are designed to run at the optimum speed for the electric motor and the optimum speed for the mechanical pump, electric water pump itself. So we never cavitate. We never cavitate.
Excellent. Yep. What happens, because we mentioned this being an inline kind of unit, what goes in place of your water pump previously? Like, you know, that Big Block Chevrolet was designed for the water pump on the front, and many of the electrical units that we see out there like kind of bolt in that spot. What goes there if you use something like you guys are presenting?
You take that, John.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, we have a number of adapter plates for those particular engines. We've got, and we'll be showing the LS adapter plate at PRI next week. Ideally, you've got a lot of people, you know, there's a lot of transplanted engines that are put into various cars, and 9 times out of 10, the engine bay is slightly smaller than the engine that they're about to put in. Usually, we all know biggest is best. So, when the water pump is going to take up a considerable amount of space on the front of the block, between the block and the radiator. So to be able to get rid of that particular mechanical water pump and fit the Davies Craig electric water pump to the bottom radiator hose, which is well away from the block, you can have the radiator very close to the block without any impediment whatsoever. I mean, obviously, you've got to remember that most of the engines are still got to put an electric fan on, so you certainly need at least 6 inches of gap between the back of the radiator and the front of the block to ensure that you can put your electric fan on. So you've got your electric fan and your electric water pump working in situ to keep that engine cool.
Excellent. And I would imagine you recommend, I don't know if you have a kit or a package for situations like that, but if you're going to get the water pump, you might as well get the thermatic fan as well.
I like the way you're thinking, Joe. That's exactly. Short answer is we don't have a kit because there are so many varieties of engines and horsepowers, and of course the other thing you've got to take into consideration, Joe, is the radiator size. And one of the great things we've got, again, that's on our website, that if you've got a radiator core and you don't know what size fan you want to put on it, you can just put the dimensions, the width, the height, and the depth. In other words, the distance back from the radiator to the block. You put those dimensions in there and it'll bring up your or a particular fan that's going to be suitable to that particular radiator core.
Excellent. Where does the majority of your manufacturing take place? It's something that's interesting, and you mentioned some of the other fans out there, and we were talking about it earlier, where everybody thinks they can make everything, right? And maybe it looks the same, but it's not the same. I mentioned that award that you guys received earlier, and that just kind of really speaks volumes about what you've been able to do with your manufacturing. I'm curious about that.
Well, we manufacture everything here. Sure, there's some small components that we do import, but all the manufacturing is handled down here in Melbourne. We do it all in our own headquarters. And one of the things that we did, and I was listening to Sean and Travis earlier about collateral and so on. One of the things that we sat down here at the start of the pandemic, and Richard was at the forefront of all of this, we made a decision that we'd keep over 12 months worth of stock in the warehouse, which is a pretty big call, I have to say. But we did that, and we basically got ahead of the curve with respect to some of the shutdowns that have occurred and some of the shortcomings that some of these companies have had. We've got we expanded the warehouse, increased all the shelving, and we've got pumps to burn. And thankfully, I got to say, we're shipping them to the US faster than we can make them at the moment. So there you go. It's a fantastic ride, and we're certainly enjoying it. But from an interesting, from a manufacturing perspective, that was one thing that has been absolutely paramount in driving our business forward to ensure that we've got the right price, right products in the right place at the right time.
Well, I love hearing that. Go ahead,
Sorry, I might add that we're manufacturing to ISO 9001 standard, and we're audited twice a year, and the audits are very rigorous and strict, and we have our warranties now down to 0.1%. So that is 1 in 1,000. And generally you do get more warranties in the aftermarket, where customers can maybe drop the pump or the fan on a concrete floor or whatever, and then so it's not working very well. But yeah, that's we keep track of our warranties, and we investigate every claim to see if there's anything that we can do to improve. And we're down to 0.1%.
That's amazing. Richard, I would love to hear you expand a little bit on managing the company through the difficult time that we just went through. I haven't spent too much time because I really feel like hopefully we're on the other end of it and it's time to, think good times again, but we wouldn't have been here without people who were able to forecast and prepare. And it seems that you were able to do it. So just kind of take me through, here you had a 48-year-old company that was started by your brother at a pub, and all of a sudden you're faced with this worldwide pandemic.
Yeah.
You've got to manage through it. What was that? What was that like?
Well, we were able to keep manufacturing because we were deemed a necessary industry by the Australian government, being automotive. And we had strict COVID regulations and rules whereby visitors had to check in and have their temperature taken. All the staff had temperature taken. We had testing done regularly, and we had sanitizing stations. So it was difficult. And we got through with, as Don was saying, we were ordering ahead, making sure we had enough components. And now we're coming out the other side.
Our suppliers were really good too, Joseph. When, as Richard said, in March, when the balloon went up, so to speak, we were very quick to contact all our suppliers and place orders, and they were very, very responsive. It was fantastic, and we're now in a very, very healthy position, as I say, coming out the other side, and certainly looking forward. We certainly don't want to look forward to those days again. That's for sure.
No, definitely not. But one thing that did take off was people had time to work on their cars and make upgrades for their performance cars. That seems to be one thing that was uniform throughout the industry. That people didn't sit or rest. They looked at their engine bay and they thought to themselves, hey, like there's something I can improve.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Had a few rumours, Joe, that guys that have been working from home are sometimes spending a bit more time in the garage than they normally do, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Well, if they weren't spending it in the garage, they were spending it on the internet, because our sales just absolutely went through the roof. And thankfully, again, with some foresight, we had a very proactive. We've got a very proactive website. A great shopping cart, and it just paid absolute dividends for us.
No, that's great to hear. What would you say to someone? I always think about the naysayer out there, and you mentioned having $1,000 story for a $500 product. First of all, when I think about a cooling system, I don't really think that $500 is that outrageous, because you're protecting your investment. If you overheat your engine, you can damage everything, and that that's your entire investment. So I think it's actually a very sound area to think about. A purchase like this, maybe an upscale piece. But what do you say to folks that say, like, hey man, the water, I've got a mechanical pump, it turns, or an electric motor turning my water pump, which is fine. Factory designed it. It's good enough for what I'm doing. How do you justify to those people making an upgrade like this?
Well, sometimes you can't. I mean, you've got a situation, if the person's happy with the level of coolant flow with his mechanical pump, and he's not absolutely overly concerned about gaining some extra horsepower, then you're going to have a difficult time trying to convince him that he's going to have to spend another $500 on putting an electric water pump on. But all you can tell him is, hey, I've got a pump that is going to be consistently flowing without the engine revs, without you worrying about the engine revs of the engine, where it's totally independently operating. And the other good feature, which we haven't even talked about, is we touched on it earlier with the drag cars. You turn the engine off, the electric water pump and the fan will keep on running, and that's absolutely that's heaven sent as far as I'm concerned. I've got it on my car. I went. It was quite hot here, 85 degrees here on the weekend, and again running down the Great Ocean Road, which is a fairly decent road. The temperatures start to get pretty hot, and then of course you get into traffic. That's the other thing, and you just want to know. You've got to have that peace of mind to know that the temperature's not going to run itself off the scale, and it certainly didn't.
Most damage to a race engine is done when the engine's turned off or comes back from the track and is idling, and the engine overheats. If you have heat soak with the engine turned off, you get different differential temperatures, and the head can twist or bend, and that's when gasket damage is done. So having an electric water pump actually increases the life of a race engine. And if you can get maybe double the life of a race engine, that's quite valuable to a racer.
Well, as we all know, the gaskets are cheap. It's when the pistons go that things start to get a bit expensive.
Yeah, please.
We'll leave it at that.
Yes,
but I think Richard has explained it extremely well. Certainly, heat soak is it's worse than the pandemic.
And the thermatic switches that you guys have adopted, just to double back on that, it sounds like that's the technology that kind of really makes this a next level product. Yes, you've got a great pump and it's an inline style pump and it's going to work. But when you have a switch that can be programmed and maintain and monitor, that's what I think separates it.
You're playing our tune, Joe.
I learned.
Yeah.
Generally, you, for the electric water pump, Joe, you don't want an on-off switch if you've just got an electric water pump, because you need some flow all the time. Otherwise, you'll get hot spots outside the cylinders. But a lot of our customers can keep the belt-driven pump and add the electric pump as an auxiliary pump. And then you can have an on-off. So once the engine temperature gets too high or higher than you want it to be, the thermal switch will turn on the pump and maybe the fan as well. And we have various switches that will do both. And so the electric water pump will boost the cooling. So if the engine's idling maybe at 600 revs, the mechanical pump's doing 600 revs, and maybe 20 litres per minute, the electric water pump comes in with another 150. So that's a dramatic improvement in cooling, and your engine will never overheat. Also, you wire that thermal switch up to the battery, so that when the engine's turned off again, the electric water pump will keep running until the thermal switch turns it off. And we have a number of thermal switches, simple mechanical ones to electrical digital ones, switches that will sit in the dash and tell you what temperature your car's at. I'll tell you what target temperature the thermal switch is set to come on. It'll tell you whether the fan or the pump is running or not. It'll confirm that you have power to the pump. So if for some reason the power drops off, that thermal switch will tell you.
Yeah, there's a voltage indicator on that particular digital controller as well, and if it goes below a certain voltage, it'll flash up on the little liquid crystal display screen. Very helpful.
Excellent. And how large is the unit, John? Did you have one there with you?
Yep. About the only thing I didn't bring into the office, but I can soon get hold of one. Hang on a minute.
Well,
it's about the size of two saucers put together.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And a lot of people worry about that because the mechanical pump is very big and heavy, might weigh 10, 12 pounds. And some people say, well, how can this fairly small device replace this great big mechanical water pump? And the answer is the mechanical water pump is designed to run at a certain speed when the engine is idling. And they're designed for that to produce, say, 20 litres per minute when the engine is idling at 600 revs. And the result of that is that when the engine's doing 6,000 revs, you're producing 200 litres per minute, which you don't need. You don't need that extra cooling because you're doing 6,000 revs. And often, of course, they're cavitating at that speed too. The mechanical water pump has a lot of tip clearance. It's a very inefficient pump because it can't be efficient at 600 revs and 6,000. Not possible. Ours is designed to be running at 2,800 revs per minute. That's the design point. That's where its maximum efficiency is. And the tip clearance is very tight, very high efficient pump. And that's how we can use such a much smaller device, much lighter device than a mechanical water pump. You got the pump there, John?
Sorry to put you on the spot, John.
No, not at all. You didn't put me on the spot at all. That's obviously you can't see the phase because it's liquid crystal display, but
sure.
Maybe if I hold that up,
I see it.
That gives you an idea of exactly what that digital controller will show you. You
Yes.
see in the top, you'll see in the bottom corner there's a schematic of a fan. That will
Yes.
come on when the fan that'll rotate when the fan is on. The EWP in the top corner will flash when it's in pulse width modulation mode, and when it's running flat out, it goes solid. So within 5 degrees of your targeted temperature, it'll go solid. And you can see there's a I'm trying to look at this backwards. What else we got there? There's a high and low voltage indicator, as well as other telltale things on here as well.
No, we're getting a lot of information from that screen. No, I like it. It's almost like
all this information again is on www.daviescraig.com. You can download the sheet. You can download the installation instructions, and they're all in English, which is pretty important. So from that perspective, all these details are available off the internet. How's that?
Excellent. No, I love it. I love it.
So this
And
is the size of the EWP 150 pump.
Okay.
So about the size of two saucers put together, not much profile. This pump body is actually transparent, as you can see. And we use this for research and development and to be able to visualize what's happening inside the pump when the pump is running. And in that way, we can confirm that there's no cavitation, no bubbles, solid liquid being pumped all the time.
Amazing. And what is the input and the output of that pump base?
This is the input
Okay.
here. The coolant is flung to the outside by centrifugal force and comes out here.
And up into the lower radiator hose into the end.
Yeah.
That is amazing. No, I can see. Well, so the reason I'm asking these kind of things is I'm trying to visualize how this would be mounted in a typical race car that I encounter. And it looks like it would be a pretty easy installation for most people out there.
Very easy. You cut 4 inches out of the bottom radiator hose, preferably at a bend, maybe a 90-degree bend. So if you imagine the hose is coming in here and going up there, you cut here, you cut there, and then you let the electric water pump into the gap, so to speak.
That's it.
Very simple. The hose takes the weight of the pump. But if you really want to, if you don't like doing that, we sell brackets that allow you to hard mount it.
Got it.
I'll have all those at PRI to show people. We've got the Matte Black EWP 130 and the Matte Black EWP 150, our anniversary models, and we'll have the plate, the mounting plate, and also the bracket that goes around the girth of the water pump. And my learned colleagues just brought one of the anniversary pumps. That's the EWP 150. Nice and compact.
Wow.
We'll pump 40 gallons. We'll pump 40 gallons a minute if that's what you need. But you've got a digital controller, as Richard said, that control the flow commensurate with the engine temperature. And this is the other one that's a bit more compact. Exactly the same, has exactly the same volume chamber in here. This is the 130. this, as you can see, it's got that had 1.5 inch ends on it. This has got flexible, or basically you can bolt on flanges to the particular size that you need, and especially in some compact areas around the bottom radiator hose, which on a lot of cars, or some of the more modern cars, there's not a lot of room down there. So we designed that specifically for that purpose. Again, same. Basically, this is the EWP 150 with the ends cut off it. If you can visualize that, so you can actually put flanges on them.
No, that's that interesting. What, as far as like gallons per minute or that volume, is there a metric to determine what you would need? Like how much flow do you need, or how little flow can you get away with? Racers want the smallest unit on their vehicle, but they would love to keep that thing cool. So how is that calculated?
Well, our biggest pump at the moment is 150 litres per minute. How many gallons is that, John?
That's 40.
40
US.
Right. But in a street car, in a street situation, the pump is running at about 10-15% of its maximum flow 90% of the time. So you very rarely need maximum flow. Your engine has to be working in a street car. It has to be a hot day. You have to be maybe going up a hill and using going quite fast.
A lot of torque. Yeah.
To need the maximum flow.
Got it. We got another question.
The pumps have to be designed for that situation. And so when the mechanical pump's running, if you're in first gear doing 4,000 or 5,000 revs, you have way too much flow than you need, and you're producing that flow at the front of the engine using horsepower, and then the flow is choked at the thermostat. So you're paying for all this flow and then choking it with the thermostat, which is not very smart. But with the electric water pump, of course, you're just producing as much flow as you need, and that's all. And most of the time, it's very little.
With your thermatic switch that keeps things at a certain temperature, do you need a thermostat, or do you just pull that out?
No, you're right, Joe. The controller replaces the mechanical thermostat. Old hat. Goes in the bin with the drum brakes.
Good. Yes. Thank goodness. Dean is out there, guys, and he picked up on something you mentioned a little bit earlier. And he says, with the size difference, is it possible to run multiple pumps? Now, you mentioned this in tandem, like in line, but go a little deeper for Dean.
Well, again, you're touching on the amount of flow that's required for a particular engine. 750, 800 horsepower, which is a huge amount, and obviously one of the things that would need to calculate is exactly how much coolant flow is going to be. And as Richard pointed out earlier, we don't want to make sure he's not getting too much flow. So that would need to be calculated to determine exactly whether he needs one EWP 150 water pump or whether it needs another one in a series.
But that's the way to go. When we say to people with these special engines, I mean, if you have an LS1 engine, we know exactly what sort of water pump you need. But if someone's really souped up an engine and it's producing 750 horsepower, what we recommend is fitting 2 water pumps in line, running them full system voltage, full time, and then try to make the engine overheat. If the engine doesn't overheat, the 2 pumps you have are enough.
Excellent. Well, people are trying to do crazy stuff, Richard, as you know. Twin turbo, 2,000 horsepower street cars for no reason because they're cool. And so...
That's right. Yep.
There's some big engines out there. A lot of horsepower being produced.
Exactly. A lot of heat being produced too.
Well, exactly. And we've learned a lot of, there's been kind of a theme today and many of our seminars about that. Like controlling the heat is a very important aspect, whether it was what we were talking about earlier with, piston rings inside the cylinder walls or with you guys. That's what makes your engine live, controlling the heat. And not just your engine, but everything around it. So you guys are kind of perfect capper to this day. with your inline electric water pump.
Yep.
Yeah, no, we believe so. And again, the proof is in the number of people that are now adopting our remote mounted electric water pump for their particular applications.
Now, on that note, Richard, what has it been? You guys have said that for the last 10, 15 years, you've been trying to make your way into the market here in the United States, but now it seems like you're here. And that's kind of a eureka moment to push on something for a decade or more, and then to have it be adopted and appreciated. That's got to be very rewarding.
Very rewarding indeed. I think we're getting a very good reputation for performance. We don't overquote our flow rates or current usage. Our specs are spot on, and we've got a good reputation for reliability. And people are using our pumps and like them so much they use them over and over again.
Excellent. Is there anything that we haven't covered about the fans, the pumps, the switches that you want to make sure that people out there know before we part ways?
Well, just one thing, just expanding on what Richard just said. One of the very important aspects of sales and service, and even after sales service, we're very conscious of that, especially in the United States. You know, we're 12,000 miles away down here, and we've got a great distribution network through 3P Connect, and I don't like to single out, just we've got some great distributors, warehouse distributors that are distributing our product. And I know I mentioned Jigs and Summit, and there's Pegasus, and there's Hare Racing. I mean, these guys that have been with us a long time, but it's important to know that the product, we keep great stock, quite a good stock, excellent stocks in California at 3P Connect, and those particular warehouse distributors draw on that stock on a daily basis, and we're feeding stock into California as fast as we possibly can, either by sea freight, and if we have to, and there's a shortage, we air freight it in. So we take our sales very seriously, and we're certainly not keen to miss any. So from that perspective, with the inventory control systems that we have, we'd like to think that we're getting on top of those sales and ensuring that we've got enough product in our warehouses and available to our distributors.
You hear that, ePart Trade? If you want one, you can have one today.
That's it.
All right, gentlemen, who's going to win the Bathurst 1000?
Well, I've got a vested interest. I'll start first, Richard. I've got a vested interest in that event. You know, I've got two nephews racing with Dick Johnson Racing, Alex and Will Davison. So my money's on them. It's going to be hard to look past Whincup and Red Bull. They're going to be right up there. But I think Tickford's will probably give it a bit of a shake as well. But it's going to be an interesting event. They're running so fast around there now. They're touching 300 kilometres now down the main straight, and it's just an awesome. And they're doing that for 6 hours. I don't know how they do it, but it's pretty awesome.
Richard?
Well, whoever wins is they'll have an American engine under the hood. You can be sure of that.
Exactly.
But I think the Whincup's the hot favourite at the moment.
We've taken a special interest. And we've taken a special interest, an unusual time of the year, right? The first time that it's been run at this time of the year.
Yes, yeah, it's normally run in October, and the Labor Day weekend in New South Wales. But yeah, look, with COVID, it turned the whole V8 series upside down, and they ran, because of the lockouts in some of the states, they ran a number of the races at Sydney and at Motorsport Park, and now they've gone off to Bathurst, which of course is about 150 kilometres out of Sydney. And it's an iconic track, an iconic race, and it's as iconic as the Indy 500, and
absolutely
viewed at by millions of people around the world.
Well, I'll be watching as well, and it'll be cool. So Will Davidson is your nephew?
Yeah, Will and Alex, both nephews. Yeah.
Wow. Well, didn't he win in 2016? I don't know that by heart. I'm looking at a website, but still,
he's won a couple.
There you go. Look at that. Congratulations.
Well, yeah. don't congratulate me. He's only my nephew.
John's like,
so that's okay.
I didn't do anything.
No. Oh well, I did have a little bit to do with the earlier part of his career when he was racing Formula Ford, chasing sponsors for him. But
Bit of free advice, Joe. Yeah.
that's in the past. But, no, it was good. It was. It's great to see them both develop into fine young men, and it'd be be icing on the cake if they actually knock it off. And they're with an absolutely wonderful team, and Dick Johnson, and of course, as you know, Roger Penske is involved with Dick for a couple of years, and they've got some great sponsors on board. And I just hope that, and they've got a great car. It's very competitive, and let's see what happens.
Well, good luck. Enjoy that. And most importantly, thank you for taking the time with us here on ePart Trades Industry Week to share this story of Davies Craig. And we'll see, obviously, at the trade show next week. But
Yep.
I think it opens the mind to many people that there's another way of doing it, something that maybe people don't think about or appreciate. And the innovations that you guys have come up with, tremendous. And it all started in a pub. Richard and John, thank you very much. I see Francisque and Judy.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for having us.
Join us. No, thank you so much.
Just to finish, just on a finishing note, we'll be on booth 477 in I think it's called the Green Hall. You guys know the place better than I do, but
You're in the right hall.
we'll be down there. I'll look forward to meeting as many of you as possible. We'll have the fish tank there, operating electric water pump and a digital controller, going hammer and tongs. So we look forward to catching up with many of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Richard. And
Okay.
you going to the race this weekend, John? Would you be there?
No, I won't be going up. No, I've got to pack my bags to come and see you guys.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wow.
I'm on a
Because we
plane
have-
first. I'm on a plane first thing Monday morning because I land about an hour before I take off. That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Well, and but just in case Rob Aarons is over there, it's a good friend.
I know Rob's there.
Well,
Well,
thank you
he's heavily involved with Dick Johnson Racing as well. But he's coming to PRI, so I'll catch up with him next week as well.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Davies Craig products back on the homepage of ePart Trade. So please go there and connect with John and Richard. And again, so please stay with us. We are going to run a little video from our sponsors, and then we are going to do something very special. The next session is going to be a celebration of life of two iconic industry players. One who we work with very closely, Judy and I, for almost 25 or 20, 18 years of PRI plus 4 with ePart Trade, so 22 or more, with John Kilroy. And then the other one is Robin Miller, who worked with Racer and Polestar for so many years, and also worked, Steve Lewis is going to be joining us as a special guest to talk about the two gentlemen, because he also worked very closely with both. And so we're going to run a short video. We'll be right back, and we're going to be celebrating John and Robin. So stay with us.
The concept for ePart Trade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePart Trade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and to get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to epartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePartrade. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
What we're going to be talking about today is our water methanol injection system and some of the changes that we've made over time. One of the most exciting parts about some of the changes is the V3 nozzle. The key to this is a swirl generator. Look at how broad that is, and just look at this, look at the inside of this case. It's literally a fog, a cloud. The whole mission here was to do more with less. Less nozzle, less injection, less fuel. Pretty cool stuff.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners, available for your entire car. Build complete race cars, customs, and bikes with ARP. 25% stronger than grade 8 hardware. Race car strength and show car looks at arp-bolts.com. ARP, the ultimate fasteners for late model muscle. From LS to Coyote to Hemi, ARP locks in power and performance for a winning combination inside and out when failure is not an option. arp-bolts.com.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2021. So now we are on for something very special, right, Mr. Fanner?
Yes, indeed. I think this is a moment I've been waiting for to remember two of our great friends.
Absolutely. So this is about a celebration of life. We're going to be celebrating John Kilroy and Robin Miller. And we have a few people that are going to be joining us, correct?
Yes, we are. And I think these are people that knew both people we're talking about, John and Robin, but also in some cases very close to either John or Robin. But I can't help but smile when I think of both of these guys. They were such great friends and such great human beings.
And so if it's okay, Paul, Joe wanted to participate, but
sure, absolutely.
he's running a show as well. So
he can only be with us for a few minutes at the beginning. So what we're going to do is let Joe share, because he has some stories about both. And so why don't you go first, Joe?
Thank you, Francisque and Judy and Paul. Good to see you. Good to be on with you. And, I feel a little out of place because you were family with these guys. And I am someone who knew them a little bit on a professional level, but I do have an interesting story about both gentlemen. First, John, when I'm starting as a talk radio talent in Miami, and I'm a local bracket racer, and I'm working closely with the Speedway, Homestead Miami Speedway, to, introduce NASCAR to South Floridians, right? And it was a tough slog at first. So going to PRI, it was in Orlando at the time, was a big deal. And who am I? I didn't really know how to make it happen. And so I reached out and I got a hold of John, and he shepherded me through the whole process. And not only did he help me with lodging and everything, but he made me feel part of the community, and that it was important that I become part of the community. As some years ago, it's easy to lock people out. And instead, he worked hard to make sure that I was taken care of and that I felt welcome, and would come meet me on the floor and do you have what you need? Do you, put me with someone, introduce me to people. That was unnecessary, and he did it. And it's because of his love and his passion for the industry. And so it's more of a professional story. And Robin Miller, man, the guy obviously was a total character, which I aspire to be. And he knew everything. And so the first time I went to the Indianapolis 500, when I was working on XM satellite radio, we covered the Indy 500 many times and in person. It was the first opportunity I got to go. And so I got to spend time with Robin, and we talked radio, and he even, we were talking about a show on Sirius for him. And he's like, hey man, I got sponsors. I got this. I was like, I knew that a Robin Miller show on XM satellite radio would have killed immediately, because it would have been a source of all the inside information that you could pop. But I did not, of course, have the power to make that happen at the time. And I lamented the moment, but similar deal. Recognized that there was passion and appreciation, and was a welcoming person and a welcoming personality because of love for what he did. And I have nothing but the most positive things to say about both men. And I got to say that, me being involved in motorsport racing here with you, the motivation that came from moments where a guy like Robin Miller bothers to talk to me and say something and share a story and goof around and give me energy. And John, that is why I keep going in this industry, because of moments like that. And so that's why I wanted to stick around for a moment or two. I know it's going to get a lot more personal than that, but when given the opportunity to share a thought or a story and appreciation for both of these guys, I jumped at the chance. And so thank you.
Well, thank you. That was great.
That sounds like John Kilroy.
It was. It is John. That's John Kilroy to the core.
Yeah,
it was.
Absolutely, Joe. So stay with us a few more seconds, because I know you have to run to your other shows. So, and again, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for being with us again tomorrow and Friday. You're a wonderful host. So we're going to let you go. And again, thank you so much, Joe.
Okay.
So I think we got Mr. Lewis, but it looks like we have the same little issue with the sound that we had Monday morning when you joined us, Steve. So let's try to, yes, go ahead. You have the little same issue that when you came in last time. So Steve, can you just simply leave the Zoom and then come back in? Just like we did last time. Might be an issue with the setting on your computer. It worked perfectly before. So, Paul,
we tested and it's fine. And then, of course, when we go to air,
yeah, but we want to be able to hear what Steve has to say.
We'll get Steve Lewis on.
He sounds like a munchkin.
I'm sorry?
He sounds like a munchkin when he comes on now. I think it's kind of fun. Well, I also want to let you know, Steve, the other Steve that we're trying to bring in is having some technical difficulties. Could we resend him a link?
Yes, so Reed is working on it as well, and
Okay,
we're
great.
going
Thank
to bring them on. So, do you want to share a little bit, like kind of the idea we had about this event, Paul? And
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I think that one, we all want to say a little bit about John and Robin, who actually knew each other and had respect for each other, and I think they appreciated each other. But at the same time, we all owe a debt of gratitude to both of them. But we know many that might be in the audience or on the chat would also want to say something as well. So if you want to raise a hand, please do so. If you want to join in and say anything about your personal experience with either gentleman, and we'll try to accommodate you, so you can be pulled into the chat if you'd like to.
Exactly. So we saw a few notes already in the chat. So I see, Steve is coming back. So let's first start with Steve.
Great.
I think this time might work, right, Steve? And so hopefully, good evening, Mr. Lewis.
Does it work?
Yeah, we're back. Yes.
I don't see it.
Yep.
It always work on the second time. I don't know what
We
happened.
see you.
I don't have video, but I guess that's okay.
Yeah, you are on.
Yeah, we can see you.
I can't see you.
Yeah, we got to turn your camera on.
Well, you're there.
Well,
Okay, your camera's on, so I guess you can't see us, but we hear you, we see you.
Yeah. So don't miss the computer. Just just talk.
Yeah.
So it's time for your close-up, Mr. Lewis.
No, we're saving the world here.
No, we see you. Yes. John Kilroy. How did you meet John Kilroy?
A mutual friend that knew both of us, because we're mutual, I guess. He knew that we were looking for somebody. We had an editor. He was good. He was part-time, but he was good. But we couldn't get him full-time, and so he suggested that John come down and we meet. It wasn't too far in the interview. I said, let's just go to work. I mean, let's do this. And that day really changed our lives, because John brought so much to the company, and then that magazine was a reflection of his abilities, journalistic knowledge, and desire to publish something really important and valuable to the industry. And he single-handedly did that. I mean, we provided the tools and the art department and the air conditioning and the lights, but that magazine came alive with John's guidance. And he brought in and hired some great people to help him, one of which Meredith Burns,
Yes.
was very, very, very loyal to John and an excellent journalist, and did some fantastic work along with him. So he also amassed a group of contributors. In trade magazine publishing, there's probably 10 guys out there that are writing articles for all these magazines, and you put go-kart in for bicycle or whatever it is. We didn't do that. John found contributors that their beat was racing, and asked them to go out and create editorial that was timely and appropriate for the magazine, and he managed that beautifully.
Yeah, well, he sure did, and I really admired the magazine and the quality of the writing, and the editing, and just the sheer breadth and depth of what the magazine covered. It was hugely impressive, and equally impressive was John's good character and good humor whenever I was around him. He was just a very nice person to know and be a friend of.
That's true. When Francis asked me to do this, John and I had a running joke about words, and I didn't have very many words in my mind compared to John's ability with words. And especially every month when I was supposed to write my publisher's page, sometimes the words were in the wrong place, the wrong direction. Sometimes they weren't even spelled right, and commas were not where they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
So I thought I wanted to share some words about John that I just wrote down this past week on a piece of paper, some words. And I thought, too, for you and Francisque and Judy, again, knowing my limitation with words,
that maybe there's some even more words. Would you like me to recite a few that I wrote down?
Yes, please.
Okay, journalist, thoughtful, kind, smart, organized, professional. Here's two words together, family first. Curious, diligent, tolerant, calm, patient, clever, creative, organized, understanding, motivated, and he listened. Learned, constantly was learning, sense of humor, wanted to make a difference, and had direction. Now that's
You nailed it.
I know there's more words, but this is stressed me out. This is many words that I came up with. I felt that this kind of was who John was.
Yeah, and I think that you summed it up, and I think just listening to that, I felt something I hadn't felt as profoundly as I just missed him as the core of what we were doing last year. He was the constant voice throughout the entire week in the first online race industry week. He was the voice of this industry, and he spoke for all of us. And I miss that very much, because that was the kind of person we would want representing us to the world.
He was a deep thinker, just very thoughtful, a thinker, soft-spoken.
Yeah.
A magician with his words.
And if I can add
everybody liked him. Everybody.
And I think really, and I'm sure Judy will say the same thing, for us working with him along with Steve, I think the combination of Steve and John, other leaders at that time, really served the company and all of us. And John was just we were pretty much all the same age. We were in the early 20s or whatever when we all started there at PRI. And then John was like, 10 years older, and then with Steve. So he had that wisdom and so really having them together really helped guide all of us. And so it was, when I look back personally, is the person I spend the most time along with Judy working with in my own career. 18 years at PRI and another 4 here with ePortrait. So that's 22 years. That's a long time. And so it was.
It is.
Yeah.
And you happen to spend that time with somebody that was worth spending time with. Because I learned from John, and I had some very deep conversations with John about the business, the industry, the turbulence in it. And he was a student of everything in this business. And if there was one person that knew the business front to back, all aspects of it, and all layers basically of it, was John. And I don't know that there's anyone else quite like him in the world at the moment. There are people that have parts of what he does in their hearts and mind, but not all of it. And I think that's collectively we maybe equal John in terms of amassed knowledge, but yeah. And I have a question for all of you that worked with John. That I was wondering, what is my funniest memory is last year when he said hello from Paraguay. That still makes me laugh, because that's his sense of humor. Because we had a member of our audience from Paraguay, and he just loved it. That was the ultimate validation to him. But do you have any memories that make you laugh when you think of John?
Who wants to go first?
I just know. I'll go first. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Judy. Go.
His sense of humor just killed me. A lot of times, he was on the first floor. I was on the third floor of PRI. He would send me little witty comments, and I would print them out, paste them on my wall, because every now and then I needed a good laugh. I mean, I would walk out of PRI after a full day on that show, and I look at him, and I'm just I am out of words. Just out of words. I mean, he was just so clever, funny, and a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Because they saw the business side of him, but
serious side.
Boy, just witty. And then I really learned, Steve, I don't think you know this, when he downshifted and retired, as he said, He really was a true hippie, a poet. And I just learned another side of John that I never saw. It was always business before. Then I saw this poet and a rock singer.
Yeah, there you go. That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, he would belt out a song.
I love it. I love it.
Couple quick little stories. When we came to Orlando, we got the idea to promote these sprint and midget races at Orlando Speed World, which was barely a racetrack. But it was a racetrack, but was one that was sort of in decay. And I was petrified because the grandstands could hold about 5,500 people. And I wanted to make sure we filled it up. And John, we worked together and came up with some ideas. And about 8 o'clock at night, when the buses were bringing people from the PRI show out to Orlando Speed World, and each bus probably had 50 or 60 people on it, the grandstands were already full. And he looked over at me and he said, "Steve, I think we did our job too well." In other words, we had more people in a place by far. And
yeah.
In another moment I went to work pretty early, and when we got connected with Smokey, he made his calls early. So I was there at the office one morning, must have been just around 7 o'clock, and it was Smokey on the phone. And he told me, he says, "Steve," he says, "next year," or no, he says, "this coming year, it's going to be the 50th anniversary of the small block, of Chevrolet small block."
Yeah.
And he says, "and we have to do something about this." And I said, "Oh, I'm fine. What are we going to do?" He said, "Well, we got to do something. It has to be big. And we have to have every engineer that worked on the project, including Zora Arkus Duntov. And we have to have this at the Columbus show. And I expect you to do it." And he hangs up. And I think I went about 5 shades of white, and John happened to be there, and he walked in. He says, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Well, I don't know." I said, "Smokey just gave us this command that we're supposed to do something, and I just have no idea." And I told him what it was, and he says, "Let's get to work." That was all he said. Let's get to work. And that evening was one of the finest moments that I've ever witnessed. And it was 99.9% John. He put that together. And it was something very special. And we did not have any help at all from Chevrolet. In fact, the only thing that we got from Chevrolet on that was the engine number 0001. And 16 hours before the evening, we got a call, and they said they couldn't move it off the dock because there was a union problem. So we sent Jimmy Pinkley up, who worked for our race team. He rented a van. He drove up from Columbus to Detroit and got the engine. But that evening was it was written by John, it was orchestrated by John, and I think it was one of our finest moments.
Absolutely. And well, when Smokey calls, you got to pull it off, though.
Yeah, pressure.
Yeah, a pressure from above. Oh, wow.
Well, I'll share a little story about John. Who, for me, not only he had the greatest humor, but he always had it at the perfect time, the perfect moment. And so, a little short story. So, and then after that, we said that if you want to come on with us and share a little story, raise your hand on the chat, and we'll see where you are, and we'll bring you on, and you can share your little story. And I think Jake Kilroy is with us as well, John's son, and wanted to say a little word. So my story goes back to the UK. We used to go to the UK once a year with John, and one of our first trips there together, as you all know, we drive on the wrong side of the road in England. And so when you're on the big freeways, that's not a problem. But when you go on the small little road, it becomes complicated. So we went to visit a company, and then we were so impressed that we were talking about it. We got in the car, and the next thing you know, in a tiny little road, we're on the wrong side of the road, and here comes this big, huge truck in front of us. And, oh shit! And we just, like, by a miracle, I avoid to kill both of us. And then we were like, whoa, we better be careful. And we keep talking, we go for lunch, and then we go to the next visit,
same story, very impressed. We start talking, we get in the car, and the same thing happened. We got on the wrong side of the road. Another, oh shit. And then John looked at me and said, I think we just had another oh shit moment. And that became like a tradition. I think we had an oh shit moment. And that things came, stayed on with us for many, many, many years. So every time we got worried about that little things, that was the John statement. So,
well, I'm glad you survived those two oh shit moments. Or we wouldn't be talking tonight.
But he has the magic word all the time. So, what about you, Paul?
Well, my memory of John, was usually we would talk, we'd see each other at a lot of events. And he was always, very kind and supportive of our team. But he also usually had an idea he wanted to talk about. There was some either thing he was working on or something in the industry he'd pick my brain on. And I realized the entire world for John was basically an encyclopedia of information he was indexing. He'd see someone, he'd realize, okay, this person will know the answer to this. and it was pretty amusing because it started to be a pattern. I started to realize, okay, I fit into this category in the library. And I started to make fun of him a little bit about it. I said, okay, I'm the index card you refer to on this. And it was a little bit of a running joke between us. He also had just a true childlike passion for the people that he would meet and know in the industry. And he would always say, you need to meet this person. And if I was at the show, I literally had him stop me and take me to meet somebody. He'd stop what he was doing, and I said, I was just talking about you. You need to come with me.
Yeah.
And it would be sometimes some distance, and he was on a way to somewhere else, and he would take me to a booth and introduce me and gotta go, and then he'd tear out. And I just ask you, who does that anymore? John. And it was this contextual thing where he'd remember something about you. There would be a depth of kind of, you know this, you know that, but he's not just taking, he's not just using you. He's also, I'm here to help you too. And he was the most reciprocal, fair, kind person to be around. And he was this like calm in the center of the storm that is racing. It felt like everything was swirling around him. And he was at the center of it and understood all the layers of it. And I miss him. And my condolences to his family, because I know what little tiny bit of what they lost here. And if he loved his family at the magnitude I suspect he did, given how much he loved the people in this business and the business itself, they were very fortunate to have him.
Yeah.
Well said, Paul. He was his first on the list was family. That was his first priority, and he was so proud of how everything is working out there with his kids and what they're doing. They're all sharp and leading their lives, and they have that platform of John to stand on.
And what a platform to stand on.
And my goodness, when you read what Jake wrote about John, I go, that is John. He sounds the same.
I will admit, I don't. I'm a person that didn't cry when my father died, because I had to keep going. He expected me to keep going. That brought a tear to my eye. That was profound, because the love and the character of John was coming through in that beautifully. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree is all I can say. One of the most magnificent things we've ever had the privilege of publishing on anything we've created. So a treasure, like John.
And I think Jake is trying to join us. I see his name popping up, and he wanted to say maybe a few words. So I see Jake on the screen here. We're going to ask him to unmute, but he came in once or twice, and hopefully the connection is working well. But so we'll wait a few more seconds, and then through the as we were saying earlier, we see through the attendees here some very familiar name, and so I see Doug Stokes there. I see Dean Case. I see
and Dean has sent some nice messages through chat, so we want to make sure we read some of the chat messages.
Exactly. So Jake, if you're there, we can see you. We can see you're connected, but it looks like you're on mute. So if you want to participate, just simply unmute, and you will be live with us if it works. And if it's not, then we can use the chat button as well. But
I see John Schwartz on here from Aviate. John Bickford.
Exactly. So. And Paul, we got also a message from our friends in Indianapolis, and so there is again is having a very difficult. So is having a challenge to come in, but it said that he would like to share with us some pictures of Robin. And so I have Reed here, a producer that has everything ready.
Here we go.
So.
Oh, I love that. There's Robin and Steve Shunk. They're both fashion icons, as you can tell. So that's Steve. These are all places. So that's Steve there, but these two were pals and dear pals. Steve handles PR in the motorsport space for Borg Warner, and I think they were pretty much inseparable, and they were a dynamic comedy duo as far as I was concerned.
And Steve is in a restaurant right now. He was trying to connect with his phone, but it's not going through. So
yes, and he's out with a group of friends that would get together on a very regular basis, I believe weekly, at this restaurant with Robin. And they're all out having an evening out in Indianapolis, as Robin would want them to. Robin didn't break this chain. As long as he could, he continued to do all of the things he did with his friends. And they miss him and love him as much as we do. And in case you hadn't noticed, in our world, Robin was the life of the party. He was the kid always causing trouble in the back of the room, but he was also a hell of a lot of fun.
That's what, to me, when Robin got back into being more involved with IndyCar and the spokesperson with his broadcasting, I actually feel the viewership must have come in to follow that, because when Robin went up and put a microphone in front of someone, you listened, because he asked good questions.
Yeah, he also understood the sport, Steve. He's a racer. He actually raced competitively. He knew the sport intimately. It was his life, and he was fearless, as in case you hadn't noticed. He
raced a midget with no budget, and was actually competitive and running up front with, a minuscule budget.
Yeah, and he also raced a Formula Ford the same way, and he just understood racers, and he spoke for all of us, and he spoke for the audience. I think the thing that one of the last conversations I had with Robin is he didn't want us to lose the mailbag that we have on Racer.com, because it was important to him that the audience, the people that we work for actually, have a voice and are heard and seen on our platforms. So God bless him for that, because we're doing that again in his honor.
I think we got Jake.
Great.
We got Jake.
Yeah.
There you are.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, we're watching this at my parents' house. I'm Jake Kilroy, John's son. I truly can't thank everyone enough in the racing industry it means a lot to. I'm watching it with my mother, who brought a box of tissues to this. Truly, though, my dad spoke of the racing industry and everyone within it from every corner with the deepest respect, the most enthusiasm, and truly, in some ways, kind of like another family. And it's an exciting job for someone to have, for a father to have. Anything involved with racing, it made me seem like I was son of one of the coolest guys around, which is not always what a son feels about their father's work. And so the biggest things to me were coming to visit the PRI office and getting to see magazine in development and get to meet these wonderful people that were kind of like mini celebrities. And then actually to go to the races was truly like one of my favorite moments of childhood. Met a fantastic number of characters, and just wanted to say that the outpouring of love and respect for my father in the last 2 months has meant a great deal, and just it only further proves everything my dad ever said about the people he got to work with. So.
Wow.
Thank you, Jake.
We were truly like a family there. Truly.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like even though a lot of work went into the annual PRI trade show, it seemed sometimes, at least, there was definitely like a vacation energy to it, just because of how excited my dad was to kind of get to spend that much time with everyone and come home with a good number of stories of everything that was pulled off. And yeah, it's very much seemed like a close-knit group of people.
Yeah.
And the tribute you wrote, Jake, was magnificent, and the amount of comments, and we sent a lot your way from people in the industry, were absolutely unbelievable. And
thanks to Francis and Judy, my inbox has been filled to the brim with truly lovely messages from every corner of the industry. It reminded me just of like how many people wrote those to Francis and Judy to pass along, that like when he would come home from these business trips, we'd always kind of ask him like, are you kind of like a big deal where like you have to do all these things? And it's like, yeah, here I'm just dad, but there I'm like I'm somebody. So,
That's him.
To get all these messages kind of it's fun because it shoots me back to those moments of just how big of a deal, and it's to hear all these, to see them in the comments, to hear from all of you that it's cool to know that someone you relate to actually is like a big deal within outside of your family, because you treat them like a big deal, and then to find out that they have like kind of an influence and an impact is a big deal to us.
Dave, your father was a big deal, and he was. And here's a little story about when he knew he had this uncanny timing and knew when to say something when it needed to be said. And we were in a meeting with Smokey when Smokey had this idea, we want to have an industry roundtable, and we kind of nodded. And then he started naming the people he wanted on the roundtable, and we got up to about 40. Smokey just, we want this guy, he just one by one. And John suddenly put his hands up like this and said, Smokey, we're going to have more people around the round table than we're going to have in the seminar. We need to maybe have 6 or 8, not 45 or 50. But he calmly put his hands up and he said, and then that's one of the few times where I saw Smokey even kind of, stand up and take notice of that maybe 50 people around this table on a stage somewhere would be a few too many. But John I was sitting there trying to figure out when are we going to get too many, and John just very calmly, and he was always calm in those situations, and I always got a kick out of that.
Oh, absolutely, that's funny. Oh my God.
Well, there is now I'm remembering. There is also one thing that John did incredibly well is he made things, it looked easy. Okay, everything he was doing, it looks like it was easy for him, but it was actually a lot of work behind. He worked pretty hard. And one of a great memory of John is we were in France for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and we were invited to do a presentation in front of a big group of companies, and there was like about 40 speakers when on that table. And John wanted to, because it was in France, do a speech in French. So he wrote, a great speech in English, asked me to translate it, and he said, I'm going to read it in French. And then we travel, we spend 1 week traveling around France in Le Mans, etc. And then we are in that big meeting. And so I was first, and I do my blah blah. I introduced John, who was the big editor of the big PRI magazine. We're talking about 2007 or 2008, and everybody was sitting, and John stand up and started his own speech without reading it. He had memorized it, and he's like, "Oh, great American accent, obviously, but he does his own speech for 3 or 4 minutes," and we were like, "We can't believe that." And then he finally sits down. And Yves Morisot from Stand 21 was there. He would look at me like, what just happened? So here's the best part. Then the meeting goes on, and then there's a coffee break. And everybody rushed to John and start talking to him in French, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, no French. And we had Mario Andretti on today, okay? There was the Mario Andretti of France in that meeting. His name is Jean-Pierre Beltoise, a very famous French Formula 1 driver. And he was there, and he was shocked. He couldn't understand how the guy did a speech in French and couldn't answer simple questions. So that was John. That was
he would challenge himself like that, right, Jake? He would give himself challenges.
Yeah, he definitely liked having an idea, and then even if it was kind of like an idea that was kind of farther out there, once he had the idea, it was just like everything that he could do to work towards pulling it off.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, he could have been a secret agent.
Well, thank you, Jake. Thank you, and
Thank you, Jake.
We'll be there.
We were all blessed to have your dad in our lives. We were all, it was very important.
You're all wonderful people. I very much appreciate this industry, and I am once again astounded with everything that ePower Trade is pulling off this week.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Your father was part of this. He helped us launch this company.
Absolutely. Well, Paul, so hopefully it doesn't look like Steve is going to be able to join us.
Oh, that's all right. Well, at least he sent us some photos. I think I think one of the great things about it, Robin's life was somewhat of an accident waiting to happen all the time. So we've had an accident here, and it was always a good outcome, I think. When we look at the energy, in our editorial offerings, what the audience responded to, they responded to Robin in a way they don't respond to everything else like this. There was a direct relationship. Robin spoke for the racing fan, the pure racing fan. He was a voice of the person that loved this. I think his most enduring relationship beyond his own family was his love affair with his business. And I think at his memorial, I said Robin's life was a love letter to the sport. And even when he was critical of it, he came from a place of loving it and not wanting it to fail or be damaged or people to damage it. And even those he took issue with would respect him and in the end care for him and take care of him, do whatever they could to try to help him when he was challenged medically. And I have to say that I had particular respect for Mark Miles and Roger Penske for leaning in as they had for a number of years now, since Robin's health challenges were diagnosed. They were there for him, and they cared for him, and they were in constant contact with him to make sure whatever was needed could be done. And Randy Bernard ultimately, was one of Robin's dear friends. They came to know each other, and Randy really leaned in and personally took responsibility for a lot of this, as did Steve Shunk, Robin's sister Diane, a number of Robin's good friends. But he earned that. People got that he loved this business, and they loved him back.
Well said, Paul.
And he was, and speaking of loving people back, he loved what you did, Steve. And he was so appreciative of your midget team and the way you elevated the talent you elevated through that team. And he loved midget racing. I grew up with a father who loved midget racing. That's how I got into really loving racing, was being around midget racing. I identify with all this. And he never forgot where he came from and the type of racing that made him who he is. He, to the end, as you know, he was an advocate of all this. Yep. And he was genuinely thrilled that all of this is moving to center stage again in American motorsports. People are, regaining their appreciation and love for short track racing on a Friday or a Saturday night. And we're getting back something we lost. And I like to think that Robin had a little bit to do with that. And so did you, Steve.
Well, I think Robin, he appreciated the Saturday Night Racer because he raced with him. And in the early days, the Gary Bettenhausen and the Vukoviches and all those guys ran midgets as well as Indy cars. And so those midget racing or sprint car races during the 60s and 70s were quite strong because of that. And Robin, those people to Robin were the real heroes. And because they established the foundation. And so that's kind of why all that happened.
Agreed, and I think that he created a series of videos that are on the Racer channel on YouTube that are about these people basically, and I rewatch them every now because I miss the sound of his voice, I miss his mannerisms, I miss him, and I miss his sass on text, and nothing pissed him off more than a freaking Formula One story with in the Hero on the homepage of Racer, because he was an IndyCar guy. He took personal initiative along with Marshall to try to find a way forward in certain crises with drivers that were having challenges, problems. We don't just report on it, we care about the people in the sport, and Robin was particularly busy behind the scenes trying to help people, trying to make their worlds come together, connecting dots, mending fences, doing all these things that you don't know sometimes that people in Robin's position do. I know Marshall does this to this day, and there are people among us that hold the world together. Robin was one of them. There's a void in the universe without him, and I don't want us to be sad tonight. I want us to be glad he was here for as long as he was. But I also want us to recognize that others will have to step up and step in and do what Robin did. I personally will. I know Marshall continues to, but the people that follow him, there's a void left. And I know that John Kilroy connected a lot of people. He was constantly seeing 2 and 2 and coming up with 7 in relationships and connections. And that's how our business works. And it works because of people like this.
We all have a lot to be thankful for as the generosity of those 2 individuals. They gave way more. They helped.
They did, and I think the other thing is I appreciate childlike enthusiasm for racing, because I've never lost that. You described when we opened this program after we dedicated it to their memory, you described what you felt when you walked into Orange Show Speedway for the first time and saw midget cars, brightly painted midget cars running under the lights. I literally had the exact same experience my first time walking into Orange Show Speedway, which is my first time walking into a racetrack. I know that Robin had an experience like that too. I know that that little boy was in his heart to the end. I want the little boy and the little girl that's in all these racers that we've been talking with and talking to always to come forward, because that joy, that pure joy that we feel for the sport when we're around it, is what powers it. It what makes us put up with everything we put up with sometimes, because it isn't easy. But there's a reward that I would see often in Robin's eyes. And watching Robin work on deadline after the Indianapolis 500 in 2016, the 100th running, and watching Marshall, Mark Glendenning, and Robin just kick ass on all the content, all the stories. They were on fire. And I just sat back and I looked at all the other websites around the world reporting on this race, and I just watched them lap the field as the stories were posted, and the emotional content in those stories, especially Robin's, will stick with me for the rest of my life. And I'd look over my shoulder, and there they were sitting, still typing until it was dark, putting out more and more content. And that's who he was and what he lived for. Yeah, he wanted to share this world with his friends.
And he did a good job.
Yeah, and I see from these comments that that's appreciated. He treated the audience that we all value so much, as he had to tell them what happened and how it happened and tell them the truth.
Paul, there is a question from Dean Case. Do you want to take a look at it and share it with the audience?
Let's see which question, because I think we see a couple of posts from Dean.
So here is the message from Dean. There was a joke that Robin had written an honest biography on AJ, but was waiting for AJ to die, as he would kill Robin if it was published. Any truth that Robin had a book in the works?
I don't know that that's true, but I love the idea of it. That's pretty funny. I don't know if that's true. I don't think I have any knowledge of that. But I just, again, I love the idea of that. And my regret is Robin didn't write more books. My regret is that Wind Tunnel couldn't go on forever. But I just the thought of that's going to make me smile for a few weeks. Thank you, Dean, and also want to signal out Dean too. You know, Dean is a person that has been relentless in advocacy of young people, the SAE. He has an eye out for talent. I know that he had a good friendship with John Kilroy. Both of them cared about the generation coming up, wanted to do what they could to help them. So did Robin. Robin always had an eye out for new talent, new people coming in, and he was not a territorial person. He would actually help people just like John would. And we need a little bit more of that these days, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. There is a message from an old friend, Rob Heiner. I'm going to read it because Rob sent it to the panelists, so not everyone.
Rob's worked at PRI.
Yes.
Was a pleasure and honor working with John at PRI for 20-something years. Had a lot of fun together over that time. Many might recall that PRI would feature a model on the cover of our annual buyer's guide. I do. John would attend the photo shoot and often stand in for the model during the shot setup process. John had a great sense of humor and would get some fun photos of John playing around in front of the camera. Used to tease John by sending him cover proof to review with him on the cover. He was always terrified that we would run his cover by mistake. John was an awesome guy and will definitely be missed. And I remember the story, Rob. I really do.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Well, people don't realize how fun publishing actually is.
Or how terrifying.
It is both. But the thing is we make a dent in the world. We leave something behind. The story of our life and our work is recorded. There's something visible that we've done. And all publishing is a conversation with the rest of the world. And I feel so fortunate. I had conversations with these two, having a conversation with the worlds I care about. And You know, I wanted to say one last thing about both of them is, you know, how many people do you know that you, when you lose them, that you're glad you knew them, but you think of things you want to tell them and share with them constantly, and you're just up against that wall of they're not there anymore. And throughout this process of getting ready for this, John was constantly, I wish John, you know, and certainly with Robin, that's a daily. I still have to fight the urge to copy him on emails because the reactions were always well worth it. And I think that there'll always be that a little bit of a hole, and especially with this process, I hope that goes on forever with Online Race Industry Week, because John is always in my memory and my heart at the inception of this. You know, he's part of the creative process that made this happen. He was part of the ideation of all the things we did and that we're doing now. And with Robin, you know, his line, "Hey boss, I got an idea." You know, he really didn't feel like his boss, he felt like my boss, but I gotta say that everything I make, I think of Robin still. And when all of us come together for this every year, I don't want us to forget these two characters, because the world we live in was partially created by them.
It absolutely was.
We will not.
And I would raise a Pepsi if I had one to Robin, but I don't drink that swill.
Dean Case wrote some beautiful comments, both about Robin and John, that everybody could read in there, but
thank
he
you.
hit the nail on the head.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you for sharing these comments, because you know, I've been reading some of them as we've been on here, and it's moving. I had one last thought about all of this, is that I see the world that we're in through their eyes still. I realize the world that ePartrade, that I fully engaged in and began to understand, was descendant from the world that John created at PRI in the editorial voice that he created. His personal voice that came forward when he's on camera and speaking, to me, if you look back at last year's ePartrade Online Race Industry Week, what you see is this very clear, brave, fun voice of the industry that is about as brave and fun as you can be. We also know that John was confronting his own mortality during all of this and dealing with all the things he ultimately had to deal with. And he did it with dignity and courage throughout. You know, he strapped in for the final races of his life, basically, with that same attitude. And so did Robin. You know, I was with Robin the weekend that he started to have the physical issues that would lead to the diagnosis of the problems that ultimately took him from us. And there was never self-pity, never complaining, never, you know, he would complain that it was getting in the way of his life because he had things he wanted to do. But he was a brave guy, like John. And this sport teaches us to be brave. Teaches us to go on when we lose people. Teaches us to make the most of every moment we have.
Well said, Paul.
And
John's always been so thankful for the life he's led and his family. You'd always say that.
Yes, and he said that to me. And I think that tonight I'm particularly thankful to have known these two guys, because the moment we're in right now wouldn't exist without them.
They're critiquing.
Yeah, I could see here, Robin, that's a little over the top, Paul, but it's true. And I think that how we got to who we are is really shaped by the people we've known along the way. And I will forever carry a piece of these two fine gentlemen with me in my heart. And I think, one, they help you see yourself the way you want to be.
They both made a huge impact, one quietly and one not as quietly. But they both left a great impact in our industry.
Yeah, but they came from a place of doing something, and they used creativity to make their mark. And
Yep.
and one of the other things I'll say, neither one of them bored us. They were not boring people. They were really interesting people, and you know, they're probably competing for the most interesting souls in the afterlife right now. But they were both competitive, as you both know. And I think that you know, as we, you know, this is the midpoint of this week, and you know, we've got the checkered flag coming up on the second annual Online Race Industry Week. And I know they would be very proud of both of us companies involved in this for what we've done year over year, week over, you know, week in comparison, because the scale and the scope of what's happened this year, that was very good last year out of COVID. This is up against an active world, and we're competing with a lot of other things, yet this is soaring, and we're seeing terrific engagement, and we're seeing the, you know, the guest list expanding to literally a who's who of the racing industry. And some of that identity and that respect was earned by the brands we represent here in ePartrade and Racer. A lot of that credibility was created by these two gentlemen.
Absolutely. We would never be where we are, as far as Judy and I, you know, on the ePartrade side, without wisdom and the guidance of John since day one. So we are forever grateful, for sure.
Absolutely, and I'm grateful to Robin and to Marshall. Well, they came back. I'd worked with Robin previously during a prior era of Racer, the first era of Racer, on IndyCar, Champ Car magazine. It gets confusing with all of these things related to companies changing their names, but and having the moment that Robin and Marshall showed up in our business is the moment we really took off on our 3.0 era of Racer. They were a wonderful team. Watching these two work together, watching the email exchanges, the tech, you know, kind of the dialogue going on about story development was magic. And they had each other's backs. They would sometimes squabble about the details, but they wanted to get it right and tell the truth. And because they owed it to you, whoever's out there in this audience that we serve. And when I look at what we do now, we live in a world with all these different ways of communicating with our audience. But the most important way of all is from the heart.
And while you mentioned Marshall, I think he carries a lot of, you know, Robin's heritage, if I can use that word, because he has a way of engaging with people. Just yesterday, his interview with Zach Brown, it just makes people.
It's unbelievably good.
Yes. And so you're so lucky, and we're so lucky to have, you know, the opportunity to work also a little bit with Marshall, and I think that's what we need to continue doing. You know, it's just keep moving, keep running, keep racing, and that's until the checker flag.
Yes, and you know, we're getting near the checkered flag here. But one of the things that when we would lose someone, you know, we during the time I worked with Robin, we were unfortunately lost some racers that we all cared deeply about, and Robin was the wise one who had been through it and lost some of his very best friends. And some of the things I learned about Robin that helped me understand how to process losing people that you really care about helped me in losing Robin. You know, one of the things he told me is we all go on, we all race on, and you have to keep going. And it you know, he had to show up at a racetrack to do his job again that day, the next day, and losing these people that he shared the road with, were out in the world with. And I think that it's a hard and lonely business, but he chose it, and he accepted everything that came with it. And for us that work in this business, it's important to know someone else effectively emotionally survived that. And racing is a great metaphor for our overall lives. You know, live your life bravely, live it fully, always keep going forward to your future.
Well, Paul, it's 6 o'clock, and we could continue for another hour, but we have to be respectful of the program. And so I want to say a special thank you for each and every one who were with us for this special moment. Steve, thank you for being with us tonight. Great to see you again, and stay with us a few more seconds, Steve, while we're going to be wrapping everything. And then, Paul, we will be back tomorrow morning at 6:45 a.m. Pacific, and we are going to go into day 4 of Race Industry Week 2021, and we're going to start the day with a very special guest, Mr. Ray Evernham, and then we're going to continue on with Ron Capps. We're going to have all the OEM, Ford, GM, TRD, Mazda. It's just like a packed day. And then Friday, same story. So I think both John and Robin would be delighted to be with us for the next 2 days. So
I think so. And I add one thing here is tomorrow Jeff Hammond is going to join me with Ray Evernham, which I cannot wait, because these two guys know each other really well, and what happened this past season here with the SRX series, I think we're going to understand some of the inside stuff out of what happened here to make this happen by having Jeff as part of this to open the show tomorrow. So tune in. It's going to be awesome.
We'll be live.
And thank you, everybody, again. I see some great industry friends on this list here. So thank you all for hanging around.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. And we will be live again tomorrow morning at 6:45. Good night, everyone. And we'll see you tomorrow for day 4 of Race Industry Week 2021. Thank you.